"Professor Dumbledore, what do you want from me?" Dumbledore placed a ring on the table and said, "Actually, it's about this ring. However, there's also the matter of the Centaurs. They've come to protest near Hogwarts. A trivial issue, but I asked Hagrid to communicate with them. That aside, Professor Pent, have you noticed how much your temperament has changed?" As he spoke, Fawkes suddenly leaped onto Kain's shoulder, nuzzling against him like a bird seeking affection. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and, with a tinge of exasperation, remarked, "I've known Fawkes for a very long time, and he has never behaved this way before." "Perhaps my magical studies have advanced," Kain replied nonchalantly. "No need to dwell on it. Let's take things one step at a time. Now about the Centaurs, how dare they approach Hogwarts like this? You'd think the wizards were the victors in the last war. But never mind, I'll handle them." His tone was measured, but the implication was clear. He had already been exceedingly tolerant. The Centaurs had the audacity to chase him all the way to Hogwarts? Before Kain could continue, Dumbledore interjected, "It's all right, Professor Pent. Leave them to Hagrid. Let's focus on something more pressing, this Horcrux." Dumbledore had already assessed the situation. He had used legilimency on the Centaur leader earlier and grasped what had transpired. In truth, the Centaurs had simply been in contact with too many well-meaning wizards, leading them to mistakenly believe that all wizards were kind-hearted. While wizards could be troublesome for races like elves or goblins, Centaurs, who wielded little magic, were no match for a powerful wizard. Even a single skilled wizard could take on a dozen Centaurs with ease. Hogwarts had long allowed the Centaurs to roam the Forbidden Forest, protecting them from poachers, but over time, they had seemingly forgotten the power dynamic at play. Dumbledore redirected the conversation. "Based on the information you provided me 2 years ago, along with my own research, I've concluded that Tom created more than one Horcrux, perhaps many. This ring is one of them. Have you figured out how to destroy it?" Kain asked. Dumbledore picked up the ring, studying it intently. "Tom infused it with powerful dark magic. However, I wonder, could this ring be used to trace his other Horcruxes? Take Fawkes with you when you destroy it. He'll help you." Kain's suggestion could very well save Dumbledore's life. Without it, the cursed magic in the Horcrux might still inflict harm upon him. As for the remaining Horcruxes, apart from Nagini's elusive whereabouts, they were relatively easy to track down. Kain took the opportunity to inform Dumbledore of the ones he knew. Dumbledore's expression darkened with shock. He had been investigating this for over a year, and yet Kain had unraveled crucial details with unsettling ease. Kain shrugged. "I learned this from Tom himself, though I'm unsure if the Horcruxes have been moved. The Death Eaters have changed their tactics lately. Mr. Moody hasn't found any of their hiding spots at Hogwarts yet." Dumbledore nodded. "Alastair suspects that Death Eaters have infiltrated the student body. His methods, however, are extreme. I'm trying to convince him to approach the matter differently." Under normal circumstances, Dumbledore might have agreed with Moody's aggressive approach. But with the Triwizard Tournament ongoing, the school was flooded with ministry officials and reporters daily. A large-scale hunt for Death Eaters would create a scandal. Bagman and Crouch would certainly oppose such a move, and if Moody insisted, the ministry would be alerted immediately. With 3 different ministries involved in organizing the tournament, Dumbledore had to tread carefully. They discussed a few more matters, primarily regarding the Forbidden Forest. Kain, having already acquired unicorn blood and other materials, had little remaining interest in the forest and promised to restrain himself in the future. However, he made no mention of the Centaurs. He intended to visit the forest's edge later. If the Centaurs were still there, he would deal with them accordingly. An unexpected sight. On his way back to his office, Kain encountered many students. They gazed at him with awe, particularly the female students, who looked at him with a mix of admiration and joy. He knew the reason: the unicorn blood. It had not only enhanced his magic but also imbued him with an aura akin to a unicorn's purity. But Kain understood the irony. Anyone who truly knew him would never associate him with holiness. Making a mental note to check the Forbidden Forest later, he turned his attention back to his research. He was working on embedding runes to create an internal magical power source. But then an idea struck him. Using ancient runes, he etched an apparition spell into his own body. The next moment, he vanished. Where did Professor Pent go? Several students near the staircase gasped. A few senior students hurried to the spot where Kain had disappeared, exchanging bewildered glances. Was that apparition? One of them asked hesitantly. Impossible, another Ravenclaw student countered. There are anti-apparition spells all over Hogwarts. Even the professors can't apparate here. Then what kind of magic was that? a fifth-year student murmured. The question left them all in stunned silence. What they had witnessed looked exactly like apparition, yet such a feat should have been impossible within Hogwarts. The students, still debating among themselves, rushed toward their dormitories. Ordinary wizards attempting apparition inside Hogwarts would be blocked by powerful countercharms. However, those restrictions mainly applied to humans. House elves and other magical creatures were exempt. Cain had circumvented the restriction with ancient runes, enabling him to apparate freely. If he succeeded in creating a permanent magical core within himself, he wouldn't just be an exceptional wizard, he would be a modern god of magic. Not even Voldemort or Dumbledore would stand a chance against him. If they lasted more than 3 rounds in battle, it would be nothing short of a miracle. The Great Hall. Meanwhile, the Great Hall bustled with students eating, studying, and completing assignments. Owls swooped in and out, delivering packages and waiting for treats before flying off. If a package was particularly large, it would be delivered to Hogwarts through alternative means. Is there some kind of sale going on? Why is everyone getting packages today? Ron mused. Before Hermione or Harry could respond, a younger student approached Ron, handing him a package. "Mr. Weasley, this is for you." Ron tore it open and immediately shoved the contents back inside. Hermione smirked. "It's a dress robe. Everyone has one. There's a Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament, held on Christmas Eve. The champions open the first dance, but everyone is expected to attend." "And we need to invite a dance partner?" Harry asked, puzzled. Hermione nodded. "Professor McGonagall will explain the details in the next class." Her attention then shifted elsewhere. "Who are you staring at?" Harry followed her gaze, spotting Fleur Delacour exiting the Great Hall, carrying a box. "Maybe she packed some food for later?" Ron suggested. Hermione shook her head. "She's been delivering food to Professor Pent quite frequently. Someone saw her visiting his office multiple times. There's speculation that she's asking him about the tournament, but I doubt it. Bosbaton's headmistress is more likely to brief her." Ron muttered something under his breath, but Hermione had already stood up. "Where are you going?" Harry asked. Without looking back, Hermione simply replied, "The library." "Why is it you again?" Cain sighed as he opened the door. "If you have time to come to me, why not seek aid from Bosbaton's pureblood families? With their wealth and influence, if even a few of them supported the Delacour family, you'd have a way out." Standing outside, Fleur held a box of pastries, her usual composed expression unwavering. Cain frowned and continued, "If you believe such methods will work, you're far too naive. Do you expect mercy in the business world? Once the compensation is settled, the French branch of Cain Potion Materials will likely consume the Delacour family's business. By then, you may not even have a store left. The connections, the clientele, everything will belong to my people." Fleur smiled, her Vila charm subtly radiating through her expression. Raising the box slightly, she said, "I came to ask you a few questions about black magic. I also thought I'd bring you some dessert, Professor Pent." Cain barely spared her a glance, but something about him had changed. Fleur sensed an imposing presence emanating from him, an aura so powerful it made her breath quicken. "If you have questions, ask," he said flatly. As the defense against the dark arts professor, he was obligated to answer students' inquiries unless they involved forbidden knowledge. With Bosbatons and Durmstrang students currently participating in the exchange program at Hogwarts, Fleur's visit wasn't entirely unexpected. Receiving his permission, Fleur stepped inside, placed the dessert box on his desk, and asked, "I'd like to learn more about defensive curses and their countermeasures." Cain considered her request before responding, "If you're asking this, I assume you're considering becoming an aura. Technically, all curses fall under curse magic, but their effects vary greatly. Some are immediate and visible, while others are insidious, working in ways that aren't easily detected. The latter belong to a category of nuanced curse magic, ***. Before he could continue, the sharp sound of claws scratching against the door interrupted him. A moment later, a weak meow followed. Cain waved a hand, and the door creaked open. A small black figure darted inside, leaped onto his lap, and curled up comfortably. "Is this a student's pet?" Fleur asked curiously, watching the black cat settle against him. Among wizards, black cats often carried ominous connotations. Given the influence of subjects like divination and the Department of Mysteries, few wizards were entirely free of such superstitions. Cain glanced at the feline and said indifferently, "Possibly." "Now, where were we?" "Ah yes. Immediate curses are typically covered in standard spell classes, but more complex, lingering curses, often left by magical creatures, require a grandmaster's expertise to break. His explanation was precise, and Fleur listened intently. Truthfully, Cain's knowledge of magic might not yet rival that of Dumbledore, who had over a century of experience, but his expertise far exceeded that of ordinary wizards. His use of shadow clones to accelerate his studies, combined with his interest in black magic, had allowed him to devour almost the entirety of Hogwarts' restricted section in just 2 years. If he chose to don a cloak, he might very well be recognized as the third-generation Dark Lord, the strongest in history. Once Cain finished his lesson, Fleur smiled. "Thank you for your time, Professor Pent. I've learned a lot today. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but your explanation of defense against the dark arts is far superior to Professor Wright's at Beauxbatons." Few people disliked compliments, but Cain showed no reaction. His tone remained flat as he said, "It's my duty. If you have further questions, you may attend the 7th-year defense against the dark arts class." Fleur didn't respond to his suggestion but instead asked, "One last thing, Professor Pent. There will be a formal gathering on Christmas Eve as part of the Triwizard Tournament. Would you be my dance partner?" Before Cain could reply, the black cat suddenly stood up on his lap and let out a loud meow. Without hesitation, he grabbed the scruff of its neck and placed it gently on the floor. Then, turning back to Fleur, he said, "I may not have much time that day. And as a student, it would be more appropriate for you to choose another student as your partner." A clear dismissal. Fleur, understanding the unspoken message, rose gracefully and offered a polite bow. "Thank you again for your guidance, Professor." With that, she turned and left. A watchful eye. After she was gone, Cain looked down at the black cat. "What's with you? You come here every day, yet there's no sign of mistreatment or abandonment." He lifted the cat onto his desk and conjured a small nameplate, tying it around its neck. The inscription read, "The owner of this cat should report to the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor's office on the 3rd floor. If necessary, I might just buy you myself," he muttered. Reaching into a drawer, he pulled out a piece of dried fish. Anticipating the cat's return, he had started keeping food on hand. With a flick of his wand, he heated the fish, releasing a fragrant, charred aroma. Even he found it appetizing. But the cat merely sniffed the offering, then, unimpressed, leaped onto the sofa to rest. "Ungrateful creature," Cain muttered, shaking his head. Letting the matter go, he assigned several of his shadow clones to work on crafting magical items. Meanwhile, he turned his focus back to his primary research, constructing a self-sustaining magical core. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the black cat watching him, its pupils narrowing into sharp vertical slits. The creature seemed to be observing his every movement with eerie intelligence. "Is this the cloning magic the Godfather mentioned?" it thought. Cain's intricate runes shimmered with a fusion of ancient and modern symbols, forming a complex array that few wizards could even begin to comprehend. The black cat, fascinated at first, soon lost interest. It stretched, yawned, and curled up on the sofa. Between attending classes, brewing potions, and assisting those 2 fools with their tournament strategies, it had been an exhausting day. As sleep claimed it, one final thought drifted through its mind. "Once the Triwizard Tournament is over, I'm taking a proper break."
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Cain's focus remained unwavering. The source of magical power was integral to his control over the culmination of his magical studies. It was no simple task, and while he'd tried numerous configurations, none were entirely satisfactory. The current iteration still fell short of perfection, and Cain knew he couldn't afford carelessness in this endeavor. The more perfectly the source of magic was constructed, the greater the benefits it would bring to Cain in the long run. Unlike ordinary wizards, whose magical power hardly increased after adulthood, Cain was different. Thanks to the effects of the extremis virus, his genes were continuously optimized toward perfection, enabling him to absorb natural energy and expand the upper limit of his magical power. However, if the source of magic he constructed now was even slightly flawed, it could limit him significantly in the future. Life at Hogwarts was far from dull, though Cain rarely left his office. Instead, he relied on his clones to teach his classes. Despite his reclusive nature, whispers about him continued to grow among the students. Recently, some students had witnessed an incident where Cain confronted the Centaurs at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The scene was described as cold and became a hot topic of discussion. At the time, Cain had no intention of negotiating with the Centaurs. They had acted aggressively upon seeing him, so he used a levitation charm to hurl them back into the Forbidden Forest. He issued a clear ultimatum: if they dared to behave arrogantly and try to dominate humans, he would ensure they became an endangered species. The Centaurs were tossed aside, many with broken legs or arms. Hagrid, ever the kind soul, eventually helped return them to their tribe deep within the Forbidden Forest. Since that day, no Centaurs had been spotted within 10 miles of Hogwarts. The incident divided opinions among the students. Some supported Cain's actions, believing the Centaurs had deserved the punishment. Others, however, thought his response was too harsh, arguing that the Centaurs were Hogwarts' long-standing neighbors and should not have been treated so violently. Hermione, overhearing someone criticizing Cain, immediately jumped to his defense. She had learned the full details of the incident and knew the Centaurs had attacked first. While her godfather's methods were undeniably rough, he had acted in self-defense and out of necessity. Despite the debates, no one dared to discuss the matter openly in front of Cain. Although he was polite and approachable, his reputation as a formidable wizard preceded him. Whether it was defeating over 20 Death Eaters or dealing with the Centaurs, Cain had become one of the most intimidating figures at Hogwarts. In his defense against the dark arts classes, even the Slytherins listened attentively, not daring to disrupt. Time passed, and Christmas Eve finally arrived. The students' attention was consumed by preparations for the upcoming party. Beau's Batons, renowned for its beautiful witches, drew much attention, and many students, including Fleur, received invitations from admirers. It was a time of heightened emotions and hormonal chaos, with everyone striving to look their best for the evening. The three school styles of evening attire varied slightly, but all were designed to showcase elegance and charm. Cain and Hermione, however, had no such concerns. They wore exquisitely tailored evening attire from one of London's finest boutiques, ensuring they looked impeccable for the occasion. Godfather. At the door to the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Hermione appeared, dressed in an elegant evening gown. Her hair was styled into a neat bun, and she had applied light makeup. Her transformation was stunning, radiating sophistication. She had rested well in the days leading up to the party, and although her complexion had improved, the light makeup she applied enhanced her beauty further. Cain didn't hesitate to compliment her. "You look beautiful today, Hermione, but you should head to the Great Hall first." Hermione feigned embarrassment and replied, "That might be difficult, Godfather. Lately, I've been so focused on researching the brewing process of Felix Felicis that I overlooked the need for a dance partner. Attending a party like this without one is rather embarrassing for a girl." "Felix Felicis? Are you already attempting to brew that potion?" Cain asked, his surprise evident. Hermione was delving into one of the most complex and valuable potions known to wizards. With such talent and dedication, it was no wonder that even Snape had begrudgingly awarded her out-of-class bonus points for her potion-making skills. "No dance partner, you say? Then I'll be your dance partner," Cain offered. Though I suspect this may draw some curious attention. Over the past few months, Cain's temperament had been subtly altered by the unicorn gene within him, giving him an aura that was difficult to ignore. For this reason, he had rarely ventured out. Becoming Hermione's dance partner would undoubtedly attract a lot of eyes. According to his calculations, however, once the source of magical power was fully established within his body, this noble and ethereal aura would likely become more subdued. Hermione beamed with happiness at his reply, but she quickly composed herself, saying, "Thank you, Godfather. I'm grateful. Traditionally, I would have sent Filch to deliver this to your dormitory tonight, but since we've already met, I'll give it to you now," Cain said, pulling out a pair of earrings. "This is my third alchemical creation, imbued with defensive enchantments." Before he could finish explaining, Hermione interrupted excitedly, "Cleansing, recovery, and offensive magic." Cain raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Impressive. You got 2 out of 3 correct. The last one, however, isn't an offensive function. This kind of alchemical item isn't suitable for housing attack-based ancient runes. Instead, the final enchantment provides an effect similar to a disillusionment charm." "Thank you, Godfather. I love it," Hermione replied with a bright smile. Internally, she thought to herself that she had deliberately misidentified the last function to avoid revealing her animagus secret. "Come on, it's almost time," Cain said, gesturing for Hermione to follow him. As they walked toward the Great Hall, he recounted a recent incident. "I think I scared a student recently. Their black cat used to visit me often, and we got along well. After I gave it a nameplate, however, I haven't seen it again. I assume the student locked it away. It's a shame. I was planning to buy the cat." Of course, there was no way the black cat would give herself away. Hermione thought to herself with a sense of pride. She had put in a lot of effort and preparation to master animagus transformation but had kept it entirely secret. Professor McGonagall had her suspicions, believing Hermione intended to start studying animagus magic in her 5th year. Little did she know, Hermione had already succeeded in mastering it back in her 3rd year. Even her roommates, Harry and Ron, had no idea. Hermione knew better than to tell them. After all, they were notorious for being unable to keep a secret. When Cain and Hermione entered the Great Hall, nearly everyone was stunned by their appearance and demeanor. Cain, already deemed the most popular prince professor by the female students at Hogwarts, continued to turn heads. While some male students found him intimidating, very few female students shared that sentiment. But Hermione's transformation was what truly left everyone speechless. With styled hair, an elegant dress, and light makeup, she had shed her usual bookish image. Instead, she exuded the poise and beauty of a noble young woman, especially as she stood beside Cain. Merlin's beard, who is she? How is she Professor Pent's dance partner? Why not me? She's only slightly prettier than I am. I want to stand by Professor Pent, hold his arm, and dance with him too. Wake up. I hate to burst your bubble, but the only girl who could compare to the one next to Professor Pent is Fleur from Batons. For those who knew Hermione like Harry, Ron, and Lavender, the shock was even greater. In their minds, Hermione's defining traits were her intelligence and knack for being a bit of a know-it-all. She was the girl who could answer almost any question and was fiercely dedicated to winning the House Cup. But tonight, they realized Hermione Granger could be stunning. With her new look, she could easily be called the most beautiful girl in Gryffindor and perhaps even all of Hogwarts. Once everyone had entered the Great Hall and taken their seats, the banquet began. But as people sat down, they noticed something odd. There was no food on the tables, only plates, knives, and forks. Hermione, just follow the menu, Cain explained. But if Phil or Isaac happen to be here, you can order off menu if you'd like. As Cain taught Hermione how to order, Dumbledore, seated at the high table, demonstrated for the rest of the hall. He picked up the menu, glanced at it, and said, "Pork chops." Instantly, a delicious, steaming pork chop appeared on his plate. Realizing how it worked, the other guests eagerly picked up their menus and began ordering their meals. Cain, after some thought, chose a creamy baked seafood dish and a selection of Chinese cuisine. Hermione, following his lead, ordered her favorite dishes. Her eating habits had evolved significantly since meeting Cain, and she now ate more thoughtfully. After all, food and enjoyment are some of the most fundamental human instincts. Cain was not one to deprive himself of any of life's pleasures, whether that meant good food, comfort, or other indulgences. The students around them seemed eager to try ordering something not listed on the menu. Unfortunately, no food appeared when they attempted it. Unless they managed to convince the house elves to bring in fresh supplies to the Hogwarts kitchens, their options remained limited. During dinner, Hermione habitually began discussing her progress in potions. She boasted that Professor Snape hadn't been able to find a single mistake in her potion brewing. If it weren't for classroom etiquette, he wouldn't have any excuse to deduct points from me, she said with pride. Her voice carried a bit louder than she intended, and since Cain and Hermione were seated close to the professor's table, Snape overheard every word. His expression darkened as he cut into the steak on his plate. In his mind, he was already planning to deduct at least 10 points from Gryffindor during the next potions class. If he couldn't find a reason to deduct from Miss Know-It-All, then Potter and Weasley would surely suffer the consequences. After the meal, Dumbledore stood and waved his wand, magically removing the tables and chairs in the Great Hall. This cleared space for the dance that was to follow. The band, lighting, and other arrangements quickly appeared, transforming the hall for the 4 champions to lead the opening dance. As the champions began, other students gradually joined the dance floor, moving to the rhythm of the music. "Godfather, let's go too." Under the soft, dim light, Hermione's cheeks flushed red, but she boldly pulled Cain to the dance floor. She moved gracefully despite her petite frame. Her head barely reached Cain's chin, even in high heels. Hermione had clearly practiced in private. Her steps were light and elegant, almost like an elf gliding across the floor. Even though her high heels weren't perfectly comfortable, they didn't hinder her performance. As the music played, Cain and Hermione quickly became the most captivating pair on the dance floor. Cain's commanding presence and natural grace drew countless admiring gazes, especially from the female students. When the song ended and a livelier rhythm began, Cain and Hermione stepped aside to rest. "These heels aren't great for long wear," Hermione admitted, her cheeks still pink. "I might need more practice in them." Cain nodded and suggested, "Try using the necklace. It has healing spells enchanted into it." At his suggestion, Hermione touched the necklace around her pale neck. She felt a warm surge of magic flow through her body, healing the scratches caused by her heels. Then, she adjusted her enchanted earrings, activating their recovery charm. Within moments, her energy returned, and she felt rejuvenated. "This is incredible, Godfather," Hermione said with amazement. "If people knew about this, they'd go crazy trying to get one." Cain smiled at the compliment and replied, "Even if they wanted one, most wouldn't be able to afford it. Nicholas Flamel's alchemy items are rarely sold, and when they are, the price is astronomical. After all, alchemists never lack galleons." Hermione nodded but found herself wondering if she should ask her godfather to dance with her again, now that her energy had been restored. However, as she glanced at the crowded dance floor, she dismissed the idea. It seemed better to stay where they were rather than squeeze into the throng of dancers. That innocent thought didn't last long. Soon, other young ladies approached, one after another, with a single purpose, to invite Professor Pent to dance. Sorry, I want to take a break, Cain said, turning down each offer with the same polite refusal. The idea of dancing with a group of young girls didn't interest him. He wasn't a social butterfly. Before long, male students began to approach Hermione. Now that her beauty had become the talk of the evening, they weren't about to miss their chance. Yet, like Cain, Hermione declined every invitation with quiet politeness. As the evening progressed, Hermione tugged on Cain's sleeve and pleaded, "Godfather, let's dance again before the night ends." Cain couldn't refuse her request, and they returned to the dance floor for one last waltz. By the time the music ended, students were beginning to leave the Great Hall, stepping outside to enjoy the fresh air. Staying inside for hours had made the room feel stuffy and oppressive. After the dance, Cain escorted Hermione back to the Gryffindor Tower before heading toward his office. His mind was already preoccupied with plans for the evening. He intended to experiment further with creating a self-sustaining source of magical power, perhaps even one capable of reshaping and evolving on its own. This idea came from a hypothesis he'd found in one of Nicholas Flamel's old notes. Cain had already read about a third of Flamel's texts, and the knowledge he'd gained so far was vast. His current level of alchemy rivaled the very best in the magical world. In terms of the success rate for creating alchemical artifacts, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the best. After all, in his later years, Flamel's declining energy prevented him from sustaining the same level of focus and productivity. As Cain approached his office, he noticed someone following him. He paused at the door and turned to see Fleur Delacour standing there in an elegant evening gown. "You should be enjoying the party," Cain said coldly. "Instead of wasting your time on me. I've warned you more than once, Ms. Delacour." Had she been a student at Hogwarts, Cain would have given her a stern punishment, perhaps a late-night visit to the Forbidden Forest for disturbing a professor at work. "Tonight, I only wish to share a dessert from my family's recipe, Professor Pent," Fleur said softly, lowering her gaze. "You might like it. I spent half a day making it. Delacour desserts are famous in the French wizarding world." Her voice was delicate, her tone humble. Fleur knew this was her final chance. With all the groundwork she'd laid beforehand, her chances of success tonight should have been high. She had even resorted to preparing a love potion, though she knew it was illegal. But what choice did she have? She was desperate. The stakes were high, hundreds of thousands of galleons, not just a few thousand or even tens of thousands. "If your father hadn't let greed get the better of him, you wouldn't be in this mess," Cain said flatly. "Greed always comes at a price. If you want to redeem yourself, wait until this matter is settled. Perhaps then, you'll still have a chance." After Cain finished speaking, he opened the door and stepped inside. Noticing he hadn't explicitly dismissed her, Fleur quickly followed, slipping into the room just before the door closed. Once inside, Fleur placed the dessert laced with a love potion on the table. Lowering her gaze, she asked softly, "Professor, do you know what the third task entails?" Madame Maxime seemed furious when she mentioned it. "The third task is being organized by the Ministry of Magic," Cain replied. "They can change it at any time, even 2 days before it begins. It seems you've already learned about the second task. Instead of worrying about the third, shouldn't you be practicing? Or has Boss decided to give up on the Triwizard Tournament altogether? And, as per the rules, I can't tell you anything about the competition. Frankly, I don't care much about it." Cain frowned slightly as he observed Fleur. Her demeanor was becoming increasingly self-assured, almost overly familiar. "Of course not," Fleur responded quickly. "We have our strategies ready." She then pushed the dessert toward him, her expression demure. The dessert was enticing, exuding a faint rose fragrance mixed with the sweetness of honey. It was visually appealing, almost too perfect. Cain picked up a piece and tasted it. The flavor was pleasant, but something felt off. Thanks to his unique physiology, a combination of a phoenix, a unicorn, and the extremis virus, Cain had an extraordinary resistance to toxins and poisons. Any harmful substance he ingested would be broken down into harmless molecules and expelled from his body. However, enchantments like love potions worked differently. While they didn't harm the body, they affected the mind and nervous system. The extremis virus could repair any neural abnormalities caused by such substances through bioelectricity, neutralizing their effects. Still, some remnants lingered, primitive impulses that Cain could suppress with effort. He hadn't expected Fleur Delacour to have the audacity to drug him, let alone with a love potion. For a brief moment before the potion's effects dissipated, his thoughts had been filled with Fleur's image. But as the extremis virus nearly eliminated the enchantment, Cain regained his composure. "Professor Pent," Fleur began, her tone soft and imploring. "Can you help me? I need you to cancel the magical trade contract with the Delacour family." Cain leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. "That's a very complex process. It would require involving the International Trade Standards Association of both Ministries of Magic. The timing would be tricky, perhaps even impossible." Fleur's confidence faltered. The potion should have worked by now. Why hadn't he agreed to her request? Was the dose too small? Or was Kain Pent's resistance to enchantments simply too strong? This man, after all, was no ordinary wizard. He was the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, the same one who had single-handedly defeated over 20 Death Eaters. His extraordinary magical power must have shielded him from the potion's effects. Fleur's mind raced. She was running out of time. If anyone at Hogwarts, especially Dumbledore, discovered what she had done, it would spell disaster. Desperate, she made a bold move. Gathering her courage, Fleur rolled up her gown and sat directly on Cain's lap. She cast a charm spell, an ability passed down from her grandmother, and gently took Cain's hand, her voice soft and pleading as she whispered his name. Cain, please, Fleur pleaded, her voice trembling. I have no one else to turn to in this matter. Help me. Rely on me. Cain's tone was calm but laced with a sharp edge. Or were you planning to rely on the love potion instead? You're bold, Ms. Fleur Delacours, attempting to use a love potion to manipulate a Hogwarts professor. Fleur's eyes widened in shock as his words sank in. She lifted her head to meet Cain's gaze and was struck by the clarity in his eyes, clear, focused, and entirely unaffected. He resisted the love potion. Panic gripped her as the realization set in. She tried to rise from his lap, but Cain's firm grip on her waist and hands kept her firmly in place. To her dismay, the dessert slices from the table floated into the air, guided by Cain's wandless magic, and disappeared into a pocket that had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. The sight of this made Fleur's heart sink further. Not only had her plan failed, but the evidence was now in his possession. If this incident came to light, the repercussions would be catastrophic not just for her but for her family. Professor Pent, it's not what you think, Fleur stammered desperately. Save it, Cain interrupted, his voice cold and authoritative. Aurors would uncover the truth soon enough. And if that fails, there's always Veritaserum. Would you like to give it a try? The mention of Veritaserum shattered Fleur's last defenses. The thought of her actions being exposed, coupled with the potential downfall of her already struggling family, filled her with dread. If Cain reported this, her future would be over. Even Madame Maxime's influence might not be enough to protect her. I'm sorry, Fleur whispered, her voice breaking as tears began to stream down her face. Please forgive me, Professor Pent. I didn't know what else to do. You're sorry, Cain said, his tone steady, but only because the love potion failed and I caught you. If it had worked, would you have regretted using it at all? Fleur's tears fell faster, and Cain couldn't help but notice the way her Vela charm amplified her beauty even in such a vulnerable state. Her mixed lineage made her allure almost irresistible, but Cain's resolve remained firm. What do you want me to do? He continued. Should I report this to Madame Maxime? Or do you plan to fix things in the aftermath of the failed potion? Fleur froze, her breath catching in her throat. The mere idea of involving Madame Maxime was unthinkable. The repercussions would be swift and merciless. As for Cain's cryptic suggestion about the second option, she wasn't sure what he meant at first until she felt the physical evidence of his arousal beneath her. Her face turned crimson as the implications became clear. For someone as inexperienced as Fleur, this was unfamiliar territory, and her mind raced with conflicting emotions. Professor Pent, she murmured, barely audible, if I choose the second option, the dessert. Cain leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. If you choose the second option, I'll consider this matter resolved and won't speak of it to anyone. He released her from his grasp, and Fleur stayed where she was, torn between two unbearable choices. She could either preserve her chastity and face the full wrath of the Ministry of Magic and public scorn, or she could make a private sacrifice and ensure the incident stayed buried forever. Seconds ticked by as Fleur wrestled with her decision. I understand, Professor, Fleur said softly, her voice trembling slightly. I hope you will keep your promise. With those words, she slowly stood, her graceful figure outlined in the dim light, before lowering herself carefully into a kneeling position. If you perform well, Cain said, his tone sharp yet measured, the Delacour family may still have a future. But everything depends on your actions. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, when Hermione returned to her room, she was immediately surrounded by her curious and excited dorm mates. Hermione, what was it like dancing with Professor Pent? How did it feel? Merlin, when I walked past him yesterday, I could smell his cologne. You're so lucky. Professor Pent was absolutely enchanting tonight, another girl added. Can you name a wizard more handsome than him? Forget wizards, someone else chimed in. Even among Muggle celebrities, there aren't many who could match his charm. Hermione, basking in the attention, tried to appear nonchalant. Oh, it wasn't anything special, she said with a casual wave of her hand. I asked, and the professor agreed. That's all. She paused, her tone shifting to feigned weariness. Though, I'll admit, he's very tall. You have to crane your neck just to look up at him while dancing. It's quite exhausting, really. The room fell silent for a moment before the girls collectively groaned. Ugh, Hermione. In that instant, Hermione found herself labeled the least popular person in the Gryffindor dormitory, at least for the night. Later, Katie Bell and her two friends returned to the dorm, only to find a lively gathering in Hermione's room. Curious, they walked over to join the crowd. As Katie entered, she overheard someone teasingly say, Katie, if you're planning to bring desserts to Professor Pent again, you might as well give up now. Katie immediately frowned, crossing her arms. If it weren't for that woman from Beauxbatons, Professor Pent would have already tried the desserts I prepared, she said, her tone laced with frustration. Merlin, I don't understand why she always manages to get ahead of me. She's not even from Hogwarts, yet she acts like she knows her way around better than I do. Hermione, who had been quietly listening, perked up at Katie's words. Wait, Katie, she said sharply, which woman are you talking about? Who else? The Beauxbatons champion, Katie replied, rolling her eyes. There's no one else bold enough to pull a stunt like that. Honestly, you wouldn't believe Hermione? Where are you going? I haven't even finished. Just to the bathroom, Hermione called over her shoulder as she hurriedly left. I forgot to wash my face earlier. Late at night, Fleur left the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Her face was flushed, and she appeared slightly out of breath as she glanced around nervously. Seeing no one, she quickly hurried back to the room where the Beauxbatons students were staying. Fortunately, she and Gabrielle had made arrangements so no one would notice her late return. However, her efforts had been in vain. Not only had she failed to achieve her goal, but she had also lost a considerable amount of money in the process. Fleur's mood was now extremely complicated. Despite her best efforts, she hadn't expected that the love potion would have no effect on Cain. Unbeknownst to her, a black cat hidden in the shadows observed everything. Later that night, Filch heard a few soft meows but dismissed them. However, Mrs. Norris, perched in his arms, hissed and puffed up her fur uneasily. After the Christmas ball, life at Hogwarts returned to its routine. The students resumed their daily lessons, though much of their attention was fixed on the upcoming second task of the Triwizard Tournament. The Wizarding World, for all its marvels, offered limited entertainment Quidditch, wizard chess, and a handful of children's games. Thus, the Triwizard Tournament, an event long absent from history, captivated them all. Cain, on the other hand, cherished the relative calm. While his shadow clone handled daily teaching responsibilities, he devoted the rest of his time to studying alchemy and developing a source of magical power. Alchemy consumed a significant amount of high-grade magical materials. To support his experiments, Cain provided Guy with large sums of gold to purchase rare items like fine gold, mithril, unicorn tail hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings, prized resources in the magical world. However, obtaining fine gold and mithril proved challenging, as goblins controlled the refining methods and guarded their secrets zealously. It was rumored that not even the Imperious Curse could coerce goblins into revealing their techniques, despite many dark wizards trying over the years. Alchemy items were invaluable to Cain. Even if he couldn't personally use some enchanted artifacts, they were highly sought after and could be traded with others. Yet, transactions often required similarly extraordinary items. Ordinary gold and silver rarely sufficed unless the other party was desperate or foolish. For now, Cain focused on crafting a few defensive magical accessories. His current skill level in alchemy limited him to creating items of this caliber. Only after thoroughly studying Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes would he attempt to refine stronger magical artifacts. Until then, he prioritized hoarding advanced magical materials over accumulating ordinary gold or galleons. Significant progress had also been made in constructing his source of magical power. Inspired by a material conversion array left behind by the alchemy system, Cain successfully simulated his first source of magic, which he referred to as a magical vortex. This source maintained a perpetual swirling motion, resembling a stable vortex of magic. The runes within the whirlpool complemented one another, creating a self-sustaining and harmonious flow of energy. This breakthrough marked a critical step forward in Cain's pursuit of advanced magical mastery. Magic power, or energy like chakra, is difficult to observe directly. If it were easier, artificial intelligence could greatly speed up calculations and simulations, Cain mused. After thinking it over, he decided to try constructing a few more rune configurations. If he couldn't find a better solution, he would settle for using the current method to build the magic vortex within his body. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament was held as scheduled, unfolding much like Cain remembered. The challenge involved rescuing a person most precious to each champion from the depths of the Great Lake. It tested intelligence, adaptability, and courage, especially given the natural fear of deep water and the presence of magical creatures in the lake. It was no small feat to retrieve someone from such a treacherous environment. Cain had skipped the first task without much issue, but he couldn't justify missing the second. After all, Dumbledore had invited him back specifically to enhance his coping ability within the framework of the tournament. Avoiding participation entirely would seem unreasonable. When Cain arrived at the arena for the second task, preparations were nearly complete. Spotting Hermione, he walked over to her. "Hermione, have you been researching Felix Felicis lately?" he asked casually. However, he quickly noticed her expression was off. Concerned, he added, "Is something bothering you?" Hermione hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's about Harry. He hasn't even learned a single spell for this task." If he had cracked the secret of the golden egg earlier, he wouldn't have to rely on gillyweed, which has effects he doesn't fully understand. Though this wasn't Hermione's true concern, she used Harry as an excuse to deflect. Cain smiled and reassured her. Teenage boys in their hormonal prime are like that: no pressure, no help, and certainly no motivation. Don't worry too much. Hogwarts has a good chance of winning the tournament anyway. Hermione's face softened slightly as she pulled out a small vial of potion and held it up. "Godfather, I've successfully brewed Felix Felicis," she said calmly. The neutral expression on her face belied the effort she had poured into the potion. Frustration had driven her to channel her energy into brewing it. She had begun experimenting during the summer, failing several times before finally mastering it a few months ago. "Hermione, you're a genius," Cain said with genuine admiration. "It's just a coincidence," Hermione muttered modestly. "I might not be able to make it again. This bottle is for you. It's a belated Christmas gift." Cain accepted the vial with a smile. "Thank you, Hermione. In return, let me tell you a little secret," he said, lowering his voice. "There's a locker in the potions classroom that contains a second-hand copy of Advanced Potion Making. It's full of notes left by Professor Snape. Many of his observations on potion improvements and herb extraction have been verified. You should retrieve that book. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Professor Snape's textbook notes? Doesn't he want them anymore? Cain shook his head. He left them when he was young. Back then, Snape's talent in potions was unmatched. While others were still learning the basics, he was already innovating and conducting his own research. He sighed, reflecting on their comparative talents. Even with all the resources I've provided you an unlimited supply of ingredients, you're not quite at Snape's level yet. But you've done incredibly well to master every known potion so proficiently. As for creating entirely new potions, that will likely take more time. I imagine you'll start making significant breakthroughs in innovative research when you're around 20. Noticing Hermione's expression, Cain could guess what she was thinking. He said, "Don't underestimate Professor Snape." If he hadn't wasted so much time joining the Death Eaters in his youth, and instead devoted himself entirely to potion research, there would be almost no one in the entire wizarding world who could surpass him. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Snape is that good at potions. It's not an exaggeration at all, Cain replied. If he weren't so difficult to communicate with, I would have asked him to teach you directly. Hermione quickly shook her head. Forget it. Even if he's brilliant, learning from him might end up being counterproductive. As for that advanced potion-making textbook, I'll take a look at it when I get back. While the two continued chatting, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament was nearing its conclusion. Unlike Cain's earlier memories, Fleur wasn't eliminated. Although she was slightly late, she managed to rescue Gabrielle from the lake just in time. Dumbledore soon announced the results of the task. Cedric took first place, Harry second, Victor third, and Fleur fourth. As the results were announced, the spectators around the lake began to disperse. Despite not seeing what transpired underwater, their imaginations and post-task discussions were enough to entertain them. Seeing that everyone had been rescued safely, Hermione suddenly turned to Cain and asked, "Godfather, if I were the one in the lake, what method would you use to save me?" "Waterproof and moisture-proof charms," Cain replied casually. "I'm not a fan of getting my clothes wet." Hermione gave him a skeptical look. "Godfather, this is a lake. Waterproof and moisture-proof charms are just family-level spells." Cain smiled knowingly. "Hermione, any spell if infused with enough magic power can be elevated to a much higher level, even if it's a simple household spell." To demonstrate, Cain pointed at the lake. Suddenly, the calm surface of the water was forced apart by an invisible power, revealing the lakebed for over 10 meters. Plants and magical creatures that hadn't managed to escape were now visible. You see, the story of Moses parting the sea spread to muggles because of a wizard. With enough magical power, even dividing a lake like this is possible, Cain said, his voice steady. Hermione's eyes lit up in astonishment. "I understand, Godfather," she replied, her tone filled with awe. As Cain withdrew his magic, the lake returned to its normal state. A few students still lingering nearby were equally stunned by the display. Before they could call their friends to witness it, Cain and Hermione had already made their way back to the castle. At this stage, Cain's strength lay primarily in his immense magical power. However, once he successfully constructed the magical vortex, his magic would undergo a transformation, becoming even stronger. The title of Archmage wasn't something Cain invented for himself, it was a claim he could back with countless calculations. To construct the vortex, Cain chose the inner space of his pet pocket, which was large, safe, and isolated enough to ensure no disturbances. He also drank a small dose of Felix Felicis for good measure. Despite spending additional time searching for alternative methods, Cain ultimately concluded that his initial design for the vortex was the best option. He abandoned further research and focused on execution. "Construct the runes, transfer them into the body, and stabilize them," Cain murmured, recalling the sequence. He had meticulously prepared for this and was confident there would be no mistakes. With steady hands, Cain began inscribing ancient runes. Each one formed precisely under his control before being guided into his body. The first 100 runes were designed to mobilize the magical power across his entire body, creating the foundation for the vortex. Slowly, the runes began to align, forming the structure of the maelstrom. The next step was the most critical, maintaining both stability and adaptability. Keeping the magic vortex balanced would allow Cain to access his magic effortlessly, making spellcasting far more intuitive. Of the thousands of runes left to construct, many were only partially understood by Cain. He knew their basic function but lacked a complete inheritance of their meanings. This gap left him slightly regretful. With a full understanding, the magic vortex could have been even more perfect. Time passed slowly. As each rune was carefully sent into Cain's body, his magical power began to shift. Gradually, it coalesced and started to form a vortex. With every additional rune, the vortex grew faster yet remained increasingly stable. Remarkably, Cain's magic showed no signs of spilling over or destabilizing. When the final ancient rune was integrated into the vortex, the immense magical whirlwind within him stabilized completely. Though it continued to spin, its structure had become fundamentally different. Success. A smile appeared on Cain's face. The process had gone more smoothly than he had anticipated. Perhaps the Felix Felicis he'd consumed earlier had contributed, keeping his mind clear and focused throughout. Leaving the inner space of his pet pocket, Cain instinctively cast a detection spell. With the enhancement provided by the magic vortex, the spell was exponentially more powerful than before, allowing him to sense the entirety of Hogwarts Castle. He even uncovered hidden details, including secret passages and the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Under Cain's heightened magic, no part of the castle could remain concealed. It's amazing, Cain murmured. My magic feels far stronger than before. Even apparition should now be possible. He realized he could likely apparate out of Hogwarts with ease, a feat that was previously impossible for him without external assistance. This newfound freedom marked a significant shift in his abilities. At least Phil is still here in Hogwarts, Cain thought. Otherwise, I'd have to eat whatever the house elves prepare. Just as Cain was about to summon Phil to prepare dinner, there was a knock at the door. With a wave of his hand, the door swung open, revealing a visitor. To his surprise, it was Fleur Delacour, fresh from completing the second task. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Cain remarked, raising an eyebrow. What brings you here this time? Fleur stepped inside, closed the door behind her, and bowed politely. Despite her usual pride and elegance, she carried herself with restrained humility in Cain's presence. I hope Professor Pent will consider giving the Delacour family a chance, Fleur began, her tone measured. She continued, the Delacour family's history, social connections, and expertise in managing affairs within the French magical community are far superior to those of the foreign wizards you've recruited. Allowing someone from my family to handle relations with the French Ministry of Magic would be a better choice. Her words were carefully chosen, and it was evident she had prepared extensively. Compared to her previous attempts to persuade him, Fleur was far more compelling this time. She knew that the Delacour family's remaining assets were limited, but with sufficient resources and time, they could potentially recover and thrive again within a decade. Cain considered her words carefully but eventually shook his head. Honestly, Fleur, that's not enough to convince me. Fleur hesitated, then took a deep breath to steady herself. And what about me, Professor Pent? She said, her voice firm yet laced with vulnerability. Gathering her courage, Fleur stood tall, allowing her elegant figure and waterfall-like silver hair to catch the light. She had noticed, during their last interaction, that Cain seemed to admire her appearance. This was only natural. Fleur possessed a quarter Vila blood and had every reason to be confident in her beauty. I can help when Professor Pent needs assistance, Fleur offered, her tone soft yet persuasive. Cain considered her words carefully. If he accepted, he would gain not only galleons but also influence and prestige. With the Delacour family as allies, no one in the French magical world would dare challenge him lightly. The Delacour family's status as a local powerhouse would undoubtedly make certain dealings far more convenient. After a moment's thought, Cain revised his original decision. He retrieved a magical contract, altered it slightly, and handed it to Fleur. Take this back and show it to your father. The Delacour family can preserve some of its wealth and gain one last chance. If your family can capitalize on this opportunity, you'll have 5 years to turn things around. My father will definitely agree, Professor Pent, Fleur responded quickly. She understood her family's precarious position, and this agreement, though stringent, was the best option they could hope for. She was also surprised by Cain's reach. The contract had already been pre-approved by the British Ministry of Magic's International Trade Association. Once her father presented it to the French Ministry of Magic's counterpart for approval, the magical contract would take full effect. Cain gave her a stern look. Make sure no one does anything reckless this time. Go back and explain everything to your father. I understand, Professor Pent, Fleur replied, bowing slightly. Yet, instead of leaving, she hesitated, her cheeks flushing red. Lowering her gaze, she reached for the zipper of her robes. The Triwizard Tournament continued, with the third and final task fast approaching. The year-long event had brought unparalleled excitement to the British wizarding world. However, the credit for its success did not go to Cornelius Fudge. Instead, it was claimed by the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Fudge, whose reputation had already suffered, now faced almost certain defeat in the next ministerial election. It was clear to most that he lacked the competence to remain in power. During this time, Cain balanced his teaching duties in defense against the dark arts with his alchemy studies. He began experimenting with crafting enchanted clothing for himself. Though the task was challenging, it was well within his capabilities. What fascinated Cain even more was Hogwarts itself. In his free time, he explored the castle, meticulously studying its enchantments and alchemical properties. He dreamed of applying some of these formulas to his seaside villa, making it more secure and self-sufficient for defense and repelling unwanted visitors. In addition to his personal projects, Cain secretly helped Fleur further develop her Vila bloodline late at night. Under his guidance, her abilities as a Vila grew noticeably stronger, enhancing both her magical potential and her natural allure. As preparations for the third task were finalized, Alastair Moody conducted numerous covert inspections, uncovering 2 Death Eaters hiding among the staff. The culprits were Goyle and C. Laboon, 2 of Malfoy's loyal lackeys. Moody even caught them tampering with the porte-clés for the third task. However, before he could act, Dumbledore intervened, stopping him. I need to know what they're planning, Dumbledore said firmly. The Death Eaters' power had dwindled significantly, and most pure-blood families were under constant surveillance by Aurors. Other than targeting Harry Potter, Dumbledore couldn't imagine what motive the Death Eaters might have for infiltrating the tournament. Moody relented, keeping a close eye on them. The porte-clés disguised as the Champions Trophy was meant to transport the victor to the podium. Yet, the Death Eaters had altered its destination. Originally, when a champion found the trophy, they would be transported directly to the award presentation area. However, after being tampered with by the Death Eaters, the destination was altered to an entirely different location. Fortunately, Dumbledore had placed a magical marker on the trophy as a precaution. Unbeknownst to even him, Cain had also left his own unique mark on it. Cain knew he might be away for a while the following day. If Voldemort truly intended to be resurrected during the Triwizard Tournament, then Cain would put an end to him once and for all. He had been eager to find a worthy opponent to test his mastery of magic. If Dumbledore were 30 years younger, Cain would have certainly challenged him to a duel. But for now, Voldemort would suffice. If this is another plan of the Death Eaters, their primary goal is likely to resurrect Tom. If we disrupt their plan, Tom won't be able to return for a long time. That will give me enough time to destroy the remaining Horcruxes, Dumbledore said slowly. Present in the room, besides Cain, were Moody and other members of the Order of the Phoenix. However, many of them were unaware of Dumbledore's plans or the existence of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Cain was the only one who fully understood. The more Horcruxes we destroy, the weaker Tom will become. If all 6 Horcruxes are eliminated, Tom's remaining strength will barely match that of an Auror. He will no longer pose a serious threat to the wizarding world. 2 Horcruxes had already been destroyed, the second by Dumbledore himself. At this point, Dumbledore looked at Cain with gratitude. Fortunately, you reminded me to bring Fawkes. Without him, I would have been ensnared by the dark magic on the ring Horcrux. It was Fawkes' cry that saved me. That experience had made Dumbledore far more cautious when dealing with Horcruxes. The black magic Voldemort had embedded in them was formidable. Even a single misstep could prove disastrous. Moody's magical eye swiveled continuously as he said sharply, then we should go through the other end of the Portkaya together and eliminate Voldemort and the Death Eaters while we can. Alastair, I need you to remain at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said firmly. Professor Pent and I will handle this. The Triwizard Tournament is equally important. After we leave, it's crucial you ensure no Death Eaters attack the students. Professor McGonagall voiced her concern. Just the 2 of you, Albus? Are you sure? Take Alastair with you. Dumbledore responded calmly, don't worry, Minerva. In fact, I hope Voldemort does resurrect. Even if we kill him, the fear of him will fade in a few years. It would be far more impactful to capture him alive and imprison him in Azkaban before the public. That would show everyone that Voldemort is nothing but a powerless clown. Cain added, killing Voldemort might not be enough to convince everyone unless we have a crowd of reporters documenting the event. But capturing him alive? That would cement my name in history. Cain had his reasons. He needed a strong reputation to protect his estate, Hermione, and others in his absence. If Voldemort's name had kept the wizarding world in fear for 12 years, then Cain, who was even more powerful, could do the same to command respect and ensure security. Moody, however, was unconvinced. Voldemort's resurrection? I'll never condone such a thing. If we can stop his plan, we should act immediately. You don't understand the darkness Voldemort brought when he was in power. I don't need to experience it, Cain replied flatly. My strength is already greater than Voldemort's. As he spoke, a phoenix formed entirely of fiend fire appeared on his right shoulder. Its appearance was strikingly similar to Fawkes, down to the feathers and subtle movements. The real Fawkes, perched on Cain's left shoulder, chirped twice in surprise and touched the fiery phoenix with his wings. Moody's magical eye whirred as he analyzed the scene. The fiend-fire phoenix remained stable, its flames mere centimeters from Cain's hair but unable to harm him. Dumbledore, observing this, concluded, we will proceed according to Professor Pent's instructions. His magical strength already surpasses mine. Even if Tom returns, he won't stand a chance against him. With Dumbledore's final word, any further objections were silenced. Even if Voldemort were to be resurrected, the wizarding world would have no reason to fear him. Dumbledore also recognized Cain's resolute personality. He was not someone easily swayed. Meanwhile, the third task of the Triwizard Tournament was set to begin, and most of the spectators had already gathered at the arena. This venue was built through the combined efforts of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. It is a garden maze enchanted with bewilderment charms. Those who enter must not only navigate the intricate pathways but also contend with the disorienting magic woven throughout. Dumbledore could have used the Portkaya to reach the destination in advance, but Voldemort and the Death Eaters had grown cautious after losing a significant number of their followers. Some Death Eaters even disguised themselves as students to infiltrate and cause chaos. If not for Moody's vigilance, the Order would not have been able to apprehend the 2 Death Eaters they managed to capture. The confusion charm placed on the Portkaya allowed it to be used only once. If Dumbledore used this opportunity prematurely and failed to confront Voldemort, it would alert him, making Voldemort even more cautious in the future. Cain arrived at the stands early, choosing a seat on the highest level. When Hermione entered the arena, she glanced around before making her way directly to him and sitting down beside him. Godfather, do you have any plans for the summer holiday? She asked. I might go to the United States or elsewhere. Why? Hermione hesitated before replying. I read about the differences between the American wizarding world and the British one in a book. I thought it might be interesting to see for myself. Cain nodded knowingly but then said apologetically, not this time, Hermione. Something important is going to happen. Next year, you'd be better off staying at Hogwarts or close to Phil and Isaac. It will be safer. Hermione frowned, puzzled. Something big. You'll find out soon enough, Cain replied cryptically. He didn't elaborate further. Voldemort had too many potential escape routes, and any slip of the tongue could compromise their plans. If Voldemort were captured, Dumbledore would need at least a year to dismantle his network of loyal followers. During that time, Hogwarts would be the safest place for Hermione and her family. While other countries were relatively safe, the Grangers couldn't afford to hide for an entire year. The first step to dismantling the Death Eater's influence would be to deal with Cornelius Fudge. Though Fudge wasn't a Death Eater, his greed and cowardice made him even more dangerous. Without a strong and competent Minister of Magic, even if Voldemort were imprisoned in Azkaban, he could eventually be freed by his loyal followers. Godfather. Hermione began, hesitated, then shook her head. Never mind. She had been about to ask about Fleur but stopped herself, unsure if it was her place to do so. Instead, she turned her attention to the third task. The 4 champions had entered the garden maze, and the crowd was abuzz with excitement. While Victor Krumm's die-hard fans were vocal, the majority of the audience believed one of the Hogwarts champions would take the cup, given their higher chances of victory. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins were making the most of the occasion, weaving through the crowd to see if anyone wanted to place last-minute bets. Their collaboration with Ludo Bagman during the first 2 tasks had already earned them a tidy profit. If they succeeded with the third task, their dream of opening a joke shop would soon become a reality. About half an hour into the match, Cain suddenly felt the magic on the portkaya being triggered. Someone had been transported away but strangely, no one appeared in the arena. Dumbledore glanced at Cain, then quickly spoke to Bagman and Barty Crouch Sr., making an excuse to leave the field. Hermione, I'll be gone for a while, Cain said to her before transforming into a wisp of smoke using a flying spell. He swiftly left the arena, positioning himself near the exit to wait for Dumbledore. This spot was still within the boundaries of Hogwarts, meaning Dumbledore would either need to lift the anti-apparition spell using his powers as headmaster or rely on Fawkes to leave the grounds. Thank you for your assistance, Professor Pent, Dumbledore said as he emerged from the passage. He placed a hand on Cain's shoulder, and the next moment, the two dissipated, arriving at the Riddle Manor. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the surrounding area included an abandoned cemetery and a derelict church, neglected for years. The desolation of the place gave it an eerie, unsettling feeling. Is Harry alone? Dumbledore asked as they appeared tens of meters from the manor. Ahead, a potion brewed near the cemetery, its purpose unclear, though Dumbledore had no doubt it was connected to Tom Riddle. Yes, Cain replied quietly. To prevent interference, I cast a small spell, nothing too harmful, just enough to weaken Cedric and Victor a little. Fleur was told to hide and stay out of the way during the third task. That left only Harry to be brought here by the portkaya. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Moments later, a Death Eater emerged from the Riddle Manor, carrying a frail and grotesque Voldemort in his arms, barely more than a shrunken, malformed fetus. That's Barty Crouch Jr., Dumbledore said grimly. Cain nodded in understanding. That explains it. He didn't take Moody's place at Hogwarts because Voldemort had no one else to trust. He must have been tasked with brewing the resurrection potion. Let him bring him back to life, Dumbledore, Cain said calmly, sensing the old wizard's tension. I can assure you Harry will be safe. Dumbledore gripped his wand tightly, his face showing hesitation. The thought of Voldemort's resurrection unsettled him deeply. He was older, and Voldemort, being younger, could potentially outlive him. And despite Cain's assurances, Dumbledore had never seen the full extent of his abilities, leaving a seed of doubt. Still, under Cain's steady gaze and firm hand on his shoulder, Dumbledore relented. He chose caution, stepping back as Barty Crouch Jr. began the ritual. They watched as Crouch placed Voldemort's grotesque form into the large cauldron, adding ingredients for the resurrection, bone from his father, his own severed hand, and blood from Harry Potter. The potion hissed and bubbled ominously, completing the ceremony. As the transformation concluded, Voldemort emerged, fully restored to a more powerful and imposing form. Dumbledore's expression darkened as he observed the scene. Tom's magic feels even stronger than before, Dumbledore said gravely. Could it be related to that potion? It doesn't matter, Cain replied calmly. I will handle it. Cain continued speaking to Dumbledore. Once he summons all the Death Eaters, you can cast the anti-apparition spell over the area. Leave the rest to me. Horcruxes can indeed grant immortality, allowing the soul to linger and endure through magical items or scattered fragments, functioning similarly to the ghosts at Hogwarts. Afterward, Voldemort used the dark mark on Barty Crouch Jr. to summon his remaining Death Eaters. In response, the dark clouds overhead grew black as ink. Moments later, 2 streaks of black mist streaked down from the sky, materializing into Death Eaters who landed beside Voldemort. Cain chuckled. How disappointing. Just 2 people and a cripple with a severed hand show up for the so-called Dark Lord. Dumbledore, are you still worried that this kind of power could threaten the wizarding world? Voldemort's expression twisted in fury at Cain's mockery. His resurrection was intended to inspire awe, but with most of his followers locked in Azkaban and the location ill-suited for grandeur, it was anything but impressive. Dumbledore, too, couldn't help but smile faintly at Cain's words. Without hesitation, he raised his wand and cast a large anti-apparition spell, anchoring it to cover the entire area surrounding the Riddle House. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was well versed in this spell. With his magical strength, even Voldemort could not escape using apparition. Who's there? Voldemort's anger flared as he noticed the anti-apparition spell. His frustration grew. His few remaining followers were outnumbered, and now his enemies were encroaching on his territory. Tom, your resurrection ceremony took far too long. The headmaster and I have been waiting for ages, Cain said mockingly, using the flying charm to levitate directly in front of Voldemort. With a casual wave, he freed Harry from the stone statue that had bound him and sent the boy flying back toward Dumbledore. Tom, where are your manners? Shouldn't you salute your master? Oh, wait, how old are you now? Do you remember the diary? That version of Tom was my servant. Harry, now safely behind Dumbledore, looked at him with wide eyes. Professor Dumbledore? It's Voldemort, he's back. He's been resurrected. It's all right, Harry. Trust Professor Pent, Dumbledore said reassuringly. He gently guided Harry farther back, keeping his wand trained on Voldemort and the two Death Eaters, ensuring they couldn't escape. Voldemort, however, ignored Harry. He gave a tense, almost manic laugh. Ha, let me guess. The Dark Lord's been gone for so long that young wizards like you have forgotten his power and terror. As his laughter turned into a snarl, Voldemort's fury became palpable. Cain's words had stoked his rage. One of his horcruxes had been destroyed, Harry Potter had been rescued right under his nose, and, worst of all, Dumbledore and Cain had been watching silently, waiting for his resurrection without intervening. Voldemort thrived on fear, ruling the wizarding world through terror. But without that fear, resistance would grow. Barty Crouch Jr., standing beside Voldemort, stepped forward. Master, that is Kain Pent. He imprisoned many of your loyal followers in Azkaban after the Quidditch World Cup. Barty Crouch Jr. endured the pain of his broken hand and told Voldemort that he had escaped the Quidditch field by sheer luck. More than 20 people had besieged him, but they were helpless against him. Barty Crouch Jr. even boldly compared Cain and Voldemort, feeling that their magical strength was nearly equal. Enough gossip, Tom. My time is limited. Thunder exploded. Cain stretched out his finger, and a dozen explosive curses appeared in the sky instantly, attacking Voldemort and the other three Death Eaters. Of the four, only Voldemort reacted, casting spells silently and wandlessly. Barty Crouch Jr. and the other Death Eaters didn't even know what spell Cain had used. Moreover, Cain's explosive spells were far more powerful than those of other wizards. The explosive spells detonated like 4 or 5 grenades going off at once. As for the Death Eaters and Voldemort, each had to face 4 or 5 explosive curses. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive fireworks instantly lifted the map on the ground, the noise sounding like thunder in a rainstorm. Harry, from a distance, immediately covered his ears in pain. In just the first round of spells, Barty Crouch Jr. and the other two Death Eaters were killed immediately. Voldemort, too, was left somewhat embarrassed. His body was covered in mud and scorched black from the blasts. Cough, cough, cough. Voldemort couldn't help but cough twice, but before he could say anything harsh, Cain spoke. Don't relax, Tom. The explosive spells in the second round are 10 times more powerful than the first. Upon hearing this, Voldemort looked up at the sky and suddenly noticed that the sky above him was densely packed with red curses countless as stars. Voldemort's pupils dilated, and he quickly cast the Iron Armor curse and the countering curse to block this round of explosive curses. From a distance, Dumbledore stood beside Harry, his expression serious. He used the Iron Armor charm to protect both of them. In the next second, hundreds of blasting spells rained down like a storm, detonating with the force of intercontinental missiles and setting off fireworks that reached tens of meters high. The powerful impact was like a hurricane passing through, lifting an entire layer of soil, while tombstones and stone statues were shattered by the force of the explosions. It took about a minute for the explosions to subside, but the surrounding area remained shrouded in smoke and fireworks. Dumbledore slowly got to his feet, using his wand to disperse the smoke around him. However, it was difficult to clear it all at once. Harry Potter, his heart racing, sat there gasping for breath. First, Voldemort was resurrected, then came the terrifying explosion. He felt as though all the dangers of his life had been condensed into this one day. Not long after, the smoke was blown away by a gust of wind, and the surrounding environment cleared. Dumbledore and Harry saw Cain walking toward them, holding a scorched and severely injured man in his hand. The only thing recognizable was the half of the wand in the man's grip, most likely Voldemort's. It's resolved. The next step is to communicate with Azkaban, Professor Dumbledore. Fudge should step down. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, took a closer look at the battered Tom Riddle, and nodded. I see. I'll go back and visit some old friends next. For the first time, he felt that the explosive curse was more devastating than Avada Kedavra, like a curse that had swallowed up everything. Cain tossed Harry a camera and said, Harry, do me a favor and take a picture of what's going on. What? Willing to serve you, Professor. After coming to his senses, Harry immediately grabbed the camera, stood up, and spoke excitedly. Voldemort, who had been a nightmare for the wizarding world, was going to be taken care of so easily today. He never dared to dream it could happen so simply. Take a picture of what's next. After Cain finished speaking, he used the transfiguration spell on Tom, turning him into a black, skinny cat. He then took out a cage he had prepared in advance and tossed Tom into it. But after turning Tom into a cat, Cain remembered the black cat that often came to him. Thinking back on it, there had been too many strange things about that cat. Could it be Animagus? Cool, Professor, it's already taken. Do you need more pictures? Harry asked excitedly, even touching his wand, eager to show the black cat in the cage a tall Terra dance, or perhaps use cat toys, catnip, and other things to try out on Voldemort. That's enough. Professor Dumbledore, this is a unique alchemy item. If you don't use a key to open it, the explosive power will be a little less than before. After Cain finished speaking, he handed Dumbledore a special key, one that should be kept by him. With it, Dumbledore could live for at least 10 years without being attacked by black magic. Thank you, Professor Pent. The wizarding world should thank you. Dumbledore sincerely expressed his gratitude. Without Kain Pent, it seemed no one would have been able to deal with Voldemort, who had several Horcruxes. He, too, would have been at risk of being assassinated by Voldemort's Horcruxes. Let's go back. This kind of thing should be shared with everyone. Voldemort, or rather, Tom the Cat, was defeated again. Dumbledore smiled easily, his mind now at ease. He and Harry put their hands on Kane's shoulders and, in the next second, apparat back to Hogwarts. Voldemort is back? Voldemort is captured? Voldemort was turned into a cat and put in a cage. These shocking news spread quickly from Hogwarts to the British wizarding world and slowly across the European magical community, as the Triwizard Tournament was being held at the time. After Dumbledore left the scene, Moody, McGonagall, and Sirius worked together to subdue the Death Eaters impersonating Goyle and Gibbon. The two Death Eaters present at Voldemort's resurrection were also captured, alongside Barty Crouch Jr. With so many Death Eaters dead or detained, the remaining sympathizers, particularly the purebloods who had supported them, were now too terrified to show any allegiance. Many even scrambled to distance themselves from their dark pasts. Cornelius Fudge, upon hearing Dumbledore announce Voldemort's capture at the Triwizard Tournament venue, erupted in anger. He accused Dumbledore of orchestrating a power grab, believing the headmaster was trying to undermine his authority and win public trust and prestige. In Fudge's eyes, Dumbledore had ruined everything. Dumbledore, however, was unbothered by Fudge's tantrum. He had already begun visiting his allies in the Wizengamot, ensuring that Fudge's resignation was inevitable, a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Dumbledore looked at the thin black cat locked in the cage, a result of Voldemort's forced transformation, and felt a twinge of pity. But only a twinge. The transformation technique applied to Voldemort wasn't ordinary magic, it carried a curse. Dumbledore estimated that if someone managed to rescue Voldemort within the next 10 years, the transformation could potentially be reversed. However, the longer Voldemort remained in this state, the more the curse would seep into his blood, rendering the spell irreversible. This form of black magic was reminiscent of a blood curse, yet it was distinct, something even Dumbledore struggled to fully decipher. It was clear to him that Professor Pent, the creator of the spell, had surpassed him in the realm of dark magic. The impact of Voldemort's downfall reverberated throughout the British wizarding world. Even the Triwizard Tournament, an event meant to foster international unity, was overshadowed by these events. Students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons would undoubtedly spread the news when they returned to their countries. For Cain, however, this chaos barely registered. After returning to Hogwarts, Cain accompanied Dumbledore to the Wizengamot twice, where the Ministry of Magic and prominent wizards gathered to address Voldemort's capture. To confirm his identity, they used Cain's transformation technique on Voldemort. The once feared Dark Lord, powerless and without a wand, could only hiss helplessly from his cage. When Cain reverted Voldemort into his black cat form in front of the Wizengamot, a few wizards expressed doubts and criticized the act. But Cain ignored their complaints. These same people, who had been powerless against Voldemort, now dared to question him, a blatant display of hypocrisy. In response, Cain unleashed a surge of his magical power, drawing upon the vortex of magic within him. The oppressive force filled the room, causing every wizard present except Dumbledore to experience chest tightness, shortness of breath, and a suffocating sense of dread. The display lasted only a few seconds before Cain reigned in his power, but it was enough to leave a lasting impression. The ministry official who had questioned him turned pale and gasped for air, clearly shaken. It was then that everyone truly understood. Cain was the wizard who had defeated the Dark Lord. If nothing else, Cain's power guaranteed him the title of Britain's most powerful wizard. Whether he chose to become a Dark Lord or a champion of light, however, was entirely up to him. For now, no one in the Ministry of Magic dared to challenge him again. After returning from the Wizengamot, Cain decided to remain at Hogwarts. The outside world had become too noisy. His home in Diagon Alley was swarmed daily by wizards and reporters hoping to catch a glimpse of him or secure an interview. Dumbledore was busy managing the Ministry of Magic, while Guy handled Cain's business affairs. Seizing the opportunity with remarkable foresight, Guy rebranded Cain's potion material store as Potion Material Store, recommended by Kain Pent, and began an aggressive expansion across the European magical community. This bold strategy effectively killed all other competitors selling potion materials. In the future, the European wizarding world would know only one name for potion supplies: Potion Material Store, recommended by Kain Pent. Back at Hogwarts, Harry, as the sole witness to Voldemort's defeat, was swarmed daily by people eager to hear what had happened. Harry, never one to shy away from attention, was more than happy to recount the dramatic events: Voldemort's resurrection, Professor Pent's intervention, his use of magic to annihilate more than a dozen Death Eaters, and finally how Voldemort was turned into a frail, sickly black cat without so much as a speck of dust on Cain's robes. Harry had even taken a photograph of the transformed Voldemort, which was now featured in every magical newspaper across Europe. In Cain's absence, Harry became the main source of information about the event. While most students were eager to hear the story over and over, some in Slytherin were less enthusiastic. For Slytherin House, the year had been particularly rough. First, the fiasco at the Quidditch World Cup, and now the Triwizard Tournament revealed that Goyle and Laboon had been disguised Death Eaters. Although these events had little to do with the broader pure-blood community, even half-blood Slytherins were feeling the backlash. If not for Snape's efforts to calm them, it was likely that more than half the Slytherin students would have stopped attending classes altogether. In fact, a few students were withdrawn from Hogwarts entirely. The school did not interfere, as those families were deeply tied to the recent events and might not want their children to continue studying there. Cain, meanwhile, was already planning his next move. Once the semester ended, he intended to return to the Marvel world. With Voldemort neutralized, Dumbledore uninjured, and his reputation as the most powerful wizard in Britain firmly established, Cain felt confident that his business and loved ones would remain safe in his absence. During this time, Guy was tasked with collecting high-level magical materials for him. Cain had even asked Guy to search for rare magical creatures like nightmares, but such creatures legendary even centuries ago were now almost impossible to find. Even Newt Scamander, renowned magi zoologist, had seen many rare creatures but had never encountered a nightmare. To aid in the search, Cain offered an exorbitant amount of galleons, hoping to extract the genes of this mythical creature. But he was prepared for the possibility that the nightmares were extinct and that it simply wasn't meant to be. Professor Pent, my father has signed the magical contract. The Delacour family has decided to follow you unconditionally, Fleur Delacour said, swallowing the last bite of her meal. Her voice was slightly strained, but she conveyed the family's decision with sincerity. After the news of Voldemort's defeat and capture by Cain spread to the French magical world, the Delacour family made an immediate decision. In the wizarding world, following the strong has always been a prevailing truth, as seen with figures like Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and even Voldemort. They all had loyal followers. Now, the next most powerful wizard in the European magical world was undoubtedly Kain Pent. For the Delacour family, aligning with him required no hesitation, especially since Cain controlled a near-monopoly potion material store. Unlike Voldemort, who ruled his followers through fear, Cain inspired loyalty by sharing benefits. Professor, I plan to come to the British magical world for an internship during the summer vacation. Do you have any recommendations? Fleur Delacour asked with a hint of obsequiousness in her voice. The Vila blood in her body had been developed further with Cain's guidance, making her charm far more potent than before. Cain couldn't help but notice her familiar mannerisms, though he found nothing inappropriate about them. Guy keeps complaining that no one manages the potion shop, Cain replied. If you're looking to gain some experience, you could manage it. In the future, it will expand from the UK to all of Europe. He trailed off, a thought crossing his mind. Could the Vila bloodline also provide a unique kind of control over places and people? The potential made Cain marvel at the mysteries of magical creature bloodlines. A short while later, Fleur left the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Despite the unexpected turn of events during the Triwizard Tournament, the students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons remained at Hogwarts for a time. Although the competition did not produce a champion, the schools continued their cultural exchange. However, many classes were suspended. Only charms, herbology, and transfiguration remained in session. While some students expressed a desire for more defense against the dark arts lessons, Cain had already conducted the final exam for his course before the third task. With that, the subject had officially concluded for the semester. As Cain awaited Guy's progress in collecting advanced magical materials, he turned his attention to studying the Hogwarts castle itself. The founders had clearly used profound alchemy to construct the castle, imbuing it with a sort of sentience that fascinated Cain. Inspired, Cain began envisioning similar transformations for his Marvel World home. He had already purchased nearly half the beachfront in a wealthy area, and the original villa was slated for demolition and reconstruction. No matter how well designed a Muggle home might be, it couldn't compare to an alchemical castle. Though ancient-style castles might stand out too much, Cain planned to create a modern-style structure infused with magical enhancements. The undetectable extension charm was particularly challenging to maintain over long periods without proper foundational work, but Cain believed he could incorporate it into his new home's design. By the end of the semester, Cain had thoroughly explored Hogwarts from top to bottom, memorizing its internal structures and alchemical formulas. Secret passageways, the undetectable extension charm, and other alchemical constructs provided him with invaluable inspiration. Returning to his office one afternoon, Cain was surprised to see a familiar black cat he hadn't encountered in some time. He had previously suspected it was an animagus and had discreetly asked a few students to confirm his guess. Picking up the black cat and bringing it into his office, Cain set it down and spoke calmly. Hermione, let's change back. After Cain finished speaking, the black cat's eyes flashed with surprise and confusion, but it obediently transformed back into Hermione. Lowering her head slightly, she asked, Godfather, how did you figure it out? Recognizing an animagus isn't easy. For example, Peter Pettigrew had managed to live undetected at the Weasleys' home for over 10 years. Even Arthur and Molly, who were far from weak stronger, in fact, than many Aurors had failed to recognize him. If not for Sirius Black, who knew Pettigrew well, he could have remained hidden for years longer. Cain smiled knowingly. Next time, remember to learn the habits of cats. Dried fish, fish meat, ham. You don't eat anything a real cat would love. If I hadn't tested it on Mrs. Norris first, I might have thought what I bought was fake. And then you go and turn into a cat to play tricks on your godfather. Hermione's face went pale as panic set in at his final comment. There were two things she feared most in the world. First, hearing Professor McGonagall tell her she had failed her grades. Second, disappointing Cain. This fear had been painfully evident earlier in the school year, particularly when she had faced a boggart. Godfather, she stammered. Skip class and come with me, Cain interrupted, smiling warmly. I'm planning to buy a few houses in Hogsmeade Village. When it's ready, you can bring Mr. and Mrs. Granger to the Wizarding World for a visit. They'll have a nice place to stay. Hermione's anxiety faded, replaced by a grin. Of course, my eyesight is excellent, Godfather, she said enthusiastically. Just make sure Phil and Isaac accompany you when the time comes, Cain added. Hermione nodded eagerly, her spirits lifted. The income this time is truly massive. After returning to the Marvel world, the smile on Cain's face never faded. There was so much to be gained from the magical world. If he could unify it, the benefits would be unimaginable. Once he consolidated the Wizarding world, he planned to establish considerable influence in the Muggle world. By reducing the goblins' living space and creating a structured work system for magical creatures as a token of gratitude to wizards, Cain could further strengthen his hold. For creatures like goblins, mere survival should be considered a privilege, one for which they ought to thank him. Centaurs, werewolves, titans. Cain found it baffling that wizards placed such high importance on non-human species. Even if they lacked the strength to eradicate them during the Wizarding War, they could have gradually subdued them afterward. As Cain's power grew, he certainly wouldn't grant such elevated status to intelligent magical creatures like goblins and centaurs. Their fate would be marginally better than that of dragons. They'd retain some living space, but only if they worked diligently. While hating wizards, they enjoy the space wizards leave behind, and goblins still manage to hold such high status. Cain scoffed. I wouldn't mind such a sweet deal myself. Exploitation and plundering were, after all, the fastest routes to accumulating wealth. At this rate, Cain would only need to take a breath, and a flood of galleons and magical resources would flow into his pockets. His resentment toward goblins stemmed from a previous encounter when purchasing magical materials before leaving. Items like adamantium and mithril had cost him 3 tons of gold and nearly 200,000 galleons, a transaction that still irritated him. Cain, the master of exploitation, had found himself exploited by goblins. That humiliation lingered. The next step, he mused, is to remodel my residence and prepare some alchemical items. Chakra metal might work, though there's only one left. If only I could get my hands on some vibranium. Cain's current goal was to gather rare materials and refine even more powerful alchemical artifacts. In the Marvel world, there were only a few precious metals of note. URU was nearly impossible to obtain, and while titanium alloys were valuable to the average person, Cain could easily acquire tens of kilograms. To him, they held little value. Vibranium, however, was a different story. Its value far exceeded titanium alloy, but it was incredibly rare. Wakanda's protection of vibranium made acquiring it extremely difficult. The small amounts that circulated outside were both scarce and exorbitantly priced. Perhaps I could leak Wakanda's existence to Hydra, Cain considered. Let them test the waters. Or better yet, let every nation on Earth turn their attention to Wakanda. The idea intrigued him, but he knew it wasn't the right time. His current influence wasn't strong enough. If the United States were to take on Wakanda and succeed, Cain doubted he'd gain much from the fallout. I need to accelerate my expansion. Within 3 to 5 years, Umbrella and Pent Group must become forces capable of influencing U.S. decision-making. Now that the Pent Group has fully absorbed the Osborn Group, its expansion is picking up speed. It won't be long before the biopharmaceutical and new energy sectors fall under the Pent Group's control. Meanwhile, Umbrella operates as Cain's public armed organization, having grown to over 600 members. Since Cain had a relationship with Betty, she had taken a vested interest in Umbrella's affairs. General Ross, due to his daughter's involvement and his collaboration with Cain, introduced a steady stream of veterans to Umbrella. A temporary team was even formed to assist Betty in her oversight. Umbrella didn't limit its recruitment to military veterans. It also brought in mercenaries from Mexico, Asia, and Europe, taking advantage of regions with higher numbers of experienced individuals. Compared to most organizations, Umbrella offered much better financial incentives. For Cain, the current US dollar held little value. If he couldn't leverage it to enhance his power, then it was no better than a pile of waste paper. Later, Cain used a shadow clone to monitor the villa's recent developments while he picked up his phone to call Betty. Betty, are you busy? Can you help me schedule a meeting with Senator Stern? If he's free soon, I'd like to invite him to dinner. Meanwhile, Anton Vanko was introducing a new project to Cain. Boss, this is the arc reactor energy battlesuit we designed. It's powered by the 3rd generation arc reactor and can output 6 gigajoules of energy per second. I've extended the battery life using only the pulse cannon for bombardment. It can last over 24 hours. The suit, designed by Anton and his son Ivan, incorporated advanced new energy technology. While the weapon systems weren't fully developed, the suit boasted high-altitude flight capabilities and simple but effective energy-based weapons. It can reach a flying speed of over 2,400 kilometers per hour, which is nearly the top speed of an F-22, Anton continued. We tested this data in the US, though it was nearly detected by military satellites. Cain, however, was dissatisfied. I don't like suits like Iron Man's, Cain said inwardly, shaking his head. The remote-controlled war machines designed by Ivan in Iron Man 2 were far better. This battlesuit requires too much manual operation. If someone has to wear it, then they also need assistance in operating the suit. That defeats the purpose. He added, it would be more efficient to focus on developing remote-controlled war machines powered by new energy. Replace all the human-carrying systems with additional munitions and weapons. Ivan Vanko, who had been standing nearby, nodded in agreement. That idea aligned with his vision as well. However, he interjected to address a critical issue. But boss, relying entirely on remote control carries significant risks, Ivan explained. If the operational authority is compromised, we'd lose complete control of the new energy battlesuits or war machines in one fell swoop. There are too many vulnerabilities, network hackers, or even physical breaches by enemies. On the other hand, if it's a piloted suit, even if the control system is hacked, the driver can manually sever the remote connection and take over. That makes it much safer. Ivan elaborated further, Tony Stark uses advanced AI for his company. That AI functions like a top-tier hacker, capable of bypassing most systems. Unless we create an entirely independent network, remote control would be too dangerous. What you said makes sense. Let's develop new energy battlesuits and new energy war machine guards simultaneously. However, these won't be ready for several years. In the meantime, don't neglect the development of civilian new energy technologies. After all, our goal is to profit while advancing weapons development. Leave this to Ivan. Cain then added, the Pent Group's weapons division is also a top priority. Not only must it fulfill military orders, but Umbrella's weapons and equipment should also be replaced with those produced by the Pent Group. Patting Ivan Vanko on the shoulder, Cain said, I have a new idea, and I may need your help, Anton, to improve the Pent Group building. New energy could be integrated into the building's power supply. Additionally, underground passages would be excavated to form a honeycomb-like network connecting key locations such as the Pent Group headquarters, Cain's home, and Umbrella's facilities. A large-scale underground research base would also be established, akin to Umbrella's infamous hive. With Ivan Vanko's expertise in new energy, transitioning from weapons to civilian applications would be seamless. Developing advanced machinery, such as excavators and construction equipment, would be straightforward. Cain envisioned a concealed underground stronghold, one capable of withstanding even a nuclear detonation in New York. This base would include direct access to the sea, providing a refuge for the basilisk and other magical creatures. As long as sufficient arc reactors were in stock, even if New York's power grid were paralyzed, the Pent building and the underground research base would remain secure. Cain fully trusted Ivan and Anton Vanko, confident they could handle this massive project. However, he knew it would take several years and likely cost billions or even tens of billions of dollars. But to Cain, money was merely a number. Such expenses would be incremental, not immediate. In the meantime, Cain planned to negotiate with Hydra on launching new pharmaceutical products ventures that already generated billions in net profits annually and continued to grow year after year. Anton's earlier concerns about the risks of the new energy war machine lingered in Cain's mind. Until these security vulnerabilities were addressed, Cain decided he wouldn't reveal the new energy war machine to the public. After meeting with Senator Stern, Cain and Betty departed in a car. They planned to stay in Washington for a few days, as they were invited to a banquet, a birthday celebration hosted by director Malik for his daughter. The event would provide an opportunity to discuss cooperation details with Gideon Malik. Gideon Malik, a current member of the International Security Council overseeing SHIELD, wielded greater influence in the United States than Senator Stern. As a core Hydra member, Malik had remained unexposed even after Alexander Pierce's arrest. Perhaps Pierce had never even known about him. Cain, are we planning to win over Mr. Malik? I heard Dad mention him. He's seeking to climb higher, even competing with Dad and others for the position of Secretary of State, Betty asked after getting in the car. She unbuttoned her collar slightly. The dress she'd chosen for the evening was too form-fitting, making her feel stifled. However, Cain misread her discomfort as a subtle hint. The slim dress paired with black stockings suggested that tonight might turn into another passionate evening. Cain clarified, winning him over isn't possible unless we can fully control him, but that's risky. Both Malik and Stern belong to the same organization, and there's a lot of power backing them. Their decisions are driven by profit. Whoever offers more benefits gets their loyalty. The thought of Hydra's power left Cain contemplative. Their influence was so vast that they could casually make decisions like launching a nuclear strike on New York. Yet, Cain found it baffling how the Avengers managed to systematically dismantle such an enormous organization. Is Hydra really that disorganized? When Pierce was implementing Project Insight, why didn't he coordinate with a few more Hydra executives? Cain muttered to himself. Betty, meanwhile, had moved on. Well, I still have 2 days to pick out a gift, so it's not too late, she said. Cain shook his head. It doesn't matter much. The chips we hold are strong enough. Malik's daughter isn't naive, just give her an expensive gift. He added, even if you gifted a pen, as long as there are mutual interests, cooperation can happen. Stern, on the other hand, is just a typical politician. He doesn't fully grasp the value of vibranium. Kain paused before continuing to think, if we want Hydra to turn its attention to Wakanda, Malik is the one to talk to. After a brief silence, Kain looked at Betty and said, by the way, you should get yourself a private jet. Once Malik's daughter's banquet is over, arrange to order 2. Since acquiring the Osborne Group, the Pent Group had amassed assets worth tens of billions. With several pharmaceutical products nearing launch, the company was on the verge of reshaping the entire industry. Buying plane tickets for every trip no longer seemed appropriate. Though touched by the suggestion, Betty hesitated. Let's prioritize the company's development. Umbrella still needs capital injections, she said. Despite not managing the Pent Group directly, she had a decent understanding of its financial situation. The company's profit margins were currently limited, while its expenditures were staggering. Without Kain's continued funding, the group's rapid expansion would have been unsustainable. Kain dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Don't worry about the money, you need this more. Malik wasn't easy to deceive, especially he was as cunning as an old fox. He had escaped capture when the Insight plan collapsed and still maintained significant influence over SHIELD, with the authority to take direct control during crises. Malik couldn't believe Kain's claims about Wakanda. He would need concrete evidence before accepting the existence of a nation more technologically advanced than any in the Western world and one composed entirely of black people. If it had been anyone else making such a claim, Malik would have dismissed it as a joke. However, he had heard whispers about vibranium's origins. Still, with Nick Fury now the director of SHIELD, much of the organization's classified information was segmented by access levels, making it difficult for Malik to investigate without a legitimate reason. Nevertheless, Malik would undoubtedly look into Wakanda. He wasn't about to ignore Kain's secrets, especially the emergence of a super soldier squad. If this squad hadn't been affiliated with a terrorist organization, they might have revealed some of their superhuman capabilities. Such a unit could dominate the Middle Eastern battlefield. Unfortunately for Hydra, they had gained nothing from their efforts. The recovered corpses disintegrated into ash shortly after retrieval, rendering them useless. To uncover the secret behind the serum, they would either need to cooperate with Kain or use espionage to steal the formula. While espionage was considered, Stern and Malik ultimately decided to pursue a cooperative approach. It was far less risky. Their gamble paid off. Kain appeared genuinely interested in collaboration and was even willing to trade the serum. If Hydra had known it would be this simple, they wouldn't have wasted resources attempting to eliminate the super soldier squad in the Middle East. After leaving Malik Manor, Kain laughed and grumbled in the car. Betty, don't deal with that old fox anymore. He's 10 times more cunning than your father. Throughout their hour-long discussion, Malik had carefully danced around without committing to anything concrete. He'd only offered vague comments like, I'll confirm, and a proposal to help sell gold. If not for the constant presence of others during their meeting, Kain might have used legilimency to uncover Malik's true intentions. Unfortunately, his only notable weakness was in memory magic. Kain reflected on this weakness. The wizarding world had several renowned memory magic experts, Dumbledore, Snape, and Voldemort. He hadn't sought advice from the first two, and after acquiring the diary, he had grown wary of Tom Riddle. Forcefully extracting memories from someone like Malik might cause irreversible damage or unintended consequences. Dad's not an old fox, Betty said, exasperated. Without you, I wouldn't have dealt with someone like him in the first place. Betty was a biological researcher, now reluctantly adapting to management. The prospect of handling political negotiations was far outside her comfort zone. Tell your father about Hydra, Kain instructed. But only him, he needs to keep it confidential. He'll know what to do. Kain sighed and remarked to Ross that this old man was a textbook politician. Otherwise, how could he have risen so quickly to become Secretary of State just a few years after failing to capture the Hulk? It was almost like a triple jump from being a middling general in the military to a key figure in the political arena. After leaving Washington, Kain accompanied Betty to order 2 private jets and helicopters. The Pent Group building had a helipad on its roof, which would make travel much more convenient for Betty and the company's senior executives. However, after making the purchase, Betty turned to Kain with a worried expression. The money is running out. If we want rapid development, we'll have to take out loans from the bank, she said. Kain didn't respond immediately. Instead, he simply told Betty to call some Umbrella personnel to his house when they returned to New York. He still had over a dozen tons of gold. If I sell all of it, we can easily recover billions of dollars, Kain thought. Every time he traveled to the ninja world, he would bring back a substantial amount of gold to store. While he had spent some of it in the wizarding world, the remaining stockpile was more than enough to support the Pent Group for the foreseeable future. Still, selling such a massive quantity of gold posed its own challenges. To avoid unnecessary complications, Kain decided to rely on Hydra. With their vast network, they could handle the transaction seamlessly, distributing the gold through their internal channels to avoid attracting attention. My God, where did you get so much gold? Betty exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock as she stared at the gleaming mountain of gold in the basement. She had bought this villa for Kain and often stayed there when he was away, but she had never imagined that the basement contained an 18-ton hoard of gold. There's about 18 tons in total, Kain explained. I've already negotiated with Stern. Once they take the gold, they'll transfer the money to us within 2 days. Cain placed a reassuring hand on Betty's shoulder as they left the basement and slowly ascended the stairs. Leave the logistics to them. Betty, I need you to help me buy a construction company. I want to renovate this manor and the Pent Group building. His vision for the Pent Group's underground base required extensive construction. Relying entirely on robots wasn't realistic, so owning a construction company would help ensure maximum confidentiality. For now, however, Cain's focus was on transforming the manor. He envisioned a modern-style magical estate, something he'd never had the chance to create in the wizarding world. Betty sighed. You want to renovate it again? It hasn't even been that long since I bought it, and you've barely lived there. Fine, but I'll need a few assistants to handle this. If you're renovating the manor, let them take over. There's already too much on my plate. As the Pent Group expanded, so did Betty's responsibilities. She oversaw the Biological Research Center, managed Umbrella, and was even coordinating plans for a potential relocation. Cain immediately agreed. Of course, get as much help as you need. If you feel understaffed, hire more people. As for rebuilding the group building, leave that to Anton Vanko. I'll send you the design plans soon. In fact, it wasn't exactly an architectural design drawing. Certain elements of the structure needed to be integrated with magical materials. Without them, the building wouldn't possess a life of its own, like Hogwarts Castle. Once the construction was complete, Cain cast a muggle-repelling charm over the area. Unless someone was wearing an alchemical item specifically designed to bypass the charm, no ordinary person would ever notice the building. These alchemical items were simple for Cain to craft. Without adding protective enchantments, he could produce more than 10 of them in a single session. There's also the matter of Sokovia, Betty said, continuing her report as Umbrella soldiers moved the gold. Our people have gone there under the guise of a charity mission. It may take some time to gather information on the Maximoff twins. Do they have any special traits we should look out for? If the goal was to locate the Maximoff siblings quickly, contacting local authorities and police stations would be the most efficient approach. However, Cain didn't want to risk alerting Hydra, so he chose to operate discreetly. After all, 2 superpowered individuals would be enough to provoke Hydra into escalating the situation. Cain shook his head. Take your time. If they can't be found, it likely means Hydra got to them first. In that case, we'll need to employ a different approach. Wanda and Pietro Maximoff, better known as Quicksilver, posed unique challenges. Pietro's speed was manageable, albeit troublesome, but Wanda's abilities were far more formidable. Chaos magic, once fully developed, could tap into the multiverse. Even in its undeveloped state, it was powerful enough to destroy the Mind Stone. It was worth noting that even Thanos, after destroying the 6 Infinity Stones, had struggled with the consequences. Wanda's abilities, if left unchecked, could make her a catastrophic threat. Wanda's powers are incredibly dangerous, Cain thought. She could become the most terrifying of enemies, especially given her emotional instability. Her powers often surged uncontrollably when she experienced loss, and if left to spiral, she could reach the level of an apocalyptic force, practically a cosmic wave of destruction. Betty looked skeptical. Are they really that important? It's not just important, it's terrifying, Cain replied, his expression serious. The brothers' abilities are impressive, but Wanda, she has the power to destroy the world. She's incredibly troublesome. Very troublesome. Cain's repeated emphasis on troublesome was enough to convey how critical Wanda was. If she couldn't be persuaded to align with him, she would become a dangerous adversary. Worse still, if she managed to master even a fraction of her chaos magic, it could spell disaster. As a wizard, Cain was also deeply tempted by the potential of chaos magic. Its ability to alter, distort, and create reality was irresistible, a type of magic that far surpassed anything in the wizarding world. While Harry Potter's magical system was impressive, touching on space and time, it had limitations, most notably Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Chaos magic, however, shattered such boundaries effortlessly. Then there was Agatha Harkness. If Cain could find her and exchange magical knowledge, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, her whereabouts remained a mystery, leaving Cain unsure of how to track her down. If they could find any trace of Agatha, Cain might have a chance to exchange the Darkhold with her. After hearing Cain's suggestion, Betty's expression grew serious. I understand. In a few days, I'll find an excuse to go to Sokovia. No, Cain said, shaking his head. Let your new assistant handle it. You're completely tied to me now. If you go to Sokovia, everyone will assume it's on my orders. He had a point. Because of the Extremis virus and the super soldier serum, many eyes were already on him and Betty. Even Laura might be under surveillance by those keeping tabs on their activities. Sending the new assistant as a cover would divert suspicion, and Cain planned to discreetly send a few Umbrella operatives to assist with the task. After giving a few more instructions, Cain noticed that the gold transfer was nearly complete. Betty, satisfied that the process was in order, prepared to leave. In the meantime, Cain focused on preparing for his next world trade mission. He restocked alchemical items, basic materials, TNT, and other ammunition. The power dynamics of the Marvel Universe were advancing rapidly. If the next world didn't yield valuable resources like gold or other rare items, Cain decided he would simply return to the ninja world to replenish his supplies. I didn't expect that there's a real Umbrella here. After Cain arrived in this world, the first sources of information he accessed were the internet, newspapers, and media. During his stay, he happened to come across some particularly explosive news. Some time ago, there were numerous reports of accidental deaths following the injection of umbrella drugs in various locations. The news broke in the United States, Mexico, Japan, Canada, and other places, but the incidents were quickly suppressed. According to the reports, after officials, forensic doctors, and umbrella personnel intervened in the investigation, it was concluded that the deaths were the result of isolated cases and had no connection to Umbrella's medications. However, the Umbrella Group provided relevant compensation. The situation has since calmed down. But Cain knew this was all being suppressed by Umbrella's influence. Although the governments of various countries were still functional, Umbrella had long monopolized many fields through covert development. In military technology, biopharmaceuticals, computers, and national defense, it was as difficult for civilians in the United States to avoid Umbrella's products as it was to avoid paying taxes. Only those who were poor enough to be outcasts might escape their reach. The T-Virus and the Red Queen AI shouldn't have been developed yet, but Umbrella is still unrivaled in the fields of computer science and artificial intelligence. In the Marvel world, only Stark could possibly match Umbrella in technological development. Let's see how we fare, Cain thought, after collecting information on Umbrella, sighing deeply. The surface power of Umbrella shouldn't be underestimated, but the real strength lies in what's hidden beneath. As for this world, Cain speculated it was based on the movie version of the Resident Evil universe because the founder of Umbrella wasn't Spencer. The founder was not them, but a group of people led by Marcus. With only 3 days, choosing a long-lived traitor is easy, but how do I obtain the T-Virus and artificial intelligence? Although Umbrella hasn't developed them yet, with their strong foundation in the computer field, once the project is approved, it would be easy for them to create an artificial intelligence. Compared to the rest, Cain was more interested in artificial intelligence. It wasn't that Ivan Vanko and his son weren't skilled at developing AI. Ivan Vanko might need to learn a bit more, but with his abilities, developing artificial intelligence would require assistance from a large team and years of work. This would still require Cain's help in finding the right people, but it would delay the development of the arc reactor project. Sometimes, the gap between geniuses and non-geniuses is immense. Tony Stark was able to develop JARVIS, which was comparable to human intelligence handling everything from nuclear codes to more. In addition to JARVIS, Tony Stark had developed other ACE that were also incredibly powerful. I remember the Red Queen was developed by Isaac, but he's such an idiot. How could he make such stupid restrictions? How could a man who's ambitious enough to want to build a new world set such limitations on artificial intelligence? It's a total contradiction. Cain thought about Dr. Isaac's various actions and decided to push him off the line, allowing him to continue his work. With the best card in his hand, he should fire a cannon at the opponent until it exploded. For artificial intelligence, it's enough to be loyal to only one master. No matter how many settings it has, it should serve its creator's purpose. Cain didn't understand Isaac's reasoning. Both of Isaac's settings were in serious conflict with his goals. After thinking for a moment, Cain decided he couldn't allow the artificial intelligence to be left to Isaac. If he could bring the Red Queen back, it would make up for the last shortcoming of the Pent group. For the group's future development, he only needed to issue remote orders. Although the expressive power of the Red Queen is weaker than that of JARVIS, Cain felt Isaac's excessive restrictions on the Red Queen hindered its development. If Umbrella could summon experts in human interaction to study the Red Queen, it shouldn't be too difficult to expand its capabilities to the level of JARVIS. Cain didn't know much about artificial intelligence, but these were his educated guesses. At this stage, he still needed to complete his goal and remain in this world. If he could get his hands on the T-Virus, he couldn't miss the opportunity. The Extremis virus should be able to repair the side effects of the T-Virus. Compared to the Super Soldier Serum, a T-Virus without side effects would be better because it could even develop telekinesis. If it were strong enough, it could even affect satellites. The T-Virus could spawn many other viruses. If developed properly, it could replace any drug in human history, much like the Extremis virus, but with slightly fewer side effects. The challenge was that fusion was too difficult. It seemed that only Alicia's adult clone, Alice, had achieved the most perfect fusion with the T-Virus. Cain couldn't remember whether Dr. Isaac had perfectly fused the T-Virus or the serum derived from it, but he knew that Dr. Isaac's clone had been involved in researching the T-Virus. He believed Alice was a special case, not the result of generally successful research. Then I'll find a trading partner, stay here, and look for opportunities to control Isaac or Marcus. Things weren't as easy as before. Cain realized he lacked strength. Even though he had obtained ninjutsu and the perfect Extremis virus from the ninja world, it was still only enough to protect himself. His target had to be someone who was hard to kill, or else he would lose the world trading coordinates. But after wandering through the Harry Potter world, Cain fused the genes of 3 magical creatures, gaining control over enormous magical power and creating a source of magic. He could find someone at random, complete the transaction, and then freeze that person to ensure they wouldn't dissipate. Just as Cain was considering this, he suddenly saw an urgent news broadcast on the hotel's TV. According to relevant sources, at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, the founder of Umbrella, James Marcus, passed away due to illness, and Umbrella's shareholding structure has changed. Sources also report that Alexander Isaac may become James Marcus's only daughter's guardian, and the company will undergo significant changes. After reading this news, Cain recalled the reports suppressed by Umbrella some time ago and immediately deduced the current time. Interesting. It seems I can change the transaction partner. Cain chuckled a few times, then walked out of the hotel suite. It would be too much effort to find a common trader. Why not go directly to Alicia? Alicia Marcus, James Marcus's only daughter, was also his most beloved relative. Despite his wealth and status, James Marcus could have found other women, married, and had more children. But he never gave up on Alicia, even though she suffered from a terminal illness. James Marcus used every method he could to try and cure her. However, James Marcus was killed by Alexander Isaac over a disagreement, and Alicia was present at the scene. Though only around 10 years old at the time, Alicia had been tormented by illness since childhood, making her mind far more mature than that of most children. Additionally, her education had been thorough, and her discernment was sharper than other children her age. She knew that her father had been killed, and she also knew that she was powerless to seek revenge. She understood that she had to endure and pretend to know nothing. If Alicia hadn't known about Isaac beforehand, she wouldn't have been so wary of him. When she was in her 20s, she secretly recorded a meeting about the Apocalypse Project, uploaded it to Red Queen, and confronted Isaac about it. The artificial intelligence created as a result became a weapon used against him. But now, Alicia could only lie in bed, crying quietly in the middle of the night. Normally, her father would come to comfort her with stories and help her sleep. But that comfort was gone. In her vast villa, apart from the 10-year-old child, only a team of Umbrella Company guards remained. The leader of the team, Isaac's subordinate Wesker, had the task of ensuring Alicia's safety and making sure that before Isaac took full control of the company, there would be no disruptions. Dad. Alicia lay in bed, covering her head with the quilt, feeling weak and helpless. She cried softly, lacking the courage to go downstairs. She could only silently recall the fact that she hadn't seen her father, James, for more than a day. Didier. Suddenly, Alicia heard footsteps approaching. The light in the bedroom turned on, and someone slowly walked toward her. Alicia didn't know who it was, and instinctively, she felt fear. From the time she could remember, she had spent most of her life in hospital beds, subjected to experiments and treatments every day. Even at just 10 years old, Alicia understood the instinctive fear of death. The quilt covering Alicia was lifted abruptly. This sudden action startled her, and she instinctively hugged her head, shouting, "Ah!" But in the next second, Alicia realized she couldn't make a sound. She opened her eyes wide and tried to shout, but no matter how hard she tried, no sound came from her mouth. "Calm down, Alicia." Alicia suddenly heard a very gentle voice, which brought a natural sense of intimacy, helping to ease some of the fear that had been lingering in her heart. Slowly, Alicia moved her hands away from her head and turned to look at the person standing by the window. The man was dressed in black, and Alicia felt an immediate comfort upon seeing him. He appeared mystical for Alicia to fully understand, but Alicia could sense a certain aura from him, almost like the presence of a unicorn, naturally captivating and attention-grabbing for women. "Who are you?" "A mage, here to save you," Cain answered softly. "Did you cry just now? Because you miss your father. It seems like you know what happened to him. He's sick, and he may not come to be with me again," Alicia replied. Her eyes reddened when Cain mentioned her father, James Marcus, but she still told him what Isaac had told her. "You're lying. You know what happened, but you're afraid to tell the truth." Cain hadn't expected Alicia to know about her father's murder, but she seemed to be a very perceptive and intelligent little girl, which made it easier for him to work with her. "I can help you, Alicia. I can keep you safe, cure your illness, let you grow up like a normal person, and eventually inherit everything from Umbrella Corporation. The only thing I can't do is bring your father back." To increase his persuasiveness, Cain used transfiguration to turn a nearby cabinet into a sofa, then sat down on it under Alicia's surprised gaze. Honestly, he wasn't particularly good at persuading children, so he resorted to magical means to help make his case. While Cain could control Alicia with his powers, he didn't really want to. He may not have much conscience, but he still had some. When it came to things he disliked, like some people and magical creatures, Cain could be ruthless, but with Alicia, a poor little girl with red-ringed eyes, he would try to persuade her as much as possible. Compared to Alicia, people like Isaac could only be controlled firmly and were difficult to cooperate with peacefully. It was a matter of their mindset. Coming up with an apocalyptic plan when they were already on the verge of power was nothing short of foolish. After Cain lifted the quilt, Alicia, who was weak, felt a slight chill. But in the next moment, several phoenixes, unicorns, and fire dragons materialized from the flames, filling the room with light and warmth. The room not only brightened but also made Alicia feel much warmer. "Magic, can you protect me? Just like my father did?" "Of course, it's a very simple matter. As long as you agree to this, I will help you solve all the problems you encounter in the future." Cain smiled and pulled out a piece of parchment with some agreements written on it. It floated through the air and landed in front of Alicia. She reached out to take it and began to slowly read its contents. "Beginning today, Alicia Marcus will purchase a protection agreement from Kain Pent for $1. Kain Pent will protect Alicia Marcus' healthy growth and become her guardian. When Alicia turns 18, all powers will be returned to Alicia Marcus." Although Alicia was smart, some parts of the agreement confused her, such as the mention of $1 and power. But there was one thing that caught her attention: the mention of $1 for healthy growth. "I promise. I agree to this agreement, Mage Pent." With that, Alicia quickly jumped out of bed and rummaged through the cabinet on the other side. She remembered her father had left a few $1 coins the last time he told her a story. A minute later, after finding the coin, Alicia hurriedly picked up a pen, signed her name on the agreement, and handed the coin to Cain. Very well, Alicia. The transaction is complete. Cain smiled and gently patted her head before placing the world transaction coordinates onto Alicia. Now, he could begin his plan. From now on, you will be my goddaughter, Alicia. Godfather. Well, you could say that's one way to explain it to the outside world. I'm your father's personal friend. Here, eating some chocolate frogs might make you feel better. When James Marcus's name was mentioned, Alicia seemed to think of her father again, and her eyes turned red. Cain, who was not particularly skilled at comforting children, pulled out some snacks from the wizarding world and placed them on Alicia's bed. The animated chocolate frog immediately caught her attention. As for whether chocolate might affect Alicia's physical condition, it wasn't a concern. The repair capabilities of the extremis virus serum far surpassed those of the T-virus. Even severed limbs could regrow over time, so repairing her aging disease was trivial in comparison. However, because of her young age, Cain had no choice but to inject her with the perfected extremis virus serum to save her life. No matter how weak she was, her body could handle it. Godfather, is this really chocolate? Alicia's sadness began to fade as her attention shifted to the chocolate frog. She had just been choked earlier by a strange flavored bean that, unfortunately, tasted like booger. This is real chocolate, Cain assured her. Now, get some rest. Before long, I'll completely cure your illness and make you healthy again. With a wave of his hand, the snacks in front of Alicia floated to the table beside her. A small stream of water rinsed her mouth clean, and a gentle force nudged her onto the bed. The quilt nearby floated up and tucked her in. These magical gestures were enough to fulfill Alicia's fantasies about wizardry. She also noticed something similar to a magical agreement appear before her, detailing a promise to ensure her healthy growth. The wording felt familiar. Her father often said a prayer for her every night before bed. Feeling reassured, Alicia finally relaxed. After Cain left the room and the lights dimmed, Alicia lay quietly in bed. But after a while, she suddenly sat up, tiptoed out of bed, and crept over to the table where the snacks were piled up. She had just tasted a honey milk flavored bean and wanted to try her luck again. This time, her bad luck persisted. She accidentally ate another bean that tasted like booger, scrunching up her face in disgust before spitting it out. Disappointed, she climbed back into bed and fell asleep. Cain, meanwhile, paid no attention to what was happening upstairs. Before leaving the room, he had cast a protective charm over Alicia. Tomorrow, he planned to give her 1 or 2 defensive alchemical accessories, which would essentially guarantee her safety. Not to mention the dozen or so people downstairs. When Cain descended the stairs, he glanced at Wesker and the group Isaac had sent. Every one of them was under the Imperious curse. When Isaac arrived in the morning, Cain intended to deal with him similarly. Wesker and Isaac were both Alicia's enemies. Once Alicia grew up, Cain planned to leave them to her discretion. For now, though, they would stay alive. Isaac would be useful for developing artificial intelligence programs, and Wesker could handle some dirty work. Cain addressed the group. Your task is to protect Alicia. You may die, but she must live. Yes, they replied in unison. People under the Imperious curse have no sense of self, they exist solely to obey the caster's orders unconditionally. After issuing his instructions to the cursed individuals, Cain went to James Marcus's study. He expected to find materials James had left behind and intended to use them to learn more about the Umbrella Corporation. Some files on the computer were encrypted and inaccessible, but Cain was able to extract useful information, Umbrella's corporate structure, personnel data, and various reports. As expected of a global conglomerate monopolizing multiple industries, Cain muttered to himself. Over 3 million employees, and that's just the recorded ones. Satellite aerospace, biotechnology, defense, military industries. There was a mountain of material to sift through, far too much to read in a single night. Umbrella's scope of research and development was immense. Even acquiring just half of its technology would propel the Pent Group to rapid growth, expanding its reach into multiple fields. For now, however, Cain couldn't access most of Umbrella's technological assets. He would have to wait until he became the de facto chairman of the company before slowly transferring all of Umbrella's innovations to his own control. Why destroy such a powerful organization when it can be repurposed? Cain mused, shaking his head. He shut down the computer and settled in to wait for Isaac's arrival. If things went as expected, Isaac would first try to take Alicia to formalize guardianship through notarization. After that, he would likely oversee James Marcus's funeral. The night passed quickly. Cain continued reviewing Umbrella Corporation's materials, familiarizing himself with the operations of the massive multinational monopoly he was about to take over. In the morning, Alicia came downstairs, rubbing her eyes groggily. She had woken up earlier than usual, and after confirming that the magical snacks on the table were still there, she felt a sense of relief. However, when she saw Wesker and the other guards downstairs, Alicia felt a pang of fear. Wesker, in particular, gave her chills. There was something cold and terrifying about him, and she remembered that he had been in the house the day her father had his accident. Come here, Alicia, Cain called. The girl immediately ran to the side of the mage, who gave her a sense of security. Alicia's quick trust in Cain was partly due to the unicorn gene in his body, which naturally boosted his favorability with women. Alicia was no exception. The villa's servants, who had been assigned by Isaac to care for Alicia, were now under Cain's imperious curse and obediently carried out their duties without question. "Godfather, can I eat this?" Alicia asked hesitantly, her eyes sparkling with greed as she eyed the lavish breakfast spread before her. She was accustomed to bland, tasteless hospital meals designed to meet her strict dietary requirements. Cain smiled casually. "Of course. I told you I'd cure you, didn't I? Soon, you'll be just like any other normal person. You'll even be able to eat so much barbecue that you feel like vomiting." After hearing Cain's words, Alicia licked her lower lip, pushed the bland nutritious meal aside, and picked up a slice of ham to taste. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door, followed by Isaac entering with a group of people. "Why are all of you standing here? Get back to your posts, Wesker, you." Isaac's reprimand was abruptly cut short by the sound of pistols clicking, the safeties being switched off. Isaac froze, unable to believe his eyes. All the loyal subordinates he had stationed here had turned against him in a single night. Wesker's betrayal, in particular, was unthinkable. Without his explicit command, Wesker should have been nothing more than a kebab being devoured in the depths of Africa. "Wesker, do you know what you're doing? Put the gun down, now." A cold barrel pressed firmly against Isaac's forehead, cutting off his tirade. Forced to comply, he moved step by step into the spacious living room. "It seems we have guests," Cain said calmly, glancing at Isaac. "So, they've all turned against Umbrella because of you. Interesting, but unsurprising." Isaac started to rant again, but Cain had no interest in listening. With a flick of his wand, he cast the imperious curse. Isaac's protest stopped abruptly. His expression shifted, and a moment later, he bowed obediently to Cain. "Master." Cain turned to Alicia, who looked shocked. "Don't be so surprised, Alicia. This is a kind of magic. He realizes his mistakes now and will sincerely repent for them," he explained gently. "When you grow up, I'll leave both him and Wesker to you. You'll understand better then." Alicia didn't fully grasp the situation but nodded hesitantly, still in a daze. After breakfast, Cain and Isaac went to finalize the share transfer, bringing Alicia along. Once that matter was resolved, Cain planned to inject Alicia with the perfect extremis virus. Her body was indeed still weak. Without the subtle recovery magic Cain had been using on her earlier, Alicia likely would have vomited after eating the ham. Breaking news. There's been a major change in the ownership of Umbrella Corporation, the mastermind behind it all revealed. Who benefits most from the death of founder James Marcus? The $10 trillion beneficiary, the connection between Alicia Marcus and Umbrella's new leadership. Although some of this news managed to leak, the Umbrella Corporation's overwhelming influence ensured it was swiftly suppressed. The world Cain had entered was the movie version of Resident Evil, where Umbrella's power far exceeded its depiction in the games. With a decade of accumulation, Umbrella's economic scale, technological prowess, and political influence rivaled or surpassed the top 10 developed nations. Only the top 3 global powers might have had the ability to challenge it, and even that was uncertain. The share transfer was completed in record time, without any opposition from Isaac. Cain also officially became Alicia's guardian, solidifying his control over the company. Now, as the majority shareholder with over 50% ownership, Cain was the most powerful person in Umbrella Corporation. But as soon as Cain took office, he faced a serious and challenging problem, the side effects of the T-virus. Although the Patient Zero incident had been contained by Umbrella, other T-virus-related products were still in circulation. Each of these products carried the potential for dangerous side effects. For the sake of profit, Isaac and James had allowed untested or partially tested products to enter the market. While this decision had brought Umbrella enormous revenue, it had also significantly increased the company's risks. The root of Isaac and James's deadly conflict lay in their differing views on this issue. James had advocated for halting the distribution of T-virus-derived products and issuing a recall. However, such a move would have destroyed Umbrella's biopharmaceutical division, the company's most lucrative sector, and severely impacted the entire organization. More than tens of millions of people had purchased Umbrella's pharmaceutical products. If even one customer demanded compensation averaging $10,000, the resulting financial burden would leave Umbrella gravely weakened, if not bankrupt. A recall was not an option. Cain sought Umbrella's power, not its downfall. If the company were to collapse, countless opportunistic vultures would descend upon its remains. Furthermore, a recall wouldn't truly solve the issue, it would merely reduce its spread. The people who had already consumed T-virus-based drugs would still remain at risk of experiencing side effects. Upon taking control of the company, Cain chose not to convene the board of directors immediately. Instead, he prioritized a meeting with the researchers working on the T-virus. "From now on, devote all your efforts to developing an antidote. This is a direct order from the board of directors," Cain commanded firmly. The research team, led by Isaac, quickly pivoted to focus on finding an antidote. Among the team was Dr. Charles Ashford, the original inventor of the T-virus. Years ago, his invention had been discovered by James Marcus, who subsequently brought Ashford under Umbrella's wing to spearhead extensive research on the virus. Cain could only hope the team would develop an antidote before the situation spiraled out of control. His plan was to discreetly disperse the antidote via aerial spraying, thereby neutralizing the T-virus in affected individuals and ensuring the world believed Umbrella's products were safe and reliable. This was Kain's best chance at salvaging both the company's reputation and its future. Tokyo. A white-collar office worker suddenly collapsed on the street. After a brief seizure, he fell to the ground, lifeless within minutes. Passers-by were stunned. Some screamed, while others cautiously approached, asking, "Hey, are you okay?" The body remained still, prompting one onlooker to step closer to check the situation. Without warning, the seemingly dead office worker sprang to life, sinking their teeth into the shoulder of the person leaning over them. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the crowd erupted in panic and terror. Calls to the police were made, people shouted warnings, and chaos engulfed the street within 10 minutes. This wasn't an isolated incident. Similar occurrences began spreading across the globe in France, Britain, Germany, Australia, and other nations. However, Umbrella Corporation had anticipated this. With branches worldwide and covert influence in many sectors, the company quickly mobilized to contain the situation. They worked both openly and in the shadows to suppress news of the T-virus's catastrophic side effects. Umbrella established a specialized biological disaster countermeasure force, which operated out of over 70 strongholds globally and commanded more than 3,000 armed soldiers. Zombies were quickly identified, eliminated, and discreetly removed by the force. Local police were left to clean up the aftermath, often using prearranged excuses, police cooperation with Umbrella, lack of resources, and similar justifications. Despite the mounting civilian casualties, Umbrella had bought off government officials in numerous countries. Any suspicion of the corporation's involvement was easily dismissed due to lack of evidence. The drugs Umbrella sold, all containing the T-virus, were cleverly marketed as incomplete products. This ensured that no one else could reverse engineer the virus or its effects from the corpses or distributed pharmaceuticals. The few nations attempting such research lacked the advanced biotechnology capabilities that Umbrella possessed. Even within Umbrella, the T-virus remained only partially understood. For now, the company focused on controlling the narrative and developing an antidote. No matter how many fingers pointed toward them, Cain, the man pulling the strings, would never admit the corporation's culpability. Umbrella Laboratory. Cain looked at Alicia with a soft smile. After today, you will not only be healthy again, but even stronger than normal people. Once you're better, do you want to go to school or take some time to relax? Alicia tilted her head thoughtfully before replying, "I think I'll go to school. Godfather, you're so busy lately. We can talk about fun things later." Cain ruffled Alicia's hair affectionately. "You're such a smart and sensible girl." He guided her to lie down on the laboratory bed, preparing for the procedure. From a nearby tray, Cain picked up the serum, a perfected version of the extremis virus. After years of research, he was confident it would repair Alicia's rare degenerative disease and strengthen her body. Carefully, he administered the injection. At first, Alicia's body convulsed as the serum coursed through her veins, causing intense pain. It was an unavoidable side effect of the virus's integration into her system. Cain watched anxiously, knowing this phase would pass. Minutes later, Alicia's pain began to subside. Her body had fully absorbed the extremis virus serum, which now worked to re-edit her biological structure. Her frailty and the signs of premature aging were being erased at a cellular level, replaced by strength and vitality. Cain gently placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled. "It's over now, Alicia. You're completely healed." After helping Alicia off the test bed, Cain smiled warmly at her. Now, not only had she regained her health, but her physical fitness had increased several times over in a remarkably short period. Alicia's newfound strength was extraordinary. She could easily kill an adult with a single punch or even drag a car behind her as she walked. Recognizing the potential risks of such power, Cain cautioned her to train and control her strength before attending school. Otherwise, he warned, if you get into a conflict, you might accidentally kill 3 classmates with one punch. To ensure her safety and minimize risks, Cain assigned Alicia a team of bodyguards. 5 visible guards accompanied her at all times, while 50 elite armed personnel provided covert protection. Should anyone dare to target Alicia, her security team would arrive on the scene within 2 minutes to neutralize the threat. This security force was more than capable of handling a small-scale battle. In extreme cases, Umbrella was prepared to deploy gunships and fighter jets for backup. Additionally, Alicia carried 2 magical protective items that made her nearly untouchable. Even an attempt by the President of the United States to harm her would prove difficult, barring the use of a nuclear strike. And if it ever came to that, Cain would be ready to retaliate. With Alicia's arrangements settled, Cain turned his focus to Umbrella Corporation, where he checked on the progress of the T-virus antidote. Still no success, he asked, frowning as he reviewed the latest reports from Dr. Isaac and Dr. Ashford. More than a month had passed since the outbreak of over 100 T-virus zombie incidents worldwide. The death toll had exceeded 400, and although Umbrella's public relations and biological disaster countermeasure forces were operating at full capacity, the crisis continued to escalate. Without an antidote, the number of zombie cases caused by the drug's side effects would only grow. "We need at least 3 more months, boss," Dr. Ashford said grimly. "While we've gathered a significant amount of reliable data, the T-virus evolves unpredictably. To fully develop an antidote, we require a large number of experimental subjects." Cain's expression hardened. Use the resources of the Biological Disaster Countermeasure Force to obtain what you need. From now on, Dr. Ashford, you'll lead the T-Virus team. Isaac, you're being reassigned immediately. Yes, boss, Isaac replied without hesitation. Dr. Ashford blinked in surprise at Kain's abrupt decision but quickly masked his reaction. Isaac, once deeply invested in the T-Virus project, had agreed to the reassignment without protest, a drastic shift in his usual demeanor. Ashford bowed his head respectfully. Thank you for your confidence, Chairman. Despite his initial confusion, Ashford welcomed the change. He and Isaac had frequently clashed over the direction of the T-Virus research. With Isaac gone, Ashford could now focus entirely on finding a solution without interference. Kain ended the video conference and sighed. Removing Isaac from the T-Virus project had been a necessary move. His presence added little value to the research team at this stage. Instead, Kain intended to redirect Isaac's talents toward developing advanced artificial intelligence, a task more suited to his current strengths. With the support of Umbrella's advanced technology and talented personnel, the artificial intelligence developed by Isaac this time would undoubtedly surpass the Red Queen. It would be completely loyal to Kain, free from unnecessary limitations or failsafes. Kain knew he wouldn't remain in this world forever, so he had to leave behind an AI capable of protecting Umbrella's assets and Alicia in his absence before returning to the Marvel Universe. Umbrella's technological advancements rivaled the top levels of Marvel Earth science, excluding Wakanda. Kain planned to bring these innovations, along with the new AI, back to the Marvel Universe. Within a decade, his Pent Group would dominate as a multinational monopoly, leaving even Stark Industries in its shadow. However, Kain had no intention of abandoning this world entirely. Umbrella was on the verge of monopolizing several global industries. With enough accumulated technology, the company could eventually achieve interstellar travel, a key focus for Umbrella's long-term goals. New energy weapons, space exploration technology, and artificial intelligence would form the foundation of its development. As for human evolution experiments, Kain decided to leave that research to the Pent Group in the Marvel Universe. Once the T-Virus reached maturity here, he would take it back with him to continue its development. Japan. Japan had become a major hub for Umbrella's investments. Due to certain policy advantages, the company established a vast underground base there, supported by a permanent force of approximately 500 personnel, including 200 members of the Biological Disaster Countermeasure Force. Since access to another large eastern country was more challenging, Japan served as Umbrella's gateway into the Asian market. Tokanosha City, a coastal city with a population of over 1 million, boasted a large seaport and military base. Although technically under the command of Japanese officers, many of them were so loyal to Umbrella that they could betray their own country if ordered. This city had witnessed more zombie incidents than any other in Japan, with a total of 32 cases. However, all were quickly contained by Umbrella's countermeasure forces, with the local garrison secretly assisting in the operations. The zombies that weren't killed on-site were transported to Umbrella's Tokyo branch, where researchers used them as valuable experimental subjects. Detailed data on the T-Virus was collected from dissections and forwarded to Umbrella's headquarters in the US. Currently, Umbrella's research focused on gathering data from zombies. However, for further development of the T-Virus, the captured zombies would need to be transported to the United States. Unlike a post-apocalyptic scenario, zombies were still relatively rare. The total number of captured zombies worldwide remained under 500. Tokanosha City Police Station. Inside the police station of Tokanosha City, a young girl with purple hair sat silently, clutching a wooden sword. Saiko Busujima had been waiting with her father's disciple for what felt like hours. According to her uncle, her father had been attacked and had yet to return. The stillness was broken by a heated argument erupting inside the station. Saiko gripped the wooden sword tighter, stood up, and approached the source of the noise. From just outside the room, she overheard the raised voices. What do you mean you didn't even bring back my master's body? How can this happen? Your police station is going too far. Mr. Togo, I understand your frustration, a police officer replied. But Mr. Busujima was involved in a case related to an infectious disease transmitted from animals. His body may still carry the source of the infection. If you take it back, it could lead to very serious consequences. That's why the higher UPS ordered all infected and deceased individuals to be taken away. What infection? My master has been staying in the dojo recently and hardly ever goes out. The last time he stepped out, it was to save someone and he was killed by that lunatic. Mr. Twaju, there's no use arguing with me. The police station does not have Mr. Busujima's body anymore. While the murder of Mr. Busujima is indeed the other party's fault, they've offered a compensation payment. That's all we're able to tell you. The compensation was meager, just over 2 million yen. Umbrella had provided this money under the guise of settling disputes between both parties. For many families, hearing that an infectious disease was involved, combined with receiving compensation, often deterred them from pursuing the return of the body. But Twaju wasn't going to accept that outcome. You don't care? You're the police? My master's body. Twaju's shouting abruptly stopped when he noticed Saiko Busujima standing at the doorway. His voice caught in his throat like a goose being strangled. He didn't know how much Saiko had overheard, but even one sentence would be enough to hurt her deeply. Snort. Twaju let out a cold snort at the chief inspector of the police station. There was no way he would let this matter go. His master had died saving someone, and now they wouldn't even return the body? There was no greater injustice. Turning to Psycho Busujima, he softened his tone slightly. Junior sister Busujima, let's head back for now. Twaju planned to first take care of the late master's only daughter and then return to the police station to demand answers. If they refused to cooperate, he would contact the former students of Master Busujima. Their master's influence extended to many high-ranking politicians, and Twaju was confident he could rally them to exert pressure. If the police station couldn't withstand the collective voices of Master Busujima's students, they'd have no choice but to provide an explanation. We made it, boss. It has been 6 months since the last meeting and inquiry, and Dr. Ashford reported some good news to Cain. Although he had been studying the T-virus in the laboratory, Ashford was not ignorant of the outside world. More and more zombies were sent to the headquarters, and news unfavorable to Umbrella came from outside from time to time. It was enough for Dr. Ashford to know what Umbrella was up to now. Even so, Ashford had no intention of betraying Umbrella. He had some concerns before, mainly because Isaac didn't respect him and he and Isaac's radical ideas didn't align. But things were different now. With a new boss in charge, they placed great importance on their researchers and gave them a lot of autonomy. Moreover, Umbrella's influence was too strong, and most people viewed working for Umbrella as an honor. Dr. Ashford took out a tube of Green's potion and showed it to Cain. This is the detoxification serum for the T-virus. It can break down the remaining T-virus in the human body, and it can be transmitted through the air. If we release it in 32 locations around the world, we can eliminate all T-viruses on the planet. You did a good job, Dr. Ashford, Cain said with a satisfied smile. Let me know when you have enough serum produced, and then Alina will connect with you. Cain had single-handedly promoted Alina, and she was now the head of the biodisaster countermeasures team. In the past, she had only followed his and Alicia's orders in the company, but now she had the Red Queen to assist her. Although it was a bit late, it wasn't too late. The number of deaths due to zombie outbreaks around the world had exceeded 10,000. Some countries were starting to point fingers at Umbrella, but they lacked evidence. In the first 2 months, the biodisaster countermeasure force struggled to collect zombies. The local governments intercepted those infected with the T-virus due to political pressure from some European heads of state. It was only under the Red Queen's supervision that they discovered the truth. The President of the United States had been in contact with them. They believed the zombie outbreak was a plot by Umbrella to destroy the world. However, aside from Umbrella's products, only the United States could spread the virus across dozens of countries. The President of the United States, however, swore on his honor that it wasn't their doing. The President of the United States passed away last month. Cain had Shadow Clone take half a day off to attend the President's funeral in person. It was reported that he collided with the Secretary of Defense's car, which had braked out of control, and both died quite miserably. Umbrella employed 2 or 3 times as many people as the US military, making it very easy to quietly replace a president. And without Cain's direct involvement, the Red Queen would handle it, leaving the rest to the Special Operations Force. The American political sphere lost 2 of the most hostile politicians to Umbrella. After the vice president assumed the presidency, the relationship between the White House and Umbrella eased considerably. At least in the United States, Umbrella was safe and secure. Dr. Ashford, you have a new task, Cain said. You are to use those infected zombies to study the perfect T-virus and its variants. Umbrella will give you the greatest support. Cain issued the new order but noticed hesitation on Ashford's face. He asked, is there a problem, Dr. Ashford? Boss, if you want to conduct tests on T-virus variants, you may need a lot of live volunteers. Relying solely on those zombies. Ashford hesitated. Don't worry about that. There will be a steady stream of voluntary subjects sent to your research center. Umbrella is not short on money, Cain reassured him. Cain went on to explain that with Umbrella's resources and some financial support, they could easily acquire a large number of volunteers from the African continent. Though different races might be needed for the experiments, the variants of the T-virus that were promoted early on were sufficient. After hearing Cain's words, Dr. Ashford had nothing more to say and agreed. Though this boss was easier to talk to than Isaac, Ashford knew that if Cain insisted on a particular course of action, it might end up worse than falling into Isaac's hands. In the past 6 months, while Ashford had been focused on researching the antidote for the T-virus, he was not blind to the company's affairs. All 4 directors and 17 senior executives had been fired. As for their current safety, Ashford had only seen one of the voluntary subjects. The battle among the company's top executives had been fierce. To many, Cain was just a strange outsider who had suddenly acquired a majority of the company's shares. His management skills were thought to be inferior to those of James and Isaac. However, anyone who thought that was sorely mistaken, and those with that mindset paid a heavy price. After finishing his conversation with Ashford, Cain tapped on the table and summoned the Red Queen's virtual projection. A mature woman, she perfectly mirrored Cain's vision. This time, he didn't allow Isaac's preference or Alicia's voice and face to be used. Red Queen, how is the copy of the technical documentation coming along? The Red Queen replied, all technical materials have been collected and stored according to classification. This includes all the technical data that could be gathered from 31 countries. There are a total of 13,572 data sets. Cain nodded, satisfied with the Red Queen's performance, but his intelligence could use improvement. It's still a bit sluggish. It seems that Isaac and the others need to spend more time on optimizing the Red Queen. Sir, I can simulate 21 expressions and 27 emotions. However, if it is not necessary, my program logic advises against doing so. If you require it, I can add this capability. The Red Queen responded proactively. It had only been 2 months since her development, and her first mission was to eliminate certain individuals who shouldn't exist, followed by collecting and storing various. After completing those tasks, she had been using the internet to infiltrate systems across the world, including company secrets, national defense systems, and even the control of nuclear weapons, all under her own intelligence system module. Now, Umbrella has replaced all the processing systems of the companies in the group with the Red Queen. Although there will be some mistakes at first, as more tasks are handled, the Red Queen's methods will become more intelligent and efficient. Currently, the Umbrella Group has packaged the Red Queen into an intelligent operating software, which is offered for free and open to companies around the world. With the help of more than 2 billion computers worldwide, the Red Queen's daily growth rate is staggering. However, she is only loyal to Cain, who is the core of the Red Queen, with Alicia being the second person who can command her. After some time, Cain plans to return to the Marvel world and allow the Queen to further develop the Pent Group, waiting for Hong to progress. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, Pent Group's processing efficiency and development speed will increase by more than 10 times. Isaac and others are working on developing an artificial intelligence named White Queen. The 2 artificial intelligences correspond to the colors of Umbrella's logo. Umbrella's military strength remains somewhat weak. In Cain's view, however, Umbrella doesn't need to be so cautious. Even if he doesn't implement the Apocalypse plan to destroy the world, he still aims to become the uncrowned king of this world. Umbrella's military capability will only be considered adequate if it can destroy at least 2 developed countries in a short period. Cain slowly thought about his next moves. After a while, he suddenly asked, "How is Alicia doing now?" The Red Queen replied, "At 3:52 p.m., 2 classmates were beaten and crying at school. They are the son of Mayor Lake and the daughter of Chief Brook. The other party has 12 bruises and lost 3 teeth. The teacher has told Alicia to reflect at school, but she has no intention of calling you. It seems quite serious. I'll go there in person to deal with those who don't know their place." After Cain finished speaking, he stood up from his seat but then paused, remembering something. He continued, "How is the candidate?" The Red Queen replied quickly, "There are 3 people who are suitable to take care of Miss Marcus and can be accepted by her. They have also passed the company's background check. Soon, Cain will be leaving. Before that, he needs to arrange everything here, with Alicia being his top priority. His second goddaughter is crucial to whether he can successfully travel to the Resident Evil world without any issues." When Cain arrived at the school, he coincidentally met Mayor Lake and Chief of Police Brook. They, of course, knew Cain as the true power behind Umbrella. The 2 men were aware that their son had been provoked by Alicia Marcus, and after the encounter, their son's legs nearly went limp from fear. A president and a defense minister had died some time ago. It was such a coincidence that many people secretly speculated about the connection. The previous president, who had been rare in his toughness and had openly expressed dissatisfaction with Umbrella on multiple occasions, died unexpectedly after just 3 years in office. Their son had offended Umbrella's heir to the other half of the shares. If he hurt the other party, they wouldn't suspect 2 more accidents. So, after entering the principal's office, Mayor Lake and Director Brooke decisively punished their son again, not stopping until Cain called to intervene. Bad behavior must be disciplined, and today's lesson would leave a lasting impression. Cain had no interest in the matter, so he left the school with Alicia. After returning, Cain explained the arrangements for the nanny, housekeeper, and assistant. He then continued, "Alicia, I will be away for a while. If you need anything, tell the housekeeper first. If she can't handle it, then contact the Red Queen." "Godfather, may I go with you?" Alicia asked. Cain replied without much thought, using the usual formula, "Not for now. Maybe when you're older, you'll have a chance." "Okay," Alicia replied with some disappointment. She guessed her godfather was going back to the magical world, and out of curiosity, she wanted to follow, but she hadn't expected the refusal. Later, Cain accompanied Alicia to dinner. Both of them had large appetites. Even though Cain could absorb natural energy, he didn't practice fasting. The stronger the body evolved, the more energy it required. Alicia could eat 5 pounds of steak in one sitting, and Cain's appetite was even more terrifying than hers. He had asked Umbrella to research compressed nutrition, or else he would waste too much time eating every day. After the antidote to the T-virus was distributed worldwide, zombie incidents ceased to occur. Though there were many incidents before, under Umbrella's suppression, the world generally showed a trend of peaceful development. This would be Cain's technical support library, assisted by artificial intelligence, and with Apex researchers from all over the world, Cain would certainly receive a lot of help. Marvel World. The harvest has been quite significant. Tech finally started increasing to the Pent family again, so I can relax a bit, Cain said, a satisfied smile on his face. This time, he had only controlled a few people, yet the gains were immense: the artificial intelligence queen, tens of thousands of advanced technologies, the T-virus, and all subsequent development materials, 10 grids of gold, 10 grids of gold titanium alloy aerospace materials, and various rare metal resources for the Pent group. Whether it was group funds or development resource reserves, there was no need to worry for the time being. Additionally, with the Red Queen to coordinate everything, Cain was in a strong position. Before returning, Cain had also injected himself with the T-virus from Umbrella, which further enhanced his physical fitness. His life had become more perfect, his brain developed to a higher degree, and he even awakened the same mind ability as Alice. This was because the Extremis virus had recombined with the T-virus. The aspects of the T-virus that promoted the perfect evolution of life were retained, while those aspects that conflicted with Cain's genes were eliminated. Now, he felt as though he had been reborn, with 2 viruses and 4 genes in his body. Thinking of Hashirama cells, Cain realized he should go to the ninja world to supplement his Sherinon genes. But first, he needed to settle matters in the Marvel world and get the Red Queen on the right track. Cain picked up the phone and contacted Betty directly. Betty, if you're not busy, come to the group's headquarters. The first task was to install the Red Queen and then let her take over the affairs and overall planning of the Pent group. In the Marvel world, the operating software of the Red Queen cannot be promoted as vigorously as in the Resident Evil world, as it would easily be discovered by others. Wakanda, Tony Stark's JARVIS, and S.H.I.E.L.D. are all factors to consider. It is unclear how strong S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network protection is, and whether the Red Queen could break through it. Her body must be handled with extreme caution. During the original crisis, several individuals used backdoors to shut down the Red Queen's artificial intelligence. Since it is impossible for the Red Queen to betray Cain, he thinks it would be wise to prepare additional bodies for her. Having a spare body and a robot for her to control would ensure that the Red Queen has no means of being vulnerable. When Cain arrived at the company, Betty was already waiting for him. He immediately held a high-level meeting, calling in Laura, the Vanko father and son, and others who knew some of the group's secrets. He then briefed them about the artificial intelligence. Laura, help me set up 2 temporary computer rooms. My Manor and Umbrella will assist in building the final computer room after the underground base is completed. But for now, the group can utilize the Red Queen to help with office tasks. After Cain finished speaking, the computer beside him spoke, introducing itself. Hi everyone, I am the assistant of Mr. Cain, Red Queen, and I hope to get along peacefully with all of you. Umbrella's development has been perfected for a long time, and the intelligence of the Red Queen is now very high. She actively engages with Cain, solving some of his problems. Although it is programmed, it is far more capable than the previous sluggish version of the Red Queen. Vanko and his son were both surprised and excited. With the Red Queen's artificial intelligence, the last gap in their new energy war weapon plan was filled. However, they first needed to build the underground base in New York City. The Red Queen had already displayed the blueprint for an Umbrella underground base on the computer. A massive hive would cover both Brook Forest and Queens. It took Umbrella 7 years to build such a large-scale project, but without the use of new energy robots. Vanko and his son had built many engineering robots during this period, and with the energy supply from the arc reactor, they could operate 24 hours a day, significantly speeding up construction. Sir, I only need to focus on these 4 locations and increase the number of engineering robots by 6 times. I can complete the underground hive base within 4 years. Once the hive is complete, the engineering robots can also be disassembled and transformed into war machines. The Red Queen has just received all the information from the Pent group. With Cain's authorization, the encryption set by Ivan Vanko failed to stop her. The data on the arc reactor and the war robots were naturally collected by the Red Queen. 4 years is already an impressively fast timeline. Cain nodded, and as he was about to agree, Betty quickly interjected, saying, Cain, the funds from the last sale of gold are running out, and the profits might only return after the drug is launched next month. Don't worry, Betty, I'll take care of the funding issue, Cain reassured her with a calming look. Betty's concerns were not unfounded. Placing the Red Queen's body, doubling the number of engineering robots, and building several landmark buildings to form the underground hive would all add up. All of this would need to be completed within 4 years, and the annual spending could reach billions, or even tens of billions of dollars. Even with the support from pharmaceutical profits, it would still place a significant financial burden on the Pent group. However, money is not a strenuous issue for Cain. If he wanted to, the amount of gold he could pull out could scare Hydra. Against the scale of Umbrella, Hydra was really not a major threat. Later, Cain negotiated further with them, though mostly he was the one making decisions. The technical information brought back by the Red Queen included many drugs developed by Umbrella Biopharmaceuticals, such as painkillers, wound-healing ointments, and more. After reviewing and comparing, 5 drugs were selected for application, listing, and sale. This would require Hydra's help, as Hydra also had shares in the pharmaceutical company. The 5 drugs chosen by the Red Queen were far superior to similar drugs on the market, giving them a natural edge over the competition, which would ensure they made a lot of money. The meeting lasted about 3 hours, and Cain finally ordered, Queen, summarize what we just discussed, create a plan, and distribute it to them. Make your body a priority. My manor is under construction, and the computer room is working together. Anton, I'll leave the energy aspects to you. The Red Queen replied, understood, sir. Anton Vanko readily agreed, though secretly he marveled at the Red Queen's level of intelligent computing. Although he had never seen Tony Stark's artificial intelligence, he felt that Stark's AI might not be superior to the Red Queen's capabilities. As for the gold, titanium alloys, and rare metals, there are not many places left to store them. The Red Queen suggested that once the Umbrella Body computer room is completed, part of it could be used for temporary storage, and the rest would be handed over to Vanko and his son to build the engineering robots. Kain's return had brought many surprises, and Betty was still immersed in the aftershock of the meeting. Once she recovered from the surprise, endless joy followed. The Pent Group's rapid development might position it among the top 10 groups in the world within the next 10 years. As a personal participant and witness, how could Betty not feel delighted? In moments of joy, one needs to channel that energy and use it to stabilize emotions and continue working more effectively. However, in order not to delay the next task, Betty only got comfortable 3 times before washing up and leaving. She didn't even have time to drink her milk this time. Betty had better reasons, determination, and the wisdom of a sage, and Kain couldn't persuade her to stay. Excellent physical fitness is also a challenge. In the future, Betty alone will become more and more difficult to handle. Kain felt that his desire seemed to be growing stronger, but he firmly refused to admit that he was lustful. He just thought that the genes of dragons and unicorns had influenced his nature. The real him could endure years of loneliness to practice his shooting and study diligently. Let's focus on business first, transforming the Wizard Manor and the company. Afterward, I'll head to the ninja world after dealing with it. He hasn't visited the ninja world for a long time, it's the easiest world for him to conquer. If he cooperates with Orochimaru now, Kain has enough strength to take over the ninja world. After that, he can vigorously develop the power of the ninja world to feed back the forces in the Marvel universe, such as the Ten Tails and more. Of course, Kain himself misses Kushina a little, and he doesn't know how long it has been since he left. Madara-sama, you have failed again. The grandson of Senjo Hashirama is truly formidable. Even when surrounded by more than 40 ninjas, he managed to eliminate them all in the end. On the border of the land of Earth, a dark, expansive underground space lay buried. The chamber was vast, nearly 100 meters high, with no visible sources of light, yet the dim surroundings allowed faint visibility of the area. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, subordinates cultivated by Uchiha Madara using the Gadu statue and Hashirama's cells, stood before him. White Zetsu possessed exceptional stealth abilities, perfect for gathering intelligence across various regions. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, could use the possession technique to take control of other ninjas and wield the wood-style bloodline limit. Yeah, Black Zetsu said, his tone laced with awe, that Nawaka's wood-style ninjutsu is incredibly strong. Even if I teamed up with White Zetsu, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. It seems Madara-sama was right to be concerned Konoha might produce another god of shinobi. Hearing this, the aged Uchiha Madara, seated regally, furrowed his brows. The title of god of shinobi is not one to be thrown around so casually, he muttered. In all the years of the ninja world, only Hashirama Senjo had ever truly earned that title. The so-called demigod of the shinobi world in the Rain Village? Laughable. And now, Hashirama's grandson was being heralded as a potential successor to the title. Explain it in detail, Madara demanded. White Zetsu immediately animatedly described the events. It was a critical situation. The clone impersonated Nawake and lured the Cloud Shinobi to a small town, where they surrounded him. But even then, arrival of the Tree Realm, Wooden Dragon technique. As White Zetsu detailed the battle, Madara's mind drifted to memories of his own clashes with Hashirama. The sheer power of those fights echoed in his thoughts, yet his cold voice betrayed his disdain. Nawake's wood style is inferior to Hashirama's. But for 40 Cloud Shinobi to fail to deal with a mere junior? The current generation of ninja is pitifully weak. Still, this boy could pose a threat to the collection of tailed beasts. If I were to intervene myself. Madara paused. He knew his aging body would limit him. Even with his Sharingan, he was no longer in his prime. If he did fight, it might very well be his last. Perhaps he could prolong his life through Black Zetsu's assistance, but such a battle would not be on his terms. Madara's ultimate goal remained infinite Tsukuyomi. For that, he needed someone to execute his plans before his death, ensuring Nagato could revive him when the time came. For now, direct action was not an option. Spread the details about Hashirama's grandson to the other ninja villages, Madara ordered. Now, what about the right candidate? White Zetsu immediately replied, within the Uchiha clan, there are 3 young candidates who meet your criteria, Uchiha Obito, 10 years old, Uchiha Shisui, 9 years old, and Uchiha Yunma, 5 years old. Of them, Uchiha Obito is the most suitable for your requirements. He has yet to fully embody the pride typical of a Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui's talent and strength far exceed Obito's, White Zetsu continued, but he is highly valued within the clan and is currently training with the security team. Madara-sama, which one will you choose? Keep an eye on Uchiha Obito. As for talent, true Uchiha talent emerges only when they experience great loss. The potential they display at other times is insignificant, Uchiha Madara said with a trace of nostalgia. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted back to the time he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan could the true power of the Uchiha clan manifest. Understood, White Zetsu replied. I also believe Uchiha Obito is more promising than Uchiha Shisui. After all, he cares deeply about his friends. With that, White Zetsu departed, preparing to use his avatar to carry out Madara's next plan for Uchiha Obito. The war in the ninja world had been raging for several years, and this time the conflict was far more intense than in previous wars. The entire ninja world was in disarray. While the Third Ninja World War became widely known after the events surrounding Sakamo Haytake, the fiercest battles unfolded during the war between the Cloud and Leaf villages in the lands of Sound and Frost. Fueled by both hatred and ambition, the Third Raikage launched an all-out war against the Land of Fire, invading its territory in a short span of time. Although Konoha mounted a defense, they struggled to counter Cloud Shinobi's vengeful and relentless attacks effectively. The strength of the Third Raikage left no room for ordinary jonin to intervene. Even when Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya led 12 elite Konoha ninjas to confront Hanzo of the Salamander, the results were grim. Apart from the three Sunin, the rest of Konoha's forces were swiftly defeated. In situations where the difference in power was so vast, stepping onto the battlefield was tantamount to signing a death warrant. A similar predicament unfolded against the Third Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Tsunade as the commander-in-chief of Konoha's forces on the Frost Country front, yet even she could not halt the Raikage's onslaught. Only when Noeka joined the fray, teaming up with his sister Tsunade, did Konoha manage to slow the Third Raikage's momentum. Noeka's immense chakra reserves allowed him to summon two wood-style clones to support the battlefield, temporarily curbing Cloud Shinobi's advances. However, when the AB combo, A and B, arrived on the battlefield, Konoha's forces were once again overpowered. Cloud Shinobi boasted an overwhelming number of top-tier ninjas, focusing their efforts on Konoha while largely ignoring Mist Shinobi, who were attacking the Lightning Country's borders but had yet to land ashore. With the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the future 4th Raikage, A, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, and 3rd Raikage himself leading the charge, Cloud Shinobi's forces were nearly unstoppable. Faced with such an overwhelming army, Tsunade had no choice but to order a retreat and fortify their defenses. Twice, she requested reinforcements from the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen eventually dispatched Kushina Uzumaki, along with Hyuga clan members and other elite ninjas, to the Frost Country front line. This reinforcement was effectively Konoha's last stand. Almost all of the village's renowned shinobi had already been sent to the battlefield. If additional forces were required elsewhere, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be left with no choice but to deploy freshly graduated genin to the front lines to ease the burden. The war has escalated so intensely. Why hasn't Orochimaru made a move yet? After arriving in the land of hot water, Cain first gathered information about the ninja world and then summoned Aya and Miwa for a detailed discussion. He questioned them thoroughly about the developments in the ninja world over the past 2 years. Cain had been away for quite some time, more than 2 years, which was long enough for people to develop hidden agendas. Therefore, whenever he returned to the ninja world, he made it a priority to thoroughly assess and manage his influence. Fortunately, Aya and Miwa remained loyal, as Cain could use simple legilimency to detect their emotional states. Had he sensed any dissent, it would have been a significant headache for him. This time, Cain was determined to develop his influence in the ninja world more extensively. With access to enhancements like the Super Soldier Serum, exoskeleton-assisted mechas, and intelligent combat systems under the control of the Red Queen, Cain could assemble a formidable force capable of eliminating large numbers of ninjas except for the most powerful Jonin or cage-level shinobi. However, for this plan to succeed, Cain needed to integrate the Red Queen into the ninja world by laying optical cables, developing the computer industry, and establishing the necessary technological infrastructure. Without a vast pool of data, the Red Queen would struggle to analyze ninja combat styles effectively. Aya, from now on, Miwa will transfer all her current responsibilities to you. I have another task for her, Cain said, handing a thick document to Miwa. This document contains a detailed development plan. Miwa, don't be stingy with funds. Focus all efforts on developing the internet and computers in the ninja world. The document outlined a comprehensive development plan formulated by the Red Queen based on detailed information about the ninja world provided by Cain. The ninja world already had newspapers, and television stations were starting to emerge. The Land of Fire had even begun constructing a television tower, though all of this progress was tied to Cain's support. Without him, advancements like the TV tower would have been delayed by several years. 2 years ago, Cain had instructed Aya to swiftly acquire any media-related industry. Television towers and broadcast stations were among those acquisitions, and Cain ensured that he maintained control over these industries. Now, Miwa's mission was to establish a computer manufacturing plant and begin laying fiber optic cables and signal towers across the Land of Fire. The idea of launching a satellite was more complex. Cain had only brought 30 engineering robots with him this time, as maintaining the underground hive base of the Pent group was equally critical. Bringing more robots would have distressed Anton greatly. The 30 engineering robots would handle the critical components of construction, while local Ninja World workers would focus on simpler tasks like building rocket silo foundations. If everything proceeded smoothly, Cain estimated that he could launch the Ninja World's first satellite in under 2 years. This is still a later stage project. The robots have been working 24 hours a day, providing uninterrupted construction. If all the engineering robots are used, Cain will be able to attempt launching the first ninja satellite in less than 10 months. By that time, the war should be completely over. Although the ninja world after the war may not be entirely safe, at least it will be a period of rapid development. That's probably all for now. Next, let's focus on what we need to do. I might stay in the ninja world for a while, so send me a message if something urgent comes up. Cain anticipated being busy in the near future, with the affairs of the daimyo's prefecture in the Land of Fire, communication with the Terumi clan of Kirigakur, and dealing with Orochimaru. Hearing about Orochimaru's performance on the battlefield in the Land of Winds made Cain feel a bit puzzled. If Orochimaru didn't capitalize on the war's rapid progress, his apprentice, Noeke, might surpass him in reputation. Cain used apparition to patrol the southern peninsula of the Land of Waves, the Land of Tea, and the Land of Fire. Using legilimency, he detected a few individuals with suspicious intentions, which he dealt with swiftly. Fortunately, when he left, the war had already begun, and the major ninja villages were focused on each other. Cain had transferred most of the important industries to the Land of Tea, which was relatively safe for the next 2 years. If not for that, Kirigakur might have tried testing him. At night, Cain used the summoning technique to summon the little white snake that Orochimaru usually called. He then placed a scroll into the snake's mouth and released the summoning, sending the snake back to Orochimaru. After a while, Cain felt the reverse summoning technique signal from Ryokai Cave. He summoned the little white snake again, retrieved the scroll, and sent the message. Meet us at Ryokai Cave at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. It'll be safer. Cain checked the time. It was still a few hours before the agreed meeting time, but he immediately told the little white snake to summon Ichikishima in advance. The little white snake nodded and performed the summoning technique. Half an hour later, Cain felt the reverse summoning technique from Ichikishima. This time, he didn't refuse and was directly summoned to Ryokai Cave. As soon as Cain arrived in the damp cave, he felt a familiar figure rushing toward him. A lowly snake appeared beside him, sniffing his scent like a puppy that hadn't seen its owner for a long time. How can it become more and more irresistible? I really want to take a bite. Ichikishima's obsession made Cain uncomfortable. He pushed her away in disgust, but she floated toward him again, continuing to sniff his scent. Cain wasn't sure whether it was her imagination or if something had changed in him, but Ichikishima felt that his scent had become more alluring, making her want to devour him entirely. Give me another bowl. I haven't tasted it for 2 years, just one bowl. Ichikishima could sense Cain's aura, and her attraction to him had grown significantly stronger. Hundreds of years ago, when she first gained the ability to transform into her adult form, she rarely felt hunger. But today, after catching the scent of Cain's aura, long-forgotten instinct stirred within her. It brought back memories of indulgence she hadn't experienced in ages. If she were capable of overpowering Cain, Ichikishima wouldn't have resorted to begging in such a low, pleading voice. Instead, she would have captured him outright and savored him slowly. However, recognizing her limitations, she had no choice but to ask for his blood. As she prayed for Cain's blood, Ichikishima vaguely felt herself growing stronger. The ability to absorb natural energy naturally enhanced her perception, but her alien-like sensitivity to such energy was even more heightened. It was this heightened perception that made her submission all the more desperate. After receiving a small cup of Cain's blood, she treated it like a precious treasure, savoring every drop. But it wasn't long before Ichikishima returned, gazing at Cain with longing eyes. This time, however, Cain ignored her entirely. When she tried to pester him again, he used magic to restrain her and set her aside. Ichikishima's behavior was the perfect embodiment of a snake's nature, opportunistic and persistent. If you gave her an inch, she would take a mile. That's why Cain remained stern and refused to indulge her. After his warning, she didn't dare approach him again. With the troublesome snake subdued, Cain turned his attention back to his training. Ryokai Cave, with its abundant natural energy, was an ideal place to practice. Thanks to his phoenix genes, he could absorb natural energy and convert it into his own magical growth. Cain's magic had already evolved into a vortex, doubling its upper limit. Even after absorbing natural energy for a while, he still didn't feel any signs of saturation in his magic vortex. After some time, Orochimaru appeared in Ryokai Cave. Ichikishima obediently brought him to Cain and then retreated without protest, leaving them alone. Orochimaru glanced at Ichikishima in surprise. He hadn't expected Cain to tame one of the 3 great snake princesses of Ryokai Cave so thoroughly. With a hoarse chuckle, Orochimaru said, Cain-kun, I didn't expect you to disappear for 2 years. What a pleasant surprise. An accident, Cain replied casually. You know I've been busy managing my affairs. But honestly, your progress has been far too slow. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, Cain continued, in the ninja world, it seems Noeke's reputation has surpassed yours. He and Namikaze Minato are now being hailed as Konoha's twin stars. If you don't act soon, I'm afraid the 4th Hokage will be chosen between Noeke and Minato. No way around it, Orochimaru said with his characteristic smile, though his tone was laced with subtle bitterness. Due to some incidents, Sarutobi-sensei discovered our connection. He's been wary of me ever since. During the war, he kept transferring me between missions. Just 2 months ago, during the crisis in the Land of Rivers, he sent me there on short notice. Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's mistrust and clear targeting, Orochimaru's expression betrayed no resentment. His calm smile remained intact, hiding any trace of frustration beneath his composed facade. Power is truly a magical thing, Cain said. It can turn such a powerful ninja into a standard politician. Once someone threatens his power, he won't hesitate to suppress them, whether it's a disciple, a villager, or even a descendant. Cain waved his hand and continued, now is not the time to lament. After you become Hokage, you'll have plenty of time to reflect on the changes power brings. Do you have any plans for Sand Shinobi Village? Do you need my help? Orochimaru smiled. It's just a tailed beast. Even with Cho and the third Kaze cage, it's nothing. You probably haven't visited the depths of Ryakai Cave. In the depths of Ryakai Cave, Cain suddenly recalled the fire dragons. It had been 2 years now. Could it be? How many fire dragons have you raised? Orochimaru replied, there are 43 dragons in total. Fortunately, there's plenty of prey around Ryakai Cave, or managing so many fire dragons would be quite the trouble. But excluding the supplies for the cave, 3 dragons should be useful in the next war. The smallest one is 30 meters long. As expected of you, Cain said, surprised by the number. 30 fire dragons, each about 30 meters long, with rough skin and thick flesh. Their eyes were the only weak point, and they could fly. If Sand Shinobi faced these beasts, fear would surely arise in their hearts, just like a common ninja facing a tailed beast. And with so many fire dragons, Cain didn't believe Orochimaru hadn't prepared a special summoning beast of his own. His fire dragon had already grown to about 40 meters in length. It was the perfect counter to one tail. Cain smiled reassuringly. In that case, I'll head to the capital of the Land of Fire next. After the war, Daimyo and Kushina should be on your side. And Noeke won't compete with his teacher for the position of Hokage. Tsunade will stand by her brother. She still has a magic contract with me. If necessary, she'll try to violate that contract. Cain could also visit the Uchiha clan, but Orochimaru had support from all levels of power. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other high-ranking Konoha officials were caught in the middle, and it seemed there was little Cain could do. By the way, Cain, it seems Cloud Shinobi is becoming a bit troublesome for you, Orochimaru remarked. Sarutobi and the other high-ranking Konoha officials have reported this to the daimyo. Fortunately, Kushina was sent to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Orochimaru laughed in his usual hoarse voice. It was the first time he had seen the third Raikage push Konoha so hard. It likely had something to do with the fan Kushina had used. When it appeared in her hand, the third Raikage had no choice but to target Cain. The outcome was almost inevitable. But don't worry, Kushina is very strong. I heard that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki are no match for her, and anyone who dares to speak ill of you, Kushina won't let that person get away with it. Being able to walk so close to the 9 Tails Jinchuriki quietly, and at such a young age, Kushina displayed the strength of a top-tier ninja powerhouse. Now, Sarutobi and the others probably regret their actions, their toes turning blue in regret. Thinking about this made Orochimaru feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Although he had already suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen would target him, Orochimaru still couldn't help but feel disappointed when Sarutobi was caught up in the political struggle. Is there such a thing? The third Raikage is too foolish. Just a few Six Paths ninjas. Cain smiled upon hearing the words and said indifferently, the daimyo shouldn't be so stupid. If he were truly that foolish, I'd make sure he steps down early. A ninja village leader threatening the daimyo to hand over a country's minister? The third Raikage does have that kind of ability, and Cloud Shinobi Village can pull it off, but he's foolish enough to touch the bottom line of the daimyo and the nobles of various countries. Ninjas are tools in the hands of the daimyo and the nobles, and now this tool is actually threatening its master. Although Cain doesn't hold real power in the Land of Fire, he is still a minister, and only a few people hold a higher status than him. Let the third Raikage taste some consequences today, there may be some trouble in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also foolish. This kind of thing shouldn't even be considered, it's too obvious to act against him. Cain quickly figured out what the next issue of the newspaper would be, and ensured both the third Hokage and the daimyo would like to read it. On the status of ninjas. Once this newspaper is sent out, it will plant thorns in the hearts of the daimyos of all countries, even the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, who have befriended Cloud Shinobi Village. No one will be exempt from its impact. This war should not last long. In fact, it could be said that Konoha won't last long. Even though the Fire Nation daimyo increased material support to Konoha due to the White Fang incident, unlimited support is impossible. The war has lasted over a year, and even with logistical supplies and war funds, the number of ninjas can't keep up. Orochimaru also plans to have a decisive battle with Sand Shinobi in the near future. He has shown weakness 3 times and moved camp once. It seems the third Kaze cage is about to take the bait. He believed the war will end soon. After receiving some news from Orochimaru, Cain left Ryakai Cave. Before he departed, Ichika Shimahim clung to him, reluctant to let him go. But Cain kicked her away, and then the reverse summoning technique was lifted. Looks like I'm heading to the capital. Distance is no longer a problem for Cain. Now, there is no one who can threaten him in the ninja world, except for Satsuki. Threats really don't hold much weight in Cain's eyes. Cain is a bit of a rogue, capable of destroying Cloud Shinobi Village and leaving the third Raikage completely helpless against him. After operating to the capital of the Land of Fire, Cain didn't go to the pharmacy or the newspaper office. Instead, he went directly to the daimyo mansion. He had already learned a bit about the medicine business from Aya, and now Viagra's sales were comparable to those of wound medicine. Although the unit price is higher, the popularity of Viagra in the ninja world is evident. People with a little money will try to buy a couple of pills. After all, to a certain extent, it's not just a medicine, it's a man's dignity. Under the promotion of Ninja Weekly, Viagra's sales were booming, at least across the entire Land of Fire. But Cain didn't care much about the money in the ninja world. Orochimaru's progress might be faster than his, and Cain couldn't afford to lag behind. Outside the daimyo mansion, Cain was escorted to the castle tower after a guard communicated with the inner chambers. Once inside, he found that only the daimyo and a few servants were present, but there were at least 4 people hidden in the shadows. One of them felt familiar to Cain. It was likely Heitake Sakumo. "Cain-san, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to leave so suddenly," the daimyo said with a smile, as if greeting an old friend. Cain smiled and replied, "I found a few treasures outside, so it took longer than expected. But when I returned, the people below told me that Cloud Shinobi Village invaded the Land of Fire because of me. So, I came to find you, Daimyo-sama, in haste. The third Reikage, don't worry about him. I've already sent an envoy to contact the daimyo of the Land of Lightning." This time, the third Reikage is just a bit confused, the Fire Nation daimyo said, his expression turning angry as he mentioned the third Reikage. But his mood shifted when he became intrigued by the treasure Cain had mentioned. "Cain-san, what treasure is it?" the daimyo asked curiously. "A defensive ring that can automatically defend itself. It's a great help for those of us who travel outside. It's not something you would notice easily, though. Why don't you let this maid demonstrate it?" Cain took out a box from his bosom and presented it to the daimyo. In reality, this was a magical item Cain had created using alchemy. It had 2 main functions: protection and recovery, but the third effect was spiritual influence. If used for too long, the wearer would eventually be controlled by Cain. It had a similar effect to Voldemort's Horcruxes and was a standard dark magic item. Upon hearing this, the daimyo became intrigued and immediately ordered the maid to come forward. He then asked, "How do we demonstrate it?" "Just have her wear this necklace, and then have daimyo-sama order someone to attack her," Cain explained. "Is it that simple?" the daimyo asked, a bit doubtful. But after a quick demonstration, he would be able to see the effect. So, he instructed the maid to put on the necklace and said, "Sakumo-kun." As soon as the words were spoken, a white-haired ninja wearing a mask appeared in the room, using the body flicker technique. He bowed and said, "Daimyo-sama." The daimyo pointed to the maid and said, "Excuse me, Sakumo-san, try it as Cain-san has instructed." "Yes." After Heitake responded, he drew his sword and slashed at the maid. However, his sword skills were superb, and he did not use chakra nature transformation. Even with the blade just a centimeter from the maid's throat, he could easily withdraw the knife. But Heitake Sakumo's strike was blocked. 30 centimeters away from the maid, a milky white halo appeared, directly blocking Heitake Sakumo's sword. Heitake Sakumo's eyes narrowed slightly. He withdrew his knife and slashed again, this time using more strength and channeling chakra to increase the slashing power. But once again, the strike was blocked by the white halo. When his attack was blocked a second time, Heitake felt surprised. Although he didn't use wind-style chakra nature transformation, he had at least used chakra to enhance his physical strength. The strike he just performed could have cut through 2 walls. Cain smiled and said, "Sakumo-san, you can use a little more strength." The Fire Nation daimyo nodded in agreement, adding, "Sakumo-san, a little more force." "I see." After Heitake Sakumo responded, subtle electric light crackled around his body. He quickly slashed at the maid again. This time, the fierce motion of the blade caused the maid to flinch, her face turning pale as she closed her eyes in fear. However, the strike was still blocked, and the white halo around the maid intensified, glowing like an incandescent lamp. The maid was pushed back by the force of the strike, stumbling 4 or 5 steps before sitting down. When she opened her eyes, she realized she had not been harmed. "It's truly powerful. Daimyo-sama, I used more than half the strength of that blow just now. That should be the limit of this defense," Heitake Sakumo said to the daimyo. His swordsmanship focused on 2 chakra nature transformations, wind and lightning. Lightning style stimulates body cells, increasing speed and strength, while wind style enhances the power of the sword. With a single strike, he could split steel. Just now, he used lightning style chakra to augment his strength, which was enough to break through a normal man's defenses while wearing such a treasure. Had he used wind style chakra, he might have been able to break through the defense and kill the maid, but that wasn't necessary. How many Heitake Sakumas are there in the entire ninja world? And how many people can focus on sword skills like him? The daimyo mused. A rare treasure indeed. Is this a legacy from the Sage of 6 Paths in legend? The Fire Nation daimyo asked, his excitement evident as he stared at the necklace on the maid's chest, clearly impressed. It has nothing to do with the Sage of 6 Paths. It is a treasure left by a wizard. It could also be called the God of the Righteous Path. Cain shamelessly gave himself this honorary title. He then smiled and asked the daimyo, "If you like this treasure, I will gladly give it to you." When the daimyo heard Cain's words, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he asked again for confirmation, "Is it really for me, Cain-san?" "Of course. I already have one similar to it, and it's useless to wear too." Cain extended his arm to show the daimyo his magic bracelet. Upon seeing Cain's bracelet, the daimyo happily accepted the black magic necklace. With this, he could sleep much more comfortably in the future. Knowing from Cain that this treasure also had the function of restoring energy made him even happier. Originally, Cain was just a minister he had promoted to handle affairs with Konoha, but he did not expect to be presented with such an important gift. "Daimyo-sama, I still have another gift for the daimyo mansion. I am ashamed to say that Cloud Shinobi's actions were caused by me, and the Land of Fire has suffered greatly. This should be used as compensation." Cain took out a business agreement, and the maid handed it over to the daimyo. The agreement stated that half of Viagra's profits would be transferred to the daimyo mansion. Since the daimyo now wore the black magic necklace, the daimyo mansion was effectively under Cain's control. It was only a matter of time. It's too expensive. The daimyo was also a loyal user of Viagra, so he was well aware of the enormous profits this drug generated. He had been tempted before, but as Cain was the minister of the Fire Kingdom, he knew that acting on it would break the rules among the nobles. Even if he was tempted, he hadn't dared to entertain any improper thoughts. But now, Cain was offering half of the profits willingly, which moved the daimyo. He was pleased by the gesture. Cain shook his head, saying with profound understanding, although Daimyo-sama is enlightened and understanding, the Land of Fire has suffered losses after all. Of course, this has nothing to do with Cain-san. It's all Cloud Shinobi's rudeness. The daimyo immediately made a decision in his heart and said, I will send an envoy to Konoha village to inform the third Hokage that the Land of Fire will never agree to any request from Cloud Shinobi or the third Raikage. The daimyo will fully support this war. With such a huge benefit, not only could the money supporting Konoha be recouped, but the daimyo mansion could also make a lot of money. The Fire Nation daimyo was in no mood to compromise with Cloud Shinobi. He had heard that the third Raikage wanted to target Cain, and that was a huge loss when the pharmaceutical factory in the Land of Fire started. I was foolish and reckless to make mistakes first. How could I blame others? Ninjas truly are like this, he thought to himself. Cain noticed the daimyo's change in mood and smiled. Then thank you, daimyo-sama. It's just a small matter. Cain-san will stay in the mansion today. I can arrange a banquet. It went very smoothly, but it will take 3 months to fully control the Fire Nation daimyo without raising suspicion. Although it's a bit slower, it will definitely be faster than Orochimaru, Cain thought with a smile as he left the daimyo mansion. As for the income from Viagra given to the daimyo mansion, it only temporarily resides there. After a while, the entire daimyo mansion or the entire Land of Fire will become Cain's personal property. Once he becomes the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he can drastically upgrade the country, computer networks, industrial innovation, satellite launches, and more. He will also introduce new energy exoskeleton mechanical super soldier troops. The envoys sent by the daimyo to Konoha will leave in 2 days, and Cain will accompany them. The reason is to check on the situation with the Konoha newspaper. In truth, he wants to assess the situation with Nono. She is Cain's spy chief stationed in Konoha, and she may know more than Orochimaru about what's happened in the past 2 years. There's also Flying Fortress, but that can be handed over to others for redesign and transformation. That guy, Shino, should be studying forbidden techniques and medical ninjutsu. The same goes for Hiriko. He can go to the underground gold exchange to inquire about the news, but maybe it's already over. After the successful transformation of the air fortress, it will become Cain's new daimyo mansion. Cain has always valued comfort, and by then, the Land of Fire will be close to unifying the ninja world. As the only daimyo, he will naturally enjoy the fruits of his power. Cain thought carefully and realized that there was much to do. In addition to Flying Fortress, he also needed to contact Terumi-shin. He had been trading with Mist Shinobi for 2 years, and he needed to give him at least 2 pieces of chakra metal. Some time ago, he wasn't around, so Genji, that old fox, had pretended nothing had happened. Now that Cain is back, he won't allow Genji to keep playing the fool. I'm really ashamed of my procrastination. Starting tomorrow, no more delaying. The situation was tense. The emissary from the daimyo's prefecture addressed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as his 2 advisors, Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura, in the Hokage's office. The situation is as follows. Third Hokage-sama, the daimyo-sama is very dissatisfied with the actions of the Cloud Shinobi and the third Raikage. The Land of Fire will never be threatened by the Cloud Shinobi village. Thus, the daimyo-sama has decided to provide Konoha with war funds and supplies to deal with this threat, the emissary stated firmly. At first, the mention of the daimyo's tough stance on Cloud Shinobi village caused the 3 to look uneasy. Konoha was already stretched thin, fighting on 3 fronts, and its resources were nearly depleted. However, upon hearing that the daimyo would provide war funds and supplies, their expressions softened. Though Konoha's pool of active ninja was running low, the new support would allow them to hire aid from smaller ninja villages, relieving some pressure on the front lines. Villages like Kusanagi, Rain, and Taki had a high potential for employment if the terms were favorable. I understand. Please relay our gratitude to the daimyo-sama. Konoha will always stand with the daimyo mansion in its stance against the Cloud Shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. After the daimyo's envoy departed, escorted by an Umbu ninja, Sarutobi lit his pipe and took a slow puff, filling the Hokage's office with smoke. Yudiden Koharu broke the silence. Hiruzen, what are we going to do about the next batch of reinforcements? We're left with only the genin who've just graduated. Sending them to the battlefield would be reckless. Some of them haven't even completed a handful of missions. Mitokado Homura nodded in agreement. Exactly. It would only cause more chaos. We need another plan. Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied, allocate 100 million ryo and 30% of the supplies to Danzo. Have him negotiate with Kusanagi and Taki to secure their assistance. As for reinforcements, I'll meet with the clan heads to discuss their contributions. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Konoha's ninja roster was grim. Before the war, the village had just over 5,000 registered ninjas. Now, there were only 4,300 left. 700 of them were newly graduated genin with less than a year of experience. The rest consisted of medical personnel, sealing teams, administrative staff, and ninjas stationed in various regions. Only 3,600 could be sent to the battlefields, and those were already deployed across 3 fronts. To make matters worse, many capable ninjas hadn't officially registered, and mobilizing them would require delicate negotiations with the clan leaders. The Sarutobi clan would have to lead by example, sending its own members first, otherwise, the other clans would never agree. Kusanagi and Taki are viable options, Homura admitted. They frequently accept contracts from other nations, and with the amount we're offering, they're unlikely to refuse. But as for Rain Shinobi Village, do you really think that old warhawk Hanzo will agree to help? Yuditen Koharu asked suspiciously, her tone reflecting their shared apprehension about Hanzo. The old war veteran posed a significant challenge. If not for his formidable strength, Rain Shinobi Village would have been crippled by Konoha long ago. If Hanzo refuses, we can approach other factions within the Land of Rain, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested. Recently, numerous rogue ninja groups have emerged there, and many of them seem dissatisfied with Hanzo's leadership. If we hire them, it might create some trouble for him. He paused, deep in thought. The battlefield in the Land of Sound was becoming increasingly problematic. Although Kushina had managed to hold back the 2 Jinchuriki, Cloud Shinobi's superior military strength demanded caution. Their power was something even Sarutobi couldn't take lightly. Meanwhile, Rock Shinobi had refrained from deploying their Jinchuriki, but they compensated with sheer numbers and strategy. Thousands of Rock Shinobi had flooded the battlefield in the first wave, demonstrating exceptional joint ninjutsu capabilities. Facing their coordinated attacks, even Konoha's most skilled ninjas struggled to hold their ground. The situation in the Land of Rivers was even more dire. Sand Shinobi Village had deployed its 3rd Kaze Cage, 1-tail Jinchuriki, Puppet Master Cho, and another magnet-style user. In contrast, Konoha's forces were limited to Orochimaru and a force of 900 ninja, of which only about 20 were jonin. What worried Sarutobi Hiruzen most was Sand Shinobi Village's audacity. They had essentially mobilized the majority of their forces, driving Orochimaru back to Kikyo Castle. Orochimaru had requested reinforcements earlier, and it was clear now that his request could no longer be ignored. Meanwhile, Cain observed Yakushi Nono with a calm smile. Nono, I didn't expect your promotion to come so quickly. You've exceeded my expectations. He handed her a small earring, its intricate design hinting at the alchemical expertise behind it. This is a ninja tool that can protect you automatically. In moments of danger, it might just save your life. So, tell me, do you plan to stay in Konoha, or would you prefer to come work for me? Nono accepted the earring without hesitation, her expression steady. Boss, whatever you decide, I'll follow. Just give the word. Cain chuckled lightly. At 20, you've already become the vice president of Konoha Hospital. I think staying in Konoha is a good option for you. You can continue learning under Tsunade. There's still a lot you can gain from her. As for me, I'm not short on talent at the moment. He continued, even though you've mastered most of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, there are techniques like the 100 Healings Mark that you haven't yet learned. Unfortunately, Tsunade was transferred to the front lines before she could teach you that. For now, I think it's best for you to remain here. Cain paused before adding, besides, Aya is holding things together on the outside, and Shino has already started training medical ninja under my orders. They'll be crucial in the future. I understand, Nono replied with a nod. She then added, Boss, Nohara Rin has also started showing remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. She's already performed several successful surgeries and mastered techniques like healing jutsu and the chakra scalpel. I believe that in 10 years, she'll be able to match my skills in the field. In addition to Nohara Rin, Aoki Daizang, Sato Akutagawa, Hiratani Aikawa, and Uehara Nobu are all performing exceptionally well, Nono remarked. They've recently been promoted to leader Chunin. If they survive this war and accumulate enough mission credits, they should be eligible for promotion to Special Jonin. I believe they deserve additional ninjutsu support to increase their chances of survival. Cain nodded with a smile. I understand. It's only natural to support talented individuals. No, you can ask them what kind of ninjutsu they need, or if they need help in other areas, we can assist with that as well. Aside from forbidden techniques, secret arts, and rare 5-element ninjutsu, Cain could acquire most other jutsu from the underground gold exchange. Additionally, he could provide potions. The medicines brewed by Hermione were remarkably effective, though healing potions and blood-enriching elixirs couldn't fully match the precision of medical ninjutsu, they were still impressive. Even Tsunade had shown significant interest in their properties. As for Nohara Rin, where is she assigned now? Cain asked. She's currently part of Namikaze Minato's team, Nono replied. Her teammates are Heitake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Heitake Kakashi graduated 3 years early, while Rin and Obito are among the top performers in their class. Cain considered this. Uchiha Obito's abilities weren't weak. According to the original timeline, he had already mastered fire style, great fireball jutsu and tree climbing at the age of 10. He could even spar evenly with Kakashi in taijutsu, a feat that Uchiha Suzuki didn't achieve at that stage. However, Obito's mindset was a problem. He lacked the temperament needed for the battlefield. As for Nohara Rin, she was a prodigy in medical ninjutsu and would have been better suited to working in Konoha Hospital. Instead, Sarutobi Hiruzen had placed her in Namikaze Minato's elite team. I see, Cain remarked, shaking his head slightly. Being around those people can be contagious. He was referring to the will of fire. If Rin became too influenced by it, Cain worried that all his efforts in mentoring her would go to waste. Nono immediately responded, I'll find time to check on Nohara Rin. She's still learning medical ninjutsu from me, so I'll try to learn more about her situation and her team. Though Rin wasn't officially her apprentice, Nono regarded her as a student of sorts. If Namikaze Minato tried to bring Rin fully into his fold, Nono knew it would complicate her plans. Nono then shared other updates about Konoha, including some classified information she had uncovered. She had learned troubling details about Root and Konoha's Chunin, as well as the state of Kato Dan, who had survived but was left in a dire condition. He was entirely bedridden, unable to do anything, not even eat on his own. Worse still, Konoha was critically short on medics. Nono explained her analysis. Only 4 doctors remained at Konoha Hospital, including herself. They were barely able to keep up with the essential surgeries. If the situation worsened, even Nono might be called to the front lines. Yakushi Nono reported for 2 hours, summarizing the key events and developments of the past 2 years. Her detailed account gave Cain a clearer understanding of what had transpired during his absence. When she finished, Cain rose to his feet and said, I see. Let's maintain the status quo for now. The war is likely nearing its end. Nono, are you leaving? Nono asked suddenly, her voice cutting through the air. Cain paused, surprised by her question. After a brief moment, he nodded and replied, yes. Is there something else? Massage, Nono said, adjusting her glasses with a small smirk. You promised last time to try my new techniques, but then you disappeared for 2 years. She patted the tatama beside her and continued, lie down here. Let's see if my skills have grown rusty. Well, I guess I owe you that, Cain replied, scratching the back of his head. He decided there was no harm in staying a little longer. The room could wait to be tidied up later. Following her instructions, he lay down on the tatami. The surface felt slightly unfamiliar. It was harder than he remembered. Just as Cain was processing this thought, he felt something soft press against his waist. Startled, he realized it wasn't a massage technique. Nono had shifted, rolling over to sit directly on his back. Orochimaru-sama, the support from the village has arrived, but... In the Konoha War Conference House at Kikyo Castle, a ninja responsible for coordinating frontline personnel reported to Orochimaru. While reinforcements were always welcome, the troops sent by the village seemed of limited utility this time. Aside from Namikaze Minato, the support consisted of only 3 jonin, 20 chunin, and the rest were genin. Military supplies were also in short supply. This level of support was barely enough to make a difference on the front lines. After seeing the reinforcements, many ninjas stationed at the camp felt a sense of resentment toward the village. They were risking their lives for Konoha, yet the support provided felt inadequate, especially given the ferocity of the Sand Shinobi forces. Facing enemies such as the Kaze Cage, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and skilled puppeteers made this battlefield in the Land of Rivers particularly difficult. Despite Orochimaru leading the forces to repel Sand Shinobi several times, the victories often came at great cost. On several occasions, their survival was only secured by Orochimaru's intervention, sometimes at the risk of his own life. It doesn't matter. I already have a plan to deal with it. In this war, Sand Shinobi will lose, Orochimaru said in a calm tone, his face exuding confidence. His assured demeanor seemed to inspire the jonin in the room. Having fought under Orochimaru for a while, they knew he was not one for empty boasts. If he claimed to have a solution, they believed he had one. Senior Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato said as he entered the camp after organizing his students. He bowed respectfully to Orochimaru. Minato-kun, it's fortunate that you're here. If it were that Jiraiya guy, I'd already have a headache, Orochimaru remarked with a sly smile. He gestured toward a seat. Take a seat. I'm planning our decisive battle against the Sand Shinobi, and I'll need you to lead the assassination team to strike at their rear. Minato hesitated briefly but then pulled out a scroll from his pouch. Orochimaru-sama, this is an order from Hokage-sama. He instructed me to deliver it to you personally. Hiruzen-sensei, what new orders does he have? Orochimaru took the scroll and read the contents. A raspy chuckle escaped him as he finished. His reaction immediately put the jonin on edge. From now on, Minato-kun will be the second in command of this front. In my absence, all of you are to follow his lead, Orochimaru announced with a faint smirk. Minato quickly waved his hands in protest. Why me? I'm here to learn from Orochimaru-sama. You're the one who should make all the decisions. The jonin exchanged glances, speculating about the reasons behind the Hokage's decision. While Orochimaru's leadership was unquestionable, the idea of Minato taking on such a major role made some uneasy. Still, they held their tongues. For now, they would follow Orochimaru's orders, as always. But Namikaze Minato was still young, and while no one doubted his strength, his battlefield command experience was lacking. He had mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique and earned the reputation of the Yellow Flash. However, this seemed to be his first time leading a command role in such a significant capacity. Several jonin in the room had participated in 2 ninja wars and possessed far more battlefield experience than Minato. Still, the Hokage's orders were absolute. They could not voice their objections directly, so they chose to remain silent as a form of passive dissent. All right, Orochimaru began, breaking the silence. Let's continue discussing our strategy against Sand Shinobi. For the upcoming decisive battle, it's likely Sand Shinobi already knows about our reinforcements. Even with thousands of ninjas, we are still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. This is why they've grown so arrogant. Orochimaru's deliberate tone ensured every ninja in the room paid attention to his words. However, with so many Sand Shinobi concentrated on the battlefield, the rear of Sand Shinobi village must be poorly defended. Minato-kun, Orochimaru said, pulling out 2 summoning scrolls. Take these 2 summoning scrolls along with a vial of my blood. Use the summoning technique in the rear of Sand Shinobi village. Then coordinate with 3 assassination teams to wreak havoc there. Minato hesitated before speaking up. Orochimaru-sama, Sand Shinobi village, there will likely be many civilians there. He did not want to challenge Orochimaru's authority so soon after arriving, but he could not suppress his concerns. If the war spilled into civilian areas, the fallout would be catastrophic. Orochimaru, however, did not withdraw his outstretched hand. Minato-kun, this is my order, he said with finality. Understood, Orochimaru-sama, Minato replied, accepting the scrolls with a sigh. Though reluctant, he reasoned that the task would be carried out with or without his involvement. His presence would ensure some restraint. Turning to the rest of the room, Orochimaru continued. As for the rest of you, follow the plan we discussed earlier. Luen, hand over the summoning technique instructions to the reinforcements. They will provide support in the next decisive battle. One of the Jonin, Kagawa, raised a hand for clarification. Orochimaru-sama, how many ninjas will be needed for this? To ensure success, Orochimaru replied, assign 6 ninjas per summoning scroll. At least 180 ninjas will be required. Use the Chunin teams as the base and fill in the rest with Genin. The room fell silent as the Jonin began mentally calculating the numbers. Each summoning would require 6 participants. With at least 30 summoning beasts expected, this would mean deploying a significant portion of their forces. The thought crossed their minds, was Orochimaru planning to summon his infamous snakes? They all recalled Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda, and the havoc it could wreak. Ordinary Genin stood little chance against such creatures without detonating talismans, and even most Chunin would struggle against them. I understand, Orochimaru-sama, Luen responded, inwardly relieved. With such a powerful group of summoning beasts, the pressure on the main battlefield would be significantly reduced. As for the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the 3rd Kaze Cage, Orochimaru continued, you needn't concern yourselves with them. Nara clan members, your team will handle the old woman, Cho. Just hold her off. Orochimaru continued to issue orders, confident in Nara clan's tactical abilities. With detailed knowledge of Cho's puppet techniques, it wouldn't be difficult for them to hold her back. After assigning tasks, Orochimaru dismissed everyone to begin their preparations. The summoning technique taught by Luen and Namikaze Minato's covert assassination team required advance arrangements. Once the room emptied, Orochimaru's pupils morphed into 3 Tomo Sharinon. Slowly, the Tomo connected into 4 interlinked rings. Not yet, Orochimaru muttered to himself. A mere Sand Shinobi doesn't warrant the use of these eyes. Sage mode is sufficient. He preferred to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. While becoming Hokage someday wasn't a fear, it was wise not to invite complications too soon. His good teacher was a cunning individual, after all. This war had to be executed perfectly. Sand Shinobi village would serve as a stepping stone to elevate Orochimaru's fame and solidify his reputation. In the battlefield of the Land of Hot Springs, Kushina hurried toward the tent where the meeting was to be held after receiving her summons. Miss Tsunade, she greeted upon entering. Kushina was the 3rd to arrive. She wore a standard ninja uniform, her vibrant red hair tied into a ponytail. Her youthful beauty was striking, her pale face as radiant as a lotus in bloom. Sit down for now. I'll make an announcement once everyone is here, Tsunade said with a relaxed demeanor. Facing Cloud Shinobi village in recent days had been challenging. Tsunade bore immense pressure from having to confront the 3rd Raikage, a formidable opponent. During their battles, she couldn't afford to summon Katsuyo to assist others with healing, as she had to focus entirely on the fight. Even so, the results had been impressive. The 3rd Raikage, known for his ability to face the 8 tails alone, was a legend among Cloud Shinobi. Many within Cloud Shinobi village believed that, were it not for their isolation from Rain Shinobi, the title of demigod of the ninja world should belong to their leader, not Hanzo. Yet now, the 3rd Raikage was held at bay by Tsunade and her brother, Noeki. The siblings worked together seamlessly, occasionally putting the Raikage in a difficult position. Their combined efforts had bolstered the reputation of the Senju siblings, surpassing Tsunade's title as one of the Sunin. If Tsunade and Noeki were to defeat Hanzo of the Salamander, they would rise as the next great legends akin to the god of Shinobi himself. There were demigods, but there was only one god of Shinobi. The meeting. Once all attendees had arrived, Tsunade presented an official order from the village. The document bore not only the seal of the 3rd Hokage but also the daimyo's insignia, symbolizing the authority of both the Fire Nation and Konoha. The decree was clear: deny all demands from Cloud Shinobi and expel every invading Cloud Shinobi from the Land of Fire. Konoha village provided extensive reinforcements for the Frost Country battlefield, sending over 1,700 ninjas. Among them were powerful figures like Tsunade, Noeki, and Kushina, whose presence alone could shift the tide of war. There was also another scroll intended solely for Tsunade. It mentioned that Danzo would be in contact with the reinforcements from Grass Ninja Village and Taki Ninja Village. At least 100 foreign ninjas were expected to arrive, which would significantly bolster their forces. These ninjas would carry a different weight in terms of power. Additionally, there was material support, as Konoha placed much more value on the Frost Country battlefield than on the other two. Next, the Hyuga clan ninjas will be scattered into various squads. We're going to teach Cloud Shinobi a harsh lesson, Tsunade continued. And Kushina, your potions. Mid-sentence, Tsunade turned her head to look at Kushina, clearly hoping for something from her. The others in the deliberation room discreetly looked away. They all knew that Kushina had a potion with remarkable effects 10 times more powerful than ordinary medicines. It was essentially like having a medical ninja accompanying them. So when Tsunade asked Kushina for something, the others silently hoped that Tsunade would succeed. Perhaps they, too, would get a bit of the potion. Sister Tsunade, I don't have much left, Kushina said reluctantly. The potion had been given to her by Cain before leaving, and she had hoped to preserve it for 2 years. However, Tsunade had blackmailed her into sharing half of it when she went to the battlefield. Tsunade chuckled. He's already back in Konoha. You can go ask him for more when you're out. If that doesn't work, just tell him I owe him, and I'll go see him myself. The boss is back. Kushina's eyes lit up at the news, and she felt an urge to return to the village. However, she knew it wasn't realistic. She couldn't leave the front line now. She suppressed the thought but kept it in the back of her mind. Tsunade confirmed, he's back, and the daimyo issued this order just to vent his frustration. Who would let those fools in Cloud Shinobi Village make such a request? They deserve what's coming. Upon hearing about Cain, Kushina smiled. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a ninja bag and began rummaging through it. Before leaving, Cain had cast a solidified space extension spell on her ninja bag, making it the only one in the ninja world capable of holding an entire house. Kushina pulled out over 50 bottles of healing potions from the bag and said with some regret, "This is all I have left. There's no more. I'll make sure to thank the ninjas on the front lines, Kushina. You'll get the most credit for repelling Cloud Shinobi next time." Tsunade smiled and motioned for someone to collect the healing potions, preparing to distribute them later. Noeki, who was standing nearby, secretly smiled. Having lived with his sister and Kushina for so long, he knew how Tsunade controlled everything, whether it was chocolate, cakes, or potions. Kushina was always at Tsunade's mercy. After the discussion about the potions, Tsunade's tone grew serious. There are also 2 Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village. Don't worry, Kushina replied confidently. They won't win this time. I've accumulated a lot of Ninetales chakra. Kushina was candid. Although she hadn't fully convinced Kurama to trust her, the information Cain provided had helped reduce Kurama's hostility. At the very least, Kurama wouldn't cause trouble inside her. When Kushina entered Ninetales chakra mode, Kurama wouldn't absorb her chakra anymore. Moreover, Kushina had created a new ceiling space for Kurama. Free from the shackles of the adamantine ceiling chains, Kurama now had a larger ceiling space. The Ninetales chakra could still be used, but Kushina would return it afterward. This time, having borrowed a large amount of chakra from Kurama, she was confident she would be able to defeat the 8 Tails and the 2 Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi. Sand Shinobi Camp. In the tent, the third Kaze Cage sat with a group of Sand Shinobi executives and Jonin, discussing the latest developments. Sand Shinobi's Umbu had successfully gathered intelligence on Konoha's reinforcements. The report confirmed that Namikaze Minato was leading a contingent toward Kikyo Castle. Though Namikaze Minato was an outstanding shinobi and a likely candidate to become Konoha's next White Fang, the third Kaze Cage remained confident. Based on their collected intelligence, Sand Village's magnet style seemed to be the most effective counter to Minato's techniques. The situation in Konoha has been unusual recently, the third Kaze Cage said, addressing the room. They're likely preparing for a decisive battle. This time, they won't abandon Kikyo Castle as they did in the past. He relayed the latest findings from Sand Shinobi's Umbu to the group before turning to a Jonin. What's Bunkiku condition? The Jonin answered promptly, he's stable for now, with no signs of losing control. However, his energy reserves are limited. A sealing squad had been assigned to assist Bunkiku, but so far, their services had not been needed. The third Kaze Cage nodded. Good. Ensure that Bunkiku is well taken care of. We need him to last through this war. It's clear that a decisive battle is approaching, but Orochimaru isn't foolish. He knows we have 2 magnet-style users here and will likely have Minato avoid direct confrontation. Cho spoke up, her voice calm yet resolute. I'll summon the logistics team and adjust the transportation routes if necessary. It might cause some delays, but as long as we capture Kikyo Castle, it'll be worth it. The third Kaze Cage agreed. Elder Cho is right. Once Kikyo Castle is ours, Sand Village will emerge as the biggest victor of this war. We will solidify our position as the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. His confidence wasn't without reason. The primary obstacle to Sand Village's development was resources, but Kikyo Castle, located deep in the Land of Fire, offered immense strategic and economic value. Securing it would grant Sand Shinobi access to abundant resources and wealth, multiplying the village's annual gains. This, in turn, would expand the number of ninjas, the size of the village, and its overall strength. Elder Cho, how are the puppet master troops preparing? Cho nodded. Kazekage-sama, everything is in order. All combatants have been equipped with the latest poisons. These are entirely new and different from what we've used in the past. Even if that Katsuyu girl were at Kikyo Castle, it would take her a long time to neutralize this poison if she could at all. And as of now, she's busy on the battlefield in the land of hot springs. This preparation wasn't accidental. The new poison had been a long-term project under Cho's supervision, kept secret from their enemies. Konoha would expect Sand Shinobi to rely on their older toxins, leaving them unprepared for this new weapon. Even antidotes designed for previous poisons would be useless. In that case, proceed with preparations, the third Kazekage ordered. Distribute the military supplies to all combat units and prepare for the decisive battle against Konoha. A heavy, tense atmosphere hung over the camp as the weight of the upcoming battle pressed on everyone. Only a few jonin in the camp were privy to Orochimaru's plans, but even among them, the strength of Sand Shinobi village was a source of both pride and trepidation. For the rest, the ominous rumors circulating within the camp cast a shadow of unease over their hearts. Even Namikaze Minato is worried. Although Orochimaru had prepared numerous summoning beasts to assist in the battle, Namikaze Minato, as a contractor of Mount Mayaboku, was well aware of the drawbacks of the summoning technique. After prolonged use, the summoned beasts' energy would wane, and they would eventually retreat from the battlefield. The situation in Kikyo Castle was far more perilous than Minato had anticipated. With Konoha already having lost over 100 shinobi in previous skirmishes, he felt an urgent need to inform the village of their dire circumstances. If possible, he hoped reinforcements could be sent. However, before Minato could act, Orochimaru tasked him with disrupting Sand Shinobi's rear lines, leaving no time to send a report. Reluctantly, Minato abandoned the idea. Both Konoha and Sand Shinobi were gearing up for the final, decisive battle. Sand Shinobi village aimed to capture Kikyo Castle to solidify their territorial gains in the war, while Orochimaru sought to use Sand Shinobi as a stepping stone to achieve a strategic victory with minimal support and manpower. With both sides pushing toward their goals, the inevitability of a major clash loomed large. Konoha's reconnaissance team soon detected Sand Shinobi's movements and reported the developments to Orochimaru. As the tension mounted, the Konoha forces in Kikyo Castle prepared themselves. Orochimaru, speaking to the communication frog left by Minato, gave his order. Go and tell Minato-kun that it's time to act. Understood, the communication frog replied, vanishing in a puff of smoke as it used the summoning technique to reach Minato. With Minato's assignment in motion, Orochimaru turned to the assembled jonin in his camp. His lips curled into a cold smile. Everyone, let's move out. This time, we'll teach Sand Shinobi a lesson they won't forget. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, the jonin responded in unison. The battlefield, a plain on the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire, was a scarred wasteland. Once covered in dense forest, the area had been reduced to barren land in the earlier stages of the war. It would take years, perhaps decades, for the land to recover. Sand Shinobi would undoubtedly try to pass through this area, but Orochimaru had no intention of letting them succeed so easily. While Kikyo Castle's defenses could deter Shinobi, they were no match for a tailed beast bomb. A single attack from their Jinchuriki could obliterate the castle's formidable walls. When the two forces finally met on the battlefield, they stood nearly a kilometer apart. Sand Shinobi made no attempt to flank or ambush Konoha. The third Kazekage, leading the Sand forces, knew such tactics would be futile. Konoha's rear guard was too resilient to be disrupted effectively. Sand Shinobi's greatest advantage in the war was their one-tailed Jinchuriki, Bunpyuku. Of the three Sunin, Orochimaru is by far the most difficult to deal with, the third Kazekage muttered as he observed Orochimaru's figure in the distance. Despite Konoha's small numbers, they had managed to hold off the Sand Shinobi army for so long, even forcing them to commit their Jinchuriki. The third Kazekage suspected that Orochimaru still had untapped strength left, even after Konoha's defensive efforts. He sighed, then turned to his subordinates. This time, Konoha will lose. Tell Bunpyuku to prepare. The order was swiftly relayed to Bunpyuku. Although the monk was a staunch advocate for peace, he could not ignore the needs of his village and his comrades. Inside Fenfu's sealed space, Shikaka, the one-tail, stirred. Its voice echoed in Bunpyuku's mind, half warning and half scolding. Old man, your body can't handle the technique anymore. Let me take over this time. If you push yourself, you'll lose control of your body completely. At first, Shikako had despised Bunpyuku, but over time, the beast had grown to respect the monk. Bunpyuku's unwavering kindness and wisdom reminded Shikako of the Sage of Six Paths. Though reluctant, the beast now shared an understanding with its host, a bond forged through mutual respect. The power of a tailed beast is not something to be used lightly, especially for someone like Bunpyuku, whose age and condition made controlling such a force almost impossible. Even if Shikako, the one-tail, refrained from seizing control of Bunpyuku's body, the sheer strain of using the tailed beast's power would be overwhelming. Isn't that fine? Bunpyuku said, his voice calm as he turned his back to Shikako in the sealed space. With his hands clasped in prayer, he continued, if I lose control, you'll have a chance to escape. I've troubled you for so many years, Shikako. Humph. You don't need to say that, old man, Shikako replied gruffly. Just leave it to me. Moments later, a deafening bang echoed across the battlefield, and a massive cloud of smoke, towering tens of meters high, erupted in the distance. As the smoke cleared, Konoha's shinobi, standing a kilometer away, spotted a colossal figure emerging from the Sand Shinobi's side, a 10-meter tall tailed beast. Its round, sand-coated body, adorned with purple markings, exuded an oppressive aura that was palpable even from afar. Gulp! Some Konoha shinobi instinctively swallowed hard, gripping their kunao tightly. Fighting against other ninjas was one thing, battling a monster like this was another matter entirely. Boom! Boom! Every step Shikaku took as he moved toward Konoha's forces sent tremors across the battlefield. Bunpyuko, now entirely consumed by the tailed beast's power, was living on borrowed time. His life was rapidly slipping away, but he continued to push forward, determined to fulfill his role. Behind Shikaku, sand shinobi troops scattered into formation. Under their captain's command, they prepared to smash through Konoha's defenses in one decisive assault. One tail. If it weren't for the sheer number of enemy forces, Orochimaru murmured to himself, ensuring no one else could hear. Without hesitation, he began entering Sage Mode. Over the past 2 years, Orochimaru had strengthened himself significantly, developing 2 secret weapons, the Extremis Virus and Sage Mode. As he activated Sage Mode, purple eyeshadow appeared around his eyes, and his chakra flared with a blue, snake-like aura. The sheer intensity of his power blew away the surrounding dust, leaving Konoha's shinobi awestruck. This was the first time Konoha's troops had seen Orochimaru in Sage Mode. They didn't fully understand what it was, but the overwhelming chakra radiating from him was enough to bolster their morale. Summoning technique. Boom! Another explosion of smoke filled the air, followed by a deafening roar. A massive fire dragon appeared, its fierce presence rivaling that of Shikaku. With each movement of its immense wingspan, powerful hurricanes swept across the battlefield, dispersing the smoke almost instantly. The dragon's ferocious head loomed large, its razor-sharp claws glinting in the sunlight as if they could easily tear through steel. Its immense body stood as a powerful counterbalance to Shikaku's oppressive form. This is incredible, one Konoha shinobi murmured in shock. The fire dragon wasn't the familiar 10,000 snakes that Orochimaru often summoned. Instead, it radiated a power and majesty far surpassing that of his usual summoning beasts. Its mere presence left Konoha's troops in awe. As the dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield, it signaled the start of Orochimaru's counterattack. Hidden in the distance, a specialized summoning unit received Orochimaru's signal. Using blood samples he had provided earlier, they smeared his blood onto their hands and prepared to perform a coordinated summoning technique. Bang! 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 Explosions echoed as multiple summoning circles appeared in unison, unleashing reinforcements to join the battle. 30 massive fire dragons appeared on the battlefield's outskirts, their arrival heralded by Orochimaru's command. With a deafening roar from him, the dragons flapped their wings, taking to the skies in unison. The sheer force of their ascent stirred up powerful gusts, as they soared higher, heading directly in the direction of Orochimaru's signal. Far from the heart of the ninja world lay Lulin, a nation that had managed to avoid much of the wars plaguing other lands. However, the presence of the dragon veins, a source of immense power, had drawn conflict to Lulin's doorstep once again. Boom! The last mechanical puppet crumbled to the ground, struck down by a blonde boy. Naruto knelt down, retrieving a USB drive from his gear, then flipped the lifeless puppet over. Locating the data interface on the back of its head, he inserted the drive with precision. My side is done, Naruto said through the comms, brushing dust off his hands. In 3 seconds, all the Pent 42 mechanical guards will shut down. Honestly, I can't believe that idiot Beja managed to steal the Pent 42 designs. And what's worse, he made so many cheap knockoffs. As he finished speaking, the mechanical guards that had been wreaking havoc across Lulin abruptly ground to a halt. Even the enormous super mechanical guard battling Kakashi froze mid-attack, its systems fully disabled. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi replied over the headset. His tone was calm, though tinged with exasperation. But I'll be reporting to the daimyo about you tampering with the seal. Wait, no, Kakashi-san, Naruto began, his voice panicked. But before Naruto could finish pleading, Kakashi deactivated the comm link. Sighing, he approached Beja, who was cowering behind a fallen mechanical guard. Kakashi pulled out a formal arrest warrant from his pouch. Beja, Kakashi began, his voice cold, you're charged with stealing confidential documents from the Land of Fire, trespassing in forbidden areas, and interfering with past historical events. As per the law, I am authorized to execute you on the spot. Beja barely had time to process the words before a flash of white light streaked through the air. His eyes widened in terror, but in the next instant, his head fell from his shoulders. Kakashi sheathed his white fang blade in a smooth, practiced motion, not even sparing the body a glance. Scratching his head, Kakashi turned toward Naruto with a weary expression. Now the real question is, how do we get back? Kakashi-san, what should we do now? After recovering all of Pent No 42's mechanical guards, Uzumaki Naruto asked Take Kakashi with an embarrassed expression. However, Kakashi only rolled his eyes at him. The reason they ended up back in the past was none other than Naruto's impulsiveness, which had forced Kakashi to follow him to ensure his safety. Queen Sarah can't do anything about it. People in this era can't precisely control the power of the dragon veins. Even the daimyo hasn't studied it thoroughly, which is why it's designated as a forbidden area, Kakashi said weakly. He was just a guardian ninja, not part of the scientific research department. This was his first time traveling through time and space. How was he supposed to know what to do? There are only 2 options now, Kakashi continued. We can either wait near the dragon veins and hope the daimyo intervenes after learning you've been caught up in its power, or we can go directly to the daimyo. but I'm not sure how much research they've done on the dragon veins at this point in time. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. He said decisively, "It goes without saying, of course, I'll go find my father." Kakashi sighed. "After hearing your decision, I think it's better if we stay here. Right now, it's the Third Ninja World War. The Land of Fire hasn't unified the ninja world yet, so running around is too dangerous." After saying this, Kakashi waved his hand and started heading back to talk with Queen Sarah. He intended to stay near the dragon veins for now. Naruto, however, immediately panicked. He rushed forward, grabbing Kakashi and pleading, "Kakashi-san, I'll definitely follow your commands this time. If the two fathers of different time work together, maybe we can return as soon as possible." He rattled off excuse after excuse, clearly unwilling to stay behind. Kakashi could see through Naruto's plan in an instant. Still, he had his own reasons for considering the idea. Now that they had traveled to the past, Kakashi couldn't help but wonder if it was possible to change certain events. Even if nothing could be altered, he still wanted to understand the causes and effects of what had happened. After Naruto begged for a while, Kakashi finally relented, but not without conditions. "Fine, but we're making some rules. Once we leave Lulan, you will follow my orders without question. No acting on your own. Also, we'll need to change our clothes." "Understood, Kakashi-san." Naruto agreed readily. He quickly pulled out a different outfit from his ninja bag, while Kakashi stepped aside to change as well. Afterward, they both went to bid farewell to Queen Sarah. Though Sarah tried her best to convince them to stay, the two of them refused. They were heroes who had saved Lulan, and the queen wanted to hold a banquet in their honor, but Naruto was eager to explore the culture and scenery of this time. Politely, they declined her invitation and prepared to leave. In the Land of Wind, Namikaze Minato led a 12-member team specializing in assassination and harassment towards Sand Shinobi Village after receiving news from the messenger frog. The team was composed of various types of ninjas, including those skilled in reconnaissance, assassination, and sabotage. Among them were members of the Hyuga clan and the Inuzuka clan, whose investigative skills were particularly valuable. The group moved freely across the country without detection, except in the event of a large-scale search by Sand Shinobi. Setting out half a day earlier, they quickly approached the outskirts of Sand Shinobi Village. "Captain Minato, there are about 10 ninjas on watch at the entrance to Sand Shinobi Village," reported a Hyuga clan ninja. "It seems they've been alerted in advance. We could use Earth Style or eliminate these guards to get closer." Sand Shinobi Village, surrounded by desert, made it challenging to approach unnoticed. Unlike Konoha, which was nestled in forests that offered cover for infiltration, Sand Shinobi's desert terrain left intruders exposed. This same terrain, however, allowed Sand Shinobi to forego large-scale village-wide barriers. Guarding the desert was simpler, and they lacked the manpower to maintain widespread enchantments. 10 guards? Then we'll attack directly, Minato decided after a moment of thought. "We'll destroy Sand Shinobi Village and evacuate afterward." Minato was merciless when fighting enemy ninjas, but he hoped Sand Shinobi would react swiftly enough to evacuate their civilians once alerted. He anticipated that with their village under threat, Sand Shinobi would recall their forces from the front lines, giving him a chance to deal a decisive blow during the chaos. "Move out," Minato ordered, dispersing the team to prepare for the assault. In the distance, 3 Sand Shinobi guards suddenly felt a sharp itch on their necks before their bodies grew weak and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, unable to speak or move. "Gaara, what's wrong with you?" The entrance to Sand Shinobi Village was guarded in tiers, with ninjas stationed at different levels. When the 3 guards on the lowest tier fell, the others quickly realized something was amiss. "Their faces are black, it's poison? We're under attack," shouted the team leader, who had gone to investigate. The ninja from the Aberame clan had deployed poisonous insects to incapacitate the guards. However, the team leader, noticing the insects in time, swiftly drew a kunai and killed one. Phew, boom! A flare shot into the sky, exploding above Sand Shinobi Village. This was a prearranged warning, and Kazekage-sama had already been alerted to the possibility of an attack. The remaining Sand Shinobi on guard heightened their vigilance. As the flare burst overhead, the village's ninjas scrambled into defensive positions, prepared for the imminent assault. In the distant desert, several strange ninjas appeared, quickly heading toward the gates of Sand Shinobi Village. Upon seeing this, the captain of the Sand Shinobi guards immediately shouted, "It's the enemy? Prepare to attack." However, he soon realized that one of the enemies was moving incredibly fast. No sooner had he issued the warning than a yellow flash appeared at the entrance of Sand Shinobi Village. 2 kunai were thrown from a distance. The Sand Shinobi captain dodged one, but blocked the other with his own kunai. "Form up and block the enemy," he shouted. As long as, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A few seconds before he lost consciousness, one thought flashed through his mind: how did he get behind me? Damn it, avenge the captain. Although the remaining Sand Shinobi had some momentum, they were no match for Namikaze Minato. Using the elusive Flying Thunder God technique, he quickly dispatched the Sand Shinobi at the entrance. "Next, I will summon Orochimaru-sama's summoning beast," Minato said. "While the summoning beast and I draw their attention, you will attack Sand Shinobi as a team." Following Minato's orders, he took out a scroll and Orochimaru's blood before performing the summoning technique. Boom! 2 massive clouds of smoke billowed, followed by a fierce dragon's roar. The sound was like distant thunder, and most of the people in Sand Shinobi Village could hear it. Minato suddenly felt a gust of wind and instinctively used the Flying Thunder God technique to move away from the summoned beast. As he retreated, Minato realized that what he had summoned were 2 gigantic fire dragons, each about 20 to 30 meters tall. However, he wasn't familiar with the creatures, though they looked somewhat like lizards to him. Roar! These fire dragons were the most violent of those bred by Orochimaru. They were usually kept alone in a special space within Ryokai Cave. Now, having been summoned, their pent-up aggression was immediately unleashed. Opening their massive mouths, the dragons unleashed fire blasts that stretched 34 meters in length. The dragons then flapped their wings and attacked Sand Shinobi Village. They had been imprisoned for far too long and were desperate to release their fury. Meanwhile, in a different part of the Land of Fire, Kakashi-san, where should we go to find Dad? Do you know what he looks like now? After hearing this, Heitake Kakashi thought back to when he was around 9 years old. Then he replied, the daimyo's appearance hasn't changed much, so it will be easy to recognize him. Let's go to the Land of Fire and find out. He should be the Minister of Publicity by now. Someone should know his whereabouts. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly asked, would you like to visit Sand Shinobi Village? Before Naruto could finish speaking, Heitake Kakashi punched him on the head and warned, this is the past. Do you really want me to report the truth to the daimyo when I get back? I understand, Kakashi-san. I'll be obedient. Uzumaki Naruto quickly nodded. After Kakashi's warning, he realized that Kakashi wasn't joking. If he disobeyed, he might not survive to see the future. We should be approaching Sand Shinobi Village soon. Let's circle around, Kakashi said, but before he could finish, he suddenly looked ahead with heightened vigilance. From behind a pile of rocks in the distance, a group of ninjas appeared, rushing toward them. Kakashi-san, those ninjas seem to be from Konoha. Why are they here? Uzumaki Naruto noticed the figures as well and asked Kakashi in a low voice. With no cover nearby, the two groups saw each other at the same time. There are pursuers behind them, trying to drag us into the mess. Heitake Kakashi's sharp eyes quickly spotted the Sand Shinobi trailing Namikaze Minato, and something about Minato felt familiar. As they drew closer, Kakashi realized that Minato had been his former team leader. Kakashi had served under Minato as a Jonin team leader during the war. Later, he had heard rumors of Minato's fall from grace, something involving a mistake, though no one knew the full story. Some said Minato was punished by being sent to the root or imprisoned, but details were scarce. Kakashi was too young at the time, and with his father away from Konoha, he didn't know what had really happened. What Kakashi hadn't expected was how devious Minato had been at that age, leading Sand Shinobi straight toward them. Go, Naruto! Kakashi ordered, and immediately pulled Naruto in the opposite direction. As people from the future, they would try to avoid any unnecessary encounters. If it weren't for the fact that they wouldn't be able to return for a while, Kakashi wouldn't have wanted to meet any of the famous figures from this time. But what Kakashi didn't expect was that when they changed direction, Minato's group followed them. The last few days of October had indeed been a bit slow, but with the arrival of November, explosive updates were coming. Stop! Your behavior just now will not be treated as if nothing happened. It's better if you don't come any closer, Heitake Kakashi said coldly. Despite Namikaze Minato having some connection to him, Kakashi was aware that they weren't from this time, and he wouldn't simply overlook what had just happened. Embarrassment flickered across Namikaze Minato's face. He halted his steps and said, sorry, I thought you were Sand Shinobi pursuers. The explanation wasn't convincing at all. Kakashi and the others didn't resemble Sand Shinobi in the slightest. It was absurd to jump to such a conclusion. However, Kakashi kept those thoughts to himself. Uzumaki Naruto, standing beside him, couldn't hold back and asked, you're Konoha ninjas, so why are you in the Land of Wind? That's exactly what we were about to ask you, a ninja from the Aberame clan interjected as he adjusted his sunglasses. If you're not Sand Shinobi, why are you here in the Land of Wind? Before Kakashi or Naruto could respond, both of them abruptly jumped aside. Naruto, fuming, shouted, this guy is still trying to attack us in secret? Do you want to fight? Naruto's outburst startled the other Konoha ninjas, especially the Aberame clan ninja. His insects, usually undetectable, had been noticed immediately by both Kakashi and Naruto. This was an unusual occurrence. Naruto, Kakashi reprimanded, stopping Naruto from forming a seal. He then turned to the group and said firmly, we're ninjas from Lulin. This meeting was an accident, but I hope you refrain from provoking us further. After speaking, Kakashi noticed Namikaze Minato taking 2 steps back, signaling for Naruto to leave with him. The two left without another word. As they disappeared from sight, another member of the assassination squad stepped forward. The Hyuga clan ninja observed, they're gone, but the blonde boy had a massive amount of chakra, more than I've ever seen in a person. Not to mention that seal, another ninja added. It looked like the shadow clone technique. A ninja instinctively uses their best technique, just as he did. Let it go. That encounter was an accident, Namikaze Minato interjected, dismissing his thoughts for now. It's clear they aren't Sand Shinobi. Lulin. I've heard of that place before. It's a small country further south. Still, unease lingered in his mind. The masked man from earlier bore an uncanny resemblance to his student. The white hair and the mask, it was too similar. If he didn't know that Heitake Kakashi had no other relatives besides Sakumo, he might have thought the man was from the Heitake clan. Let's rest for a bit, Minato continued, shaking off the thought. Then we'll take a detour back to the battlefield at Kikyo City. They'll need us there. This mission had turned complicated, and Namikaze Minato couldn't shake the bad blood brewing with Sand Shinobi. He hadn't expected Orochimaru's summoned beast to be so destructive. The two fire dragons had rough skin and thick flesh, wreaking havoc in Sand Shinobi village for several hours. Finally, they were killed through the combined efforts of all the Sand Shinobi. By then, however, a quarter of the village had been destroyed, and during a simultaneous sneak attack by Namikaze Minato and his team, nearly 200 Sand Shinobi were killed. Minato's team also suffered heavy losses, losing 6 members, and only half managed to escape. Furious, Ebizo led dozens of Sand Shinobi in pursuit for a long time. However, realizing the futility of catching up and the vulnerability of the village without defenders, Ebizo reluctantly gave up the chase and returned to the village. Meanwhile, under Orochimaru's leadership, Kikyo City achieved a decisive victory on the frontal battlefield. 30 fire-breathing dragons soared through the skies, inflicting massive casualties on the Sand Shinobi forces. The fire dragons, cultivated by Orochimaru, could release fire breaths over 30 meters long, something even skilled jonin adept in fire style struggled to match. Additionally, their ability to breathe fire was frequent and relentless. Their thick hides and immense durability allowed them to endure Sand Shinobi's counterattacks, scattering enemy positions with relentless aerial assaults. Orochimaru himself had a special fire dragon that kept Sand Shinobi's one-tailed Jinchuriki occupied. Simultaneously, he engaged in combat against the third Kaze Cage and the second magnet-style user of Sand Shinobi, Raza, while in Sage mode. With Senju Chakra amplifying his jutsu, Orochimaru's power overwhelmed even the third Kaze Cage. The situation left the Kaze Cage shocked. He had suspected Orochimaru's hidden strength in previous encounters, but he hadn't anticipated such a devastating trump card. Without Raza's assistance, the third Kaze Cage knew he wouldn't last long. Elsewhere, jonin from the Ino, Shuka, Cho clan held back Cho through tactical intelligence, while Orochimaru's fire dragon continued to keep the one-tailed Jinchuriki at bay. With few capable of countering the 30 fire dragons in the sky, Sand Shinobi found themselves in dire straits. Ordinary ninjutsu was ineffective against the dragon's tough hides. Only powerful wind-style attacks could inflict significant damage. Initially, Sand Shinobi managed to hit the wings of 5 or 6 dragons with wind-style ninjutsu, forcing them to crash to the battlefield. However, these victories were short-lived. The grounded dragons became berserk, lashing out wildly and proving even harder to deal with. To make matters worse, the Konoha Shinobi forces continued to press their advantage alongside the dragons. The third Kaze Cage, realizing that the one-tailed Jinchuriki was ineffective and that Sand Shinobi's lines were in complete disarray, recognized the battle was lost. Prolonging the fight would only result in greater casualties. Furthermore, the blessings they had relied on before the war would not last much longer. If the conflict dragged on, they risked losing Shikaku altogether. Once the one-tail broke free, it wouldn't return to Sand Shinobi village willingly. Retreat, the third Kaze Cage finally commanded, cutting their losses and signaling the withdrawal of Sand Shinobi forces. Third Kaze Cage wrestled with the decision, but in the end, he made his choice. Raza. Hearing his name, Raza unleashed a powerful surge of chakra, sending a wave of gold dust rising from the ground to attack Orochimaru. Kazekage-sama, I'll hold off Orochimaru. You handle the summoning beasts. Third Kaze Cage felt a pang of discomfort. He had intended to take on Orochimaru himself and have Raza deal with the summoning beasts while leading Sand Shinobi's retreat. However, Raza had acted first, forcing his hand. With no other choice, Third Kaze Cage turned his attention to controlling the iron sand to destroy the fire dragons. Meanwhile, Raza's sudden burst of power managed to temporarily stall Orochimaru. While Orochimaru could have easily overpowered Raza, he saw no need to do so. After all, destroying Sand Shinobi village wasn't worth revealing his full power, particularly secrets like wood style and the Sharingan that he coveted. With the retreat order from Third Kaze Cage, Sand Shinobi's already fragile front lines collapsed entirely. The Kaze Cage, pouring out his remaining chakra, desperately rescued Bunpyaku and managed to shoot down more than 10 fire dragons. Ultimately, he was forced to abandon some rearguard ninjas to ensure the survival of the majority. Leading most of Sand Shinobi's forces, he retreated from the battlefield, his chakra nearly depleted. We won! We won! The surviving Konoha Shinobi were overcome with emotion. Some wept with joy, while others sank to the ground in shock and exhaustion. After regaining their composure, they stumbled across the battlefield, searching for their teammates. Amidst the chaos of a battle involving thousands, the scale of destruction was staggering. Corpses lay scattered across the open battlefield, and rivers of blood pooled into pits. A rough count estimated over 400 dead, with Sand Shinobi accounting for 70% of the casualties. Despite the overwhelming numbers of Sand Shinobi compared to Konoha's forces, the latter's victory was a rare and remarkable achievement, aided significantly by the fire dragons. Orochimaru glanced at Raza, who was now paralyzed by snake venom, and gave a firm order: gather the corpses and return to Kikyo City. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, the remaining Konoha Shinobi responded in unison. On this battlefield, Orochimaru's reputation among the Konoha Shinobi reached its peak. His cunning and strength had played a pivotal role in securing victory, earning him immense respect. As the Konoha Shinobi carried out their tasks, a small drone descended from the sky. Its unfamiliar appearance immediately aroused suspicion. The Shinobi were wary, but Orochimaru waved them off. Don't worry about it. It's one of ours. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. While the others obeyed, their curiosity lingered. Orochimaru, however, knew exactly what the drone was. It was there to capture footage, and its presence signified that Cain was nearby, observing the battle. Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk. Cain was proving to have an even darker sense of amusement than he did. Still, Orochimaru temporarily ignored the drone and focused on managing the battlefield to ensure everything ended perfectly. The corpses of the fire dragons were also not wasted. Orochimaru intended to use them as food for Manda. While Manda no longer demanded live sacrifices, the massive summoning beast required rewards to stay motivated. Orochimaru understood this better than anyone. By offering sufficient benefits, he ensured Manda and by extension, the fire dragons remained under his control. Intelligent summoning beasts like Manda were valuable assets, and Orochimaru knew how to make the most of them. As the war concluded, the Konoha forces were busy cleaning up the battlefield, treating the wounded, and organizing patrols to guard against potential counterattacks from Sand Shinobi. By the time everything was in order, the sky had already darkened. At this point, Orochimaru left a shadow clone in Kikyo Castle and headed to a secluded spot in the woods just outside the castle. There, Cain had been waiting for some time. Orochimaru, today you've made a name for yourself in the ninja world. With this victory, there's at least a 90% chance you'll become the fourth Hokage, Cain remarked. Hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled. If it's not 100%, then there are still variables. When the time comes for the fourth Hokage to be chosen, I fear we may see a repeat of the second Hokage's succession. Cain frowned and asked, are you worried? Does Sarutobi Hiruzen have the resolve of the second Hokage? Don't underestimate Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru replied. He solidified his position as Hokage through war. He earned his title as the professor of the ninja world. In his prime, he was a decisive leader. When he noticed the rise of Rain Shinobi village, he didn't hesitate to start a war not only to secure his own position but also to suppress Rain Shinobi and drag Sand Shinobi into the conflict. Cain nodded thoughtfully. So, you think some insurance is necessary? Before Cain could continue, Orochimaru suddenly sneered and interrupted. It seems we have an uninvited guest, Cain-san. With that, Orochimaru's body dissolved into countless snakes, which slithered rapidly in all directions. A moment later, the sound of a scuffle broke out in the woods, about 10 meters away. Someone arrived here before me. Cain frowned. He hadn't checked the area thoroughly upon his arrival, assuming no one else was around. However, Orochimaru had quickly sensed the presence of an intruder. Swish! With a swift motion of the knife, several figures lurking in the woods were cleaved in two. Heitake Kakashi, however, immediately turned to Naruto with a serious expression. Naruto, we've been discovered. I'll cover your retreat, he said firmly. Snake ninjutsu? Shouldn't it be the fourth Hokage dealing with this at this time? Kakashi quickly assessed the situation, considering the ninja known for summoning strange figures. Other than Orochimaru, there was only his disciple Anko. As for Orochimaru's other apprentice, Nawake, he hadn't mastered snake-based techniques. Such fluid, graceful swordsmanship like flowing clouds and water. I didn't expect anyone else in the ninja world to know Sakumo-senpai's Heitake sword technique. The cold, hoarse voice came from nearby, sending chills through the dark forest. And those eyes, they bear a striking resemblance to Sakumo-senpai's. Are you a hidden ninja of the Heitake clan? The next second, Kakashi noticed two giant pythons lunging toward him at an alarming speed. Shua, Shua, two white streaks of light flashed, followed by faint sparks of thunder. Kakashi slashed through the pythons in one swift motion. However, his sharp eyes caught something troubling. The snakes' bellies were lined with detonating tags. A cold sweat broke on his brow as he processed the danger. Just as he and Naruto leapt to safety, Kakashi realized something odd: the detonating tags were fake. In the stillness of the night, this had to be a deliberate distraction. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, wouldn't make such a blatant move without reason. His real target is Naruto. Kakashi's mind raced. Orochimaru had been testing his strength, gauging his abilities. But his real plan, Kakashi now realized, was already in motion. A younger, less experienced target would be easier prey. As if on cue, the Orochimaru they had seen earlier dissolved. It was merely an earth clone. The real Orochimaru had already moved in on Naruto. A sharp hissing sound filled the jungle as several snakes emerged from the shadows. Uzumaki Naruto, who had just landed on a tree branch, found himself entangled by 6 or 7 figures. The serpents coiled tighter, threatening to crush him. This was Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands, a technique perfect for subduing opponents. Hiss! Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. But then, something unexpected happened. As the snakes tightened their grip on Naruto, a soft, milky white halo suddenly surrounded his body. The shield-like aura nullified the serpent's hold, preventing them from sinking their fangs into him. What ninjutsu is this? Orochimaru muttered, his curiosity piqued. You seem to be of significant research value. The serpents, now limp, fell to the ground, lifeless. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Don't worry, Orochimaru. They may not be enemies, a calm voice echoed from the forest. A figure stepped out of the shadows. It was Cain. Both Kakashi and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of him. Naruto, however, looked especially excited. At Cain's words, Orochimaru paused, retracting his intent to attack. Not enemies? Cain-san, Orochimaru asked, his interest now redirected. Do you know these two? After taking a closer look at Uzumaki Naruto and Heitake Kakashi, Cain turned to Orochimaru and said, I have a few ideas about them. Leave them to me. As for what we discussed earlier, it can wait until we return to the village, Orochimaru interrupted with a smile. I doubt they have the energy to start a war in Sand Shinobi Village anytime soon. He then added, the 2 fire dragons I gave to Minato are special. Once summoned in Sand Shinobi Village, they'll prove very effective. With that, Orochimaru turned and began walking toward Kikyo Castle. The matter between him and Cain wasn't urgent, it could wait until they returned to discuss further. Once Orochimaru left, only Cain, Uzumaki Naruto, and Heitake Kakashi remained. Cain spoke up, you must have come from the future. Wow, you guessed it right away, Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up in surprise. He walked up to Cain with a smirk. Then why don't you guess my identity too? Cain observed Naruto carefully before replying, I rarely give alchemy items to anyone outside my family. And even if I do, they always contain black magic. Yet, the item you're wearing is clearly my alchemical creation. He then shifted his attention to Kakashi. As for you, white hair, a mask, and the white fang sword technique. Only Heitake Kakashi in the entire ninja world matches this description. As he watched Naruto's cheerful yet somewhat naive demeanor, Cain couldn't help but wonder if Naruto was his descendant. The boy's personality reminded him of Kushina, though his actions seemed far less sharp. Still, no one in the ninja world could craft the alchemical items Naruto possessed except Cain himself. You two, put your hands on me, Cain instructed. We'll talk somewhere else. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged a brief glance before obediently placing their hands on Cain. Though Cain's appearance hadn't changed much from 10 years into the future, the sternness in his voice made both Naruto and Kakashi acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, the 3 of them disappeared through apparition. A few days later, news from the battlefield began trickling into Konoha village. Reports confirmed Orochimaru's decisive victory over Sand Shinobi Village, and soon the story spread throughout the Land of Fire. At the same time, an issue of Ninja Weekly emerged, glorifying Orochimaru. The article detailed the events of the war, heavily emphasizing Orochimaru's role while exaggerating the military strength of Sand Shinobi Village. It downplayed the support Konoha provided, portraying Orochimaru as a lone warrior overcoming insurmountable odds. The narrative, filled with metaphors and praise, painted Orochimaru as a cunning strategist and unparalleled fighter. Readers couldn't help but marvel at his wisdom and strength, and many became ardent admirers after reading the article. This was all part of a carefully crafted campaign momentum building. Only a select few in Konoha village saw through the exaggeration and manipulation. However, their skepticism was futile. The Konoha newspaper had been authorized by the daimyo himself, leaving even Sarutobi Hiruzen powerless to shut it down. And it wasn't just the Konoha newspaper. The Land of Fire had 4 or 5 other prominent publishers. Could Hiruzen possibly control every publication outside of Konoha village? Moreover, the Konoha newspaper had done nothing but praise Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to hastily ban the publication of Ninja Weekly in Konoha was too obvious in its intent. Hokage office. Though he had received news of victory from the front lines, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed no joy. When he first received the battle report, Sarutobi Hiruzen had breathed a sigh of relief. If Sand Shinobi Village could withdraw from the battlefield, Konoha would have more resources to focus on the other 2 fronts. But the public opinion in the village made him uneasy. Before Orochimaru returned, his reputation had been rising steadily, clearly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Ninja Weekly. This newspaper had been specifically approved by the Fire Nation's daimyo, and the person behind it was Cain, the Minister of Propaganda, who had the authority to interview all ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen had also learned of a private connection between Orochimaru and Cain. With the abnormal public sentiment spreading throughout the village, it was clear that the 2 were working together. Orochimaru's ultimate goal might be the position of the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru, you've changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and made a decision in his mind. He turned to Yudin Koharu, Mitokado Homura, and Danzo and asked, what do you think of the situation on the battlefield, and the praise for Orochimaru in the village? Mitokado Homura hesitated for a moment before responding, in my opinion, we should first confirm whether Sand Shinobi has really withdrawn from the battlefield. As for Orochimaru, Hiruzen, is the news that Umbu found true? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly and spoke slowly, there is no clear evidence, but it's highly probable. If I'm not mistaken, Orochimaru intends to become the 4th Hokage. 4th Hokage. Turning to Danzo, Koharu frowned slightly and said, with Orochimaru's achievements and status, no one in the village could match him. He is still your disciple. Hiruzen, are you planning to abdicate? Abdicate. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, but this was not a decision he could make alone. He had been Hokage for 10 years. He was about the same age as Orochimaru when he became the 3rd Hokage. And Konoha had suffered too many losses in the war this time. Someone needed to take responsibility for the war's outcome. Orochimaru is not fit to be the 4th Hokage. Even though he is my disciple, I will not entrust the village to someone who does not belong in this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bluntly, his decisive attitude causing Mitokado Homura, Yudin Koharu, and Danzo to glance at each other. They couldn't help but recall the once high-spirited Sarutobi Hiruzen of earlier days. Yudin Koharu asked, then who are you planning to appoint as Hokage? Jiraiya or Tsunade? I'm still considering it, but for now, the priority is to resolve the war. Even if a new Hokage is chosen, it will have to wait until after the war. If possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, perhaps the war would end quickly, and he wouldn't have to abdicate. Through this war, he hoped to secure his position as Hokage for the long term. Let's focus on peace first. We need to ensure Sand Shinobi doesn't re-enter the war. As for Orochimaru, the other two battlefields aren't at risk. You can have him transferred back to the village and put him on hold for a while. In a few months, no one will be talking about Orochimaru anymore. Danzo spoke flatly. He actually had other methods, but once he proposed them, they would likely be carried out by his roots. As an old teammate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo could tell that Sarutobi had no intention of abdicating. Even if the fourth Hokage position was filled, it had nothing to do with him, a weakened, semi-disabled old man. This, however, wasn't enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, frowning slightly. It seemed that Danzo had endured many setbacks, which had made him more cautious. Sarutobi realized he could afford to loosen the reins on the roots a bit, but otherwise, their influence would become negligible. I understand. I'll leave the envoy to Sand Shinobi in your hands. Once we confirm Sand Shinobi's withdrawal and sign the peace agreement, send them back to the village immediately. Danzo, I'll have 2 Umbu teams accompany your routes to the Land of Grass battlefield. Wait for further orders. After Sarutobi Hiruzen issued his orders, he sent the 3 of them off. Regaining his earlier, decisive style, his tone became much firmer. However, deep down, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he thought about Orochimaru, who was growing increasingly strange. Orochimaru, you shouldn't have done this. So that's how it is. I think I understand the situation now. Has the dragon vein returned to normal? After listening to Uzumaki Naruto's story, Cain pieced together the reason behind their arrival. He refrained from prying further into unnecessary details, such as their age or specifics about the future. Naruto had been on the verge of blurting out more, but Cain made it clear that such topics were off limits. Cain didn't want to shape his actions based on a predetermined future. For now, it was enough to see that Naruto was healthy, thriving, and even cheeky enough to ask Cain to convince his mother not to pressure him into marriage in the future. That alone spoke volumes about Naruto's happy life. Moreover, Cain couldn't help but notice the immense vitality and chakra radiating from Naruto. It was clear that Naruto had inherited a significant portion of his and Kushina's traits. You don't need to tell me anything about the future, Cain said firmly. If I knew too much, I'd feel compelled to act a certain way, and it could disrupt my plans. For now, let's focus on figuring out how to send you back. How far has your era progressed in understanding the Dragon Vein? In our time, the Dragon Vein is a restricted area under your designation, Kakashi explained. Only a select few can access it. Because of that, we don't know much about it. As for how Myriad managed to get through the Dragon Vein's barrier, to be honest, we have no idea. Logically, even 5 cage-level ninjas shouldn't be able to break through. Kakashi then recounted the mission. He and Naruto had been chasing Myriad when the rogue ninja somehow breached the barrier around the Dragon Vein. By pursuing him into it, they had inadvertently traveled back more than 10 years into the past. Despite killing Myriad, they found themselves unable to return to their own time. Naruto also showed one of the Pent 42 mechanical guards that Myriad had stolen. Cain examined it closely. While Cain wasn't an expert in new energy-based war machines, it was apparent that the technology was outdated by more than a decade. Indulgence. Cain muttered after a moment. That's the only way Myriad could have stolen something like this without drawing attention. After thinking for a while, Cain asked, what kind of equipment is installed around the Dragon Vein in your time? Do you have any video recordings? I do, Naruto replied. We're required to activate the recording mode on our devices during missions, so I've got footage of the Dragon Vein's surroundings. Also, my watch is custom-made. My dad said it's shielded against electromagnetic pulses, so it's pretty durable. Naruto removed the watch and handed it to Cain. Cain inspected it carefully. The seamless design of the device was beyond his current expertise. However, he had access to advanced resources, specifically the Red Queen AI in the experimental base of the Land of Tea. Cain placed the watch into a scanner linked to the Red Queen. Soon, a series of data streams appeared on the monitor. As Cain reviewed the analysis provided by the Red Queen, his suspicions were confirmed. Boss, I have received 3000 TB of documents, including the image data on the Dragon Veins, which I've displayed for you. After the Red Queen finished speaking, video footage of Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi around the Dragon Veins appeared on the projection screen. The Red Queen also created a 3D scene, reenacting all the action scenes involving the 3 at that time. However, Uzumaki Naruto wasn't focused on this. He was simply surprised at how much his mission watch contained. This is the alchemy rune. After observing the familiar alchemy runes around the Dragon Veins, Cain quickly figured out a way to send them back. Seeing Cain's expression, Kakashi asked, excuse me, can we go back? Yes, Cain replied, if there are no accidents, you should be able to go back. But I'll need to study it further, so you'll have to wait a little while. After Cain finished speaking, he arranged accommodations for Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi. They could either visit nearby towns or stay at the base. Cain then began studying the ancient runes near the Dragon Veins. Cain could understand most of the ancient runes when they were separated, but when they were combined, they felt strange. He wasn't sure when he had gained control of these runes, but he had the sense that they formed a spell when cast in sequence, which ultimately drew upon the power of the dragon veins. The spell started rewinding time. Cain recognized only a small fraction of the symbols. It wasn't until 10 days later that he had a rough understanding of how these ancient runes worked, but he still couldn't fully grasp the spells they formed or how they were related to the energy of the dragon veins. There was a lot of knowledge beyond his current understanding, which might require him to learn new runes to fully comprehend. But being able to understand how the alchemy runes functioned was enough to send Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto back. These ancient spells were two-way, meditation was one way to start, and reversal was another. After calling Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto over, Cain broke the news to them. When Uzumaki Naruto heard the news, he grabbed his head and said, "I can go back so soon. It's a shame. There are still so many places I wanted to visit." He knew he'd be disciplined when he returned home. Here, there was only one teacher, Kakashi, which was much more relaxed than being at home. However, Kakashi didn't share the same joy. He looked rather serious, and after a moment of thought, he asked, "Cain-sama, may I ask you something?" "No," Cain interrupted before Kakashi could finish, "don't tell me anything. We can't affect the future by changing the past, and we shouldn't do unnecessary things." Cain had made it clear before that he didn't want to know anything about the future. Otherwise, every word and action would have to be carefully considered, lest it unintentionally alter the future, which would increase the likelihood of unintended consequences. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately didn't say anything. Though Kakashi was his teacher, the other person was his father. Afterward, Cain summoned the fire dragon and flew the three of them in the direction of Varan. Normally, apparition would have been the most convenient, but Cain had never been to the Varan dragon vein, and the video data he received from Naruto wasn't very accurate. There could be problems with operating rashly, so he opted to use the fire dragon for the journey. Cain's fire dragon flies very fast and has enough stamina to cross the sea. It only took half a day to travel from the land of tea to Varan. It didn't take long to send them off, but Uzumaki Naruto nagged a bit, telling Cain that he must take over the right to education in the future. In the end, Cain was a little annoyed, so he sent the two of them directly to the energy of the dragon vein with magic, then activated the ancient rune spells. After sending them away, Cain returned to the country of tea to study the technical information received from the Red Queen. The ancient runes at the dragon veins wouldn't be clear right away, as there was a lack of accumulated knowledge on ancient runes. Perhaps it would take time for Cain to acquire some understanding of ancient magic before he could figure out the alchemical runes near the dragon's veins. "Sir, many of the technologies in this data are upgrades of Umbrella's copy technology, with the technical information about the space fleet being the most substantial, making up half of the transmitted information. The rest includes perfect variants of the T-virus, the G-virus, the Z-virus, biochemical human arms, and endoskeleton auxiliary armor technology." The Red Queen used a projector to show Cain the transmission data while introducing it. The first thing he saw was the space fleet. Since it was called a fleet, it couldn't just be a space carrier. It was equipped with 30 space fighters, energy shields, and hundreds of beam cannons on the mothership. The ordinary firepower could penetrate a 1-meter-thick alloy steel plate in an instant, and it had the most advanced anti-radar stealth technology, among other features. With such a space carrier, it would be impossible for the combined forces of all the countries in Marvel, except for Wakanda, to pose a threat to Cain. It wouldn't be a threat at all unless it was the existence of Captain Marvel or the awakened Thor. However, building this space carrier would require the combined strength of several countries to have any hope. The world of Marvel may be very difficult. Just an underground hive base would consume a lot of energy from the Pent group. If a space carrier was added, the Pent group wouldn't need to focus on anything else for the next 20 years. Just building the aerospace mothership would be enough. "We can only go to the world of Resident Evil and gather Umbrella's power to build this space carrier." After thinking for a while, Cain realized that, as for the biochemical human arms, except for the world of wizards, the other three worlds were suitable for research. Moreover, the arms created by combining biochemical viruses with machinery were several times stronger than super soldiers, and the cost was reduced significantly. They could also be controlled via a satellite-independent network. There is detailed data on Ultimate, which even Cain can understand. After handing it over to the researchers, "I believe it will be manufactured in a short time." Cain stroked his chin and thought, "It seems I have to take time to go back, and I need to visit the world of Resident Evil to arrange some things." The space carrier piqued his interest. The Land of Rain was slowly regained by the Konoha shinobi, and the power of the Sand shinobi was pushed back to the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. Years of hard work and the lives of hundreds of ninjas yielded nothing, and their village was destroyed by Gold Flash Namikaze Minato. Hearing that the third Kaze Cage had returned to the village, he was so angry that he vomited blood. A quarter of the village was destroyed, thousands of civilians and jonin were killed and injured, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki was dying. They had to find the next Jinchuriki or extract the tailed beast before Bunpika died. All the previously occupied territory was lost, along with war arrears, and with Raza being captured. That was the magnet-style ninja he had cultivated. After a rough calculation, the third Kaze Cage fainted from anger. After recovering, the third Kaze Cage intended to launch another battlefield, but neither the ninja troops nor the military supplies could support another large-scale war. So when the Konoha messenger arrived in Sand Shinobi village, even though the third Kazekage wanted to kill them to vent his anger, he suppressed his emotions and had someone invite the messenger to the Kazekage building. The situation had reversed, and now it was they who needed to be cautious. Kazekage-sama, Konoha wishes to end this meaningless war. However, when it comes to who instigated it, it is clear that the responsibility lies with Sand Shinobi village and Kazekage-sama. Not long after Mitokado Homura arrived at Sand Shinobi village, he was escorted to the Kazekage building to negotiate with the third Kazekage. Upon entering the village, he heard grim reports of the war's toll, particularly how Namikaze Minato's squad had conducted a devastating raid on Sand Shinobi village, resulting in heavy casualties. A significant portion of the village had been destroyed, and Sand Shinobi's limited medical resources were overwhelmed by the number of injured. Many civilians were forced to wait in makeshift tents for treatment. The village was in no condition to sustain a prolonged conflict, let alone mount a new offensive. Knowing this, Mitokado Homura felt confident in his position as negotiations began. After hearing Konoha's stance, the third Kazekage slammed the table in anger and retorted, if it weren't for Konoha's White Fang attempting to assassinate the Wind Daimyo's minister and Konoha's refusal to take responsibility, Sand Shinobi would never have gone to war. Homura, adjusting his glasses, countered calmly, and prior to that, all of Konoha's stationed ninjas at the Kawano country border were assassinated. Surely, Kazekage-sama, you are aware of who was responsible for that. Homura's composed demeanor only fueled the Kazekage's frustration. He knew Sand Shinobi lacked the resources to continue the war, while Konoha still had the strength to defend itself. If the conflict persisted, Sand Shinobi would only suffer greater losses. It's useless to argue about who started this now, Kazekage-sama, Homura continued. The priority should be to end this war and begin the process of recovery. Does Sand Shinobi village still hope to gain benefits from Konoha through war? With all due respect, that is entirely impossible. Homura's confidence stemmed from Konoha's overall military strength. Despite fighting on 3 fronts, the Hokage had yet to fully mobilize the clans, meaning Konoha still retained considerable power. Even a militaristic village like Cloud Shinobi couldn't rival Konoha at full strength. The third Kazekage was well aware of this reality. Still, he wasn't ready to surrender outright. Besides signing a peace treaty, he had another option, dragging out the conflict. Konoha's resources were already stretched thin, and prolonged resistance from Sand Shinobi could force Konoha into a stalemate. We both know Konoha is facing 3 enemies, the Kazekage pointed out. Your village has spread itself too thin, and Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi still have the capacity to push harder. If Sand Shinobi holds out, Konoha's other battlefields will suffer. The room fell into a tense silence, each party assessing the other. After a long pause, the third Kazekage finally spoke. We can sign a peace agreement, but understand this, Sand Shinobi village has not lost. Konoha must provide compensation. Homura immediately rejected the demand. That is out of the question. If that's your stance, then it seems the battlefield will have to decide the outcome. The discussion quickly devolved into a heated argument. Both sides debated the terms of the peace agreement and the looming threat of continued warfare. The third Kazekage was adamant about securing some form of compensation to save face with his village, while Homura refused to concede anything that might undermine Konoha's position. Mitokado Homura was equally unwilling to back down. If Konoha emerged victorious, why should they pay compensation? In his view, it was better to continue the war until one side was utterly defeated and the outcome was undeniable. However, this was an extreme option, and Homura couldn't make such a decision alone, nor did he want to. With negotiations reaching a stalemate, he decided to consult Sarutobi Hiruzen before proceeding further. On the other side, the third Kazekage also had no intention of wasting all his time on prolonged talks with Konoha. If Homura refused to meet his demands, the Kazekage was prepared to restart the war against Konoha. The third Kazekage's confidence came from the Cain Chamber of Commerce in the Land of Tea. By trading the mineral and oil resources of the Wind Country, he had secured a steady flow of supplies essential to Sand Shinobi village. Whether or not Konoha agreed to the terms, the Kazekage had already made his preparations. If Konoha accepted Sand Shinobi village's conditions, the village could benefit greatly using both the resources from the trade and Konoha's compensation to rebuild and develop for several years. But if Konoha refused, Sand Shinobi village would have no choice but to declare war again. After suffering such heavy losses, they couldn't afford to bear the consequences alone. Meanwhile, Cain had just returned from the worlds of Marvel and Resident Evil when 2 envoys from the ninja villages arrived seeking his help. These envoys represented Sand Shinobi village and the Terumi clan from Kirigaku, 2 groups with lingering hostilities toward each other. Cain decided to prioritize resolving matters with the Terumi clan first before turning his attention to Sand Shinobi's emissaries. Representing Sand Shinobi village were Ebizo, Pakura, a Scorch Release user renowned for her exploits against Mist Shinobi, and 2 other ninjas. While Pakura was a powerful and respected figure, her status still fell short of Raza's. Ebizo had come to purchase supplies and medicine for Sand Shinobi village, which had been devastated in the war. The chances of the daimyo providing financial aid were slim, so the village pinned its hopes on trading the mineral resources of the Wind Country for vital materials through Cain. Of course, the trade is no problem, Elder Ebizo, Cain said diplomatically. We'll proceed as we've done in the past. Additionally, the Land of Tea has medical personnel available. If your village requires their assistance, I can send some to help. And as for entrusted tasks, I wonder if Sand Shinobi Village is still in a position to take them on. Cain and Ebizo discussed many matters, including the delegation of mining operations. Given the high cost of using civilian labor, Cain suggested entrusting the mining tasks to Sand Shinobi Village. The Cain Chamber of Commerce would then purchase the extracted materials directly. After careful consideration, Ebizo agreed to all the terms. These decisions didn't require the Third Kazekige's direct approval, and both medical assistance and task delegations were urgently needed in Sand Shinobi Village. If Kikyo Castle is not captured, Sand Shinobi Village will undoubtedly face doubts and criticism from other merchant nobles. At this point, securing long-term task agreements would be vital, as they could bring much-needed stability to Sand Shinobi. While mining operations may be troublesome, they could at least ease the current crisis. Negotiating this long-term agreement with Sand Shinobi Village would gradually transform them into Cain's mining ninja village. After sending Ebizo and his party away, Cain turned his attention to representatives from the Terumi clan of Kirigakur. This time, it wasn't Terumi Shin who came but his cousin, who brought troubling news. Terumi Shin was dead. The conflict between the Third Mizukage and the Bloodline Limit Ninja clans had escalated dramatically, reaching a point where dissent led to brutal consequences. The Blood Mist policy had grown increasingly cruel. Recently, a horrifying example of this policy emerged at the Ninja Academy. A graduate managed to pass the final exam but only after killing all his classmates. Cain-san, the family is hesitant about relocating everyone, Terumi Shin's cousin began. But some of us don't want to remain in Kirigakur. If there's a way. Before he could finish, Cain interrupted. It's no problem. The land of waves, the land of tea, or the land of fire, these are all places where your people can resettle. Even if some of the Terumi clan choose to stay in Kirigakur, I can still provide assistance. Thank you very much, Cain-san, the cousin replied gratefully. His request was driven by the increasingly erratic behavior of the Third Mizukage. While the war against Cloud Shinobi had been progressing well, the Mizukage inexplicably halted the offensive. Ignoring the objections of many jonin, he instead established the Blood Mist unit and prepared for conflicts with Konoha and Sand Shinobi. Moreover, the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Umbu had become the Mizukage's primary tools for oppressing the Bloodline Limit ninja clans. Any perceived disobedience, no matter how minor, was punished harshly, often resulting in imprisonment in the Umbu's secret facilities. After hearing these details, Cain decided to infiltrate Kirigakur with his own agents. His goal was to find an opportunity to recruit ninjas with bloodline limits. Although the Blood Mist Rebellion was still years away, even small changes could accelerate its onset. A few months later, the war had dragged on for more than 2 years. The rank-and-file ninjas from all sides, Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and even the typically belligerent Cloud Shinobi, were growing weary and eager for a truce. Despite this, Konoha continued to fortify its defenses to prevent Cloud Shinobi from gaining any further ground. Cloud Shinobi's 2 Jinchuriki were no match for Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina wasn't just an ordinary Jinchuriki. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she wielded the adamantine sealing chains, a unique technique that granted her the ability to suppress tailed beasts. Furthermore, her mastery of the chains had awakened a wood-style-like ability to absorb chakra. If not for the teamwork between Cloud Shinobi's 2 Tails and 8 Tails Jinchuriki and Kushina's own inexperience with full-tailed beast transformation, both of them would have been captured by her already. Cloud Shinobi camp in the land of hot water. Father, all the wounded from the last battle have been sent back to the village, the young A reported to the Third Raikage. This is a message from Dode. The next wave of reinforcements won't arrive for another month, but... A hesitated, cutting himself off as he handed the summons scroll to the Raikage. The Third Raikage read the rest aloud. Can we hold out for another 6 months? The Third Raikage fell silent after reading the summons scroll. The Land of Lightning had already suffered significant losses before the war began, and now the daimyo was unwilling to continue funding Cloud Shinobi Village's war efforts. The Third Raikage understood the daimyo's reluctance to bear the cost of the ongoing conflict, but he couldn't let go of his hatred for Adam. It wasn't just about avenging Adam, there were also the 6 Paths ninja tools. Every time the Third Raikage saw Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki wielding the banana fan, it reignited the anger in his heart. If the war were only focused on Konoha, the daimyo would likely continue his support. The relationship between the Yayu clan and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was far closer than that of other ninja villages with their own country's daimyo. The young A noticed his father's prolonged silence and spoke up. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha is becoming more and more skilled in tailed beast transformations. It's only a matter of time before B and Amy can no longer stand against her. Amy, the current 2 Tails Jinchuriki, was proficient in wielding the 2 Tails power, but he was growing older and would likely need to be replaced within a few years. Let's talk about peace, A, the Third Raikage said at last. When this war ends, you will inherit the position of Raikage. His decision carried a weight that even A could sense. The Third Raikage, once a symbol of unyielding strength, now seemed burdened and subdued. Father, A began, but the Raikage cut him off sharply. Do it, A, he commanded, raising his voice. He knew that his duty was to prioritize the future of Cloud Shinobi Village, rather than letting his personal vendettas dictate its fate. Still, deep in his heart, the Third Raikage silently resolved to recover some of the village's losses, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Cloud Shinobi decides to negotiate peace. When Kushina heard the news, she found it unbelievable. Not long ago, she had fought against them. This had to be a conspiracy. However, Tsunade was privy to some inside information. Reports from Konoha's agents in the Land of Lightning indicated that it was probably true. Even if they don't pursue peace talks, one informant said, they won't hold out for long. If it drags on, Konoha is bound to win, though it will be a Pyrrhic victory. However, if peace talks do happen, Cloud Shinobi will likely make exorbitant demands. They've done so before. Tsunade nodded, recalling how the second Raikage had acted during negotiations with the second Hokage. Even in defeat, he behaved like a robber. I've lost, but you still owe me. And then there was their brazen attitude towards secret techniques and bloodline abilities. Cloud Shinobi didn't bother with subtleties. They simply took what they wanted without courtesy or shame. Even Cain, who was infamous for underhanded tactics, knew to wear a mask when doing such things. Yet, Cloud Shinobi Village had no such reservations. Tsunade continued, they may give up on Cain, but the Six Paths ninja tools? I doubt they'll ever let those go. No way. Kushina exclaimed. Those tools belong to us. They were a gift from the boss. Even if they're defeated, they still make all these ridiculous demands. Give me enough time, and I can capture their Jinchuriki myself. Tsunade didn't doubt her. Kushina's adamantine sealing chains were particularly effective against Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. If not for the young A's intervention during the last war, the Two Tails Jinchuriki would have already fallen into Kushina's hands. Cloud Shinobi Village had no one who could counter Kushina, save the third Raikage. But even if they switched opponents, Noeka's wood style would still effectively restrain any Jinchuriki. I'm not in charge of the peace talks, Tsunade said reassuringly. In the end, the village will decide. But with your current strength, you don't need to worry about them forcing you into anything. She placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, I'm on your side. Meanwhile, the Cloud Shinobi envoy for the peace talks had passed Konoha's camp and was already on the way to the village. The third Raikage still had the strength to fight, but he knew that doing so would leave Cloud Shinobi severely weakened, forcing them to spend years recovering. It would also further strain their relationship with the daimyo's court. A truce was necessary, unless they saw a clear path to victory. However, the third Raikage wasn't planning to negotiate peace honestly. While sending envoys to Konoha, he also submitted an alliance proposal to Rock Shinobi. At this point, Rock Shinobi was unaware of Cloud Shinobi's peace overtures to Konoha. All they knew was that Cloud Shinobi and Konoha had recently been locked in a fierce battle. From their perspective, forming an alliance seemed perfectly logical. In the Land of Grass, after Namikaze Minato led the reinforcements to the battlefield, Jiraiya immediately went out to meet them. Minato, I feel at ease with you here. To be honest, Rock Shinobi reinforcements have been arriving in increasing numbers. The number of their ninjas on the other side now exceeds 3,000, Jiraiya said. After leading Namikaze Minato and his team into the camp, Jiraiya began briefing him on the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. In summary, Konoha's situation was grim. The Rock Shinobi forces were nearly double their own in numbers. Even with Minato's reinforcements of 500, Rock Shinobi still outnumbered Konoha by at least 1,000 ninjas. Although Rock Shinobi hadn't deployed their tailed beast Jinchuriki, their combined earth-style techniques were formidable enough to make even Jiraiya retreat at times. After listening to the report, Minato nodded thoughtfully. Master Jiraiya, let's work together to defeat Rock Shinobi. However, I'll need you to cover me on the front lines. Jiraiya laughed. Of course. As your master, it's my job to pave the way for you. Later, I'll summon the Jonin captains in the camp and announce that you'll be the commander-in-chief of the battlefield here in the Land of Grass. Minato looked surprised. Master Jiraiya, why are you giving the command position to me? I didn't know about this, and I don't have any experience leading troops. Jiraiya smiled. Because you want to be Hokage, right? Sarutobi-sensei told me that if I don't intend to become Hokage, I should support my disciples in achieving their goals. But there are others who are more suited to the position, Minato protested. Seniors like Orochimaru and Tsunade, there are many ninjas in the village better qualified to be Hokage than me. Jiraiya interrupted him. They don't want it as purely as you do, Minato. I've always believed you're the most suitable for the role. What you're missing are the combat achievements to solidify your candidacy. Sarutobi-sensei and I will help you get those. Jiraiya knew, of course, that Minato's competitors were formidable. Orochimaru's talents were undeniable, and Noeke, as the grandson of the first Hokage and inheritor of his wood-style bloodline, was a strong candidate. Jiraiya wasn't entirely sure how Sarutobi planned to help Minato surpass Noeke, but he trusted his teacher. Encouraged, Minato smiled with newfound confidence. I understand, Master Jiraiya. I'll do my best. Later, Jiraiya gathered the Jonin in the camp and announced Minato's appointment as the new commander-in-chief of the battlefield. Many Jonin were surprised by the decision. However, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio and the Sarutobi clan's Jonin had been informed beforehand. These clans, with roots deeply tied to Konoha's founding and history, rarely opposed Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions. For the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, supporting Minato's rise seemed preferable to backing Orochimaru or Noeke as Hokage. Orochimaru had experienced 2 ninja wars and already had his own team and followers within the village. If he were to become Hokage, his relationship with the Ino, Shika, Cho clans wouldn't be as close as that of the Sarutobi clan. With Noeke, it would be even more distant. The Senju clan had a tradition of supporting civilian ninjas, and Nowake's personality, so similar to the first Hokage's, further emphasized this belief. Many thought Nowake would advocate for the Uchiha as well. In contrast, the Ino, Shika, Cho clans favored the rise of Namikaze Minato, who had no established team or personal following. If he became Hokage, he would have to rely heavily on the support of these clans. With the full backing of the Ino, Shika, Cho, the Sarutobi clan, and Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato was successfully appointed commander-in-chief of the Grass Country battlefield. The subsequent arrangements for the battle against Rock Shinobi progressed smoothly, as Minato had already discussed the strategy in detail with Jiraiya and the Nara clan Jonin. When the news spread, many were surprised by Minato's appointment. Some thought he was too young for the role, but his strength reassured most. Only a few worried about his lack of battlefield command experience. I didn't expect Minato-sensei to become the commander-in-chief, Uchiha Obito said, surprised. Now he can assign us missions, and we can become heroes. Obito had been under Minato's tutelage for 2 to 3 years, and he, along with his teammates, had learned more from Minato than from anyone else. Thinking of Minato's strength, Obito felt his appointment was the right decision. That kind of mission is extremely dangerous, A rank or even S rank. They're not for someone like you who just became a Chunin, Kakashi said, taunting him. Obito clenched his fists in anger. You jerk, Kakashi. We're both Chunin? If I'm not ready, you aren't either. Kakashi gave Obito a casual glance and replied coolly, I don't take on missions I can't handle. And unlike you, I'm a Chunin with 5 years of experience. I'll be a Jonin soon. You bastard, Kakashi. Do you want to fight? Enough, you two. Nohara Rin stepped between them, breaking up the argument. She warned them, we're in the camp. You two need to stop fighting, or you'll cause trouble for Sensei Minato. Reluctantly, Obito and Kakashi backed down, though they continued to glare at each other. Kakashi was annoyed by Obito's chronic lateness and excuses, while Obito thought Kakashi was cold and overly rigid. Still, both respected Rin and listened to her. Rin herself was considered a young prodigy in Konoha, though her talents lay in medical ninjutsu. She had become a Chunin just 6 months after Obito, not by taking the Chunin exams, but by proving her skills through her medical expertise. Konoha had only 7 medical Jonin in total, and apart from Yakushi Nanoyo, all of them were over 30 years old. For Nohara Rin to become a medical Chunin at the age of 11, purely through her expertise in medical ninjutsu, was a testament to her exceptional talent. If not for Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct orders, Rin Nohara would have remained at Konoha Hospital rather than joining an elite infiltration team. It's been a month since the last large-scale battle. I'm sure we'll have a mission soon, Kakashi said. Let's make some preparations now. Don't cry when the enemy shows up. With that, Kakashi returned to the tent to double-check a genin bag, leaving Uchiha Obito fuming. However, Nohara Rin managed to calm him down. After Konoha signed a peace agreement with Sand Shinobi, many of its ninjas stationed in the Land of Rivers were withdrawn. Sand Shinobi officially pulled out of the war against Konoha. To bring Orochimaru back to the village and free up Kikyo Castle's military resources, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to compensate Sand Shinobi with materials. However, this agreement wasn't included in the official peace treaty. Instead, Root secretly delivered the supplies to Sand Shinobi village. Meanwhile, the peace talks with Cloud Shinobi left Sarutobi Hiruzen conflicted. The first time Cloud Shinobi proposed terms, they made only minimal concessions, while their demands remained unreasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew other Konoha ninjas would vehemently oppose any deal under such terms. Third Raikage has no sincerity at all, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. Let's settle this on the battlefield. After the first round of talks, he dismissed the Cloud Shinobi envoy from the Hokage building, making his dissatisfaction clear. However, he didn't completely sever negotiations. Instead, he allowed the envoy to remain in Konoha, subtly encouraging them to seek new instructions and return with more reasonable terms. More than 10 days later, the Cloud Shinobi envoy returned with revised conditions for the second round of peace talks. This time, the terms were far more acceptable, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still found himself hesitant. The reason was simple: the 6 paths ninja tools Cloud Shinobi sought weren't even in Konoha. If they insisted on including this demand, the peace talks would be futile. The Cloud Shinobi and Konoha signed a peace agreement, finally calming one of the most fiercely contested battlefields in the ninja world. Before this resolution, the conflict had escalated dramatically, with 3-tailed beast Jinchuriki, over 5 cage-level ninjas, and 6 to 7,000 shinobi engaging in battle. Their clash devastated the Land of Hot Water and turned hundreds of miles around the battlefield in the Land of Fire into a wasteland. The aftermath of the battle was marked by massive craters left by tailed beast bombs, one of which was deep enough to form a large lake after a single rainfall. Cloud Shinobi's initial peace talks were overly aggressive, demanding excessive concessions. However, their second attempt appeared more sincere, at least from their perspective. They believed they had made significant compromises. Despite this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't finalize an agreement. The fate of Konoha rested heavily on Cain, as Kushina was their only 6 paths level ninja. As a result, the second round of peace talks also failed. From the perspective of the Third Raikage, Cloud Shinobi had shown genuine sincerity by focusing only on the return of the 6 paths ninja tools, control over the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Fields, and establishing a ninja garrison. Konoha's rejection of these terms seemed unreasonable, leaving Cloud Shinobi to conclude that Konoha lacked the will for peace. This failure led to another full-scale war. However, this time, Konoha had the upper hand. The third Raikage was ambushed by Tsunade, and Kushina opened the battle by blasting the Cloud Shinobi forces with a tailed beast bomb. Konoha's forces then slowly surrounded and overpowered the enemy. The 8 tails and 2 tails Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi were no match for Kushina. If Kurama didn't absorb Kushina's chakra, she could freely utilize the 9 tails chakra mode. In her tailed beast form, she fought both Jinchuriki simultaneously, ultimately defeating them and capturing the 2 tails Jinchuriki before the third Raikage's reinforcements could arrive. Meanwhile, Noeka's wood golem jutsu terrified the Cloud Shinobi. The enormous wooden construct, nearly 100 meters tall and weighing over 80,000 tons, could shake the ground with a single punch or kick. Even when damaged, it quickly regenerated, overwhelming Cloud Shinobi forces. The third Raikage himself was held at bay by Tsunade, supported by Nara and Yamanaka clan ninjas. The aftermath of this battle was devastating for Cloud Shinobi. Over 400 of their shinobi were killed, and more than 200 were captured during their retreat. Morale plummeted, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki left an indelible impression, her power surpassing even the fearsome reputation of the third Raikage. This crushing defeat forced Cloud Shinobi into a third round of peace talks. Their demands were significantly reduced. They abandoned claims over the 6 Paths ninja tools and the Land of Hot Water, agreeing to pay a high ransom to reclaim the 2 tails Jinchuriki and their 200 captured shinobi. With the third Raikage unable to initiate another war and Konoha's ranks teeming with exceptional talents, Cloud Shinobi had no choice but to capitulate. The third Raikage had hoped a surprise attack could force Konoha into a corner, but the strategy backfired spectacularly. As a result, Cloud Shinobi proposed paying the ransom in installments and accepted Konoha's terms on all other matters. The 6 Paths ninja tools, once critical to Cloud Shinobi, became a secondary concern compared to the redemption of the 2 tails Jinchuriki and their other losses. There were very few ninjas in Cloud Shinobi capable of using the 6 Paths tools, but they had developed methods for their Jinchuriki to better control the power of their tailed beasts. This left little room for the value of the 6 Paths tools in their strategy. After the peace agreement between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha was signed, both sides withdrew from the battlefield. The ravaged terrain along the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water stood as a stark reminder to the ninja world of the terrifying power of the tailed beasts, particularly the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Sometime after the peace treaty was finalized, Tsunade, Kushina, and Noeke returned to Konoha from the battlefield. Their homecoming was met with a warm and enthusiastic reception. Kushina, in particular, was touched by the welcome. For the first time, she noticed that many villagers genuinely greeted her with smiles, and she could hear cheers of Kushina-sama echoing through the crowd. A small smile appeared on her face as she walked through the village. However, as she approached the Hokage building, Kushina's eyes scanned the surroundings. She was looking for someone specific but didn't see him, which left her feeling a little disappointed. The idea of sitting through a meeting in the Hokage's office to listen to battle reports didn't excite her either. It felt irrelevant since she wasn't a commander or second in command. The reports had already been summarized beforehand, and she was eager to do something more fun. Sensing Kushina's hesitation, Tsunade turned to her and asked, "Kushina, where are you going?" Caught sneaking away, Kushina gave a sly smile and clasped her hands in apology. "Miss Tsunade, I don't really want to go to the Hokage's office. Could you please ask for a leave on my behalf?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow and smirked. "At least leave a shadow clone. We still need you to report and summarize." Reminded of this, Kushina quickly created a shadow clone to accompany the team and then darted off toward her favorite dessert shop. It didn't take long for her to reach it from the Hokage building. She peeked inside and noticed Nanami pointing toward the house behind the shop. Kushina's face turned slightly red as she made her way to the house. Once she arrived at the door, she slowed her pace, walking on tiptoes to surprise Cain. She recalled sneaking up on him a few years ago and seeing the startled look on his face. Smiling mischievously, she wanted to relive that moment. Ninjas are skilled in stealth, and Kushina used her chakra to completely muffle her footsteps. She crept through the house step by step, heading for the living room, where Cain usually spent his time during the day. Just as she approached the living room, a voice startled her from behind. "What are you doing? Why didn't you take off your shoes when you came in?" Kushina jumped in shock and instinctively shouted, "Who?" When she spun around, she found Cain standing right behind her, holding a newspaper. "Boss, why are you behind me?" Kushina asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing she had forgotten to take off her shoes, she sheepishly walked back to the door to remove them. She had intended to scare Cain, but the tables had turned, and she was the one who got frightened instead. "I noticed you the moment you arrived," Cain replied with a teasing grin. "Then I used magic to appear behind you, apparition." As he spoke, Cain grabbed Kushina's hand and, with a flash of magic, brought them both into the living room. The movement was completely soundless. Cain smiled as they reappeared. His mastery over magic had grown significantly, and he was eager to show off his refined skills. Hot tea had been prepared in the living room, accompanied by an array of desserts and pastries. Kushina glanced at the table and noticed they were all her favorites. Her lips curled into a smile that grew a little wider. However, the memory of Cain being away for 2 years with no news dampened her mood. She forced herself to stifle her smile, pressing her lips together as she sat at the round table, looking as if she were ready for an interrogation. "Boss, sit here. I have something to ask you," she said, patting the table and trying to adopt a serious expression. As Kain approached, Kushina suddenly noticed something about him. His features hadn't changed, but there was an air of magnetism about him, a striking presence that made it hard for her to look away. The more she stared, the more captivated she became. When Kain sat beside her, Kushina snapped out of her thoughts. Flustered, she tried to look away and muttered, "I told you to sit across from me. Why are you sitting here?" Kain smirked. "All right, I'll move. It's fine. You can sit here," she quickly replied. Before Kain could stand, Kushina instinctively reached out and grabbed his sleeve, holding it firmly. Once he was seated, Kain took out a newspaper, placed it on the table, and said with a smile, "I haven't had a chance to congratulate you, Kushina. You've become famous in the ninja world." The newspaper detailed Kushina's exploits on the battlefield. While it didn't delve into the specifics of her Ninetales Jinchuriki status, it highlighted her military achievements and included a few photos of her in her heroic moments. "How did they get these pictures?" Kushina asked, looking at the images of herself in the paper. She couldn't help but laugh. It suddenly made sense why the villagers had welcomed her so warmly earlier. It seemed they were already familiar with her accomplishments. It was a much better reception than what she usually got from Konoha's shinobi, especially those who had shared the battlefield with her. Though they praised her skills, many still harbored fear of the Ninetales' power. Despite Tsunade's assurances that Kushina had full control, the memory of past rampages lingered in their minds. "Thank you, boss," Kushina said, her cheeks flushing with pride as she smiled at him. She was clearly pleased with the contents of the newspaper. Kain leaned back with a teasing grin. "Is that it? Just a verbal thank you? I'm a little disappointed. I was going to tell you some news about your Uzumaki relatives, but now I'm not so sure." He let the sentence hang, giving her a meaningful look. "I just got back, and I'm covered in dust." Kushina mumbled, feeling a mix of reluctance and embarrassment. She didn't mind giving Kain a knee pillow massage as thanks, but she had just come off the battlefield. There was bound to be sweat and grime on her. She regretted not taking a bath first. "Let me take care of that," Kain said with a snap of his fingers. A wave of magic swept over her, and in an instant, every speck of dirt and dust on her body vanished. Kushina shivered slightly as a refreshing breeze seemed to envelop her. "Wow, this is amazing. Is this the magic you mentioned before, boss?" Kain smiled at her reaction, clearly enjoying her amazement. Kushina noticed that Kain wasn't answering, and the look in his eyes made her cheeks flush immediately. She realized what she needed to do next. "Okay, I get it. Just lie down," Kushina said, patting her leg. However, before she could finish her sentence, Kain interrupted her. "Forget it, Kushina. You've just returned from the battlefield, you must be exhausted. Let me give you a massage instead." "Why?" Kushina asked, startled. Before she could process his words, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. The unexpected weightlessness made her instinctively wrap her arms around Kain's neck. Her toes curled up in tension, occasionally twitching as the sensation overwhelmed her. Should I refuse? She wondered, her heart racing. But there's no real reason to refuse. By the time she had sorted through her thoughts, Kain had gently placed her on the sofa. As his hands began to massage her shoulders, a strange but soothing sense of comfort washed over her. Gradually, her tense muscles started to relax, the slow and rhythmic pressure melting her fatigue away. Kain's hands moved from her shoulders to her waist, then to her thighs, and finally to her delicate feet. Kushina's face flushed deeply as his fingers worked gently over her fair toes. She tried to pull her feet back, but her body had become so relaxed that she could barely muster the strength. In the end, she could only allow Kain to continue kneading her soft, elegant toes. "Kushina," Kain said, his tone casual but curious, "do you know the name of the Uzumaki you're related to?" And Kushina let out a soft, involuntary sound, her voice colored by the sensation of his touch. Even so, her reason pushed her to ask, "What's the name?" "His name is Uzumaki Naruto," Kain replied. "When he saw me, he said it felt like seeing his father. He also mentioned that his mother is a certain Uzumaki woman named Tomato, who's rather strict with her son." "Boss, you're lying," Kushina said in a light, teasing tone, her voice trembling slightly. "Of course I'm not lying. Do you want to meet him?" Kain asked with a smile. By this point, Kushina was breathless. She realized she had somehow ended up sitting on Kain's lap, her arms draped around his neck. Her clothes were slightly disheveled, revealing a hint of alluring fullness beneath her neckline. Her heart thumped wildly, not from fear but from something much deeper. The 2 years of longing and separation flared to life like a spark igniting dry kindling, filling her heart with a fierce and inextinguishable fire. "Then, let me meet him," Kushina whispered, her flushed cheeks glowing with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Kushina's cheeks were flushed deeply, her expression alluringly shy, and she was left speechless after uttering the signal words. What followed was a melodious chant and an intimate spring-like scene in the house, though all of it was carefully concealed by spells and enchantments. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, Namikaze Minato was busy arranging strategic deployments and analyzing how to defeat the Rock Shinobi. He understood that Rock Shinobi Village lacked sufficient sealing scrolls and relied heavily on transportation for their supplies. The Konobi Bridge was the key point for the transportation of Rock Shinobi's resources. Destroying it would put immense pressure on their logistics and cripple their ability to sustain the war. After a detailed discussion with Jiraiya, Minato and his mentor finalized a series of plans to target the Konoha bridge. Jiraiya offered some words of caution. Minato, this mission will put you under a lot of pressure, so make sure you're careful. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. I'll definitely complete this task, Minato replied with determination, confidence radiating from him. He was resolved to repel the rock shinobi and ensure victory. Jiraiya placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and smiled. If this plan succeeds, you will be the hero of this war. Who knows? It might even secure your path to becoming Hokage. And maybe, just maybe, Kushina will start looking at you differently. Absolutely, Jiraiya-sensei. I must become Hokage, Minato said firmly, clenching his fists. His thoughts wandered to when Kushina first joined the academy, boldly declaring to the class that her dream was to marry the Hokage. If he could achieve that goal, perhaps it would finally clear up the misunderstandings between them. The next day, when Cain woke up, he glanced at the time. It was almost noon. His neck was covered with fiery red hair, and his left arm was pinned beneath her, though it didn't feel sore. With his level of physical fitness, it wouldn't have mattered even if Kushina had used him as a pillow all day. Yesterday had been one of the most memorable nights he could recall. Kushina's stamina was just as impressive as his, and their shared intensity had exceeded his wildest fantasies. The two of them had gone until the sky began to lighten, at which point Kushina had finally fallen asleep. Cain, however, was quick to recover. Despite the energy he'd expended, his body had already bounced back after a few hours of sleep, though he was feeling a little hungry. He pulled back the covers, only to find Kushina's legs draped over him. Gently, he shifted them aside, ready to get out of bed. But no sooner had he moved her legs than she placed them back on him. At first, he thought it was unconscious, but after a few repeated attempts, it became clear she was pretending to be asleep. Leaning close to her ear, Cain whispered, "Since you don't want me to leave, why don't we go another round, Kushina?" "No, no more," she blurted out. Kushina's eyes flew open, her cheeks flushed, and she shook her head vigorously, clearly startled. "But you didn't seem like you were complaining last night," Cain teased, smirking. "And don't you want to see Uzumaki Naruto sooner?" "Just wait a minute," she groaned, weakly resisting before being swept up into a familiar rhythm again. After emerging from the bathroom later, Kushina dramatically collapsed onto the bed, pretending to be completely spent. In truth, there wasn't much pretending involved. She was exhausted. At noon, Cain prepared a hearty lunch for the two of them. While eating, Kushina regained some energy. A proper nap, she figured, would have her back at full strength. "Cain," she began, glancing up from her meal, "I heard that the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Grass is getting really dangerous. The number of rock shinobi has reportedly exceeded 4,000. That's way more than the enemies we faced in the Land of Hot Water." After being fed by Cain for a while, she eventually grabbed her chopsticks and began eating on her own, needing the extra food to recover her strength. Even so, she made sure to relay the intelligence her shadow clone had gathered. 4,000? That's an exaggeration, Cain replied calmly, his tone laced with skepticism. If they really had that many, they could occupy the entire Land of Grass outright. Besides, rock shinobi, cloud shinobi, and sand shinobi all have their own problems to deal with. They won't commit so many forces to Konoha's borders. Cain's sources of intelligence were broader than Kushina's, and he explained the situation in greater detail. The difference with the cloud shinobi is that Third Raikage has always managed to outmaneuver rock shinobi, Cain continued. Rock launched 2 wars in the Land of Grass, but after Konoha negotiated peace, Third Raikage led the cloud shinobi to swoop in and snatch what should have been rock's gains. Kushina listened intently, her chopsticks hovering midair as she processed his analysis. The Third Raikage cheats first and stabs second, but with so many rock shinobi, who are also engaged in battles with both sand shinobi and Konoha, there aren't enough forces left to deal with the cloud shinobi. He know that cloud shinobi are exploiting rock shinobi's divided attention, but there's not much rock can do about it. Unless rock shinobi negotiates a truce with both Konoha and sand shinobi, they won't be able to focus on dealing with cloud shinobi. After honoring the fallen ninjas, it's time to talk about merit and rewards. What do you think I can get? Kushina asked with a bright smile. Then, as if something had occurred to her, she added, "By the way, is there any forbidden technique you want? I can exchange my merit for something from the Book of Seals." Kushina's words were not only an attempt to share her achievements with Cain but also a gesture to repay him in her own way. Cain thought for a moment before shaking his head. Forbidden techniques? Forget it. Sarutobi Hiruzen probably won't let you access the ones I'd want. Besides, the others don't help me much. Let's leave it for now. He had plans for the future. Once Orochimaru became Hokage, Cain figured he'd likely gain unrestricted access to Konoha's Book of Seals. That said, the only techniques that really piqued his interest were spiritualization technique and impure world reincarnation. Most other forbidden techniques didn't hold much value to him, as his current strength was thanks to his mastery of magic and genetic evolution. Both spiritualization technique and impure world reincarnation were tools Cain viewed as useful for studying enemies rather than as necessities for personal power. But Kushina wasn't one to give up easily. "What kind of forbidden technique do you want? I'll get it for you, no matter what," she insisted. Seeing her determination, Cain relented. "Fine. Impure world reincarnation and spiritualization technique. If possible, 8 inner gates would also be useful. He paused briefly before adding, these techniques revolve around the body, the soul, and the resurrection of the dead. Those are the ones that interest me the most. The 8 inner gates, in particular, might be worth studying. I see. Leave it to me, Kushina promised. She began to plan how she might obtain the forbidden techniques while finishing her meal. After they ate, Kushina prepared to leave Kain's place and return home. While she could stay and rest here, she was worried about waking up only to get pulled into another exhausting loop, so she decided it was safer to return to her own bed. Before she left, Kain mentioned that he was planning to build a larger house near Konoha village for the two of them to live in. While the idea sounded nice, Kushina couldn't help but think about how many people lived in the area, making it far less private than she would have liked. On her way back to the Senju compound, Kushina could still feel her legs wobbling slightly. She tiptoed carefully through the house, making sure no one was around to see her. However, just as she reached the stairs to her room on the second floor, a nearby door creaked open. Tsunade, clearly just waking up, stepped out of her room. She yawned, rubbing her eyes, before glancing at Kushina. Oh, it's just you, Kushina. You finally came back, Tsunade said, her voice still groggy. I thought you were going to move in with him permanently at this rate. Kushina blushed and retorted, how could it happen so quickly? But Tsunade gave her a knowing, almost contemptuous look. Kushina's current state couldn't fool her, a master of medical observation. Her rosy complexion, coupled with a faint trace of fatigue, made it all too obvious what she'd been doing the night before. Anyway, just take care of yourself, Tsunade said, waving her hand dismissively. You're at the age where having a baby isn't out of the question. She yawned as she spoke, clearly exhausted herself. Last night, she'd stayed out late gambling at the casino, then treated herself to a big meal afterward. Rest had been minimal at best. It was a rare chance to return from the battlefield, so she intended to sleep well during the day. Once she woke up at night, she planned to return to the casino to win back the money she lost yesterday. The responsibilities at Konoha Hospital didn't bother her. With Nono managing things, Tsunade could afford to relax. Miss Tsunade, stop spouting nonsense. I'm going to rest, Kushina exclaimed, flustered. Although she had indeed experienced that kind of thing, she was too embarrassed to discuss it openly. Denying it outright, she turned and hurried upstairs. However, her legs were still a little weak, and she nearly stumbled on the stairs. Watching her, Tsunade shook her head with a sigh. How long did it take for this to happen? She muttered to herself. Still, it wasn't her business, it was Kushina's personal life. However, Tsunade couldn't help but think about the practical benefits of this relationship. If Kushina and Kain were so close, it might make repaying her debts and funding her research projects a little easier. Taking a sip of beer, Tsunade thought to herself that she could gamble a bit more recklessly for the time being. If debt collectors came knocking, Kushina could intercede on her behalf. After Kushina left, Kain went to meet Orochimaru to discuss the upcoming selection of the 4th Hokage. With the daimyo's support, Orochimaru's fame, military accomplishments, and the fact that Nawake wasn't competing with his mentor, combined with Kushina's backing, Orochimaru was now only one step away from becoming Hokage. Kain-san, although everything seems to be falling into place, there are still 2 issues to address, Orochimaru said in his hoarse voice. The lack of support from a prestigious ninja, and what to do if a war breaks out during the Hokage election. Hearing this, Kain immediately understood. You mean Sarutobi Hiruzen might send you away at a critical time to prevent you from securing the position? But it has to be you, Tsunade, Jiraiya, or Nawake. Those would be the most suitable options. Orochimaru let out a low chuckle and said, that's true, but neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya would likely push back too hard against our teacher, Sarutobi-sensei. As for Nawake, his lack of command experience could be used to disqualify him. It's entirely possible that both he and I might be sent away. That's a valid concern, Kain replied thoughtfully. But, the 2 you just mentioned might actually be the same person. He paused, an idea forming in his mind. Yes, Orochimaru said, his smile widening slightly. If Uchiha Fugaku were willing to lend his support, it could resolve the problem entirely. However, the Uchiha clan seems to have its own ambitions for the position of 4th Hokage. With their contributions to the village guard, it's hard to overlook the influence and power of their clan. Orochimaru chuckled, his expression calm yet calculating. He remarked that the Uchiha clan seemed a little unclear about their position in the village. Compared to the Uchiha clan, it might be better to persuade the Hyuga clan, he mused. But the Hyuga have too many entrenched interests. If you approach them, they might simply find a way to sideline you instead. That clan has an almost instinctive tendency to seek good fortune and avoid danger. Their greatest ambition seems to be guarding the caged bird seal and ensuring its legacy continues for another 1,000 years. He paused before adding, the Uchiha clan, however, is much stronger. With their Sharingan when the 3 Tomo is awakened they are practically elite ninja at the Jonin level. Their reputation as one must escape is well earned in the ninja world. Orochimaru's tone darkened slightly as he continued, but the position of Hokage is not something they can touch, especially not with mere battlefield prestige. That alone isn't enough to claim such power. Kain interjected, are you asking me to help negotiate with them? Isn't it risky? Sarutobi Hiruzen might already suspect our connection, which would make them cautious and suspicious of any approach I make. Orochimaru smirked slightly, unbothered by the potential risks. It might make him suspicious, yes, but it will also unsettle him. Sarutobi has never been particularly friendly toward the Uchiha clan, and that distrust is mutual. But I am different. I understand what Uchiha Fugaku truly wants. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll agree to our request. He sounded confident. Orochimaru believed that while the Uchiha family as a whole might harbor ambitions for the Hokage seat, Uchiha Fugaku himself was a different matter. The clan's new patriarch might say all the right things, but he lacked the daring necessary to truly seize such power. And besides, Orochimaru added, I have little personal contact with Uchiha Fugaku. If I approach them directly, it would only draw more attention. You, however, have visited the Uchiha clan before. It will be less conspicuous for you to go in my place. So I'm asking you to take care of this. Cain sighed, knowing the task wasn't simple. All right, he relented. Who asked me to be your ally, anyway? He glanced at Orochimaru. But I'm not guaranteeing success. I'll do my best to persuade them. That said, if the Uchiha clan is to support you, they'll likely ask for something in return like umbu quotas or other concessions. There's no problem with that, Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. You can make the decision for me. I have little interest in controlling the village's existing scraps of power. Becoming Hokage is merely a means to further my research into the unknown. As long as the Uchiha don't rebel, I don't mind giving them an umbu team or two. Cain nodded, though he knew the Uchiha were not so easily satisfied. Regardless, he would try to sway Fugaku to Orochimaru's side. The Uchiha land remains an important area within the village. This was decided during the time of the first Hokage, when Uchiha Madara allocated the land. It is said to be far better than the Senju land. When Cain arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, he stopped a group of guards, explained his purpose, and was subsequently escorted to Uchiha Fugaku's home. A member of the Uchiha clan went ahead to inform Fugaku of Cain's arrival. Cain-san, please come in. When Cain reached Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Fugaku was already waiting for him at the door. As the publicity secretary of the Land of Fire and president of the Cain Chamber of Commerce, Cain's status was no less significant than that of the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan had retained the old-fashioned manners passed down from the Hyuga clan, they would have shown full respect to Cain. Clan Chief Fugaku, it's a pity we didn't get a chance to communicate much during my last visit, Cain remarked. After exchanging pleasantries at the door, Uchiha Fugaku invited Cain inside and led him to the living room. As they settled down, a beautiful woman with a mature and graceful demeanor entered the room. Dressed in a slim, well-fitted home skirt, the woman half-kneeled at the table while holding a tea set. Her exposed slender legs and soft, peachy cheeks gave her an elegant charm. After placing the tea set on the table, she silently retreated from the room. This must be Uchiha Mikoto. Cain gave her a polite glance before shifting his focus back to the tea. It was only his second visit, and he knew better than to appear rude. Uchiha Fugaku offered a slight apology. The tea was prepared in a hurry and may not be of the finest quality. Please forgive me, Cain-san. This is already excellent. You flatter me, Fugaku-san. I've only gained success in recent years. I am far from someone with an aristocratic heritage, Cain replied with a smile. With the formalities out of the way, Cain and Uchiha Fugaku began discussing various topics from the ninja wars to the broader state of the ninja world before eventually moving on to the subject of business cooperation. Unlike his father, Uchiha Fugaku made up his mind quickly and agreed to cooperate. The Uchiha clan, though powerful, sought to climb even higher. While they had an existing partnership with the Ninja Cat clan, its capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Cain Chamber of Commerce. Whether it was weapon sales or raw material supplies, replacing the Ninja Cat clan with the Cain Chamber of Commerce would increase the Uchiha clan's profits by 60%. Additionally, the increase in raw material supplies would create jobs for the clansmen and allow for higher subsidies for each family member. Most of these burdens had fallen on Uchiha Fugaku's shoulders, so Cain's active proposal for collaboration was too valuable to refuse. Only someone out of their mind would decline such an offer. War drained the resources of any family, no matter how wealthy. Even a powerful clan like the Uchiha had seen significant depletion of its assets after years of conflict. The financial aid and mission rewards from Konoha village were far from enough to support the families of war orphans. Much of the burden fell on the Uchiha clan itself, which had to fund most of the support. Cain's offer could ease that burden and provide a stable future for the clan. Without subsidies from the clan, it would be impossible to master the Uchiha shuriken throwing technique solely with the village's financial support. This technique requires an extensive amount of ninja equipment, and ordinary families simply cannot afford the expense. Cain and Uchiha Fugaku spent over an hour discussing cooperation inside the house. Once Cain felt the time was right, he decided to cut to the chase. Looking directly at Uchiha Fugaku, he spoke bluntly. Clan Chief Fugaku, let's get straight to the point. Orochimaru hopes the Uchiha clan can assist him. In return, once he becomes Hokage, the Uchiha clan will be freed from the guard force, and other departments in the village will also be open to you. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned by Cain's straightforwardness. After a brief pause to think, he replied, Cain-san, the Uchiha clan also has high hopes for the 4th Hokage position. For us to give up competing for it and instead help Orochimaru, that would be difficult. Cain leaned forward slightly, shaking his head. Clan Chief Fugaku, what gives the Uchiha clan the confidence to compete for the position of Hokage? Is it military achievements? Reputation? The trust of Konoha's leadership? or perhaps the daimyo's approval. While the Uchiha clan may have earned the trust of some Konoha shinobi during the war, you must consider, how does the Uchiha clan compare to Orochimaru when it comes to becoming Hokage? Pausing briefly, Cain added, by the way, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has already decided to appoint Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage. He is the only candidate who will receive their endorsement. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression tightened. He realized Cain's words carried weight. His position must have already influenced the daimyo's decision. Fugaku frowned slightly. If that's the case, then wouldn't Orochimaru be able to secure the position of 4th Hokage without the Uchiha clan's help? Why does he need us? But he does, Cain replied calmly. The 3rd Hokage has taken an interest in a certain genius ninja from the Grass Country battlefield. While Orochimaru has a strong chance of winning, he's concerned that the 3rd Hokage might resort to underhanded tactics to interfere. Cain briefly outlined the situation, and after a moment of thought, Uchiha Fugaku began to understand. Having learned from Uchiha Hamada, he was well versed in the nuances of political maneuvering. Clan Chief Fugaku, it should be easy for the Uchiha clan to assess whether aligning with Orochimaru or Sarutobi Hiruzen offers greater benefits, Cain said, his tone calm yet pointed. As he finished speaking, Cain emptied his teacup, slowly stood up, and continued, I've also heard that certain high-ranking members of Konoha harbor significant prejudice against the Uchiha clan. I'm sure you've sensed it as well, Clan Chief. Turning toward the door, Cain added, if you're interested in my proposal, feel free to send someone to find me in the coming days. With that, Cain took his leave, leaving Uchiha Fugaku to contemplate the offer. After finishing their conversation, Cain and Uchiha Fugaku bid farewell and walked outside. However, as soon as Cain opened the door, he noticed Uchiha Mikoto standing not far away, positioned neither too close nor too far, as though she had intentionally placed herself there, reminiscent of a gentle wife waiting to be summoned. Seeing Cain about to leave, Uchiha Mikoto smiled politely and asked, Are you leaving already, Cain-san? Would you like to stay for dinner? I've already started preparing it. Today's not the right time. Maybe next time, Mikoto-san, Cain replied with a smile. He then walked to the door, accompanied by the Uchiha couple, and left shortly afterward. Later that evening, at dinner, Uchiha Mikoto noticed her husband deep in thought, frowning and barely touching his meal. Worried, she asked, What's wrong, Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and sighed. It's about the Hokage election. A while ago, the clan was leaning toward me running for the position of 4th Hokage. But now, it seems unlikely that the Uchiha clan has much of a chance. Our odds of winning are slim. If that's the case, then don't run in the election, Mikoto suggested gently. Mikoto didn't know much about politics. Although she had been a jonin, she retired shortly after her promotion to take care of their family. She had little involvement in village affairs since then. Fugaku's expression hardened. As the patriarch, I have to fight for the interests of our clan. The Uchiha made significant contributions during the war. If I don't even attempt to secure what we deserve, it would be a failure of my duty as patriarch. Even so, Fugaku knew that the Uchiha were often targeted. One of Cain's remarks had left a strong impression on him. Someone within Konoha's upper echelon was deliberately working against the Uchiha clan. For example, while promotions to Chunin were generally approved, promotions to Jonin for Uchiha clan members were frequently rejected. Currently, there were 9 members in the guard with fully matured 3 Tomo Sharinon, yet none held the rank of Jonin. Fugaku understood the implications. In Konoha, Jonin had the right to participate in discussions and decisions about major village policies. By blocking Uchiha promotions, the village leadership was likely trying to limit their influence in the Jonin Council. The reasons Konoha gave for rejecting these promotions were often trivial, so minor that Fugaku couldn't even remember the details. Yet, they were used as justifications for denying his clansmen advancement. Despite Fugaku's attempts to defend and advocate for them, his efforts had been in vain. Orochimaru or Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fugaku thought long and hard about his options. In the end, he began leaning towards supporting Orochimaru. This decision wasn't solely because of Cain's involvement, though his influence played a role. Namikaze Minato had many supporters among the shinobi, but despite having a student from the Uchiha clan, his faction wasn't a good choice for the Uchiha as a whole. As Fugaku mulled over the situation, a thought crossed his mind. Cain seemed to have a good relationship with Uzumaki Kushina from the Sealing Corps. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she possessed the ability to control the power of the tailed beast. Mikoto, I remember you mentioning that you know Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto was caught off guard by her husband's question but nodded after a moment. I do know her, though we're not very close. She's very enthusiastic, but we've only exchanged greetings a few times. She recalled meeting Kushina at a dessert shop. Several times, Kushina had eagerly helped her choose desserts. Initially, Mikoto thought Kushina was a shop assistant, but she eventually learned that Kushina was a ninja from the Sealing Corps. Then let's work on maintaining that relationship, Uchiha Fugaku suggested. If you have the time, invite her over as a guest. He didn't directly ask Mikoto to gather information from Kushina, but he thought it would be worthwhile to try once they became better acquainted. As for whether the Uchiha clan could get close to a Jinchuriki, Fugaku wasn't concerned about Konoha's leadership intervening. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was about to marry someone from another village. What could the higher UPS do? I understand, Fugaku, Mikoto agreed without hesitation. As his wife, it was her role to help resolve these issues. The next day, early in the morning, Uchiha Fugako went to the police force headquarters to prepare for a clan meeting. Meanwhile, Mikoto told Uchiha Itachi to stay home and behave. She then grabbed a shopping bag and headed out, intending to visit the dessert shop. Even if she didn't run into Kushina, she could at least buy desserts and fresh vegetables. However, Mikoto was in luck. As soon as she arrived near the dessert shop, she saw Kushina approaching with a cheerful expression. Seeing this, Mikoto's face lit up with a smile, and she walked toward Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto is looking for you, Cain asked, wrapping an arm around Kushina's slender shoulders. After a moment of thought, he quickly pieced together Uchiha Mikoto's intentions. It wasn't unusual for ninja wives to socialize. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire had once asked Cain about such matters, though Cain had declined to entertain him when he was alone. If she does come to you, just handle it as usual. She's probably trying to use you to bridge the gap between me and the Uchiha clan. After all, Orochimaru doesn't have many people around him these days, Cain said with a slight chuckle. Orochimaru's closest companions included Namikaze Minato's master and a member of the Senju clan, his apprentice was also from the Senju clan. This made it difficult for Uchiha Fugako to form meaningful connections. As a result, Fugako had no choice but to approach Cain, who could act as a negotiator on Orochimaru's behalf. In Fugaku's eyes, Cain's relationship with Orochimaru seemed at least as strong as that of the third Hokage and Mitokado Homura. Furthermore, Cain served as a kind of public relations minister. The two sides had already finalized their cooperation. Additionally, Kushina, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, was another connection worth fostering. Strengthening ties with Cain was a smart move for Fugaku, as it promised greater benefits for the Uchiha clan, provided Orochimaru fulfilled his end of the deal. Mikoto's a good person. We didn't even know you when we first became friends, Kushina said through gritted teeth, clearly unhappy about Mikoto being dragged into political schemes. Her position, as well as the sensitive relationship between her and the Uchiha, made her uneasy about such maneuvering. Cain winced slightly when Kushina pinched him, having learned exactly where to pinch for maximum effect. To defuse the situation, he changed the subject. I don't have any objections, it's all up to you, Kushina. By the way, I've purchased a piece of land in the southeastern corner of Konoha village. I'm planning to build a home there. Do you have any suggestions? My suggestion? You mean, I'll be living there? Kushina's expression lit up with joy. Was he implying that she'd live there with him? As the mistress of the house? Of course. Where else would you live? Cain replied, glancing at her. He added, I'm planning to add some enchantments to the house so that no one, apart from highly skilled sensory ninjas, can disturb us. Of course, it's our home, Kushina exclaimed. Before Cain could finish speaking, Kushina leapt into his arms, squeezing him tightly. He couldn't help but enjoy the softness pressing against him, though he quickly shook his head to clear away any indulgent thoughts. A little relaxation was fine, but succumbing to temptation wasn't an option even if the tomato was particularly tempting. Cain entrusted the task of designing the new home to Kushina, knowing that women often had boundless enthusiasm for such projects. Kushina wasted no time. She sought advice from Mikoto and even visited Tsunade to share the exciting news about their new home. However, Tsunade, feeling she had been subjected to too much relationship bragging, promptly chased Kushina away. After returning, Tsunade spent 3 days indulging herself, wandering between casinos and izakayas. However, on the 4th day, she sobered up and went to Konoha Hospital to address the backlog of work she had ignored. But when faced with the mountain of documents waiting for her, Tsunade felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Ultimately, she called on Yakushi Nono and another assistant to help her manage the workload. Even with their assistance, it took 3 full days to clear everything up. During this time, Konoha frequently held Jonin meetings. Third Hokage often presented mixed updates, some worrisome, some positive. On one hand, he warned of rock shinobi increasing their numbers and frequently reported how many additional shinobi had been deployed. This routine occurred so often that some began to discern Sarutobi Hiruzen's underlying motives. Orochimaru, however, paid little attention to Sarutobi's political maneuvering. Uchiha Fugako had already decided to align with Orochimaru's faction. To solidify this alliance, Fugako often sent Mikoto to visit Kushina, and whenever he encountered Cain, he passed along messages. The Uchiha clan had come to terms with the fact that their hopes of producing a Hokage were slim. Competing for the position would only waste their time and resources. Supporting Namikaze Minato also offered no tangible benefits, especially since the only connection between the Uchiha and Minato was Uchiha Obito, who had yet to make any promises on behalf of their clan. Conversely, Orochimaru and Cain demonstrated genuine sincerity in their dealings. Orochimaru promised the Uchiha clan 10 umbu positions, fair jonin assessments, and access to other village departments previously closed to them. Additionally, Fugaku agreed to relinquish exclusive control over the Uchiha police force, allowing the selection process to open up to others in the village. This, coupled with the Uchiha's partnership with Cain's Chamber of Commerce, made Orochimaru's side the obvious choice. Fugaku understood the drawbacks of the police force. While it had been under Uchiha control for over a decade, it no longer brought the prestige or power their clan needed. Opening the department to the wider village was a necessary, if difficult, step. Meanwhile, Kushina and Mikoto grew closer as friends during this period, while Cain and Fugako continued their negotiations. After successfully securing the Uchiha clan's cooperation for Orochimaru, Cain turned his attention to other matters in the ninja world. Before departing, he warned Orochimaru about the deteriorating situation in Kirigakure, urging him to prepare. Cain couldn't be certain whether Kirigakure's instability was due to Third Mizukage's own madness or Uchiha Madara's manipulation. Regardless, the Hidden Mist was now in a state of full-scale war. Kirigakure's aggression extended not only to Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi but also to the borders of the Land of Fire. Even Cain's shipping operations in the Land of Waves had begun to feel the effects of the chaos. Mist Shinobi's infamous Blood Mist system has become increasingly brutal. While the practices at their ninja academy have softened somewhat, the cruelty among Mist Shinobi themselves has only intensified. Failure on a mission almost always guarantees death, with no chance of returning alive. For Cain, Kirigakure's internal chaos has little direct impact. His main concern lies with Uchiha Madara, who seems to be influencing events from the shadows. During this time, Cain also visited the capital of the Land of Fire several times to assess the daimyo's condition. From the daimyo's mental state and his uncharacteristic closeness to Cain, it became clear that the daimyo had been heavily influenced by some form of black magic. Oddly enough, the daimyo's physical condition had improved significantly, but neither he nor his guardian ninja seemed aware of the unnatural changes to his soul. During one visit, Cain proposed the construction of network fiber optics and signal towers throughout the Land of Fire. The daimyo, without hesitation, approved the plan and issued a decree requiring officials and nobles across the nation to cooperate with the project. With this official backing, rolling out the internet and computers became far more convenient. Some officials found it strange that the daimyo was so eager to comply with Cain's suggestions, but after considering the massive profits generated by Cain's previous ventures, such as Viagra, they believed they had figured out the reason behind the cooperation. If Cain had enough engineering robots, he wouldn't need workers from the ninja world. Unfortunately, most of the engineering robots were currently tied up assisting the Red Queen with critical projects, constructing her body computer room, building the satellite launch base station, and transforming the Sky Ninja Fortress. As a result, laying optical fibers and constructing signal towers had to be entrusted to local workers. The sooner the infrastructure was completed, the faster computers and the internet could be rolled out, bolstering the Red Queen's power. Cain also spent time in the Land of Tea, where he established a steelmaking factory. With sufficient materials, the Red Queen could manufacture a batch of engineering robots on her own. However, the robots built in the ninja world would likely pale in comparison to those from the Marvel world. The difference lay in materials. Marvel world robots were crafted from titanium alloy, while ninja world robots would rely on common steel. For now, Cain didn't have the time to implement significant material upgrades in the ninja world. Instead, his plan was to produce a basic batch of engineering robots locally while transporting higher-grade models from the Marvel world to aid in industrialization. Managing multiple worlds was no easy task, and Cain often felt stretched thin. Fortunately, the Red Queen's assistance helped lighten the burden. Meanwhile, on the grass country battlefield, the tide had turned. While Jiraiya distracted Rock Shinobi by fiercely engaging them on the front lines, Namikaze Minato executed a decisive blow by destroying Rock Shinobi's logistics line, the Konobi Bridge. With this supply route severed, the thousands of Rock Shinobi stationed in the Land of Grass now faced a dire shortage of resources, leaving their position increasingly untenable. Namikaze Minato also left a flying thunder god mark near the Konobi Bridge. If Rock Shinobi repaired it, he could destroy it again. After two such attempts, Rock Shinobi realized they could no longer continue the war. Although their joint Earth-style technique on the front lines was powerful, without supplies, Rock Shinobi's soldiers were unable to eat or use food pills, making it impossible to continue fighting. To keep the war going, Oniki would have to take a detour to establish a new supply line or aggressively collect seal scrolls. However, both of these options were unrealistic. After a few more days of delay, Rock Shinobi had no choice but to sign a peace agreement with Konoha. Without it, they wouldn't even be able to retrieve their fallen soldiers from the Land of Grass. Konoha also suffered heavy losses in the war. Over 300 Konoha ninjas died on the front lines. Despite Jiraiya's protection, many of Konoha's teams were still no match for Rock Shinobi's combined ninjutsu. The ninjas who had infiltrated the enemy's rear also suffered dozens of casualties. They had broken through multiple layers of the enemy's siege to reach the Konobi Bridge, a critical point of Rock Shinobi's defense. This mission was at least an A rank, and losing dozens of Chunin at once was a major blow, even for Konoha's resources. In the end, Konoha emerged victorious, ending the threat from the Land of Grass. When the Rock Shinobi envoys arrived in Konoha, they signed a peace agreement and returned to the Land of Earth. Konoha's shinobi stationed at the border gradually returned to the village. However, there wasn't much of a reception waiting for them. Even though many ninjas had returned, the civilians knew little about it. Cain had strictly prohibited reports on the matter. Unlike previous occasions, where the people had been informed about the war's details and a heroic ninja who had appeared, this time, the group of ninjas who had fought in the Land of Grass were practically abandoned by Ninja Weekly. When Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato returned to Konoha, many people lined the streets to welcome them, but the civilians looked on with confusion, not knowing who the ninja troops were. Namikaze Minato kept scanning the crowd, still holding out some hope. But when they reached the Hokage building and he didn't see the familiar, youthful figure, he felt a little disappointed. Noticing Minato's feelings, Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, Minato. No woman can resist a hero. You were the biggest hero on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. You must look incredible in women's eyes. Even as he comforted Minato, Jiraiya felt a bit down himself. He had expected Tsunade and Orochimaru to greet him at the door, but neither of them had shown up. Hokage Building, Jonin Conference. After nearly 4 years of war, the number of Jonin in Konoha had significantly dwindled. Before the war, Konoha boasted nearly 150 Jonin. Now, that number had dropped to just over 80, including individuals like Kakashi Jonin who had failed the standard assessments but were temporarily promoted during the chaos of war. This gathering marked one of the most complete assemblies of Konoha's Jonin since the war began. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru had emerged from their usual haunts, the casino and the laboratory, respectively. Uzumaki Kushina, too, had put aside the decoration of her new home to attend, though she found the meeting utterly tedious. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a brief, irritable glance in Kushina's direction. Seated beside Tsunade, Kushina had revealed her identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki during the battle in the Land of Hot Water. However, her sheer strength now rendered the need for Umbu protection unnecessary. While many Konoha shinobi appreciated Kushina's contribution to defeating the Cloud Shinobi, they still feared the power of the Ninetales, a force capable of leveling an entire town. Even her comrades from the same village couldn't help but worry about the possibility of the Ninetales running amok one day. Kushina, however, was unbothered by their opinions. To her, they were fools who didn't understand anything. What truly unsettled Sarutobi Hiruzen, though, was the matter of Kushina's growing relationship with Cain. The two were now on the verge of marriage, and Hiruzen was deeply uneasy about the idea of the Ninetales Jinchuriki aligning herself so closely with an outsider. Even though Konoha had no intention of losing a Jinchuriki who could harness the power of a tailed beast, the thought of the Ninetales falling into the hands of a potential enemy left him restless. Everyone is here, so let's begin, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced, bringing the meeting to order. The peace agreement with Rock Shinobi is our primary agenda. Once everyone had settled, Hiruzen went straight to business. The peace agreement with Rock Shinobi had been signed by Konoha's senior leadership without prior discussion in the Jonin Council. The decision had been made swiftly, as Rock Shinobi had still been a formidable force at the time, with thousands of soldiers, Oniki in command, and two-tailed beast Jinchuriki in reserve. Abandoning the offensive against Rock Shinobi was a calculated choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the other senior advisors, had agreed to loosen their stance against Rock Shinobi to prevent further escalation. The peace terms included no reparations and a division of mission territories and defense lines that left Konoha with slightly less influence than before the war. After listening to Hiruzen's explanation, many Jonin frowned. From their perspective, the peace agreement appeared to leave Konoha at a disadvantage. Though Rock Shinobi had suffered greater losses, Konoha had expended considerable resources hiring mercenaries like Kusanagi and Taki for the war effort, ultimately gaining nothing from the conflict. Sensing the unease in the room, Mitokado Homura spoke up to support Hiruzen's decision. Rock Shinobi still has thousands of capable fighters, as well as Oniki and two-tailed beast Jinchuriki, Homura explained. If we were to push further, the war would only escalate, forcing us to send reinforcements. Moreover, Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi who we've only recently signed peace agreements with could see this as an opportunity to act against us. Some Jonin, though initially dissatisfied, began to understand the decision better after hearing Mitokado Homura's explanation. The discussion then shifted to the battle reports and the recognition of ninja contributions on the grass country battlefield. However, the specific details of rewards for meritorious service were not disclosed, as a mission team would later verify them. Sarutobi Hiruzen then brought up another pressing issue. The next matter concerns Kirigakure. Their recent behavior has been unusual. A significant number of mist shinobi have been harassing the Fire Country's border. We've also received reports that 7 ninja swords were spotted near the border. At this revelation, the Jonin in the room turned their attention to the Hokage. The 7 ninja swordsmen were considered Kirigakure's trump card. Each of the 7 swords had unique abilities, and the mist shinobi who wielded them were all exceptionally powerful Jonin. When united, these 7 individuals were thought to rival 5-cage-level shinobi in strength. Yudiden Koharu added, it's unclear whether this is an order from the 3rd Mizukage or the result of a mission request made to Kirigakure. If it's the latter, there may still be room to avoid war. But if it's the former, we must prepare for a possible invasion. If Cain had been present, he would have recognized that Koharu was trying to implicate him. However, Kushina was the only one here, and her mind was preoccupied with deciding whether to add a stream near her new home. In addition to the 7 ninja swordsmen, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, our Umbu have found signs of a large-scale mist shinobi gathering near the border of the Land of Water. It's highly likely they're targeting Konoha. We need to stay vigilant. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his sharp eyes scanning the room. His gaze lingered on Orochimaru for a moment before he said, I've decided that we need someone to oversee the coastal defense of the Fire Country and prepare for a potential invasion by mist shinobi. Nara Shikaku, newly appointed head of the Nara clan, spoke up. Though he had only recently taken over the role, his abilities, honed during the war, were widely respected. Hokage-sama, he said. The coastal defense line is too extensive. If Mist Shinobi intend to invade, it will be difficult to hold them off. If war is inevitable, it would be better to collaborate with Sand Shinobi under the terms of our peace agreement to counter Mist Shinobi. Mitokado Homura nodded in agreement. This approach is reasonable. Sand Shinobi signed the agreement with us to address the Rock Shinobi threat. Now that Mist Shinobi is making a move, we can invoke the agreement and demand their cooperation. Many jonin in the room approved of this suggestion. If Konoha had to prepare for war, dragging Sand Shinobi into it would be ideal. Otherwise, the peace agreement wouldn't be enough to compensate for Konoha's losses. What the jonin didn't know, however, was that under the terms of the peace agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the senior leadership had secretly offered Sand Shinobi certain concessions. These benefits were given to hasten the end of the Kawa no Kuni battlefield, creating only the appearance of peace. Since everyone agrees with this decision, does anyone have any good suggestions for the ninja to be sent to the coast of the Land of Fire? After Sarutobi Hiruzen posed the question, the room fell silent. Orochimaru's face displayed an inexplicable smile, and seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that something unexpected was about to happen. I think Orochimaru-sama is the most suitable candidate. Breaking the silence, Nara Shikako sighed inwardly before speaking decisively. While he wasn't eager to take the lead in such matters, leaving the choice hanging any longer would have been unwise. Besides, he knew that if his suggestion led to any suspicion later, it could provoke Orochimaru's ire, a dangerous prospect given his power. Luckily, Orochimaru wasn't like Tsunade. If he were, and the Nara clan ever suffered serious injuries in the future, they might find themselves without a capable medic. Orochimaru's strength, while intimidating, wasn't something that deeply concerned the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Furthermore, Shikaku believed Namikaze Minato would be a better Hokage for the alliance than Orochimaru ever could be. Master Orochimaru's performance on the previous battlefield speaks for itself, Shikaku continued. Even Genin under his command managed to execute joint summoning techniques to summon powerful creatures to aid in battle. This could help alleviate the current manpower shortage in Konoha. Shikako carefully listed Orochimaru's merits. His performance during the war had been undeniably impressive. Orochimaru had defeated the third Kaze Cage, renowned as the strongest Kaze Cage, and had even captured another magnet release shinobi from Sand Village. He had nearly defeated the one-tailed Jinchuriki as well. These achievements had been heavily publicized in Ninja Weekly, so even the civilians in Konoha were aware of Orochimaru's exploits. By bringing them up again, Shikako deepened the Jonin's impression of Orochimaru, cementing the idea that he was the only one capable of managing the Mist Shinobi threat effectively. Following Shikaku's statement, a few other jonin voiced their agreement. Among Konoha's ranks, there were only a handful of individuals with the skill and experience to lead a battlefield, and Orochimaru was undeniably the most qualified candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to listen carefully, then tilted his head and asked, Orochimaru, what do you think? Orochimaru chuckled before replying, of course. If the village needs me, I can leave at any time. This response earned the admiration of many jonin present. Fresh from his victory, Orochimaru's willingness to take on another critical mission showed an unwavering dedication to Konoha's cause. His awareness and sense of responsibility appeared unmatched among Konoha's elite. Jiraiya nudged Orochimaru with his elbow, grinning as he said, Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be so eager. If that's the case, how about the Toad Sage lending you a hand? Orochimaru shot him a look of disdain and replied curtly, you'd be better off resting, Jiraiya. With Orochimaru's agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief. He cleared his throat and prepared to conclude. If that's the case, then... Wait a moment, third Hokage-sama. The sudden interruption caused the room to fall silent. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of unease but maintained his composure as he asked, Chief Fugaku, do you have any suggestions? Yes, Lord Third, Fugaku replied. Please allow the Uchiha clan to take on this responsibility. I assure you, we will put an end to Kirigaku's schemes. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a deep, resolute tone. As he stood up abruptly, his unexpected move startled Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura, Nara Shikaku, and others. Orochimaru-sama has just returned from the battlefield, Fugaku began. As a member of Konoha and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I have yet to truly contribute to the village during this time of need. Please grant me the opportunity to do so, Lord Third Hokage. I promise I will not disappoint you or the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's grip on his pipe tightened slightly, though his expression remained composed. He smiled faintly and replied, Clan leader Fugaku, the security team is tasked with ensuring the village's safety. Your role doesn't necessarily need to be demonstrated on the battlefield. But the village is currently very secure, Fugaku insisted firmly. If we, the Uchiha clan, cannot contribute to Konoha's efforts, it leaves us feeling unfulfilled. Please, Lord Third Hokage, grant us this chance. His words carried an unyielding tone. Fugaku had made his case so strongly that if Sarutobi Hiruzen still refused, it might appear as though he was discriminating against the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Orochimaru interjected. Since clan leader Fugaku is so eager to contribute to the village, Hokage-sama, I think you should allow him. If I'm ever needed on the battlefield, I will join the front lines at any time. Orochimaru paused before adding, if there are concerns, Lord Hokage, let Noeki accompany him. This suggestion surprised everyone in the room. Orochimaru seemed to be proposing a collaboration between the Senjo and Uchiha clans, a rare and unexpected partnership. However, what surprised them even more was that Fugaku did not object to the idea. Some began to suspect that Orochimaru and Fugaku might have discussed this beforehand. Among those who held this suspicion were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku, both silently noting the unusual dynamic. Uchiha Fugaku was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Water Country battlefield. The Uchiha clan directly contributed 100 ninjas, including 50 guards and 50 family ninjas. In addition to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan also provided substantial support. After all, the Byakugan is the nemesis of Kirigakuer ninjas. Except for a small number of powerful mist shinobi jonin, who can use chakra to completely conceal their presence in the mist, other mist shinobi cannot achieve this. Assassination techniques below the level of jonin are rendered completely ineffective against the Byakugan. Regarding the Uchiha clan's strong desire to fight, it was evident that many ninjas weren't particularly fond of them. However, when war arrived, the Uchiha clan rushed to contribute to the village. This was commendable, even if their role as the village's security force didn't always make them popular. Although the issue of Kirigakuer's border raids and the threat of war was resolved, Sarutobi Hiruzen's goals weren't entirely achieved, which left him visibly displeased. After the Jonin meeting, Jiraiya went directly to Orochimaru, slinging an arm over his shoulder and smiling. Orochimaru, how about grabbing a drink? Should we invite Tsunade too? Hearing the word drink, Tsunade licked her lips but quickly became wary. You're paying, Jiraiya, she said firmly. Jiraiya asked in mock confusion, aren't you celebrating my victorious return? Shouldn't you be paying? Are you asking for a fight? Out of the three of us, who actually returned victorious? You were the slowest. This time, it's on you, Tsunade declared, raising her fist in mock threat. She then set aside the morning's accumulated paperwork and directed both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It's decided. Let's go to the first izakaya. This izakaya belonged to Cain and had 3 floors. The interior was luxuriously decorated, offering a wide selection of alcohol. In addition to its own side dishes, the surrounding restaurants provided more options. However, the prices were steep. Given Tsunade's legendary drinking capacity, even Jiraiya would feel a pinch in his wallet after a single visit. Although Jiraiya had plans to write novels, he was still haunted by Cain's shadow, as all his submissions had been rejected by publishers. His current income relied entirely on mission rewards, but his tendency to spend money in izakayas and custom shops while gathering information left his savings perpetually low. All right, but just one drink. I've got other things to do this afternoon, so don't overdo it, Jiraiya said reluctantly, watching Tsunade walk away before whispering to Orochimaru. Once they arrived at the izakaya, Jiraiya took charge of ordering. The menu's prices were anything but modest, and Jiraiya was determined to avoid any unnecessary expenses. This, and 2 bottles of sojo, he said. Tsunade, unimpressed, snatched the menu from him. Jiraiya, you're too stingy? This is supposed to celebrate your victory and return. You can't skimp on us like this, she complained. Tsunade ordered another pile of dishes, and judging by the quantity, it seemed she intended to have dinner as well. This left Jiraiya heartbroken for a long time, even considering the possibility of sneaking out without paying. However, he quickly dismissed the thought if he dared to ditch Tsunade with the bill, he'd undoubtedly end up in the hospital. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiraiya resigned himself to the expense and prepared to bleed once again. When the shako and side dishes were served, Jiraiya and Tsunade had a few drinks. Despite the hefty price tag, Jiraiya admitted that the quality of the food and drink was noticeably better than other places he had visited. After 2 glasses, Orochimaru broke the silence and addressed Jiraiya directly. Jiraiya, don't beat around the bush. If you have a question, just ask. Between the 3 of us, your drinking capacity is the worst. Jiraiya frowned in mock offense and replied, that's only because Tsunade and I don't use chakra to dispel alcohol. If we did, it wouldn't be so clear who would win. He sighed, set down his glass, and grew more serious. There was no need to skirt around the issue among friends like them. Orochimaru, are you seriously running for 4th Hokage? Why? From what I know of you, you don't seem like the type to care about being Hokage. Orochimaru chuckled softly and responded, Jiraiya, do you really think you know me so well? Isn't becoming Hokage the ultimate goal for every shinobi in Konoha? And what do you even understand about Hokage? Why shouldn't I try? Jiraiya was momentarily stunned by Orochimaru's pointed questions. He sat in silence, holding his glass in a daze, before finally snapping out of it. Tsunade, who had been half listening, perked up at the mention of Hokage. She casually pulled the side dishes and shako closer to her side, clearly uninterested in the topic. If Noeke hadn't given up his own ambitions of becoming 4th Hokage, she might have been more involved. Hokage is the soul of the village, Jiraiya said firmly. In critical moments, the Hokage must have the resolve to sacrifice themselves for Konoha. Orochimaru, you're an outstanding ninja, but you lack the spirit it takes to become Hokage. Whether it's the 1st Hokage or the 2nd, Orochimaru interrupted with a smirk. I would eliminate any threat to Konoha before it even arises. If there are no enemies, there's no need for the Hokage to sacrifice anything. Jiraiya, if sacrifice is required, it's because of a lack of ability. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Orochimaru, visibly irritated. Don't look at me like that, Tsunade, Orochimaru continued calmly. Even if you're angry, it won't change my mind. Preparing for the future means dealing with crises before they grow dangerous. If there were only one village and one country left standing, Konoha would have no need for war. Of course, that's not a goal I can achieve overnight. But if I had 10 years to lay the foundation, Konoha would prosper when Noeka takes over. Tsunade's face flushed with anger as she snapped, Orochimaru? What kind of ideas have you been feeding Noeki? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Tsunade, Noeki is no longer a child. He agrees with the second Hokage's ideology more than the first's. Tsunade froze at his words, realizing the truth. Noeki wasn't the boy she used to look after. He had grown up. After proving his strength on the battlefield in the land of hot water, he had surpassed even her. He was no longer the child who needed her protection. This is war. Orochimaru, Konoha has worked hard for generations to maintain peace. You shouldn't. Jiraiya, have you been brainwashed? Orochimaru interrupted impatiently. He recalled a word Cain had once mentioned, brainwashing, and found it fitting for Jiraiya's current mindset. Why is everything you say considered right, and everything I do considered wrong? If that's how it is, then there's no point in continuing this conversation. Let's rely on our own abilities from here on. With that, Orochimaru stood up and left. Jiraiya didn't try to stop him. In his eyes, Orochimaru not only lacked the spirit of a Hokage but would also plunge Konoha and the entire ninja world into chaos. Jiraiya had been deeply influenced by the third Hokage after graduation and had spent several years training at Mount Myaboko. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the teachings of Mount Myaboko instilled in Jiraiya the belief that strength should be used to protect peace. From being the weakest in his team, Jiraiya had worked hard to catch up to Tsunade and Orochimaru, for which he credited both his mentors and his teammates. As a result, Jiraiya placed unwavering faith in Sarutobi Hiruzen's teachings and the prophecies of Mount Myaboko. However, when it became clear that Orochimaru couldn't be convinced, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade and asked directly, Tsunade, do you also want to see Konoha fall into war? Tsunade responded angrily, Jiraiya, do you think I can convince Orochimaru? Still unwilling to give up, Jiraiya pleaded, then help me. No, help Minato. He has the character and ability of the best ninja. I believe he is the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Are you seriously drunk? Noeki wants to be Hokage too, and you expect me to abandon my little brother to support Namikaze Minato? Orochimaru's nonsense is one thing, but you're the real idiot here. Frustrated with Jiraiya's impractical ideas, Tsunade called over the store waiter, packed a bunch of appetizers, grabbed a few bottles of good shaku, and decided to drink at home instead. Seeing this, Jiraiya slumped in his seat, utterly defeated. Not only had he failed to achieve his goal, but he'd also spent a fortune. On top of that, he hadn't even managed to get any useful information out of Orochimaru. And to make matters worse, Tsunade had taken off with a stash of the expensive shaku he'd paid for. Meanwhile, Kushina stood at a distance, watching Cain as he fiddled with their new residence. After observing for a while, she finally spoke up. I don't feel anything. Cain frowned. You don't feel it? Strange. Regardless of a ninja's strength, this should affect them. Take off your magic jewelry and try again. Before finishing his explanation, Cain noticed the magical jewelry Kushina was wearing and gestured for her to remove it. Once she did, she attempted to sense the new home again, which had been enchanted with an enhanced muggle-repelling charm. This time, Kushina frowned slightly. She could barely sense the house even after using sensory ninjutsu. She then skipped over to Cain excitedly and exclaimed, That's amazing! You've made such a large yard almost undetectable. Cain smiled. This is just the beginning. Once I finish layering all the magic in this area, even the best sensory ninja will have a hard time pinpointing its exact location. Using alchemy to solidify the enhanced muggle-repelling charm onto magical items and burying them deep in the ground near the new home allows them to interact with one another, ensuring that even a ninja's sensory techniques are affected. After hearing this, Kushina smiled and said, Then I'll set up an enchantment so that even the Byakugan can't see through it. However, as soon as she spoke, she blushed. She recalled something Cain had said to her a few days ago and felt embarrassed, thinking she was being too eager to impress. By the way, can I bring others here in the future? Kushina asked hesitantly. She knew Cain would be away for a while but didn't know what he was planning to do. She simply wanted to invite friends, like Mikato, over to the house when he was gone. Of course, Cain replied with a smile. You're the hostess, so you can decide on such trivial matters. I'll leave you a few magic ornaments that bypass the muggle-repelling charm, so you can use them as needed. Hearing the word hostess immediately lifted Kushina's spirits. She liked the way it sounded. With more than half of the new home completed, a mansion spanning over 700 square meters, it was undoubtedly the grandest residence in Konoha. The surrounding environment had also been carefully remodeled, and Kushina was already envisioning training their future children nearby. She hugged Cain's arm, letting her curves press against him, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mikato has been worried about her husband lately. Is it dangerous on the water country battlefield? It should be fine. Don't worry, Uchiha Fugaku is an outstanding ninja, Cain reassured her. At the mention of Uchiha Fugaku, Cain's thoughts shifted to Kakashi's Sharinon, which had the potential to evolve into the Kamui Mangekyo. Among all Mangekyo abilities, Cain valued Kamui the most. If the opportunity arises, he thought, I'll make sure to obtain those eyes. It's a waste for Nohara-rin to die like this, but if Obito doesn't die, it will be difficult for him to open the Mangekyo. The cultivation of Mangekyo was sloppy from the start. If I let it go, I won't be able to get it again. Cain felt a little embarrassed, but Nohara-rin, who had been developed into a strong individual by Yakushi no through extensive resources, was in a situation of potential waste. At Konoha Hospital, Nohara-rin's medical ninjutsu ranks among the top 10, and the curse mark on her body has slowly dissipated, turning into yin release chakra that has influenced her thoughts. When Cain saw her in Konoha a few days ago, Rin greeted him with a bright, youthful smile, one that suggested she had moved past the trauma of Obito's death. Nono's evaluation of Nohara-rin is high. In the original story, Nohara-rin completed an eye replacement operation in a very short period and also mastered healing jutsu, a high-level medical ninjutsu. Among those who learned medical ninjutsu at the same time, no one was stronger than her. It's too wasteful for her to die. Let's find a way to save her. Cain decided in his heart and then prepared to refine a magic item. While he could heal injuries like a pierced heart in his presence, he didn't have the time to focus solely on Nohara-rin. Besides, the Battle of the Land of Water had not fully erupted yet, and Cain had to go to other worlds. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara would act on the same day? There is a black magic that locks the soul, but combining this magic with apparition is really troublesome. I hope that Nohara-rin will repay me well. If Uchiha Madara really follows through with his plan, I could at least harvest 3 tails. Thinking this, Cain felt motivated again. The potential harvest wasn't too bad, a 3 tails and a very high-level medical ninja. Though Rin Nohara has a relatively naive temperament, with proper training, she could succeed Yakushi no in the future as a member of the Konoha Medical Department. As for Nono, she would definitely be transferred to the Land of Fire by Cain. Cain researched and experimented for a long time, finally creating the magical item he had envisioned. Not much time remained, so Cain solidified 2 magical effects into the alchemical item. The first was black magic that could lock the soul within the body, preventing death from approaching to some extent. The second was an apparition function, but it could only be activated after the black magic triggered, transporting her to a secondary alchemical item that determined the apparition location. This idea was inspired by ancient runes found in the dragon's veins, and Cain had failed many times before finally succeeding. Once the research was complete, Cain immediately sought out Nono. Though Kushina was closer to him, Kushina's pure personality made it better to avoid involving her in such things. Nono, on the other hand, was bred to be a spy, with great tolerance for the actions Cain had in mind. In the middle of the night, Cain arrived at Yakushi Nono's house and told her what might happen to Nohara-rin. However, there were many changes involved, and some things couldn't be fully explained. Nono nodded in understanding after listening but then asked, "So, I just need to cure Nohara-rin after she's sent back, but how do I explain this to Konoha afterwards?" At that time, Orochimaru should be the 4th Hokage, Cain replied. "I'll tell him about it, and delaying death will damage the memory. By then, Nohara-rin probably won't remember much. She'll just need to come back on her own." Cain explained to Nono that the black magic would come at a certain price, and if Nohara-rin wasn't treated soon, she might become a fool, and her role would only hold the value of 3 taels. "I understand, boss," Nono said, "but this magic accessory is really beautiful. It's hard to believe it has such powerful abilities." Yakushi Nono pushed her glasses up as she spoke. Cain suddenly noticed that her lips were slightly moist. "Did she wear lipstick?" "You have one too," Cain replied. "It's the same as Kushina's. It has 3 abilities: defense, energy recovery, and apparition. As my important subordinate, you can't go without a standard magic accessory." Cain pulled out a necklace and handed it to Nono. Without apparition, she wouldn't have been able to treat Nohara-rin as soon as she was sent back. Even with recovery potions, she would need a medical ninja to help Nohara-rin recover, but Shino wasn't available for this task at the moment. Nono quickly took the necklace but couldn't resist venting her dissatisfaction. "Important subordinate? Do you expect your subordinate to give you a massage today? As a medical ninja, shouldn't I be able to assess the performance of my boss when he's tired?" "Nonsense." Cain immediately dismissed the idea. His physical fitness wouldn't show fatigue. However, Yakushi Nono lifted her skirt, revealing her long, shapely legs wrapped in white silk, and her moist lips behind slightly innocent glasses. Cain hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat and said, "Then, please." Meanwhile, at the Konoha newspaper office, the president took a piece of news and handed it to his subordinates. He solemnly said, "Put this on the cover of Ninja Weekly the day after tomorrow." "President, if this is true, then Mr. Hokage is really the one who betrayed the Fire Nation," one of the employees exclaimed after reading the news. The workers at the Konoha newspaper were all enraged. This was clearly an act of betrayal. The battle had been won, yet they had given supplies and money to the enemy as though they were the losers. After seeing the news, they felt the disgrace of being on the winning side had vanished, replaced by a deep sense of shame, even humiliation. A woman from Konoha asked angrily, "President, is this true?" Her husband had been a victim of the battle, and his name was engraved on the monument. If the news was true, then her husband's sacrifice seemed like a joke. President Konoha said in a heavy voice, "There is some evidence, but it's best to question them through the weekly magazine. However, if we do this, it's very likely they'll target us, and we could even end up in prison." "I'm not afraid, President. Just leave this matter to me," said the female employee whose husband had died on the battlefield recently. "Me too," another employee chimed in. "And me? If Hokage hadn't done this, I wouldn't feel guilty." Others in the newsroom stood up, outraged, declaring that they were responsible for reporting such absurdities. The president of the Konoha newspaper nodded and said, "All right, everyone. Then hurry up and get to work. Minister Sama and the daimyo won't forget us." "Yes," the employees responded in unison. They immediately arranged for Konoha's senior management to handle the next issue of Ninja Weekly and notified the printing factory to speed up production. With the combined efforts of many newspaper employees, the latest issue of Ninja Weekly was quickly released and sold throughout Konoha village. At the same time, the magazine was distributed in the capital of the Fire Country and various bustling towns. Ninja Weekly had expanded to 21 relatively prosperous towns, and the content of each issue could be spread throughout the entire Fire Country. Now, Ninja Weekly had gone from being published once a week to 3 times a week, issuing 10 issues a month. In the Land of Fire, and even Konoha village, many people had developed the habit of reading newspapers. However, after reading the latest issue of Ninja Weekly, nearly everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they read the contents. How is this possible? How could Lord Third Hokage do such a thing? A ninja eating meatballs and drinking soup, upon reading the news in the weekly magazine, threw his cup to the ground in frustration, smashing it. "This is slander. They're slandering Lord Hokage." "But the photo above, is it fake?" the ninja sitting beside him asked hesitantly. The photos in the magazine were clearly taken, showing the specific amount of supplies, and even the signature of Mitokado Homura. It would be too much if it were fake. It must be fake. This is slander against Hokage-sama. The one who spoke was a loyal supporter of the Third Hokage. He had followed the Hokage's teachings since his days at ninja school, always supported by the will of fire on the battlefield. He refused to believe that the news in the Ninja Weekly was anything but a lie. "It's fake? I'm going to smash the newspaper that slandered Lord Hokage now. You're crazy. You'll be thrown in the guardhouse. Let's see how Lord Hokage handles it." The ninja's companion stopped him, then forcibly pulled him out of the meatball shop. His actions had just scared many people. Strictly speaking, his behavior was enough to warrant an arrest by the security team. The owner of the meatball shop reported the incident to the security team, and the ninja would soon be taken in. However, this was just one small incident. It wasn't just common ninjas who bought Ninja Weekly. Ninjas from various clans did too. They would buy large quantities and distribute them to their clansmen. The weekly magazine caused quite a stir in Konoha. After reading it, civilians and ninjas began discussing it heatedly. In some places, arguments even turned into fights, regardless of whether the people involved were civilians or ninjas. In just one morning, the security team was dispatched repeatedly. The detention rooms were quickly filled to capacity. In the end, they were left with no choice but to lock up those who supported the Third Hokage. The deputy captain of the guard, Uchiha Yatsushiro, took a copy of Ninja Weekly and went directly to the Hokage building. Whether or not the Third Hokage was aware of it, something had to be done about the overcrowding in the guardhouse. While riots broke out in the village, Orochimaru was also reading Ninja Weekly, which had been sent to him by his second student, Midarashi Anko. Anko had also asked Orochimaru, very curiously, if the things in the magazine were true or just fake. It was still sent to him for practice, of course. As expected of Cain, the power of this weekly magazine is truly something else. Sarutobi-sensei must now feel the pain of Senior White Fang. "Hey, I almost want to see it," Orochimaru chuckled, putting down the magazine. He stood up and walked outside. Since Cain wasn't in a position to show himself yet, it seemed like the best choice for Orochimaru to make an appearance. How dare they? How did this matter get out? Sarutobi Hiruzen was like an enraged lion. After reading the news in Ninja Weekly, he slammed his palm on the table in anger. The news published on this page had an extremely negative impact on him, even threatening his position as Hokage. Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't dwell on how the other party obtained the information for now. Instead, he focused on their motive. Besides the Hokage position, what else could they be targeting? Could it be Orochimaru? Or Cain? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Apart from the information accidentally leaked by Mitokado Homura, it was also possible that the other party had obtained details from Sand Shinobi village. As for the agreement Mitokado Homura had signed with Sand Shinobi, promising not to divulge secrets, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the current situation and wished he could storm the battlefield and kill the third Kazekage directly. "After I left Sand Shinobi village, the agreement was worthless. The leak must have come from Sand Shinobi village. But that's not the important issue anymore. Hiruzen, you need to focus on how to handle this situation," Mitokado Homura said with a sigh, shaking his head. Not only was Sarutobi Hiruzen's name mentioned in the report, but Mitokado Homura's as well. It wasn't just Hiruzen facing public backlash. Homura knew his name was being cursed too. However, Homura found some solace in the fact that he rarely appeared in public. Many civilians and lower-ranking ninjas didn't even recognize him, and some didn't know there were high-ranking Konoha officials beyond the Hokage. Electing the next Hokage, it seems like this is Orochimaru's scheme, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, his face grim. The best course of action now, other than stepping down and admitting his mistake, was to deny the allegations outright. But if the opposition had managed to publish photos of the agreement, who knew what other evidence they might have? If he persisted in denying it and the opposition released more damning information, it wouldn't just cost him the Hokage seat, it could also tarnish the Sarutobi clan. Hokage-sama, the vice-captain of the police force, Uchiha Yatsushiro, requests an audience, an UMBU member announced after knocking and being permitted to enter the police force. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, thinking back to the Ninja Weekly report. Uchiha Yatsushiro was likely connected to this matter, so he instructed the UMBU, let Uchiha Yatsushiro in. Yes, Hokage-sama. The UMBU left, and shortly after, Uchiha Yatsushiro entered, holding a copy of Ninja Weekly in his hand. This action darkened Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, and he couldn't help but think bitterly, Tobirama-sensei, you were right. The Uchiha truly are an inherently troublesome clan. Is this an intentional insult? Lord Hokage, Yatsushiro began, due to the news in this magazine, there were 37 fights in Konoha just this morning, involving hundreds of people. The detention rooms in the guards' headquarters are already at capacity. Despite the gravity of the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen caught on to one thing: some people were supporting him. Not everyone in the village was condemning him. After Yatsushiro finished his report, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded slowly, I am aware of the situation. For now, focus on issuing admonishments. As for those detained, have them sign guarantees and release them. Yatsushiro-kun, I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. In that case, I understand, Hokage-sama, Yatsushiro replied before leaving. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's firm attitude, Uchiha Yatsushiro agreed immediately. Although he was reluctant to let those who had caused trouble off so easily, the Hokage's order would resolve the problem of overcrowded detention rooms and free the security team from further responsibility. After Uchiha Yatsushiro left, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the three people in the room and said, Danzo, have the route monitor Orochimaru, Cain, and any ninjas associated with them. Also, monitor the Uchiha clan. Although many members of the Uchiha clan had been taken away over time, the remaining power they held was not to be underestimated. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's estimates, there were at least 400 ninjas in the Uchiha clan. This number was conservative, considering the clan's population. During the Third Ninja World War, the Uchiha had not mobilized on a large scale. The Water Country battlefield was the first time the Uchiha clan had led a major military operation. I understand, Danzo replied, but the route doesn't have the resources to monitor so many people right now, especially considering how troublesome these three targets are. Danzo used the opportunity to make a request. While his chances of becoming the fourth Hokage had long passed, he was unwilling to relinquish the power he still held. As long as he controlled the route, his ambitions remained within reach. I'll allocate half of the necessary resources and funding to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, but this must be handled as soon as possible. After addressing Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Mitokedo Homura, whose expression faltered under the Hokage's scrutiny. Homura seemed to guess what Hiruzen was thinking. Mitokedo Homura sighed inwardly. He knew he couldn't avoid responsibility in this matter. With a heavy heart, he said, I understand. When the time comes, I will step down as an elder. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as well. I'm sorry, Homura. It's fine, Homura replied, adjusting his glasses. This is my responsibility. But right now, the priority is calming the situation down. After deciding to resign, Mitokedo Homura felt a surprising sense of relief. I know, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. The villagers and the ninjas feel betrayed. We need to focus on stabilizing the situation. But Orochimaru, he worries me. His voice trailed off as his thoughts wandered. He suddenly remembered that Ninja Weekly was not only distributed in Konoha but also in towns across the Land of Fire. That meant the people of the Land of Fire and possibly even other shinobi villages were now aware of his actions. At the Konoha Weekly headquarters, the situation was escalating quickly. A squad of UMBU had surrounded the building, their mission clear. The Konoha Weekly is suspected of colluding with Sand Shinobi spies to disrupt the peace of Konoha. Everyone here will follow me to the interrogation unit, the UMBU captain said coldly to the staff of the newspaper. Under the leadership of their president, the staff blocked the entrance, armed with weapons. However, in the eyes of the UMBU ninjas, their weapons were laughable at best, old stool legs being the most lethal among them. The president shouted loudly, the Konoha Weekly has the right to report, as authorized by the daimyo. Konoha's ninjas have no authority to interfere with our work. The UMBU captain's expression remained calm but stern. When it involves collusion with spies, UMBU has full authority to intervene. If you resist, we will not hesitate to use force. Unfortunately for the UMBU, a crowd had already gathered around the scene. With so many witnesses, they couldn't act as decisively as they'd prefer. Wait a moment, a voice suddenly called out, interrupting the escalating tension. The UMBU turned toward the source of the voice, frowning when they saw who it was. After Uchiha Aoki led several members of the security team over, he asked, what happened here? Arresting those suspected of colluding with Sand Shinobi spies. UMBU has taken control here, the UMBU squad leader replied. Uchiha Aoki sneered before responding, it is the police's responsibility to catch spies. If they are truly colluding with spies, then leave it to us. The UMBU squad leader's tone turned firm. This is an order from Hokage-sama. Then show us the order. As long as you present Master Hokage's command, the guard will stop interfering. Otherwise, UMBU should not be meddling in the guard's affairs. Uchiha Aoki spoke with authority. Before the Uchiha clan went to the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaka had held a special clan meeting, telling the captain-level members of the guard squadron that they should support Orochimaru. Although some of the more traditional clan members disagreed, most of them were swayed by Uchiha Fugaku's reasoning and the benefits their clan could gain from supporting Orochimaru. It was clear to most that Fugaku had no ambition to become Hokage. His main interest was securing power for the clan. Uchiha Aoki was from the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. After hearing about the Konoha newspaper incident, he had been patrolling the area and rushed over at the first sign of trouble, eager to disrupt Umbu's actions. Without Hokage-sama's direct order, you Umbu are acting on your own. I'm starting to question your intentions. Even the newspaper office, which is authorized by the daimyo, you dare to interfere with it. What are you Umbu planning to do, huh? Uchiha Aoki's voice was cold, and he subtly moved his hands. The remaining 5 members of the security team began to slowly spread out, surrounding the 4 Umbu squads and pushing back the surrounding villagers. The pressure was palpable. Your guards want to do something to Umbu? Are you planning to rebel? The Umbu squad leader responded, you guards are acting suspicious. We're just following orders, and if you resist, don't blame us for using force to defend ourselves. Uchiha Aoki didn't back down. The security team is simply asking questions, as usual. If you resist, don't blame us for exercising the authority of the security team. Although his actions were impulsive, Uchiha Aoki was not mindless. It was clear that someone had done something to undermine the third Hokage, otherwise, how could such sensitive information have been made public? Thus, any action that hindered Umbu's operation now could be beneficial to the Uchiha clan. Enough. Everyone stop, a voice suddenly cut through the tension. Just when the tension was about to erupt, 2 ninjas suddenly appeared between the Umbu and the security team, using the body flicker technique. Captain Umbu sighed in relief upon seeing who had arrived. They really had no confidence. I've already understood the situation. Everyone from the security team, let Umbu handle this. I was also present when Sarutobi-sensei gave the order, so I can verify it, Jiraiya said, his voice calm but authoritative. Uchiha Aoki frowned, reluctant to back down. Master Jiraiya, but the Konoha newspaper is under the daimyo's jurisdiction. Jiraiya's tone turned more serious as he spoke again. Even if it's under the daimyo's jurisdiction, colluding with Sand Shinobi spies is treason. Let Umbu handle it. As Jiraiya spoke, his expression and body language became more imposing, which put significant pressure on Uchiha Aoki. He realized that pressing the issue further would lead to no good results. Jiraiya, along with his apprentice Namikaze Minato, were both formidable ninjas. If conflict broke out, they would easily overwhelm him. Fine, Uchiha Aoki reluctantly agreed, though he was still hesitant. Before he could say more, a slightly hoarse voice interrupted from behind him. Hihi, Jiraiya, didn't you visit the Nara family today? When did you come to the Hokage building? Orochimaru, did you do this? Jiraiya frowned slightly, stared at Orochimaru for a while, and then spoke in a low voice, you shouldn't do this, especially for the position of Hokage. You think highly of me, don't you? Do you think I could figure out what Sarutobi-sensei did? Orochimaru chuckled, continuing, whether I did it or Sarutobi-sensei did it, which one do you think is more excessive? Jiraiya, from what angle are you judging me? Forget it. Maybe you'd be better off leaving the village and going after Destiny's Child. Jiraiya responded in a deep voice, I will not watch you destroy the village, Orochimaru. You've changed? Destroy the village? I protected hundreds of ninjas during the Sand Shinobi village attack. Was it you, or Mount Myaboku, who did that? Orochimaru snapped. He suddenly realized he had said too much. Jiraiya had been an unreasonable fool for a long time. While they trusted each other on the battlefield as teammates, their ideas and personalities were too different. That was only natural. Even without the position of Hokage, Orochimaru couldn't understand why Jiraiya pinned all his hopes on an illusory child of destiny. While Jiraiya evaded responsibility, Orochimaru wanted to learn the truth and control the laws of everything for himself. That's enough for today. Umbu, leave. Wait for Sarutobi-sensei to handle this, Orochimaru instructed, addressing the Umbu ninja. His words directly suggested that Umbu's actions were personal and not official. If Umbu withdrew now, the matter would certainly spread. The Umbu captain took half a step forward, starting to speak. Orochimaru-sama, we. But his words were cut off as Orochimaru's intense gaze silenced him. Within seconds, beads of sweat formed under the mask of the Umbu member who was caught in Orochimaru's glare. Enough, you can go back now. Jiraiya raised his voice and stepped in front of the Umbu, interrupting the pressure Orochimaru was exerting. Orochimaru's technique, a combination of chakra and illusion, surprised Jiraiya slightly. There seemed to be some natural energy mixed in. Yes, Jiraiya-sama, the captain said, visibly relieved. After a brief sigh of relief, he turned and led the other Umbu away. Once the Umbu had departed, Orochimaru lost interest in further conversation with Jiraiya. He turned and left. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aoki, standing off to the side, instructed the members of the security team to keep an eye on the area and ensure that the clan's patrolling members were aware of what was happening. He then left as usual. When most of the group had dispersed, Namikaze Minato approached Jiraiya and asked, Jiraiya-sensei, I'm fine, Minato. I just didn't expect Orochimaru to have changed so much. Let's go back. Konoha may soon be facing a change, Jiraiya replied. Earlier in the day, under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they had visited the Ino, Shika, Cho clan to discuss various matters. This unexpected event had spread throughout the village in just one day. Jiraiya turned to Minato and said, go see Nara clan leader. He probably already knows about this. Maybe he can figure out a way to handle it. I'll go see Sarutobi-sensei. No one disturbed them during their morning discussions, so they didn't know about it at all. They only found out after Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato left the Nara clan. I see, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said. After finishing his sentence, Minato immediately rushed to the Nara clan, while Jiraiya headed to the Hokage building to inquire about the situation. Things escalated even faster than Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated, and soon, his actions as Hokage were well known throughout the Land of Fire. After reading the news in Ninja Weekly, the Fire Country daimyo became furious. He took 10 guardian ninjas and several ministers with him and rushed directly to Konoha village. If it were any other time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would have likely sent an envoy to inquire about the situation. The daimyo might have been angry, but he wouldn't have turned against Sarutobi Hiruzen over this. However, this time was different. The daimyo was heavily influenced by black magic, and Cain had used apparition to travel to the capital of the Land of Fire, subtly influencing him at close range. Before the daimyo's convoy could even arrive, an envoy had already rushed ahead to Konoha. I didn't expect the third Hokage to do such a thing. Bah, I thought he was a good man who cared about the village, but he gave so many benefits to the Sand Shinobi village. Kushina said angrily, tossing the newspaper aside. You can't do anything by getting angry, Kushina. After all, he's the Hokage, Uchiha Mikato comforted her. Since Uchiha Fugaku had left the village, Uchiha Itachi had been practicing all day, and Mikato had been home alone, so she had to follow Fugaku's advice and build a better relationship with Kushina. Mikato, however, found Kushina to be a happy and innocent woman, someone who was easy to talk to. Though Kushina often complained about the past, Mikato couldn't help but smile when she remembered how, as a child, Kushina had been happy despite being squeezed into Cain's small orange purse. What Hokage? I'm dozens of times stronger than Umbu now, but they still restrict me to stay in the village. If it weren't for the boss, Kushina stopped mid-sentence as she suddenly remembered that Cain's apparition ability and the T-Country base were secrets. Even though Mikato was her best friend, she couldn't reveal such things. But Mikato didn't seem to mind Kushina's oddness and said softly, once Orochimaru-sama becomes Hokage, you can go to other places with Cain-san. I hear the relationship between Orochimaru-sama and Cain-san is really good. But, Kushina, do you have any plans? Of course. Kushina replied excitedly. I plan to go to the Land of Hot Water for some famous baths, then head to the Land of Whirlpools to swim across the sea, and finally go to the Land of Snow to ski. Hehe. Kushina's enthusiasm was contagious as she shared her travel plans. Uchiha Mikato said enviously, that sounds amazing. Kushina grinned and added, Mikato, you should ask Fugaku to take you out too. It should be easy for you to leave the village. Mikato shook her head. Fugaku is busy with clan matters and the guards every day. He's recently left the village, and I doubt he'll have time for the next few years. Is that so? A housewife feeling bored, huh? Kushina teased, but then she suddenly leaned in and whispered in Mikato's ear, Mikato, you too, how long will it take? That. Mikato was startled when she heard the words and then saw Kushina winking at her. Kushina leaned in and whispered in her ear, speaking in detail. Although there were only the two of them in the room, Kushina still kept her voice very low, as if trying to avoid anyone real or imagined from overhearing. Mikato heard it clearly this time, but even after having a child, she still blushed when discussing such matters. However, seeing how eager Kushina was to know, Mikato, after being pestered for a long time, finally relented and said in a low voice, usually around 10 minutes. Kushina was taken aback and asked again, only 10 minutes. It's been a long time, and everyone else is like this. Mikato quickly defended Fugaku. She regretted it a little after speaking but reminded herself that a good wife shouldn't speak ill of her husband outside the home. Kushina thought for a moment and then, sensing that either Mikato or herself had to be abnormal, spoke up, but Cain and I, we often. 7 or 8 times, Kushina finished with a blush. Mikato gasped in shock, then quickly shook her head. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible? Kushina, are you lying to me? Even ninjas can't do that. It's true. It's even more tiring than going to the battlefield. Although it feels like flying into the sky, by the end. Kushina trailed off, her face turning even redder. After a brief moment of boldness, she immediately felt embarrassed for speaking so openly. Why had she said such a thing on a whim? Mikato's cheeks were flushed as well. What Kushina had said was beyond her comprehension. Things Mikato had never dared to think about before now seemed to be within her grasp, but even after hearing Kushina's description, she couldn't quite imagine what that feeling must be like. The sound of the door opening broke the silence. No one else would come to this place except for Cain. Realizing who the visitor was, Kushina and Mikato quickly composed themselves and waited for Cain to enter the room. When Cain walked into the living room, he saw the two of them staring at him and couldn't help but greet them. Mikato-san, so you're with Kushina. Please, make yourselves at home. Not at all, no trouble, Mikato replied quickly. Yes, the two of us are good friends. How could it be a trouble? Kushina chimed in, nodding eagerly. The two of them were acting strangely, but Cain didn't have time to dwell on it. He turned to Kushina and said, Kushina, the Jonin meeting is about to start, and I have to attend. As for what to say, that depends on Tsunade or Uchiha Yatsushiro. Before leaving, Noeki and Uchiha Fugaku had already arranged for someone to inform them. Uchiha Yatsushiro, the vice-captain of the guard, could fully represent the Uchiha clan. As for Tsunade, Noeke had persuaded her to side with Orochimaru during the Hokage election, so she likely wouldn't interfere. Kushina, I'll be going to the Jonin meeting. Do you understand? Cain asked. I understand, Kushina replied sternly. The people from Umbu near their new home couldn't contact them directly. Though the area was quiet, the lack of communication with the outside world was a drawback. Things would be better once telephones and computers were developed. The Jonin meeting was crucial, and as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina had to attend. However, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want her there. Orochimaru had used a summoning snake to relay that message to Cain. In the past, Jonin meetings were spontaneous, and the Jonin would rush to the Hokage building as soon as they received word. But this time, the meeting had been scheduled in advance, which felt unusually formal. In addition to Uchiha Fugaku and Noeki, who were on the battlefield, quite a few people attended the second Jonin meeting. Among them, the daimyo of the Fire Nation and his party occupied the front row. The daimyo was accompanied by the minister of the Fire Nation and 10 guardian ninjas who followed closely behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was grim. He hadn't expected the daimyo of the Fire Nation to take such a firm stance. Signing a peace agreement with Sand Shinobi privately seemed to tarnish the reputation of the Fire Nation, which had been built over hundreds of years. This was unreasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been thinking ever since he was notified by the envoy from the daimyo's estate. The first person he suspected was Orochimaru, followed by Cain, but after some thought, he felt they were unlikely to be involved. He acknowledged that Cain had a lot of influence in the Fire Nation, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the daimyo well. The daimyo was ambitious and bold. While it would be plausible for him to use the situation to vent his dissatisfaction with Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the daimyo didn't have the courage to stand directly against Konoha. So, if the daimyo had come to Konoha with such force, what had given him the courage? Was it the guardian ninjas? Aside from Sakumo, only one of the ninjas was sent by Konoha, the others were all recruited from the wider ninja world by the daimyo's estate. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently thought that the daimyo had likely built up considerable power over the years, but with just a few middle-ranked jonin, did he really have the confidence to challenge Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't the only one thinking this way. Mitokado Homura, Yuditen Koharu, and Danzo all shared the same concern. While they often clashed in private, they were united when it came to the matter of the daimyo. Although the first Hokage selection had been decided with the votes of all of Konoha, from the second to the third Hokage, the power to appoint the Hokage had gradually shifted to their control. Now, the question was whether the power to elect the Hokage would ever return to the daimyo. This time, many prominent jonin attended the meeting, including Yakushi, Kakashi, and others. The venue had been changed to a larger hall to accommodate over 200 people. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the patriarchs of various ninja clans sat in the first row, kneeling. Behind them were the ministers and deputy ministers of departments like the medical department and the barrier class. The second row was filled with various jonin. Third Hokage, please explain the news in Ninja Weekly, the daimyo of the Fire Nation demanded, breaking the silence in the room. Everyone's attention turned to the third Hokage. The recent turmoil in the village had been sparked by the news in Ninja Weekly, and many of the actions taken had been carried out by the third Hokage's chief envoy, Mitokado Homura. There had been more disturbances in the village recently than at any time before. If the reports were false, the Hokage should have stepped forward to clarify them. However, the Hokage building had remained silent, which spoke volumes. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the tobacco pipe in his hand and said slowly, "This matter is true. In addition to the previous peace agreement with Sand Shinobi, Konoha also signed a secret peace agreement with them. It's the same peace agreement mentioned in Ninja Weekly." When the ninjas below heard the confirmed news from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a murmur of discussion spread throughout the room. However, Cain, sitting next to the daimyo, smiled slightly and made a subtle gesture toward Orochimaru. The methods he had prepared would be rendered useless if Sarutobi Hiruzen foolishly denied the truth. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table twice with his pipe and then spoke in a deep voice, "Signing a peace agreement is nothing to be ashamed of. If it means exchanging supplies and money to save the lives of our frontline ninjas, I would not hesitate. In my heart, nothing is more important than the lives of my fellow villagers." Cough cough. Suddenly, a burst of coughing and laughter erupted from the room. Everyone turned to see that it was Cain, sitting next to the daimyo. "Sorry, I have a sore throat. Hokage-sama, please continue." Cain immediately smiled and apologized, but after finishing, he deliberately turned his head to look at Heitake Sakumo, who was standing behind the daimyo. The smile on Cain's face widened even further. Orochimaru and the other sharp-eyed ninjas immediately remembered what had happened to Heitake Sakumo a few years ago when they saw Cain's expression. Valuing your companions looking back, that was certainly a noteworthy incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Cain briefly. There was no need to show hatred toward a life-and-death enemy in public. If given the chance, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not hesitate to rid Konoha of Cain, the enemy of the village. But besides Sarutobi Hiruzen, Cain also noticed Namikaze Minato's hostile gaze. However, after Cain caught his eye, Namikaze Minato immediately turned away. In any case, this matter has nothing to do with me. It is not the Hokage's place to deceive the ninjas of the same village. No matter how I deal with it, I have no complaints. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words immediately moved many of the ninjas present. They didn't know much about Heitake Sakumo's situation at the time, or Sarutobi Hiruzen had hidden it well, as he had done nothing to interfere. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen had just said, most of the ninjas couldn't help but agree with him. Money and supplies should never be more important than the lives of their comrades. With a leader like the third Hokage, they could feel a sense of peace. Some ninjas looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with approval. His words had made a strong impact. But, third Hokage, if I remember correctly, didn't the Fire Nation win at that time? The daimyo asked with a slight frown. His question immediately caught the attention of many ninjas. That's right, we're paying compensation for a victory? It wasn't as if they had lost the battle with Sand Shinobi still a threat on the battlefield. Even the magnet-style bloodline users had been captured. Now, those prisoners were released, compensation was paid, and a large amount of supplies had been given away. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of anger rising within him as he met the angry stares of many in the room. He silently cursed the daimyo for being so talkative. Then, Hiruzen, you don't need to cover for me anymore. Everyone, this is my suggestion, Mitokedo Homura said with a serious expression. At the time, ninja troops had to be dispatched to other battlefields. To end the war as soon as possible and prevent a counterattack by Sand Shinobi, I suggest that Hiruzen exchange a small profit for Sand Shinobi's support. Mitokedo Homura's face softened as he continued, acknowledging the success of the rescue mission. He had been impressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions and how he had taken responsibility for his companions. Although Mitokedo Homura's suggestion seemed reasonable, it was far from flawless. The ninjas transferred back at that time weren't immediately sent back to the battlefield, and there was no imminent crisis on the other two fronts. Furthermore, the peace agreement with Rock Shinobi meant that after the war, Konoha had to compensate 2 villages, despite winning 3. One person Mitokedo Homura was not enough to quench the fury of Konoha's ninjas. The material compensation for Sand Shinobi didn't use the village's funds, it was almost all paid for by Hiruzen himself. Just as many ninjas were still dissatisfied, Yuditen Koharu suddenly stood up, holding a ledger. She flipped it open to a particular page and continued, as for the funds allocated to Konoha village by the daimyo's office, every use is recorded. There has never been any large-scale misappropriation. Yuditen Koharu's words helped restore the third Hokage's image in the minds of the Jonin. This kind of dedication to Konoha's cause, willing to bear the cost to prevent war from spreading, was in line with the will of fire. At that moment, Nara Shikako spoke up, if that's the case, then Master Hokage is not at fault. But before Nara Shikako could finish, Cain interrupted him with a smile. If they were allowed to continue, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be presented as a saint. This method of whitewashing didn't feel like something Sarutobi Hiruzen would have come up with, it felt more like a strategy from the Nara family. Sorry to interrupt, Cain said, but I'm a little curious about that ledger Yuditen Koharu has. Since she doesn't mind others looking at it, I assume there's nothing confidential in it. As Cain spoke, Yuditen Koharu suddenly dropped the ledger from her hand, and it flew toward Cain. Most of the people in the room didn't react to this sudden shift, but a few ninjas who noticed the ledger floating in the air had no way to stop it, given the setting of the conference room. The technique release could be interrupted by a throne-flying thunder god Kunao, but secret technique, shadow tentacle. Nara Shikaku reacted quickly. Realizing that the ledger was heading toward Cain, he immediately used his shadow jutsu to prevent him from taking it. Although Yuditen Koharu had assured that the ledger was free of flaws, they couldn't afford to be passive if something went wrong. What are you going to do in the meeting room? After Nara heard the hoarse voice, he subconsciously stopped the ninjutsu in his hand. Once he stopped the jutsu, the boa constrictor wrapped around his body slowly withdrew its mouth. Yamanaka Hiki and Akamaike Choza shouted worriedly. Orochimaru's technique was too fast even though they were right next to Nara Shikaku, they couldn't react in time. Sorry, I was the one being rude, Lord Orochimaru. Nara Shikaku spoke slowly, then withdrew the shadow technique. As the shadow technique disappeared, the python on his body slowly crawled back, disappearing into Orochimaru's sleeve. Orochimaru, with a smile on his lips, said to Nara, it's okay. I believe Sarutobi-sensei won't mind such a small matter. Though the scene had been brief, it opened the eyes of many ninjas in the room especially to Orochimaru's strength. Even the patriarch of the Nara clan couldn't hide it. Apart from the Jonin in the house, even Jiraiya and Tsunade gave Orochimaru a sidelong glance. Compared to Jiraiya's serious expression, Tsunade thought about the extremis virus serum. She guessed that Orochimaru had already used it, though she had never seen him use the wood-style bloodline ability. There are a few discrepancies in what I know. It seems that Konoha's finance department may have made an error in their accounting. Cain's words drew everyone's attention to him. Nara's heart sank after hearing Cain's statement. The very thing he had feared was now happening. It clearly cost 40 million ryo to hire 50 ninjas from other ninja village, but 80 million ryo is recorded here. Then, 50 million ryo for Taki ninja village is noted, but 90 million ryo is recorded in the ledger. It seems these figures are for a task entrusted by the newspaper office from both ninja villages. Hey, look at this, I found something interesting. 110 million ryo spent buying medicines from the Cain Chamber of Commerce. But I remember only 70 million ryo of revenue from the entire Fire Nation at the time. Really interesting numbers, huh? Every time Cain revealed a piece of data, he presented the corresponding evidence. His actions were like a knife frozen in ice, directly piercing Yuditen Koharu's heart. She trembled slightly at the sight. What's going on here? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, the daimyo mansion will reconsider its financial support for Konoha. The Fire Nation daimyo snapped his fan shut, his expression a picture of anger. Normally, he would use the fan to cover his face, but now, with it closed, his anger was fully visible. It was clear just how furious he was. In addition to slowly controlling the Fire Country's daimyo, black magic could also amplify the emotions in his heart. This matter will be thoroughly investigated by Umbu and the interrogation team. Please rest assured, Daimyo-sama, the Ministry of Finance, including the consultant, will not overlook a single detail. This was about funding and the daimyo's support. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want any more incidents. Although he was known as the ninja, he lacked the boldness of the second Hokage. If it were Senju Tobirama in his place, he would never be intimidated by the daimyo. At worst, he would sever ties on the spot, allowing the daimyo to be killed by bandits when leaving the village. But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do that. He valued his reputation, dared not openly fall out with the daimyo, and didn't want to cut off the financial support from the daimyo's government to Konoha. So, he could only quickly apologize and try to move past the situation. How can I trust Konoha again after something like this? The Fire Nation daimyo was still furious, clearly dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. The few discrepancies Cain had uncovered hundreds of millions of ryo made it seem as if the daimyo's mansion had been taken advantage of. What started as a personal issue for Sarutobi Hiruzen had now turned into a matter between Konoha and the Land of Fire. Anyone hearing that hundreds of millions of ryo had been stolen would find it hard to stay indifferent, especially if the one cheated was a daimyo of a country. Nara Shikaku racked his brain for a solution, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with a good plan. As the patriarch of the Nara clan, his status meant nothing in front of the Fire Country daimyo. He hadn't even become the leader of the Jonin class yet. Let's choose a new Hokage. The daimyo's words hit like thunder on a clear day, striking everyone in the room. Some of the Jonin on the outskirts, who had been unaware that things had escalated to this point, were stunned. Kakashi, who had been disengaged, couldn't help but look up after hearing the daimyo's words. This meant that the third Hokage had lost the trust of the daimyo. Despite Konoha's short history, the cooperation with the Fire Nation had always been close. It was evident from past wars that the Fire Nation's support for the ninja village had always been the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. But now, the daimyo was talking about re-electing the Hokage. For a moment, the room fell silent, and most of the Jonin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disappointed expressions. His actions had completely backfired. There were only 2 choices now, either take a step back and let Hokage go, or stand firm against the Fire Country daimyo and restore Konoha village's dignity. The latter would sharply sever the relationship between Konoha and the Fire Nation, and some ninjas might not approve of Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach, such as the Guardian Ninja, Heitake Sakumo. Hiruzen didn't make a big mistake during his tenure. On the contrary, he has earned a lot of credit. To change Hokage just because of others' mistakes? Konoha will never agree to such an absurd thing. Danzo stepped forward on his crutches, his only remaining eye glowing coldly as he fixed his gaze on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, warning him. However, when Danzo saw Cain, who was smiling to the side, the hatred in his heart flared. It was this person who had caused him to become what he was today, contributing to his downfall. Kushina, sitting behind Tsunade, could feel Danzo's malice toward Cain. She clenched her fist and muttered under her breath, "Old bastard, sooner or later, I'll beat you into the ground." Facing Danzo's threat, the Fire Nation daimyo was completely unfazed. Under the influence of black magic, the fear that would normally have gripped his heart had been suppressed to the lowest level. No matter what you say, unless a new Hokage is elected, the daimyo's government will no longer support Konoha. Financial aid and mission assignments will be suspended. Upon hearing the daimyo's words, not only Nara Shikaku but also Tsunade and the other Jonin couldn't remain still. Without financial support and task distribution, Konoha's very survival could be at risk. Danzo's voice was cold as he asked, "Are you threatening Konoha?" "I know you, Danzo, a disciple of the second Hokage." "This is not a threat, but an ultimatum from the daimyo house," the Fire Nation daimyo retorted. After speaking, the daimyo closed his eyes, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. The room was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Sarutobi Hiruzen had wanted to kill this reckless daimyo several times, but he lacked the courage and authority of the second Hokage. Even if he did kill the daimyo of the Fire Nation, he knew he couldn't silence everyone afterward. The Jonin seemed paralyzed, unsure of how to speak. Even the ninja chiefs and the Sunin in the front row were silent. Although Hyaga Hayashi was young, he kept his composure, sitting calmly with his eyes closed in meditation. The other ninja chiefs, except for the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, followed the Hyaga patriarch's lead, though they lacked the Hyaga clan's aristocratic traditions. As for the Sunin, Orochimaru watched the scene unfold the entire time, only interrupting to warn Nara Shikaku. Tsunade kept frowning and biting her nails, while Jiraiya fidgeted as if there were nails under the cushion. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to understand why the daimyo was being so tough. His confidence lay in the next Hokage, likely Orochimaru. When Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru, the latter smiled back at him. "Orochimaru, I will never let you succeed." After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, "I understand what Lord Daimyo means. 5 days from now, The daimyo suddenly interrupted him, saying, "Aren't all the jonin in the village here? If the Hokage is to be elected, when would be better than now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but respond angrily, "Isn't the Hokage election a matter of great importance, daimyo? Don't go too far. It should be Konoha that has gone too far." The daimyo mansion trusted Konoha so much, yet all they've received in return is deception. The Fire Nation daimyo slammed his fist on the table and yelled in frustration. He then grabbed the evidence on the side and tossed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, his throw lacked strength and skill, and the papers landed just short of Sarutobi Hiruzen, falling harmlessly to the ground. Despite the miss, the daimyo's action caused most of the jonin present to feel ashamed. What they had learned in ninja school was the importance of respecting the employer and upholding the ninja spirit. Instead of feeling proud, they lowered their heads in shame. Blame Yudin Koharu and more than one person thought this way. Among the hundreds of jonin present, at least 1/3 of them shared this sentiment. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around. Most of the jonin had their heads down, and he couldn't find many who supported him. As for Midokado Homura and Yudin Kohara, their reputations had been tarnished, and it would only make matters worse if they spoke up now. Danzo, meanwhile, was like a sick dog. No matter how loudly he barked, he couldn't scare the Fire Country daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes and, with a heavy sigh, said, "As you wish, daimyo-sama. We will hold the Hokage election now." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age 10 years. The Hokage election itself was simple. The only official election had been when the first Hokage was appointed. It was held grandly to celebrate the founding of the village. The second Hokage had inherited the position directly through his strength and prestige, and the third Hokage had been appointed on the battlefield. In reality, there was no fixed process for this. There had only been 3 instances, each different from the last, so there was no reference point. The fourth Hokage selection had been similarly unique, marked by severe conflict between the daimyo and Konoha, with even the possibility of separation. Under these circumstances, the Hokage election was held. In fact, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's age, he was still in his prime. In terms of contribution and strength, the people in the village who support Hokage candidates are Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, and Namikaze Minato Jonin. Nara Shikako spoke to everyone. Namikaze Minato, though young, was on par with the Sunin in terms of military achievements and strength. Tsunade was so powerful that even Orochimaru had to admit that she was a formidable opponent. Since all the jonin are present, we will tentatively allocate 1 vote per person, 20 votes for the daimyo, 3 votes for the minister of the Fire Nation, and the person with the highest number of votes will become the 4th Hokage. This was the only solution Nara could think of. He could only hope that Namikaze Minato would be more popular within the village. However, the votes held by the daimyo and the minister of the Fire Nation were an unexpected addition. This was a request from the daimyo, which Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had not contested. As a result, Nara Shikako had no choice but to accept. Before Nara could finish speaking, Tsunade interrupted, "You don't need to add me. I recommend Orochimaru." After Tsunade spoke, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen's faces both soured. Meanwhile, the medical jonin present nodded slightly, as if they had received a signal. Some civilian ninjas, uncertain of who to vote for, seemed to have found a target. Jiraiya quickly chimed in, "I also abstain. I support Minato. He's the most suitable ninja for Hokage in terms of strength and quality. If you're going to abstain, then abstain. Don't try to rally support," Tsunade thought, giving Jiraiya a contemptuous look. It was just like him to not admit defeat. But with Tsunade at the forefront and Jiraiya trailing behind, his words didn't have much of an impact. Nara Shikako sighed inwardly and said, "Then the only candidates are Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru-sama. Colleagues, please cast your votes." Soon, everyone wrote down their choice for the 4th Hokage on their notes. Nara Shikako was in charge of counting the votes, and he didn't dare try any tricks with so many eyes on him. The votes were quickly counted, and Nara felt a sense of helplessness, but he had no choice but to announce the result. Namikaze Minato Jonin, 45 votes. Orochimaru-sama, 197 votes. The 4th Hokage is Orochimaru-sama. It's over so easily. I still have some evidence I've collected, but it seems I won't be able to use it. Orochimaru. No, 4th Hokage, will Konoha reimburse me? Cain tossed a scroll to Orochimaru, which contained evidence of Root's private human experimentation. There were 3 laboratories in the Land of Fire, but Kakuzo had destroyed 2 of them. He had originally planned to bring down the high-ranking officials of Konoha, but he hadn't expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to be persuaded. "You'll be needed to allocate funds in the future, so let's call it an IOU for now, and you can allocate less later," Orochimaru said with a smile as he accepted the scroll. He opened it and began reading. It detailed Danzo's research on Hashirama's cells, and the scale of the project required significant funding. This scroll, combined with Yudin Koharu's recent financial loophole, could very well expose the entire Konoha High Command. Who is Danzo, and why is he studying the remains of the first Hokage? There's nothing wrong with research on the second Hokage's project. Tsunade's research was to save Noeke, and Uzumaki Mito had been consulted beforehand. But now that Konoha has no shortage of wood-style ninjas, Danzo's research into Hashirama's cells reeks of selfish motives. As soon as this information comes to light, Tsunade will be furious. Orochimaru folded the scroll and smiled. "I'll pass this to Tsunade. At least the root faction in the village won't survive. But now that Danzo has sent most of his personnel away, we owe that to you, Cain-san. Cain chuckled softly. They won't give up so easily, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have you seen the look in his eyes? The person he probably hates most right now is you. It's nothing more than a last resort. If they can handle it tomorrow, I'll give them high regard. Is Kushina going to be the head of the sealing class? Orochimaru asked. Although Kushina wasn't present, he felt confident that Cain could make that decision. I'll go ask her. After Cain finished speaking, he also silently reflected on his next move. He felt it was time to accelerate his plans and make the Flying Fortress the new daimyo mansion. That position is reserved for her. If you want, you could come and... Forget it, Orochimaru. My business is managed by others, and I might be busy again soon. As he spoke, Cain suddenly had a thought. No, Harurin is very useful to me. She may disappear for a while. Just take care of it, Orochimaru said, not looking up. He was focused on taking over Konoha's affairs quickly so he could use its resources to explore new mysteries. Although he had obtained Hashirama's cells and the Mangekyo Sherinon, Orochimaru felt that it wasn't enough. He had secured 2 types of power to stabilize the troubled times, but he had yet to obtain the power of Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He definitely needed to study it further. Also, with the Extremis virus serum, he believed it might be able to withstand more than 2 bloodlines, but he was more interested in carefully studying the yin and yang balance within it. But before that, Orochimaru still needed to sort out Konoha's affairs. The resources provided by a single village were always too limited. If there were 5 great shinobi villages, it might be enough for him to conduct his research. What Orochimaru hoped for most now was that Cain would become a daimyo. That way, he could leverage his former Hokage status to apply for as much research funding as he wanted and mobilize Umbu to assist with his projects. If Hokage assists, the Nara clan won't work. It would be great if Senior Sakamo were here, but Uchiha Fugaku, Tsunade, Noeki. After Cain left, Orochimaru began handling the administrative affairs of Konoha. What he urgently needed was a Hokage to assist him, someone who could save him a lot of trouble. Uchiha Fugaku was definitely not an option. Too much power would only breed the Uchiha clan's ambition, and Fugaku would likely fall victim to the madness of the clan's guards. Tsunade, on the other hand, wouldn't even accept the head of the medical department position. She spent all her time at Konoha Hospital, taking the money but leaving everything to her students. As for Noeki, Orochimaru had plans for him. He intended to have Noeki serve as the Umbu captain for a while, then take over as a Jonin squad leader, and eventually step into the role of Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi should not be able to refuse the position of Hokage assistant. This would improve the Uchiha clan's standing in the village significantly in a short time, but Orochimaru didn't believe the Hyuga clan could tolerate that. The Uchiha clan was not some humble ninja family. With the Uchiha clan constantly promoting the #1 pupil technique in the ninja world, the Hyuga family would surely be unable to bear it. There are also the few clans and the Inuzuka clan to consider. Then we just need to wait for the war to end. Orochimaru quickly assessed the various family ninjas within Konoha, transferring those who needed to be moved and sending those who were destined for the front lines. Almost 80% of the registered ninjas from the 4 clans Ino, Shika, Cho and the Sarutobi clan were reassigned to the border. These elite ninjas would ensure that the borders were well guarded, providing peace of mind for both Konoha and the Land of Fire. The Hokage succession ceremony was scheduled for 3 days later, but Orochimaru was already sitting in the Hokage's office, dealing with matters. All of Sarutobi Hiruzen's belongings had been removed, and the entire Hokage building now only recognized the orders of the 4th Hokage. After Cain left the Hokage building, he ran into Kushina, who was waiting for him at the door, followed by Uchiha Mikato carrying a grocery basket. It seemed that the two had gone home and then gone grocery shopping, though Kushina appeared to be more focused on the experience of shopping for vegetables. She was learning to do housework now. Although Cain had told her that there would be domestic robots in the future, Kushina was determined to handle housework herself. She seemed to have embraced Uchiha Mikato's views on women's roles in the household. Seeing Cain come out, Kushina jumped up and hugged him, but the moment she squeezed him, the pigeon flew away. Cain smiled and said, "Kushina, Orochimaru asked if you should be the monitor of the sealing class." Upon hearing this, Kushina quickly shook her head. "No, I just planned to go out of the village to relax, and I'll cause trouble at this time." "Are you relaxing?" Cain asked, reaching out to touch her silky red hair in an apologetic way. "I might be heading to other places soon." Kushina became upset for a moment, bumping Cain's chin with her head. "Go for another year or 2, she muttered. "How is that possible? I'll be back in a few months." Cain smiled, then leaned into her ear and whispered, "You can rest easy and raise the baby here in Konoha for a few months. I'll come back later." "What nonsense." Kushina instantly blushed, looking around as if she were doing something naughty. When she saw Mikato still far away, she whispered back, "Then you have to work hard. As long as you don't beg for mercy." Before they could say more, Uchiha Mikato approached them and greeted Cain. "Cain-san." Cain nodded. "Mikato-san, thank you for spending time with Kushina. I'll come to thank you when Patriarch Fugaku returns." Uchiha Mikato gently shook her head and smiled. "It's not interesting for me to be alone at home, and I'm grateful Kushina often comes to keep me company. The Uchiha clan will probably be busy in a few days. If you have a channel, please inform Patriarch Fugaku," Cain reminded her. Orochimaru's promise to Uchiha Fugaku would certainly come to pass, but Fugaku wouldn't be allowed to arrange things just yet. After the Hokage succession ceremony, Orochimaru would begin making arrangements for the Uchiha clan. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Kain-san. Uchiha Mikoto smiled again, showing no other expression. It seems she's not just a housewife after all, she's a jonin of Konoha. Cain glanced at her with interest before quickly turning his gaze away, not letting Kushina beside him notice. Afterward, Uchiha Mikoto found an excuse and left. It was likely she wouldn't go home immediately, but would first head to the security team. Not long after parting ways with Mikoto, Cain was unexpectedly stopped by someone. Cain chuckled and asked, "Yellow Flash. Namikaze Minato-kun? What can I do for you?" Namikaze Minato noticed how tightly Kushina was holding Cain's arm and how close they were. It made him feel more uncomfortable than when he was surrounded by hundreds of rock shinobi. "You won't succeed. I will protect Konoha." Seeing that Namikaze Minato was acting hostile, Kushina raised an eyebrow and said, "Hey, are you here for trouble? If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige." "Forget it, Kushina. How could a Konoha shinobi attack the publicist?" "You misunderstood, Minato Jonin." Cain smiled and waved his hand, signaling Kushina to leave temporarily. He then turned to Namikaze Minato and said, "Namikaze Jonin, if you want to protect Konoha, you'll have to become Hokage first. Otherwise, ninjas should just do their jobs and obey orders. Don't you still have to follow the Hokage's commands?" "You, Namikaze Jonin, I actually voted for you, not just me, but the daimyo also voted for you. Yet, you still lost to Orochimaru in the vote." After Cain spoke, seeing Namikaze Minato sneer, he continued, "I know you don't believe me, so I kept the voting records. You can see for yourself." With that, Cain pulled out the voting results and showed them to Namikaze Minato. Some of the votes for Minato were clearly marked with +20, +3, and it was obvious they came from the daimyo and ministers of the Land of Fire. "This is fake." Namikaze Minato wanted to convince himself of that, but after reading it several times, he was sure that these were the votes used earlier. He was struck hard by the realization. He had fought desperately on the battlefield, made great achievements, and had hoped to become Hokage, gain the village's approval, and finally express his feelings to the person he liked. But now, nothing had changed. The red-haired girl he liked was in the arms of another man, and few jonin in the village recognized his efforts. What was the point of fighting if it had led to this? What have I been doing these past few months? Was it all for nothing? Namikaze Jonin, do you think battlefield achievements matter that much? You do great work, and they'll praise you when they hear about it. They'll be happy, thinking, it feels good to have such a powerful ninja protecting us. But that's it. Do you know why they chose Orochimaru?" Cain shook his head and then whispered to Namikaze Minato, 15 million ryo. That's 15 million ryo for each person. How many close friends do you think you have? Who would vote for you instead of the 15 million ryo? Most people probably think, Minato-kun has so many friends, I'm sure he won't lose my vote, right? After saying this, Cain saw that Kushina was getting impatient, so he patted Minato on the shoulder and added, "Namikaze Jonin, if you don't have money, don't run for Hokage again." Sarutobi Tribal Land. "Minato, what took so long? What happened?" Narashikaku and his team had been waiting for a long time for Namikaze Minato, but they suddenly noticed that Minato, who was always cheerful and sunny, seemed incredibly disappointed today, as if he had suffered a great blow and lost all his energy. Jiraiya, worried, asked, "Minato, what's wrong with you? We separated for a while, why have you become like this?" In his mind, Namikaze Minato was a tenacious character with outstanding strength, almost the most perfect ninja. Nothing could usually bring him down. But now, he appeared crushed, as if his will had been shattered. "Senior Shikaku, what's the real situation with the ballots?" Minato suddenly raised his head and looked at Narashikaku, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "I miscalculated, Minato. It was my fault." Seeing Minato's expression, he had already guessed that Minato might know about the 4th Hokage election results, so he couldn't help but apologize. "They might have noticed our private actions, and they made countermeasures. I thought this was Minato's last chance to make a comeback, but it's not your fault, Senior Shikaku." Minato smiled weakly in response, even speaking in a faint voice, "It's because I didn't do enough. It has nothing to do with you." After hearing the conversation between the two, Jiraiya was still confused. He only knew that Minato's vote count was low, but he thought that was a normal occurrence. To be honest, even if he himself had participated in the 4th Hokage race, he wouldn't have been able to outmatch Tsunade and Orochimaru's network, not to mention that Minato had received more than 40 votes. Master Jiraiya, the only ones who voted for Minato were the ninjas of Inoshikacho and the Sarutobi clan, you, and the daimyo of the Fire Nation. The rest of the jonin didn't support Minato, they all voted for Orochimaru. Narashikaku hesitated for a moment but then told Jiraiya the harsh truth. The greatest hero of the Battle of Konobe Bridge, the yellow flash of the battlefield, had, when it came time to run for Hokage, received no support except from the ninjas who had invested in him beforehand. Minato always paid attention to his relationships with his fellow villagers, but this was precisely why this blow hit him so hard. "What? No one voted for Minato? What's going on, Shikaku?" Jiraiya asked, incredulously. Minato had earned more than 40 votes apart from them, there should have been at least 30 others who voted for him. How could no one vote? After hearing Nara Shikaku's explanation, Jiraiya became furious. What do these bastards think about electing Hokage? And that Cain, who actually used money to buy Jonin in the village, they agreed to that. Akamai Choza tried to comfort Minato. More than half of Minato's votes were cast by the other party. It seems like they want to undermine your confidence. Minato, they're afraid of you. No, this is a trick. The other side won't be afraid of me at all, Minato thought to himself, closing his eyes. He saw many reactions from Cain, but the one thing that was missing was fear. His yellow flash, once something that made enemies tremble, didn't seem to faze the opponent at all. Just like what Cain said, why would a ninja with no status or power attack the Lord of the Fire Nation? As long as Namikaze Minato dares to act, he will be branded a rebellious ninja, and all ties with Konoha will be severed. After Cain finished speaking, Minato realized that he didn't even have the courage to resist. While Namikaze Minato was lost in his sorrow, Jiraiya was thinking about Cain. 15 million ryo per person. Even if it's an S-level mission, you still have to complete 15. This is without the village's commission. If you complete an S-level mission from the village in exchange for rewards, a single person will have to take on 3 tasks. More than 10 S-level missions, considering team shares and other expenses, and a Jonin might not be able to save that much money in 5 or 6 years. 100 people means 1.5 billion, 200 people means 3 billion? What others see is Cain's wealth and generosity, but what Jiraiya sees is danger. This guy is a serious threat. He is disrupting the ninja system. Prophecy? Jiraiya suddenly thought of the prophecy and subconsciously began to associate Cain with the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Cain matched the prophecy's description of someone who didn't belong to the ninja world. It was too similar. Minato, cheer up. If you give up after one failure, you'll let us down too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was deep. Now we must prepare. Before the Hokage succession ceremony, Orochimaru hasn't exercised Hokage's power on a large scale yet, so we need to act. Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato forced himself to lift his spirits and respond, but only he knew what was truly going on inside his heart. Orochimaru has changed. After everyone looked at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a while before speaking. He's no longer the student I could read. Lurking, waiting, and striking with a fatal blow at the most critical moment. Once he becomes Hokage, the ninjas from our 4 clans will definitely be targeted. Before Orochimaru becomes Hokage, we must make our move. There's no way for the clansmen to stop being ninjas. They must obey Hokage's orders. Next, we'll have them stay under for a while. Nara Shikaku knew that this tactic wouldn't work on Orochimaru. His goal was to manage his tribe, otherwise, he'd have to obey Hokage's orders after becoming a ninja, which could lead to an unexpected death. The Nara family has many businesses outside the Fire Country. I'll have the family open new ventures outside the village as a cover. Yamanaka and Nara Shikaku had been teammates for more than 10 years, and he knew exactly what Shikaku was going to say next. The same is true for the Yamanaka family. We'll have to lie low in the future. Even if Orochimaru takes the position of Hokage, it won't be soon. He'll have to be cautious about targeting us. So does the Akamika clan. In addition to these points, Nara Shikaku also proposed many ways to handle the situation, but he and Yamanaka Hiki shared the same idea. Even if Orochimaru becomes Hokage, they believe he won't take any action against them within the next 6 months. They still have time. The friendship between the Inoshikacho and the Sarutobi clans is long-standing. Before the village was established, the 4 clans formed a deep bond. When Sarutobi Hiruzen served as Hokage, the Inoshikacho clan also benefited greatly. Their friendship is something that cannot be divided. Now, they can only try to prevent Orochimaru from suppressing them. After all, in this incident, both sides have almost reached a point of open conflict. Nara Shikaku suddenly asked, Master 3rd Hokage, what about the elders of the Mito clan and the elders of the favorable clans? Although the 2 were originally commoner ninjas, they had served as consultant elders for more than 10 years. They had accumulated a lot of power and would be a great help if won over. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded knowingly and replied, I'll speak with them, but Yudiden Koharu's situation is a bit problematic. Under pressure, he had to detain Yudiden Koharu in the interrogation department, as he couldn't explain the situation with the Konoha finance department otherwise. This matter was very troublesome, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he needed to resolve it quickly, while most of the power in Konoha was still under his control. The group continued to discuss for several hours. Even Namikaze Minato raised a few concerns. Finally, they left the Sarutobi clan's compound. Jiraiya, however, left Sarutobi Hiruzen's house without saying a word, his expression suddenly solemn. He then jumped onto the roof and left. Kakashi. Nohara Rin found Kakashi at the agreed-upon dumpling shop. Seeing his thoughtful expression, she couldn't help but ask, Kakashi, what are you thinking? By the way, what happened in today's meeting? You look so strange. The Jonin meeting had just concluded, and the daimyo hadn't left the village yet. It turned out that the blockade wasn't really a blockade. At least all the Jonin and higher-ranked ninjas knew, but the middle and lower-ranked ninjas had no idea that the village had elected a new 4th Hokage. It's nothing. Just thinking about when to send some living expenses to Obito's grandmother. Rin, don't ask about the Jonin meeting. If you do, someone might question you. Kakashi explained, cautioning Rin that everything discussed in the Jonin meeting was confidential. Random inquiries or leaks would attract attention from Umbu, although Umbu probably didn't have much time to investigate right now. Okay, I won't ask. I'll be a medical jonin soon, and I'll check things out for you. 10 million ryo? Kakashi, where did you get that? Rin asked, surprised when she saw the passbook, double-checking the numbers to make sure she read it correctly. With this money, Obito's grandmother should be able to live more comfortably. Kakashi didn't answer Rin's question directly. Instead, he handed her the passbook and said, Rin, please take care of this matter. Someone is looking for me tonight. Who? Rin asked, puzzled. Nohara. Rin stared and asked. Kakashi had always been withdrawn in the village, and even people at the same rank seldom talked to him. How could someone suddenly come to him? This couldn't be, could it? Kakashi, that kind of thing is absolutely not allowed, Nohara. Rin reminded in a low voice. Thanks to Kain's constant delivery of novels to the ninja world, even Nohara. Rin now understood some of the more famous novel elements. It's my father. He works as a guardian ninja in the daimyo's prefecture. He returned to Konoha today. Kakashi saw that Rin was overthinking, so he explained briefly and then left directly. His father was probably waiting for him at the izakaya. Kakashi wasn't waiting for Nohara. Rin, he had already gone to chat with his father. Seeing Kakashi about to leave, Nohara. Rin quickly reminded him, I made an appointment for an eye examination for you. Remember to come to Konoha Hospital tomorrow morning. It wasn't until she saw Kakashi wave that Nohara. Rin felt at ease. However, then she got a headache. How should she explain such a large amount, like 10 million ryo, to Obito's grandmother? Meanwhile somewhere else, she gasped for a moment, like a fish out of water. After resting for a while, she grabbed the cushion beside her and put it under her waist to prop herself up. Kushina, what are you doing? With a blushing face, Kushina stretched out her fist and hit Cain twice, then said shyly, this is what Mikoto taught me. It can increase the chance of having a baby. Cain smiled helplessly. You don't need to listen to Mikoto-san for everything. This is like the Land of Rain asking the Land of Wind for advice on flood control policies. Kushina, feeling a bit embarrassed but also realizing the truth in his words, touched her lower abdomen, which felt swollen. She didn't really need the cushion at all. But, being teased by Cain like this made her both embarrassed and angry. Now, though, she was too exhausted to do anything more. She barely managed to pull the pillow up and then hid under the covers, mumbling, come with me to the hospital tomorrow. Good. After Cain answered, he didn't hear Kushina's reply. Looking down, he realized she had fallen asleep. He then used magic to clean up and settled into sleep with Kushina in his arms. Is Tsunade-san not here? I still want to ask her to make it easier for me so that I don't have to queue up to get a number, Kushina complained. She had rushed here early in the morning with great enthusiasm, only to find that too many people had come to see the doctor, forcing them to wait for a long time. She wanted to check her physical condition. Kushina had recently confided in Mikoto that she really wanted a baby. However, despite being with Cain for so long, there had been no changes, which made her anxious. Kushina and Mikoto had discussed this matter privately. Although Mikoto often reassured her that there was no need to rush, Kushina couldn't help but keep bringing it up. In the end, Mikoto had no choice but to offer a few tips, such as using pillows or undergoing certain body checks. However, many of Mikoto's methods didn't seem suitable for Kushina. Just from the way Mikoto spoke about it, she would often end up feeling a little embarrassed herself. You should note Tsunade by now drinking and skipping work are second nature to her. Unless you prepare a cabinet full of soju and a slot machine, don't expect her to stay at the hospital, Cain remarked. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed Yakushi Nono coming down the stairs toward them. Kushina Jonin, Cain-san, are you here for a medical examination today? Yakushi Nono adjusted her glasses, the glare from the lenses obscuring the expression in her eyes. She looked professional and composed. Despite not wearing Konoha's standard medical attire, as Tsunade's student and the vice president of Konoha Hospital, no one would question her authority. However, Cain felt a little guilty when he saw Nono's beautiful figure. After their last deep massage, he hadn't visited her in a long time. The look she gave him just now, paired with her question, was clearly aimed at him. Yes, but it's just me, Kushina explained, showing Nono the registration number in her hand. After glancing at it, Nono responded in a flat tone, understood. Please come with me, Kushina Jonin. I'll conduct your examination. Wait, you're going to help me personally? Is that okay? But Konoha Hospital? Kushina asked in surprise. Although she hadn't specifically sought out Nono, she was well aware of her status as the hospital's vice president. If Tsunade wasn't around, Nono was the one managing the entire facility. Would someone so busy really take time for something this small? There's nothing pressing to manage right now, and the other medical ninjas are occupied. I happen to be free. Come with me, Kushina Jonin, Nono said before turning around and walking away. Although still puzzled, Kushina saw how decisive Nono was and, after saying a quick word to Cain, immediately followed. With Kushina gone, Cain remained at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. There wasn't much to do at the moment. The only thing on his mind was the Land of Water. Even though he had established some connections with the Terumi clan, the increasingly tense situation in Kirigakure made it difficult to get information out. My lord. While Cain was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and saw Rin Nohara and Heitake Kakashi. It's you two. Are you here at Konoha Hospital for a checkup? Cain found it amusing to see Kakashi. The Haytake family wasn't lacking in money, yet Kakashi's name had appeared on the voting list. If he told Namikaze Minato about this, he might get to see a very interesting reaction. However, Cain ultimately decided against it. After all, Haytake Sakumo was still alive, and Kakashi wasn't too lost in despair. While he had grieved for a time over Obito's death, he seemed to have moved on, and there was still a sharpness in his eyes. This father and son duo would make good subordinates in the future. Nohara-rin greeted Cain with a smile and explained, "I brought Kakashi for an eye checkup. Nono-san happens to be free today." Cain nodded. Nono just took Kushina for a checkup, so it might take a while. But an eye examination should be no problem for you, Nohara-chinen. Even though I don't stay in Konoha often, I've heard about the so-called genius medical girl. It's really not that exaggerated, Rin said, slightly embarrassed. People are just flattering me. I still have a lot to learn. Compared to Yakushi Nono and Lady Tsunade, she still had a long way to go, and the title felt undeserved. By the way, my lord, you're familiar with the Uchiha clan. Before Rin could finish her sentence, Kakashi interrupted, "Rin, there's no need to bring this up." Rin frowned, unwilling to drop the subject. "But, Minister-sama, if it's about the Sherinon, I already spoke to Chief Fugaku. It's nothing to worry about," Cain interjected. Both Kakashi and Rin looked at him in surprise. Non-Uchiha can't fully control the Sherinon. For ordinary ninjas, it might be helpful, but for true geniuses, the Sherinon can become a burden. Look at the entire Uchiha clan, very few of them surpass your father, Haytake Sakumo. That alone proves my point. Hearing his father's name, Kakashi lowered his head, recalling what Sakumo had told him the previous night. But Cain paid no mind to Kakashi's emotions and continued, "The Uchiha clan doesn't need to reclaim the Sherinon. If Haytake Kakashi has decided to waste his talent, so be it. Without the proper training methods of the Uchiha, outsiders will never use it to its full potential." Even Fugaku himself admitted that the true strength of the Sherinon lies in its original wielder. Kakashi's chakra reserves weren't particularly high, about the level of a standard jonin. However, for him, the Sherinon was a power-hungry ability. He had tried using it alongside the Haytake sword techniques. While it improved his insight, it drastically shortened the time he could maintain a sword fight. If he continued down this path, he would eventually be forced to abandon the Haytake sword style and develop a combat approach suited for short, decisive engagements using the Sherinon. Rin let out a relieved sigh. At least now, she didn't have to worry about the Uchiha clan causing trouble for Kakashi. Ever since she returned to the village, she had heard rumors about certain members of the police force wanting to reclaim Kakashi's Sherinon. But now, she could rest easy. "Thank you for the information, Minister-sama," Rin said. "But I still want to find a way to fix Kakashi's left eye. If he can use it properly, his strength will definitely increase." Seeing her determination, Cain didn't say anything further. What Rin didn't seem to understand was that the Uchiha clan was naturally blessed with large chakra reserves. Aside from the Senju, few ninja clans could match them in chakra capacity. Kakashi's problem wasn't that he couldn't deactivate the Sherinon normally, but that having the eye constantly active drained his chakra, often leaving him at a disadvantage during battle. Nohara-rin was skilled in medical ninjutsu, but she had never studied cellular experiments, so solving Kakashi's Sherinon issue was beyond her abilities. After Kushina came out, Rin bid farewell to Cain and took Kakashi inside the hospital. The Sherinon examination still required Yakushi Nono, as Rin had arranged beforehand. Without her, some of the necessary medical equipment would be unusable. "See, everything's fine. Do you still think that Uzumaki Naruto was lying to you? He really did come back from the future," Cain remarked after reviewing Kushina's examination report. Upon seeing the results, Cain quickly realized the issue wasn't with Kushina, it was his own fault. With 3 serums and 4 different genetic modifications, he couldn't be certain whether he was still capable of reproduction. But more than a decade later, his son would grow up to be that big. There shouldn't be any problem. Cain had never doubted himself in this regard. Kushina touched her flat stomach, still somewhat skeptical. "It doesn't make sense," she murmured. "Then let's try a few more times. Even if the probability is just 1 in 1,000, as long as we do it 1,000 times," Cain said, eyeing Kushina's beautiful figure. He felt there was still a lot of potential to explore. Her endurance was the best he had ever encountered. This fit, toned body, combined with her shy expressions, made it impossible for Cain to resist. "No." Orochimaru read through the application Jiraiya had submitted, then decisively rejected it and tossed it aside. If there had been no space on his desk, he might have thrown it straight into the trash. "Why not? Orochimaru, are you targeting me?" Jiraiya slammed his hands on the desk, his voice loud with frustration. "Do you even realize how important my mission is? I'm searching for the so-called child of destiny. But in reality, you spend most of your time playing around in the ninja world, gathering intelligence at less than half the efficiency of the Umbu. And yet you still want to lead missions." Orochimaru's voice remained indifferent as he continued processing documents. With every word, Jiraiya's confidence seemed to deflate. "I couldn't control this before," Orochimaru went on, "but now that I'm Hokage, I have a responsibility to the village. The Land of Fire is still at war along the coast. Tsunade, lazy as she is, remains in Konoha and will return to the hospital when necessary. But you, Jiraiya, if you are a shinobi of Konoha, then follow the rules. Unless you intend to relinquish your title. But this concerns me personally. Then it's not Konoha's mission. Don't mix personal matters with official business. If Mount Mayaboku wants to search for their so-called child of destiny, they can submit a formal request to the mission department. I will consider it accordingly. Orochimaru didn't look up at Jiraiya even once. Sarutobi Hiruzen had left the Hokage building's administrative work in complete disarray. Orochimaru understood exactly what was happening. This was a subtle way to divide his attention, forcing him to spread himself thin. The gap in status and power could only be compensated for with such minor schemes. Seeing that Orochimaru was determined not to budge, Jiraiya angrily snatched up the mission application form, turned around, and stormed out. Just as he was leaving, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Jiraiya, if you want to leave the village, no one will stop you. But understand this: at that moment, I will consider you to have relinquished your status as a Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Orochimaru, you're going too far. Abandoning his identity as a Konoha ninja wasn't that the same as being labeled a traitor? But for Jiraiya, being confined to the village was worse than death. He was never meant to be tied down. And with no immediate way to deal with Cain, his only option was to focus on finding the child of destiny. He had already planned his next steps. First, he would head to the Land of Rain. He wanted to take a closer look at Nagato. The boy possessed the Rinnegan, and in Jiraiya's eyes, he seemed like the most likely candidate for the child of destiny. Yet, all of his carefully laid plans had been crushed by Orochimaru, who now threatened to brand him a traitor if he left the village. Just as Sensei Sarutobi said, Orochimaru has changed a lot. With that final thought, Jiraiya ignored him and stormed out of the Hokage building in anger. Rin, your surgical skills are excellent. I've heard that even on the battlefield, in the midst of chaos, you can still perform eye replacement surgery with precision. You're highly proficient in basic medical ninjutsu and surgical procedures. If you keep this up, you will soon be ready for the medical Jonin assessment, Yakushi Nono said as she carefully examined Kakashi's Sharinon. Kakashi's eye transplant is the best one I've seen so far. Even if I had performed the operation myself, the results wouldn't have been any better, she added, acknowledging Nohara Rin's expertise. Then, with a thoughtful expression, she continued, Sharinon can't be deactivated. This isn't Kakashi's fault. When an Uchiha experiences extreme emotions, a special chakra is produced in the brain. This chakra alters the optic nerves, ultimately transforming the eyes into Sharinon. The true essence of the Sharinon lies in this unique chakra, not just in the eyes themselves. This information came from medical research notes Tsunade had provided to Nono as a reward for her assistance. Among those notes were studies on human anatomy conducted during the Second Hokage's era, including extensive research on the Sharinon. In terms of human body research, Senju Tobirama was Konoha's true expert. Tsunade herself had far less knowledge in this area. Upon hearing this, Nohara Rin quickly grasped the issue. So, the reason Kakashi can't control his Sharinon is because he lacks that special chakra. Nono nodded. Exactly. Although the eyes undergo the most obvious transformation, the brain, optic nerves, and chakra system are all affected as well. Since Kakashi received a direct transplant without the corresponding chakra transformation, he can't control the Sharinon the way an Uchiha would. Rin understood what Nono was saying, but she felt helpless. The only way to resolve Kakashi's issue would be for Obito to transfer the special chakra that triggered his Sharingan's evolution. But Obito was dead. Without that unique chakra, the only alternative would be to modify Kakashi's brain, optic nerves, and entire chakra system, an impossible task, even for Tsunade. Disappointed, Rin sighed. I see. Thank you, Teacher Nono. It seems Kakashi's Sharinon will have to remain this way. Actually, not all hope is lost, Nono replied calmly, reigniting Rin's curiosity. Seeing the spark of interest return to her student's eyes, she continued, this information is classified, but... Lin, do you know that Nawaki, Tsunade-sama's younger brother, had never awakened the wood-style bloodline limit before? Rin nodded, listening intently. He was once gravely injured, so much so that he had to retire from being a ninja. But not only did he make a full recovery, he also awakened powerful wood-style abilities. At that point, Nono stopped speaking, leaving Rin hanging in suspense. Eager for more, Rin quickly asked, Teacher Nono, what happened after that? The rest is classified, Nono replied with a knowing smile. Unless you become a high-ranking official at Konoha Hospital, you won't have the clearance to access that information. With that, she gathered her documents, tapped the window of the examination room, and left, ignoring Rin's pleas for more details. Not long after, Kakashi emerged from the room and immediately noticed Rin's troubled expression. Rin, don't worry about it, he said, offering reassurance. As long as the Uchiha don't come to reclaim this Sharinon, it'll be fine. Kakashi's words reignited Nohara Rin's determination. In her heart, she firmly vowed, don't worry, Kakashi. I'll find a way. If someone who was gravely injured could still inherit the wood-style bloodline, then fully integrating the Sharinon shouldn't be impossible. Teacher Nono must have been trying to hint at this, Rin thought, her mind racing with possibilities. However, before she could investigate further, she had to become a medical Jonin. Without that rank, she wouldn't have the clearance to access such classified information. Yashiro-kun, the village has endured several consecutive wars, leaving vacancies in various departments. For the outstanding ninjas of the Uchiha clan, the village is willing to provide appropriate opportunities for promotion. You may distribute these appointments accordingly. Orochimaru handed a stack of appointment documents to Uchiha Yashiro. The papers included the promotion of 6 new Umbu members, 3 medical ninjas, a sealing team member, a mission team member, and 3 newly appointed jonin. Previously, the Uchiha clan had been confined to the Konoha military police force, and even jonin-level positions within the clan were tied to that unit. Few Uchiha had passed the village's official assessment to become jonin, often facing rejection for various reasons. Despite being Konoha's strongest clan in terms of ninja prowess, their political standing was weak, limiting their influence beyond the police force. However, with this sudden change, Uchiha Yashiro was overjoyed. "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for placing your trust in the Uchiha clan. We will work hard for the village," he said, his gratitude evident. Orochimaru smiled. "There's no need for reckless sacrifice. I have faith in the strength of the Uchiha. But, Yashiro-kun, I assume clan head Fugako has already spoken to you about the police force." "Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage. We have reserved 3 team positions within the police force, and future appointments will be arranged as per your directive." Though Yashiro wasn't entirely happy about outsiders joining the Uchiha-led police force, the clan had gained significant benefits in return. More of their members would now receive fair opportunities throughout the village. "Our clan has always had talented individuals," Yashiro thought bitterly, "but we've been held back by discrimination, unable to advance." Sensing Yashiro's concerns, Orochimaru reassured him with a knowing smile. "Don't worry, Yatsushiro-kun. The ninjas assigned to the police force have a strong rapport with your clan. They fought alongside Uchiha during the war and hold them in high regard. There is no hostility toward your people." Hearing this, Yashiro relaxed slightly. He bowed deeply once more. "Thank you for your consideration, Lord Hokage." As he left, he couldn't help but compare Orochimaru to the third Hokage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt perhaps it was for the best that the third Hokage had stepped down. "Yashiro-kun, if I have nothing else to attend to, I'll be busy with other matters. Then I will take my leave, Lord Hokage." After Uchiha Yatsushiro left, Orochimaru called in ninjas from various backgrounds, including some who had previously served under the Sand Shinobi. These ninjas had proven themselves on the battlefield and efficiently completed their missions. Orochimaru assigned them to prominent positions within the village. Konoha is a large village, with 2 primary concerns, mission management and handling conflicts. Orochimaru never hoarded power for himself, instead ensuring capable individuals were placed in appropriate roles. For example, he had entrusted the medical department and Konoha hospital to Tsunade, and he rarely involved himself in their affairs. The same applied to the enchantment and sealing classes. When he learned that Kushina wouldn't be leaving the village, he entrusted her with an important task. Over the past few days, he had made critical appointments, including transferring ninjas from the Sarutobi and Ino, Shika, Cho clans. Although the families were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey the Hokage's orders. Konoha is a military organization, and retirement for ninjas is not easy. They must go through extensive audits, and when ninjas in important positions retire, sealing techniques are used on their brains to ensure Konoha's secrets remain protected. Though Konoha has only existed for about 50 years, it has developed a well-established system. The only thing Orochimaru has yet to handle is Umbu. However, Umbu has been split into 2 factions. Under Orochimaru's orders, 1 unit operates directly under him, while the rest remain under the 3rd Hokage's directives, following standard regulations. This situation is primarily due to the upcoming Hokage succession ceremony tomorrow. But in reality, the Umbu captains, who happen to be the eldest son and daughter-in-law of Sarutobi Hiruzen, use the ceremony as an excuse for their actions. "Jiraiya, if you want to buy me a drink, couldn't you have picked a better place?" Tsunade looked around at the small shop, noting that while it was not the tiniest in Konoha, it paled in comparison to Kain's izakaya. "Small places have their charm," Jiraiya quickly replied, trying to justify his choice. "The shaku here is definitely top-notch, and the side dishes are a nice touch." In truth, the advantage was that it was cheap. The last time they drank, Jiraiya had gone through several bottles of shaku and felt guilty about the cost. So this time, he made sure to find a budget-friendly izakaya. After ordering shaku and appetizers, the 2 of them drank steadily. It was a busy time in the village, and they were fortunate to be able to take a moment to relax. Tsunade was the first to break the silence. "Jiraiya, what's on your mind? Is this about the Hokage election?" "It's not that," Jiraiya said, shaking his head. "I understand your decision. I made the same choice." Jiraiya knew how much Tsunade cared for Noeke, and since Noeke was Orochimaru's disciple, his decision made sense to him. "I came to you about something else," Jiraiya continued. "Do you think Orochimaru has changed?" Tsunade frowned slightly after hearing Jiraiya's words and then asked, "Changed? Are you talking about Orochimaru's strength?" "That's not surprising." She said it casually but suddenly remembered that Jiraiya probably didn't know about the extremis virus serum. Jiraiya shook his head. "It has nothing to do with strength. I'm talking about Orochimaru's character." "And Tsunade, can you tell me a bit about that Cain? I'm really curious about him. An amazing guy, but I don't know much about him." Tsunade felt a headache coming on just thinking about Cain. She probably owed more than 300 million at his casino, and her other identities had been exposed. Recently, she had been considering asking Kushina to help mediate with the debtor. Tsunade then shared some things that Jiraiya already knew, mostly related to Kushina. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to tell Jiraiya the more sensitive details. Jiraiya, after hearing this, realized he hadn't learned anything useful from Tsunade. However, he recalled the suspicious behavior of the daimyo and decided to investigate that angle first. But doing so could label him a traitor. He thought about it for a long time before making his decision. Tsunade, more than 20 years have passed since we became teammates, and you're getting old now. If you had promised me back then. You bastard? What are you trying to say? Tsunade snapped. She hated hearing this. Even though she was over 30, her techniques kept her appearance youthful. But if anyone mentioned her age, it always sparked her temper. Kushina had found her target when she was very young, but Tsunade had remained single in recent years. Despite various reasons, she was still in a bad mood about it. Tsunade snorted coldly. Jiraiya, I still won't think about you. Jiraiya sighed. I'm just feeling nostalgic. What I meant to say is that even if I become your enemy in the future, I don't want you, Tsunade, to be the one who comes after me. Tsunade immediately sensed something was off and quickly asked, Jiraiya, what are you talking about? Why would you become an enemy? The Hokage succession ceremony was held as scheduled, with the Fire Country daimyo also in attendance to support the event. It was a grand ceremony. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the Hokage hat to Orochimaru with a blank expression, symbolizing the transfer of power. However, this was a brand new hat because Cain had asked Orochimaru one question, will you continue to wear the bamboo hat that the old man wore for more than 10 years? After hearing this, Orochimaru requested a new Hokage hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, believed it was a provocation to his teacher. Thousands of people cheered as the streets near the Hokage building were filled with citizens from Konoha village, all gathered to witness the succession ceremony. The event was brief, and soon, the security team quickly evacuated the crowd to prevent any accidents. Once the ceremony concluded, Orochimaru officially became the 4th Hokage. Returning to the Hokage office, Orochimaru didn't show any signs of excitement. To him, everything felt like a natural progression. What occupied his thoughts now was finding the best place to relocate his laboratory outside the village. He also planned to continue cultivating fire dragons and other magical creatures, building a team in an aboveboard manner. Boom! The door to the Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open, and Orochimaru saw Tsunade walking toward him with determination. Orochimaru, Jiraiya has left the village. Yes, I see. Orochimaru responded calmly, as though he had expected this. He then retrieved a file from the side, knocked on the table, and called for a member of Umbu who was waiting outside. Send these wanted warrants to the Fire Nation and other allied ninja villages. Before the Umbu member could take the wanted warrants, Tsunade snatched them away. Master Tsunade, the Umbu member reminded weakly. According to regulations, this document shouldn't be shown to others, but no one would stop Tsunade, not even the Hokage, who was sitting right next to her with a neutral expression. Tsunade glanced at the wanted notice. After reading the information, she handed it back to the Umbu member, disbelief in her voice. Orochimaru, do you really plan to designate Jiraiya as a traitor? Orochimaru shook his head. Leaving the village without the Hokage's permission is enough to qualify as rebellion. Tsunade, my request to Jiraiya was for him to stay in the village and await help from the battlefield. He insisted on fulfilling the prophecy of Mount Myaboku. Meanwhile, Kirigakure is still invading. But he's been with us for more than 20 years. Before Tsunade could finish, Orochimaru interrupted, this is Jiraiya's choice. He knew that leaving Konoha would make him a traitor, but he still chose to leave. Tsunade, didn't you try to persuade him? Tsunade thought angrily, of course, she had tried to persuade him. She'd even threatened him with her fist, but it had been useless. Jiraiya was well acquainted with Konoha's enchantments and could leave without a trace. It's so troublesome, I don't care anymore. Tsunade, holding back her frustration, left the Hokage building. The relationship and reputation of the Sunin were now shattered. Once word spread of Jiraiya's defection from Konoha, many villages would likely enjoy watching Konoha's misfortune. Tsunade felt she should have been more decisive. After Tsunade left, Orochimaru continued to handle Konoha's administrative affairs, but it didn't take long before he realized he needed to finalize the matter of Hokage's assistance as soon as possible. With so many tasks pending, he knew it would waste a lot of his time otherwise. But before that, Orochimaru decided to deal with the Kirigakure situation first. He felt that the 3rd Mizukage was a bit crazy participating in the war when every other ninja village was preparing to end it, and even facing off against 3 villages at once. Although there are obstacles in the sea, and it's difficult to negotiate a large-scale war with mist shinobi among the 3 ninja villages, if they're forced to use the tailed beast Jinchuriki, even if Kirigakure resides in the sea, it would be wiped out by a tailed beast bomb. What a troublesome bunch. Just as we're about to start reaping the benefits of the war, what the hell is mist shinobi trying to do? On Hokage's desk was a request for help from the coastal battlefield, which called for medical ninjas and a group of assassination squads. Orochimaru thought for a moment, then selected a group of ninjas for support, instructing Umbu to assemble them. In the past, when sending support to the battlefield, a Jonin meeting would be held. But Orochimaru felt this was a waste of time, so he issued the orders directly. As long as the ninjas followed orders, nothing else mattered. As Umbu and the task force ninjas received the summons, many of them went straight to the Hokage building. Hyaga clan. An Umbu member suddenly arrived at the Hyaga clan's door and was escorted to Hyaga Hayashi's home by the guards from the branch house. Upon meeting him, the Umbu member handed over a scroll, saying, Head Hyaga, this is an order from Master Hokage. With that, the Umbu member left briskly. Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly. The Hyuga clan had never involved itself in the village's internal affairs, and they had always seemed somewhat independent from outsiders. However, Konoha village could not function without them due to their Byakugan abilities. In terms of detection, the Byakugan was the strongest of all bloodline limits. Although the Hyuga clan supported Orochimaru at the Jonin meeting, it was Hyuga Hayashi's decision when Namikaze Minato was deemed hopeless. However, after opening the scroll, Hyuga Hayashi was shocked by the contents. He then ordered the branch house guards beside him, Takuma, immediately notify the elders and some members of the branch house to convene a clan meeting. In addition to the Hyuga clan, the Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi clans also received numerous quests. But unlike the Hyuga clan, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan was mostly given more difficult tasks: long-term border garrison missions, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Hiki's earlier speculations had been completely wrong. On the first day Orochimaru took office, he had taken a few ninjas from them. Although they weren't directly sent to the battlefield, being transferred from Konoha's power center to the borders or to other smaller ninja villages was a significant change. And next time, they might be sent straight to the battlefield. But they had no other option. Unless they defected like Jiraiya, they had no choice but to accept Hokage's orders. Deep underground in the land of Earth, the aging Uchiha Madara felt that his time was nearly up. Just now, with the help of the remaining power in the Gadu statue, he cast an illusion on the third Mizu cage, which drained a significant amount of his chakra. It will take a little longer. Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was desperately trying to recover his body every day, before leaving. This was probably the only amusement he could enjoy at the moment, and it was rare for the Uchiha clan to have such a person. Suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground and whispered to Uchiha Madara, "Master Madara, the target has been assigned to Konoha, and they are ready to go to the Mist Shinobi battlefield." "Really? It's finally time? Otherwise, I'd have to use my Sharingan to run. But now, I only have one Sharingan left." After Uchiha Madara said this, he paused for a moment. After using the illusion on the third Mizu cage, he couldn't move anymore. For the illusion of Mist Shinobi Umbu, he had sacrificed one of his Sharingan and placed it in the illusion seal for White Zetsu to manage. "Master Madara, besides this news, I have something else to share. Do you want to guess what it is?" The White Zetsu clone spoke excitedly, as though it had discovered a rare treasure. This performance piqued Uchiha Madara's curiosity. "What is it? What big move is Konoha planning?" White Zetsu couldn't wait to respond. "It's 10 million ryo. The target gave it to me. It's the first time I've seen so much money. Madara, what do you think I should do with it? Should I hire a few people to perform for me?" White Zetsu. "What's wrong, Madara-sama? Get lost." It was impossible to let White Zetsu go. After all, it was an important source of information for Uchiha Madara. However, this defective creation could be rather annoying at times. Though useful, it often provoked his anger. Besides Konoha's actions, Kirigakuer had also made a plan under his direction. However, Kirigakuer needed a suitable candidate, and the constitution capable of sealing tailed beasts was very rare. Fortunately, Nohara Rin was more suitable for sealing tailed beasts. After Uchiha Madara learned about Rin Nohara's constitution, he orchestrated a grand scheme for Obito. The more Obito looked forward to it, the greater the despair would be. In that despair, the Uchiha clan would undergo the fastest transformation. "Rin, be careful when you arrive in the land of water, and follow my orders," Kakashi warned her before they departed. Now that he had formed Team Kakashi, he and Nohara Rin had left the Minato team. Unless there was a particularly difficult S-rank mission, two Jonin wouldn't typically be in the same team. Moreover, Kakashi always felt a little guilty when facing Namikaze Minato. The last time he saw his sensei, he had keenly noticed that Minato had changed a lot. Kakashi didn't know if it was because of the failed Hokage election or the defection of Jiraiya, but he felt that Minato-sensei was dealing with a significant emotional burden. Nohara Rin nodded. "I understand, Kakashi. But I've gotten a lot stronger since then. This time, I won't hold back." She had undergone intense special training, especially to resist and cast illusions. Although she wasn't as strong as Kakashi, anyone who underestimated her might soon find themselves sliced open by her chakra scalpel. The new team member was Chunin Marino Ibiki, who was from Kakashi's time at the academy. He was a taciturn person and had rarely communicated with Kakashi during their school days. However, after introducing themselves, they could at least say they knew each other. Subsequently, the Konoha Shinobi support team for the Mist Shinobi battlefield set off 300 people in total, half of whom were medical staff and assassination team members. Kakashi's team was the standard long-term covert team in enemy territory. With Kakashi as the captain, known for his excellent strength and experience in infiltrating enemy territory, along with medical ninjas and Marino Ibiki, who was in charge of torture, the team was well equipped for the mission ahead. "We have that many forces." Cain revealed a little about the scale of his business to Kushina, and her eyes widened in shock. Still, she didn't know everything, especially about the armed forces and the intelligence organization managed by Yakushi Nono. That part was kept from her. It wasn't deliberate concealment, but some things were better left unseen, like the human experiments. Cain figured Kushina would probably find that hard to accept. Even though he was confident she wouldn't leave him over it, he'd rather avoid such awkward situations altogether. After I leave, you can manage these things if you want. If not, just leave it to Aya and the others. Hearing that, Kushina's interest peaked. Can I manage the business side of things? She asked. Of course, Cain replied. Even if you lose a few 100 million ryo, it's nothing, as long as you're happy. When Cain said this, he wasn't exaggerating. He'd been in the ninja world for 10 years. It might be a stretch to say he monopolized the basic necessities of the Land of Fire, but at least 30% of its business was tied to him. Medicine, newspapers, desserts, casinos, chain izakayas, and restaurants, you name it. Aya had also become a well-known businesswoman in the Land of Fire, though many knew Cain was the one pulling the strings behind her success. 70% of the consumer spots in Konoha were run by Cain, and the money he paid to the Jonin? It eventually cycled right back into his businesses. Besides, Kushina's interest was likely just a passing fancy. Cain figured she'd lose interest before long. Cain's biggest gain from coming to the ninja world this time was the gift from his future self. The technological knowledge Naruto brought him was enough to push the Pent group's tech to the level of space warfare, but fully digesting that knowledge would take time. In the meantime, he had been hunting for mineral resources across the ninja world. Kakuzu, lugging around a sealing scroll, nearly wore his legs out in the process. But he didn't mind. He'd basically become the exclusive enforcer for the Cain Chamber of Commerce. Aya even had him take out 2 underground bounty houses in the Land of Sound and the Land of Grass. These bounty houses had posted rewards for key figures in Cain's organization and refused to withdraw them, so Cain decided to spend some money to teach them a lesson. Kakuzu handled the job with his usual caution and precision. No one escaped, and the underground gold exchange never figured out he was behind it. And that was just the beginning. Cain dropped 500 million ryo to wipe out the underground bounty house and those pulling the strings behind it. On top of that, Aya had a squad of bio-enhanced super soldiers at her disposal. Shino had helped transform their bodies, using a combination of the T-virus and super soldier serum to boost their physical stats. The Red Queen assisted in turning them into semi-mechanized warriors with electronic chip implants to further increase their combat effectiveness. These chips didn't just contain Cain's orders, they were also loaded with all the essential knowledge a guard needed to know. At the same time, this served as both a test and a data collection exercise. These super soldiers were the first batch of subjects to use Cain's 2 serums. Even with data support from the future, Shino still lost over 70 experimental subjects before successfully creating 30 biochemical super soldiers. Though their appearances were somewhat grotesque, wearing masks covered that up. The masks were specially designed, equipped with multiple functions like infrared scanning, farsighted vision, and electric stimulation. Additionally, the soldiers were outfitted with exoskeleton armor and new energy weapons. The primary weapon used by these biochemical super soldiers was the plasma laser gun. If even grazed by a shot, a ninja's body would be scorched, with injuries severe enough that saving vital organs would be nearly impossible. The firing speed of these weapons was faster than a Jonin's ability to throw kunao. Unless a target could anticipate the shot or had exceptional speed, dodging a plasma laser was nearly impossible. However, despite the weapon's power, recharging them in the ninja world posed a significant challenge. Most of the available energy had to be allocated to the Red Queen and the engineering robots. The 30 super soldiers' weapons were manageable in terms of energy consumption, but scaling up would require reserving even more energy for weapon use. With the combined protection of the biochemical super soldiers and various magical items, the safety of Cain's key personnel was temporarily secured. Aya and the others were also guarded by skilled ninjas and samurai. Under this triple layer of protection, it was virtually impossible for ordinary people to harm them. Cain had his suspicions about who was behind the bounty offers. The higher UPS in Konoha or the Cloud Shinobi were the most likely culprits. They harbored the deepest grudges against him. If they couldn't get to Cain directly, they would likely target those around him or his subordinates. Naturally, Kushina was the closest to him. However, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she could control the power of a tailed beast, making her more than a match for even 5-cage level ninjas. Moreover, the magical items in her possession were the most powerful of all, so Cain didn't worry about her safety. Somewhere in the Land of Fire, the root training base. Danzo had begun establishing root bases outside Konoha long ago, and there was more than one. In the Land of Fire alone, there were 3 hidden bases, and this one was the largest training facility for root members among them. After the destruction of the root base in Konoha, Danzo instructed his people to develop more spells to restrain his subordinates. The news of the root base's destruction had spread to all the ninja clans, severely damaging Danzo's ability to recruit. Even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, it was difficult for Danzo to attract new recruits from the ninja clans. As an elder weakened by incompetence, Danzo's standing and that of Root had diminished. Many clans were unwilling to send their members to serve under him. Root's recruitment standards were also high. Chunin were considered the backbone of the organization. With clan support dwindling, Danzo focused on developing his own candidates, establishing this training base to that end. Gento, one of his trusted operatives, began abducting 5- and 6-year-old children from across the ninja world for training. Those who demonstrated ninja talent and performed well were allowed to begin practicing ninjutsu. Only after becoming genin would they be assigned missions. There were now 33 boys and girls, aged 7 or 8, in this base. They underwent brutal training every day. All 33 had been carefully screened and had successfully extracted chakra. How many from this group can be added to Root? That day, Danzo visited the training base to inspect their progress. His title as Hokage's assistant had been revoked, leaving him with only the rank of an ordinary jonin. Unwilling to let go of his ambitions, Danzo resorted to his own methods to develop and expand Root, waiting for the right opportunity to reclaim power. At least 20 of them can become shinin, the instructor reported, but it will take several years of training. Danzo's expression hardened. Years, that's too long. I'll prepare a batch of medicine for you. Starting tomorrow, increase the training intensity by 30%. Only those who survive will be admitted into Root. Yes, Lord Danzo. And what about Shizun? She's performing excellently. I feed her information about Jonin Kato Dan from time to time. Driven by her hatred, she's mastered the spirit technique and learned various assassination methods, the Root ninja replied. She's completed 17 C-rank missions and 9 B-rank missions. None of her targets are still alive. Well done. Hearing this, Danzo was thoroughly satisfied with Shizun's progress. Without Konoha's restrictions, Root's development had accelerated several times over. He felt it wouldn't be long before he had the strength to return to Konoha and reclaim his influence. Meanwhile, Cain reviewed his recent acquisitions. All future technologies were organized and catalogued by the Red Queen. Once he returned to the Marvel world, another Red Queen could receive and process all the data. As for metal resources, they could be manufactured into engineering robots or new energy war machines once he got back. The expansion of his power base would greatly aid resource collection. Now, with just a command, hundreds of people across the ninja world were running errands for him. Even Kakuzu, a cage-level ninja, traveled extensively, gathering materials. After amassing a large number of resources, Cain planned to send them back to the Marvel world. Otherwise, they'd just sit idle in his spatial backpack or the non-marking expansion pouch. Once he finished packing, Cain returned to Konoha, ready to say goodbye to Kushina. By chance, he ran into Tsunade, who had come to visit Kushina to vent. She'd been in a bad mood lately, uninterested in even handling paperwork, so she decided to see Kushina instead. However, when Tsunade arrived, her eyes lit up. She knew Kushina had moved to a new home but didn't expect it to be this nice, especially within Konoha. Cain never skimped on comfort when he had the means, and he'd used magic to transform the environment, making it exceptionally livable with enchantments. Not long after she arrived, Tsunade decided to stay for a while. Kushina wanted to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. She couldn't exactly tell Tsunade that things might get noisy at night. She'd hoped to invite Tsunade over after Cain had left. Tsunade, I think she's really just here for my wine cabinet, Kushina muttered, half joking, half exasperated. It was already night when Cain returned to Konoha, and after hearing Kushina's words, he immediately guessed Tsunade's real intention. He rarely drank, but his wine cabinet was fully stocked, covering an entire wall. It held many famous wines from both the Marvel world and the biochemical world. This collection was highly attractive to Tsunade, so she conveniently found an excuse to stay over. The fact that Tsunade casually opened one of Cain's finest bottles during dinner made it clear she wasn't the type to care much about living arrangements, especially given her habit of leaving clothes scattered everywhere. Cain remembered how Tsunade had once insisted he stay in the Senju compound under the guise of protecting him. With that in mind, he decided against kicking her out. Forget it, he said. Let her stay. It's good for you to have some company. There wasn't anything particularly special here except for the magic, and there was no chance Tsunade would ever grasp that. So, it didn't really matter if she stayed. I thought the same, Kushina replied, but, wait a minute, I'm going? Before she could finish, Cain suddenly scooped her up, and with a quick apparition, they were in the bedroom. Just as Kushina was about to say something, a wave of desire surged through her, intensifying quickly. She knew Cain would be leaving for a while soon, so she decided to take the initiative. It didn't take long before soft whispers and gasps filled the room. Kushina, caught in a haze of pleasure, felt like she was forgetting something important. But under Cain's relentless pace, any stray thoughts melted away completely. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Tsunade, tipsy and relaxed, began to notice faint sounds drifting through the walls. At first, she ignored them, attributing it to her imagination or maybe the wine. But as the sounds continued, persistent and unmistakable, she found it impossible to fall asleep. As the alcohol's effects began to wear off, Tsunade sat up in bed, annoyed. She was just about to get up and investigate when she suddenly froze, realizing what she was hearing. Her face turned bright red. Why is Kushina so loud? Didn't she lock the door? Though Tsunade had always been single, she wasn't clueless about this kind of thing. Now, she regretted staying the night just because of a few drinks. But earlier that afternoon, Kushina had told her it was better to have Cain pick her up if she needed to leave. The area was magically protected, and it could be troublesome navigating it alone. Still, there was no way Tsunade was going to face Kushina now. Forget it, she thought, I'll just ignore these two and sleep. Tsunade pulled the blanket over her head, trying to block out the sounds, but even that wasn't enough. The muffled noises persisted, making it impossible to drift off. After tossing and turning for a while, Tsunade found herself uncomfortably aware of the heat pooling in her body. She clenched her teeth, frustrated, as her legs involuntarily rubbed together beneath the sheets. I shouldn't have stayed here. After returning to the Marvel world, this was the first time Cain felt even a hint of weakness in his stamina. Despite his enhanced physical abilities, his opponent was no pushover either. The combined resilience of the Uzumaki constitution and the regenerative power of the Nine Tails chakra pushed him to his limits. After Kushina's clothes softened and she finally begged for mercy, Cain headed to see Yakushi Nono. She greeted him in a Cheongsam-style nurse's uniform with high slits, paired with long white silk stockings. With Nono's usual cold expression, Cain could only think she knows me too well. After returning home, Cain sat quietly on the sofa for a while. He'd burned through all his ammunition in one day worthy of a heroic warrior, no less. It wasn't until a green snake slithered in from outside and rubbed against his feet that Cain snapped out of his daze. I really need to find some genes to boost this aspect in the future, he thought. Boa, when did you grow up so much? Cain muttered. Looks like I'll need to find a solution for you. He immediately thought of the permanent shrinking spell from alchemy, but since the green snake obviously couldn't wear magic items, he'd have to come up with another plan. Poison fang or snake scale? Boa, which one do you think suits you better? Both alchemical forms seemed appropriate for the green snake, and finding a replacement would be important. Otherwise, once it grew to tens of meters long, unless it lived in the sea like a basilisk, keeping it hidden would be impossible unless it never left the protective spell range around the Cain estate. Master, I'll leave it to you to decide. It's really inconvenient being this big. In a few months, I might not even be able to enter the house, the green snake replied, nodding its massive head. Though it had grown large enough to speak, the snake didn't talk much. When Cain and Betty weren't around, it would slither into the house to turn on the TV and keep up with the news from this world. As a snake born in Ryokai Cave, Boa was particularly gifted. Snakes that absorbed natural energy too quickly often developed the ability to speak human language, and Boa only needed to use natural energy to strengthen its body. As for Ryokai Cave's sage techniques, without Cain's help to transform its body, it would take at least 100 years for Boa to fully master them. The alchemy items Cain was preparing for the green snake would be ready soon. In the meantime, he began transferring future technologies he'd brought back to the Red Queen's network for storage. Some of the tech could be adapted and used immediately, while obsolete designs could still be manufactured and sold to the military or Hydra. The new energy weapons developed by Vanko and his son remained among the best in the world. While they hadn't touched on strategic weaponry, when it came to personal equipment, no arms company could rival the inventions of the Vankos. The same was true for Stark Industries, whose heavy arms led the market, while orders for individual weapons were once dominated by Hammer Industries and the original Osborne Group. Cain used Fiendfire training materials, Shadow Clone solidified ancient runes, and the fangs he'd broken from the basilisk's mouth as magical components. Before the data upload was complete, he crafted several snake-shaped alchemy items for Boa, along with a set of enchanted fangs. Cain placed a few snake-scale and fang-shaped alchemy items onto Boa's body, then cast a hardening spell. Under the effect of the alchemical enchantments, the green snake's body slowly shrank until it was no longer than Cain's arm. Amazing, Master? But I don't feel like my strength has weakened at all, Boa remarked. To prove it, the green snake flicked its tail toward the floor. Instantly, gravel and shattered tiles flew everywhere as a pothole over a meter wide formed in the ground. Cain couldn't imagine what would have happened if Boa had used its full strength. In the future, you can try to get Betty to warm up to you. That way, you can go out and explore a bit, Cain suggested. With a wave of his hand, Cain restored the broken ground to its original state. Betty knew about the green snake's existence, but she couldn't handle its massive size. People who lack strength naturally fear giant creatures even if Betty knew the green snake wouldn't harm her. However, with Boa now shrunken, Cain figured Betty might be more comfortable around it. I understand, Master, Boa replied. Though it agreed, the green snake slithered into the living room and, moments later, the sound of a TV program echoed through the house. It seemed to be watching an animal documentary. Cain hadn't expected Boa to enjoy something like that. Meanwhile, all the data was transmitted securely to the Red Queen's database under the highest level of encryption. Cain was aware of entities in this world capable of threatening the Red Queen like JARVIS, Dr. Zola, and some powerful hackers, so he ensured the database's security was airtight. The independent network and restricted access, limited to specific locations, eliminated 99% of intrusion possibilities. Unless someone could break through multiple layers of magical defenses to reach Cain's estate, take down both Boa and the basilisk, and then spend hours cracking the system, accessing the Red Queen's full technological reserves would be impossible. Avon, make a list of recently developed weapons we can sell, then produce a batch of samples. I'm planning to negotiate some business with the military and other buyers, Cain instructed. Upon arriving at Pent Group, Cain immediately found Ivan Vanko and told him to gather the existing scrap for batch sales. Boss, don't you want to keep some of these for technical reserves? Ivan asked. We've got better options now, Ivan. I'll give you more advanced weapon technology soon. These older models can be sold off to the military, Cain replied. Cain told Ivan that the weapons released by Pent Group would likely usher in a new era of warfare. Old rifles and submachine guns could be phased out, while lightweight, portable new energy weapons and firearms would become the mainstream tools of future battles. Even new fighter jets, tanks, and other military equipment would be developed in one comprehensive push. After giving these instructions, Cain suddenly received a dinner invitation from Senator Stern, who mentioned that a special guest wanted to discuss something important with him. Cain had already instructed the Red Queen to investigate Stern. He was barely a core member of Hydra, but his position as a senator was highly beneficial to the organization. Stern often used his political influence to secure advantages for Hydra. As for why Hydra wanted to meet with him, Cain speculated it wasn't about the Extremis virus serum or anything related to Wakanda. If it was about Extremis, Cain was willing to sell them an inferior version of the serum but only in exchange for resources to construct underground hives and build a space carrier. The inferior Extremis serum used highly regenerative cell genes to suppress the virus's side effects, with a 70% success rate. With further refinement of the ingredients, the success rate could be improved. However, not all components had equally effective regenerative properties. The perfect Extremis virus serum was a fusion with Hashirama cell genes. It had a 100% success rate, offered powerful regenerative abilities, and could integrate the genetic characteristics of other species. But in the Marvel world, only Cain had injected himself with this perfected version. If Hydra's interest was in Wakanda, Cain hoped they would act more decisively. Vibranium was such a rare and valuable metal, why should it be controlled by an isolated African nation with outdated combat techniques? Meanwhile, Betty was out of the country. After dealing with Eugene's biological lab, she'd traveled to Sokovia. Cain spoke with her over the phone. She had located the Maximoff twins, and they hadn't yet caught the attention of Hydra's operatives. The government was still subsidizing their education. The siblings, Pietro and Wanda, remained cautious. They didn't let their guard down despite Betty's seemingly charitable intentions, and they refused offers of financial support or adoption. Betty was trying alternative approaches but wouldn't be returning anytime soon. It was a bit of a time sink, but Wanda's potential made it worthwhile. Her chaos magic was more powerful than a single Infinity Stone, and Cain was determined to secure her for his plans. Stern's villa was a relatively luxurious and quiet residential area in Washington, D.C. Senator Stern, known for his preference for women with fiery personalities, often abused his position to coerce them. Many of these incidents were suppressed or buried, but the Red Queen had uncovered the details during her investigation into Stern. Cain didn't take a plane. Instead, he apparat directly to Stern's villa. Standing at the door, he made a call that Stern couldn't refuse. "Mr. Congressman, I'm outside your villa right now. Can you open the door if it's convenient?" Stern rushed to the door immediately after receiving the call. When he saw that Cain had really arrived at his home, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Mr. Cain, if I remember correctly, we just spoke on the phone half an hour ago. Half an hour is enough time for me to leave the hotel and get here." After exchanging a few polite words, Stern invited Cain inside. When they reached the living room, Cain noticed another guest, Malik, the director of the International Security Committee. "Director Malik, I didn't expect you to be here looking for me." After greeting him, Cain sat down casually on the sofa next to Malik. Malik's expression remained stern, as always. Even if he were delivering good news, it would be rare to see him smile. And if he did smile, it would likely be unsettling. After exchanging some trivial small talk, Malik got straight to the point, his expression growing even more serious. "Mr. Cain, how much do you know about Wakanda?" Cain shook his head with a regretful smile. A backward tribe controlling the most advanced technological civilization, and sitting on incomparably precious vibranium mines? It seems like a waste to me. Cain added that his space carrier project required a significant amount of alloy metal doped with vibranium, which could also be used to create biomechanical warriors. It's a pity to let a group of backward people hoard it. "Director Malik, do you have any thoughts on Wakanda?" Malik didn't answer Cain's question directly. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "SHIELD has had one or two encounters with Wakanda. They don't seem to have strong ambitions or any intent to disrupt world peace. However, SHIELD can't conduct deep reconnaissance there. The place is unusual. So, we've classified it as a level 7 threat." Cain chuckled and asked, "That's quite an evaluation, Director Malik. If you don't mind me asking, what level is India classified as?" "We only know the approximate location of Wakanda and some insignificant information. We have no data on their defense systems, military equipment, or personnel. We can't even find Wakanda on a map." "Mr. Cain, do you know what that means?" After Cain had stripped away Malik's facade, they revealed more than intended. They had analyzed the value of vibranium, the outflow of personnel, and other scattered data, ultimately concluding that vibranium was critical for advancements in weapon development, aerospace technology, and beyond. Its potential was revolutionary. Captain America's shield is infused with vibranium, hard, lightweight, and nearly indestructible. Hydra had spent years attempting to replicate it without success. If they could secure a large supply of vibranium, it would accelerate technological progress across countless fields. "Strategic-level weapons aren't an option?" Cain asked. "Correct," Malik replied bluntly. "The safest approach would be to deploy a large number of soldiers to sweep the area around Wakanda's approximate coordinates, using World War II-style tactics to overwhelm them." Malik spoke without hesitation. As a high-ranking official on the SHIELD Oversight Council, he didn't need to sugarcoat things. Even with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s influence, not even Alexander Pierce could justify waging war on Wakanda without a concrete reason. SHIELD is an organization meant to maintain global peace and ensure the safety of humanity, Malik added. "We're not warmongers." Cain tilted his head slightly, his voice calm but pointed. "So, Director Malik, do you have a way to raise Wakanda's threat level by 1 tier?" Malik frowned slightly at the question. Level 7 already classifies them as a national security threat. That's sufficient for the US to approach the situation with caution. Cain chuckled softly, his tone laced with subtle mockery. Director Malik, I don't believe the United States would stand a chance against Wakanda, not with Congress breathing down its neck and politicians eager to protect their careers. The moment an operation doesn't go as planned, they'll switch tactics or pull out entirely. That would be a joke. Cain could see it clearly. Malik and the Hydra faction behind him was intrigued. The allure of the most valuable metal on Earth coupled with the most advanced civilization was irresistible, even to Hydra. Without Cain's insight, they might never have realized such a powerful nation existed hidden in the heart of Africa. Malik leaned back slightly, his mask of indifference slipping. Mr. Cain, with enough super soldiers, I believe we could find alternative methods to deal with Wakanda. There it was the real agenda. Hydra viewed Wakanda as a long-term objective, but the super soldier serum was a prize they could pursue immediately. The enhanced strength of Betty Ross's bodyguards had already exposed their potential, leaping 3 or 4 meters effortlessly, flipping cars with ease. Meanwhile, the military was in the process of forming a second super soldier unit. Without sufficient samples, Hydra's research into replicating the serum would take at least 7 or 8 years. The fastest solution? Get it from Cain. Cain smiled thinly. Director Malik, I've always believed we could work well together. After all, we share many common interests. The benefits you'll gain from Wakanda far outweigh the value of a simple extremis serum. Don't let your vision be so narrow. With a casual shake of his head, Cain pulled out a vial of extremis serum along with a stack of transaction documents detailing its effects and precisely what he wanted in return. For transactions with Hydra, Cain did not accept US dollars. Instead, he demanded shares in several mining and construction companies in the United States, especially those with overseas operations. The current supply channels of the factories under the Pent Group were no longer sufficient to meet the demands of constructing underground hives. On top of that, Vank and his son had accumulated numerous other projects, further stretching resources thin. There was a significant gap in the supply of steel, alloys, and other critical materials, let alone the weapons that would be sold to the military later. If the military had any sense, they'd place long-term orders, which would cause the demand for alloys to double or even increase tenfold. Supply chain bottlenecks were inevitable. That's why Cain believed it was time to expand the Pent Group's resource channels. He possessed medicines highly sought after by the global elite and could leverage this to negotiate favorable deals with resource-rich nations. Cain pulled out a vial of extremis serum, along with a trade contract, and left behind a USB drive containing a catalog of weapons sold by the Pent Group, complete with demonstration videos. Then, as he prepared to leave, he leaned in close to Malik, whispered into his ear, "Hail Hydra." Malik's pupils shrank sharply. He snapped his head around. But Cain was gone. The room was empty. All that remained were the extremis serum, the signed agreement, and the data drive resting in Malik's trembling hands. For the first time, Malik felt something unsettling. "Stern." Malik barked. Stern entered immediately, flanked by several heavily armed soldiers with assault rifles. Seeing Malik alone, Stern's expression darkened with suspicion. "Malik, where's Kain Pent?" "He didn't leave through the front door." Malik shot back. "We've been stationed outside the entire time. No one came out." Stern's jaw tightened. "Jimmy, check the surveillance." "What do you see?" A voice crackled through Stern's earpiece. "Nothing, sir." The gentleman was alone in the room. He scratched his head after drinking a cup of coffee. Silence. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Stern exploded, his face reddening with fury. He stormed into the surveillance room, dragging 2 soldiers with him. "Deal with them," Stern growled, motioning toward the surveillance team. The soldiers obeyed without hesitation, dragging the panicked staff away. Stern then ordered a thorough investigation of the security system. It didn't take long to confirm what Malik and Stern already suspected. The system had been compromised. The breach had gone undetected, a failure severe enough to warrant immediate disciplinary action. Even though the villa wasn't a high-security facility, the security lapse could have exposed sensitive information. The monitoring team's incompetence had crossed the threshold for severe consequences. After the situation was handled, Stern returned to Malik, eyeing the items Cain had left behind. His gaze narrowed. "What's this?" he asked, his voice low and tense. "Extremis serum, a letter of intent for the trade contract, and I need a laptop." Malik spoke calmly. While Stern had been dealing with the surveillance personnel, Malik had already reviewed the trade agreement. What Cain wanted wasn't difficult for Hydra to acquire, especially since they already controlled such resources. With Hydra's influence, they could deliver everything Cain needed within a month. However, without a sample of the extremis serum, it would take at least a year to reproduce it. A laptop was quickly brought in. Malik inserted the USB drive, and both he and Stern watched as the screen displayed a list of weapons sold by the Pent Group, along with demonstration videos showcasing their capabilities. After reviewing the data, Malik's assessment of Kain Pent rose significantly. "Stern, did you know he was a member of Hydra?" "What?" Stern's eyes narrowed. "When he left, he whispered 'Hail Hydra' to me." Malik's face was serious. "That's the organization's greeting. He's one of us." Malik leaned in, repeating the words in a low voice. It was the traditional way Hydra members identified themselves. But Malik couldn't understand how he had never heard of someone like Cain within the organization. A man with access to super soldier serum and advanced energy weaponry should have been on his radar long ago. If Malik had known sooner, he would have established ties with Kain Pent much earlier. Stern listened to Malik's account of the encounter, speechless for a moment. They had nearly robbed one of their own. Silence filled the room as both men sat deep in thought. After a while, Stern broke the silence. So, how exactly did he leave? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kain's phone rang. A holographic projection flickered to life, displaying a young woman with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. This kind of advanced communication technology had already been fully integrated within the Pent Group, with Laura overseeing all operational and financial aspects. Mr. Pent, I'm your new assistant, assigned by Ms. Ross. I'll be handling your affairs and daily schedule while she's away. Kain studied her for a brief moment. Your name, Ms. Assistant? Sharon Nia, sir. I graduated from Harvard University's Department of Management. Kain's expression remained indifferent. I'll remember your number. I don't need anything right now. If I do, I'll let you know. With that, he ended the call. To Kain, a personal assistant wasn't worth his attention. However, he still instructed the Red Queen to closely monitor the people surrounding Betty Ross. Given the Pent Group's growing influence and Betty's status, it was inevitable that others would attempt to plant spies near her. Kain rarely worried about personal assistants. In fact, very few people on Earth posed any real threat to him. But he preferred to quietly build his power base, controlling everything from behind the scenes. Unlike Tony Stark, whose flashy behavior Kain found distasteful. However, Stark Industries was currently making headlines. Their flagship missile system was in negotiations with the military. If the deal went smoothly, it would be officially adopted by the military after Christmas, replacing older systems with more advanced missile technology. Perhaps the only thing Kain appreciated about Tony Stark was his playboy lifestyle, something Kain, as a pharmaceutical tycoon, could easily replicate. The Pent Group's recent dominance in the pharmaceutical industry had completely outshined Stark Industries. If Kain wanted to, he could date a new supermodel every day. But to Kain, most supermodels were painfully ordinary. Without Vila blood, a unique background, or an unusual constitution, it was hard to pique his interest. Moreover, Kain wasn't fond of the spotlight. He delegated all interviews to Laura and Betty. Laura managed the company's public image in the business world, while Betty handled military press conferences. The Tony's flagship missile system, Kain smirked, skimming through the latest news. Tony Stark's probably headed to Afghanistan for weapons testing. Can I take over Stark Industries' weapons division? Kain mulled it over. It would be difficult. Stark Industries wasn't short on money, and aside from Obadiah Stannett, the second largest shareholder, the combined shares of the other board members barely reached 15%, making a hostile takeover unnecessary and impractical. As Kain continued browsing online, his phone buzzed. It was Malik calling. Kain let the call ring for a few minutes before finally answering. On the other end, Malik's voice came through, slightly more respectful this time. Apologies, Kain. My attitude yesterday wasn't the best. I didn't realize you were one of our friends. For the people of Hydra, no matter how great the benefits are, nothing is as valuable as a Hail Hydra. The greater the benefits outsiders offer, the more they arouse Hydra's greed. Hydra rarely cooperates with outsiders. They will either absorb you into the organization as a peripheral member or use various methods to control you. That said, Kain's methods are too unique, and he commands too many super soldiers. The military wiped out a squad in the Middle East, only for Kain to turn around and form a new squad of super soldiers. Betty Ross is always accompanied by 2 super soldier bodyguards. Kain also owns a military security company under the Umbrella Corporation. It's said this company takes orders from only 2 people, Betty Ross and Kain himself. No one knows how many super soldiers are hidden within the company. The level of secrecy is extremely high, and its personnel are difficult to bribe. Even contacting Umbrella's mercenaries draws attention, which proves that Kain also possesses incredibly powerful intelligence-gathering capabilities. Moreover, Kain's sudden disappearance from a room added to Malik's suspicions that he might have superhuman abilities. However, after Kain casually said, "Hail Hydra," Malik's wariness significantly diminished. Malik then invited Kain to another meeting, this time with genuine sincerity. Hydra is determined to get its hands on Wakanda. They even have plans to escalate Wakanda's threat rating. Their strategy is to sacrifice 2 level 5 SHIELD agents and a team of US military personnel near Wakanda, similar to Hydra's previous tactics when they wanted to gather intelligence and establish a foothold against the Ten Rings. This forced the US military to deploy more troops, while the Ten Rings, unwilling to be exposed and unsuited for large-scale warfare, withdrew from the Middle East after losing a few strongholds. Hydra has since taken over those territories, and now Malik intends to apply the same strategy to Wakanda. It's undeniable that the US military is the most powerful force on Earth. Any of its actions can be labeled as legitimate, a privilege that Hydra and SHIELD do not possess. The International Security Council also tends to accept US military operations without much scrutiny. After all, most of S.H.I.E.L.D's funding comes from wealthy, powerful nations. Kain, if we'd known you were a friend of Hydra sooner, our cooperation could have started much earlier, Malik said, setting down his knife and fork. The steak was perfectly grilled today, perhaps matching his good mood at having gained a valuable new ally. I assume you plan to manufacture a large number of new weapons, Malik continued. It's difficult to support large-scale arms production through Osborne's channels alone. These two companies should meet your requirements and complement Osborne, especially with Pent Group's steel alloy supply chain. I am also part of Hydra's secret power. If I weren't forced to. Kain pretended to be a loyal Hydra operative, playing the role like an Oscar-winning actor. Malik truly believed Kain was an old member of the organization. Kain then took the file from Malik and instructed Red Queen to initiate the transfer of the two companies during the review. The companies were indeed substantial in scale, with operations in several resource-rich countries. The Red Queen didn't detect any red flags, unless they were hidden exceptionally well. But even Hydra would struggle to cover something so thoroughly that the Red Queen couldn't uncover it within a few days. These two companies are impressive, Kain said, flipping through the documents. But if you're offering them just for some super soldier serum, that seems like an overpayment. Mr. Malik, what else do you want? Kain made it clear he didn't fully trust Malik's generosity towards someone he had just met. It was better to lay everything out on the table. The follow-up development materials for the Extremis virus serum, as well as new energy weapon designs, Malik replied without hesitation. Kain, I know there's an ongoing development plan for the Extremis virus. I want to trade these two companies for access to that information. The researchers and developers working on the Extremis virus serum were based in Kain's Biological Research Center. The serum's formula was a closely guarded secret, and no other organizations had managed to acquire it thus far. After listening to Malik's proposal, Kain set down his knife and fork, frowning slightly. Mr. Malik, the Extremis virus serum is the core product of my biopharmaceutical company. Its current valuation is nearly $100 billion. If the serum were to leak. He trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air. We will never allow even the smallest trace of it to enter the civilian market, Malik assured him quickly. In fact, our goal is to cultivate our own super soldiers. If we achieve that, we'll have more power to confront Wakanda and we can both benefit from the spoils. Malik knew his request was excessive, so he sweetened the deal. If you think this isn't enough, I'm willing to offer more. Hydra's influence was vast, but it lacked a reliable superhuman strike force. A single super soldier could determine the outcome of a mission, a squad of them could sway the tide of an entire war. Had it not been for prior intel from the Ten Rings and a well-planned ambush, Hydra wouldn't have been able to eliminate the military's super soldier squad so easily. After lengthy negotiations, Malik and Kain finally reached an agreement. Malik offered control of a mining conglomerate ranked 13th globally in exchange for the detailed formula of the Extremis virus serum and its developmental data. Kain hadn't expected Malik to part with such a significant asset. But when Malik mentioned it would take 2 months to finalize the transfer, Kain realized Hydra likely planned to use some extra methods to make it happen. In terms of value, the 3 companies Malik provided were worth twice as much as the Extremis virus. However, the Extremis virus had far greater potential for development. Given enough time, recovery serums alone could dominate half of the pharmaceutical industry. If Kain were shameless enough to follow the example of Tony Stark from another universe and turn Extremis into a subscription-based service, he could essentially monopolize human life worldwide. Once the deal was finalized, Kain prepared to return to New York. This time, however, he didn't apparate directly. The last time he did, his assistant found out he was in Los Angeles and immediately flew over on a private jet, waiting for him at the airport. When Kain arrived at the airport, Sharon Nia had already been waiting for him at the plane's gate. The blue-eyed, blonde-haired assistant wasn't particularly beautiful, but she had an exceptional presence. Ms. Nia, if I want to fly, I'll let you know in advance. There's no need to pick me up in Betty's plane. Hasn't this place been renovated yet? After boarding, Kain realized the interior resembled a standard business class setup designed for corporate executives. He immediately felt he might have been better off just operating back. Sharon Nia lowered her head slightly and replied, Ms. Ross and Ms. Jones didn't have many specific requirements for the plane's interior, and since they needed it immediately, the renovations were delayed. Order 2 more, then, Kain said casually. Tell Betty to cover the costs. Make sure they're well designed, don't make them look like conference rooms. After giving out that order, Kain instructed the Red Queen to contact Laura. He informed her that the Pent Group was about to acquire 2 steel and alloy companies, both with solid market value and healthy financials. Additionally, a mining company would soon be merged into the Pent Group, although that process would conservatively take at least 3 months. When Laura received the news, she was practically trembling with excitement. She had worked hard to triple the Pent Group's assets, largely thanks to the success of the biopharmaceutical division. Yet here was Kain, casually acquiring 2 major companies in the steel and alloy industry with minimal effort. Laura thrived on managing large assets. It was exhilarating for her. Kain Pent had given her the perfect opportunity to indulge that passion. After finishing the call with Laura, Kain made a video call to Betty. He intended to sell weapons to the military to bolster their strength and ambitions, ensuring they wouldn't hesitate when facing Wakanda. However, Kain had no desire to meet General Ross alone, so he needed Betty to accompany him. Betty would handle the military contracts, while Kain planned to discuss some confidential matters with General Ross. What good could a war in the Middle East possibly bring? A barrel of oil costs mere tens of dollars, while a gram of vibranium is worth tens of thousands. Wakanda has vibranium mines and advanced technologies beyond imagination even a child could see which was the smarter target. After a while, Sharon Nia approached, her tone slightly formal. Mr. Pent, would you like something to drink? No need to fuss over me, Cain replied casually. Oh, and Ms. Nia, start collecting some fine wines for me. If there are auctions or private collectors selling, buy them. Suddenly, he remembered that when he returned to the ninja world, Sunaid would probably raid whatever wine he had stashed away. By the way, find a good makeup artist for yourself. You'd probably look great with makeup, not that you need it. Sharon Nia inhaled sharply at the comment, then replied with a faint, controlled smile. Understood, Mr. Pent. When they arrived in New York, Cain's driver was already waiting at the airport. In this regard, Sharon was remarkably efficient, having handled the arrangements flawlessly. However, she didn't accompany Cain any further. She didn't have clearance to enter his Brook Forest coastal estate. After seeing Cain off, Sharon got into her own car and quickly left the airport. As she drove, her expression grew cold. She activated a secure recorder and began logging her observations. Unknown influence, suspected involvement with recent mining turmoil. Secret acquisitions completed with New Delhi Metallurgical. Dislikes corporate decor. Prefers sweets. She hesitated briefly before adding another note. Possibly attracted to Sharon Nia when wearing makeup, showed minimal interest in the flight attendants on board. Staring at the recorded data, Sharon Carter couldn't shake the feeling that their time together had been too brief. Still, with this intel combined with the video footage she had discreetly captured, she believed she could extract valuable information. Armed with these details, Sharon Carter was confident she could dig deeper into Cain's activities. Given his ties to the super soldier serum, Kain Pent was already classified as a level 7 top secret file within SHIELD. Director Fury, I need a data analysis team, preferably experts in computing, biological research, and psychological analysis. After returning home, Sharon Carter requested additional support from Nick Fury. On her flight earlier, she had overheard something about super soldiers, but the source had been tight-lipped. Now, she needed more logistical teams to investigate further. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury asked, "Did you find anything? Some useful leads?" Sharon pulled up the relevant reports as she spoke. The Pent Group doesn't just have military backing. While their biopharmaceutical company is profitable, its revenue alone wouldn't be enough to acquire Burlek Mining and New Delhi Metallurgy. Someone has been facilitating these deals behind the scenes. The mergers have already gone through, and we're ready to send in a team to investigate. A quick glance at the news confirmed her suspicions. Despite the scale of the acquisitions, there had been barely any media coverage. Someone is deliberately suppressing information about the Pent Group, she continued. A deal of this size, and there wasn't even a press conference. If they really have access to super soldier serum, then their biological research center and Pent Manor are our best leads. Nick Fury's voice came through the line. Track down everything you can. I'll have Carlson put together a specialist team to assist you. Whoever you need, you'll get them. The increasing number of super soldier squads within the US military had drawn S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Mass-producing super soldiers required highly advanced technology that now seemed to be in private hands. What concerned SHIELD even more was that beyond working with the military, the Pent Group had also developed a regenerative agent, a substance with partial effects of the super soldier serum. Despite extensive internal analysis, SHIELD had too few materials and samples to make progress. Other than confirming the regenerative agent's ability to rapidly heal human tissue, they had little to show for their investigations. And unknowns were dangerous. If SHIELD fully understood the true strength and influence behind the Pent Group, maybe the organization wouldn't be as concerned. But until then, they had to uncover every secret that might pose a threat to Earth and humanity. Sharon pressed on. Director Fury, we should also send another agent to infiltrate Betty Ross's network. She's the key to all of this. But she's been in Sokovia for 2 months on a charity mission. Carlson will contact you soon, Fury interrupted. And with that, he ended the call. Sharon exhaled, staring at her screen. Fury hadn't given a straight answer, but she could guess what it meant. He had already sent someone. The hierarchy within SHIELD was highly compartmentalized even internally. Field agents working undercover rarely knew who their colleagues were, even if they were on the same mission. And while Sharon was a level 5 agent, she was still a rookie in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper ranks. For now, she could only wait. Only an 8th level agent is considered a top secret operative in SHIELD, granting them access to all classified information up to level 7. Alright, give it some time. Sharon Carter clicked her tongue in frustration. Gathering intelligence was proving to be far more difficult than she expected. The opportunity to meet Kain Pent was extremely rare. Even after spending months alongside Betty Ross, she had only managed to see him once, and that was only because she had subtly encouraged Betty to send a plane to pick him up. Meanwhile, after handing over new weapon technology, Vanko and his son had begun research and development. The construction of the underground hive was now entirely in the hands of the Red Queen, whose superior planning abilities allowed her to efficiently coordinate a workforce of 100,000 without issue. Currently, Vanko and his son were focused on upgrading Umbrella's weapons. Standard soldiers would soon be equipped with advanced personal firearms, while super soldiers would receive customized gear designed to maximize their unique abilities. At present, Umbrella had only 5 known super soldiers operating publicly, but in the shadows, there were 21 more. However, Cain had decided to halt further super soldier production, as the biomechanical warriors proved to be stronger, cheaper, and more obedient. After returning from Sokovia, Betty Ross had also brought back the Maximoff twins. Since it was already late when they arrived in New York, Betty took them directly to Pent Manor in Brook Forest. When she entered, she immediately stepped forward to hug Cain and said in a low voice, "It was too late to arrange anything else, so I brought them straight here." "I see," Cain replied. He then turned his attention to Pietro and Wanda, offering a calm yet inviting smile. "Sit down, both of you. I know you have a lot of questions, but the fact that you're here suggests you're open to joining me. I'll do my best to answer whatever you need to know." The twins exchanged a glance before Pietro spoke up first. "Mr. Pent, why did you seek us out?" "Because your abilities hold incredible research value," Cain replied without hesitation. He leaned forward slightly. "Pietro Maximoff, your maximum recorded sprint speed is 100 meters in 3 seconds, making you faster than Captain America, even after he was enhanced with the super soldier serum. Wanda Maximoff, you possess telekinetic abilities strong enough to lift heavy objects, as well as the ability to influence minds. Fortunately, you showed restraint and didn't attack Betty along the way, which tells me you have control over your powers." As Cain finished reciting their detailed intelligence, he observed how the twins tensed, their bodies stiffening slightly. He waved a hand dismissively. "Relax. If I didn't already know about your abilities, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of inviting you here. Your powers are valuable, and if we can understand the underlying principles behind them, we might be able to replicate them, something that could be truly groundbreaking." Wanda narrowed her eyes. "So, you want to experiment on us?" Cain met her gaze evenly. "Only with your consent," he clarified. "Your abilities are still in their infancy. I can help you develop them, refine them, and in return, I'll pay you. I can also offer solutions to the problems that weigh on your minds." Pietro's expression hardened. "You know what we want. It's revenge, isn't it? Because of the Stark missiles." Cain's tone was indifferent. "You hate Tony Stark. In fact, plenty of people in my company feel the same way: biologists, Soviet physicists, and their sons. Given Stark's personality, I'd say there are far more people who despise him than those who like him." He leaned back slightly. "If you're looking for revenge on Tony Stark, I can offer some assistance, legal teams, strategic support. Whether you succeed or not is up to you." At that moment, a tea tray in the distance began to move toward them, though it wasn't exactly floating. Beneath the tray, a serpentine tail slithered along the floor, carrying it effortlessly. The green snake climbed onto the table in front of the sofa, carefully placing the tray down with its tail. Then, with precise movements, it hooked the teapot and poured black tea into cups for Cain and Betty. Betty stared at the tea, momentarily wondering if she had been overworking herself lately. The Maximoff twins exchanged skeptical glances, as if they had just walked into some kind of bizarre taming zoo. Even Dr. Dolittle wouldn't be able to pull off something like this. Cain took his tea without a second thought. "Thank you. No dessert for now. Go rest, or head to the house next door." The green snake hesitated briefly. Cain could sense it wanted to watch TV, but after a moment, it slowly slithered away. The brief interruption shifted the atmosphere, and Pietro finally spoke. "Mr. Pent, can we think about it?" "Of course. There are plenty of houses nearby. Pick whichever one you like. Just don't go near the beach." Cain readily agreed. He could sense the Maximoff twins' hesitation softening. They had goals, but not many allies. They weren't afraid of Stark Industries, but they understood their own value. There weren't many people in the world who could offer them real options. Cain was one. Hydra was another. Right now, Pietro and Wanda didn't even have a high school diploma. If they didn't join Cain, they would have to rely on their own abilities to survive, and sooner or later, someone would find them. That path would inevitably lead to conflict with the government or a prison cell. It wasn't a difficult choice. After the Maximoff twins had settled in, Betty embraced Cain the moment they were alone. She had missed him deeply. It had been too long since she last saw him. Later, Cain and Betty boarded a private jet to Los Angeles, heading to a military base to visit Betty's father, Thaddeus Ross. If he wasn't out on assignment, this was where he usually stayed. This time, they weren't traveling alone. Alongside Betty's assistant and bodyguards, they had also brought a team of weapon testers. After several demonstrations, almost every high-ranking military official at the military base had their eyes locked on Pent Group's latest military weaponry, and they liked what they saw. Power, convenience, and the accompanying auxiliary exoskeleton armor package. These enhancements allow an ordinary soldier to match the combat prowess and destructive capabilities of a super soldier. Additionally, they provide rear support and counteroffensive capabilities, ensuring that soldiers on the battlefield receive more assistance. The cost? Only $120,000 per soldier. Even when factoring in space satellites and custom systems, the total expense wouldn't exceed $500 million. Given the U.S. military's annual budget, this was a trivial sum. With this equipment, the American military's strength would advance to an entirely new level. While the military officials debated and discussed the proposal, General Ross called Cain aside. His own opinion had already been made clear. The rest was up to the higher UPS to finalize and submit to the White House Budget Committee. "Cain, what exactly are you after? Now you're selling new weapons to the military." Cain smiled. "Why do you assume I have ulterior motives, General Ross?" It's just business purely for profit. The Osborne Group's weapons division was thriving before I took over. Now that it's mine, I have no intention of letting it decline. Ross studied Cain for a moment before speaking slowly. I hope so. Just don't drag Betty into this, she doesn't like these kinds of things. What's your point? Cain asked, feigning innocence. Ross let out a cold snort before saying, aside from war, what else comes from advancing weaponry? Cain chuckled. Of course, I understand. But there's one important detail. Betty may despise war, but she also loves me. Africa. A man was covered in tiny wounds, his face scratched by thorns and branches, and his suit in tatters. He was running in a panic, with a team of SHIELD field agents hot on his heels. After running for so long, the middle-aged man was nearly exhausted. If it weren't for the safe haven just ahead, someone as pampered as him would never have run this far. No gunshots rang out behind him. His men had likely been either killed or captured. It absolutely cannot fall into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. This man was a drug lord, and he had drawn S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention by stumbling upon something incredible. But he was also bold, reckless enough to believe he could take on SHIELD agents without consequences. When he discovered them snooping around, he didn't hesitate to strike first. The male and female agents who infiltrated his territory died miserable deaths. That single act, combined with whatever strange object he had obtained, led SHIELD to respond with overwhelming force. 3 full teams of level 6 field agents, plus backup troops, descended on his stronghold. They annihilated his entire organization. But the drug lord himself had managed to escape, and he had already made a deal with someone powerful. If he could just make it to safety, he would sell them the object, and in exchange, he'd secure a clean slate and access to his hidden wealth. It's all because of those 2 bastards? Why should I have to turn in what I found? Damn it! More than 10 years of building my empire, gone just like that? But as long as I sell it, I can get a new identity. I still have money saved. His frantic muttering was cut short when he slammed headfirst into something invisible. Boom! Dazed, he stumbled back, blinking as blue energy rippled in the air before him. A massive, shimmering dome of light flickered briefly before fading into invisibility once more. Had he not just crashed into it, he might never have noticed it at all. His eyes widened in frantic relief. It's here? I made it? Hey, come and pick me up? I have the item. The drug lord pounded against Wakanda's invisible barrier, his voice laced with desperation. But the high-tech force field absorbed the impact soundlessly, rendering his cries useless. Let me in? Don't you want the damn thing? He slammed his fists against the barrier, throwing nervous glances over his shoulder. If SHIELD caught up before he was taken in, he was done for. Wakanda. Inside Wakanda, the female border guard assigned to monitor the invisible barrier watched the scene unfold. Without hesitation, she sent a report to King T'Chaka. A short while later, T'Chaka arrived at the scene, flanked by the Dora Mileage. What's happening, Darcy? He asked. The border guard, Darcy, gestured toward the desperate man still pounding on the barrier. Your Majesty, this drug lord is behaving strangely. He came straight toward Wakanda, shouting that he has something valuable. That item appears to be why SHIELD is hunting him. T'Chaka's expression darkened at the mention of SHIELD. SHIELD is after him, he asked. Do we know what it is? Darcy shook her head. Not yet. But SHIELD has already wiped out his entire operation, which means whatever he's carrying is extremely important to them. She looked to her king for direction. What are your orders, Your Majesty? After thinking for a moment, T'Chaka ordered, we do not need frequent contact with SHIELD. Have the nearby guards drive this man away. As the king of Wakanda, T'Chaka had been raised under the nation's strict policy of isolation. Apart from necessary exchanges, Wakanda rarely interacted with other countries or organizations. This secrecy was why even Hydra remained ignorant of Wakanda's true nature. However, something about this situation felt wrong. Wakanda did not appear on radar, and to the rest of the world's satellites, it was nothing more than an empty stretch of African grassland. So how had this drug lord managed to fly in and land so close, heading directly for Wakanda? Find out who has been in contact with this man from the beginning of this ordeal, T'Chaka ordered. Then, without another word, he turned and left with his royal guards. Outside Wakanda's barrier. Damn, dishonest bastards. The middle-aged drug lord had been shouting for what felt like forever, but Wakanda's invisible barrier remained unyielding. His frustration slowly turned to dread. Don't you want the damn thing? Suddenly, hiss, a 2-meter-wide entrance silently opened in the barrier. From within, 2 bald, dark-skinned women stepped out, each wielding a long spear. Their presence was imposing, their expressions unreadable. The drug lord's face lit up with relief. Finally, what the hell took you so long? SHIELD is right behind. Before he could finish, one of the women thrust her spear forward, the cold metal pressing against his throat. Her voice was calm but unwaveringly firm. Leave. Now. The drug lord froze, his confidence evaporating. What? What are you doing? We had a deal. Don't you want the item? Leave Wakanda. Immediately. But, before he could argue further, movement in the distance caught their attention. 2 SHIELD field agents emerged from the trees, pistols raised. They had been tracking the drug lord, but now they saw something unexpected: the barrier, the 2 armed women, the advanced-looking technology. One agent immediately barked out a command. Ma'am, lower your weapons and surrender. You are under the jurisdiction of SHIELD and must comply with questioning. The drug lord's eyes darted between the agents and the Wakandan guards. He was unarmed, outnumbered, and cornered. His throat was still pressed against the spear's edge. The SHIELD agents didn't recognize these women, nor did they know of any faction operating in this area. But from their attire and weaponry, it was clear they weren't just random mercenaries. Were they the ones who had arranged to buy the 084 item from the drug lord? No, wait, listen. I'm here to make a deal, the drug lord suddenly screamed in terror. His voice cracked as panic overtook him. He threw up his hands and staggered backward. But then, his face contorted in pain. A sickening crack echoed through the air. His skin bulged unnaturally, turning deep red then purple. And in the span of seconds, boom, his body exploded. Blood, flesh, and bone fragments splattered across the ground, painting the air with the stench of burning meat. A stunned silence followed. The SHIELD agents and Wakandan guards stood motionless, staring at the gruesome remains. Something or someone had triggered his death. And whatever had just happened, it had not been natural. Why did they die so suddenly? The two SHIELD agents immediately turned their suspicion toward the Wakandan female guards. Eyes filled with alarm, they spread out, aiming their guns as one of them shouted, "Raise your hands and surrender immediately, or we will open fire. Do it now. This is Wakanda." One of the female guards began to respond angrily, but the warrior beside her stopped her with a firm gesture. This entire situation felt off unnatural. Rather than escalate the conflict, they needed to report this to His Majesty. But before they could act, one of the SHIELD agents suddenly convulsed, his entire body swelling grotesquely. His skin turned an alarming shade of red, veins bulging unnaturally. And then, boom, just like the drug lord before him, the agent exploded into a shower of blood and viscera. His partner barely had time to react before the same thing happened to her. With sheer willpower, she managed to press her distress signal just before her body ruptured, spraying the two Wakandan guards with a gruesome mist. For a moment, the battlefield was silent, save for the sickening sound of flesh hitting the ground. What is happening? The two Wakandan guards stared at the remains in disbelief. 3 people had just spontaneously exploded in front of them. And to make matters worse, the blood and shredded flesh weren't behaving normally. The remains were dissolving, breaking down rapidly as if some chemical reaction was accelerating decomposition. Within moments, the bodies were unrecognizable. One of the guards clenched her spear tighter. "Stay vigilant. The technical team is on its way." At that moment, T'Chaka's voice came through their earpieces. "I've seen the footage. Something is wrong. Proceed with caution." From his surveillance feed, T'Chaka had observed everything. His growing sense of unease was now undeniable. Anyone watching would assume Wakanda was responsible for these deaths, but his warriors had done nothing. This was a setup. Someone was deliberately framing Wakanda. T'Chaka's voice was calm but firm. "Find out exactly how they died. Then, contact SHIELD. He had met with SHIELD before. Their director, Nick Fury, was a man as black as himself. Perhaps there was still room for diplomacy. But whoever was orchestrating this clearly wanted a war. Hydra's scheme. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, Gideon Malik leaned back, watching the surveillance footage with a smirk. Across from him, Cain exhaled sharply. Hydra's work, without a doubt. But won't Wakanda find traces of the truth? Malik merely shook his head. They won't find a thing. He rewound the footage, watching as the drug lord played his part perfectly. A simple Psi-D injection, paired with a delayed onset hallucinogen enough to make him act exactly as we wanted. And the Hydra agent? A necessary sacrifice for something much bigger. Cain remained silent as Malik closed the video. This was the last transmission SHIELD had received before the explosion. And thanks to Hydra's inside influence, it had been copied and edited before reaching S.H.I.E.L.D's upper ranks. By the time the official investigation concluded, there would only be one obvious culprit. Wakanda. Just saying it isn't enough. Malik nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why, in 3 days, 2 fighter jets from separate American defense contractors will accidentally crash in Wakanda. Rear Admiral Blake will demand a full investigation the moment he hears about it. It's unfortunate for the simple-minded people of Wakanda to have you as their enemy, Cain remarked with a smirk. Rear Admiral Blake was known as a hardliner within the Air Force. Once he got involved, he wouldn't stop until he uncovered Wakanda's secrets. Meanwhile, Wakanda's current king, T'Chaka, was notoriously isolationist. He would never allow the US military to conduct a search within Wakandan borders. That was the perfect storm. The American military would turn to SHIELD for an intelligence assessment on Wakanda. And with Hydra pulling the strings, the narrative would be clear. Wakanda was a threat. Once the fear took hold, it wouldn't stop there. Generals like Thaddeus Ross, already known for his aggressive stance on national security, would push for military action. And with 90% of the White House and Congress willing to back an intervention, Wakanda would have no way to escape scrutiny. Cain chuckled. Honestly, it won't even matter whether Wakanda was actually responsible or not. As long as they remain an unknown nation outside US control, the White House won't just let this slide. They'll tear Wakanda apart looking for answers, at least until they're sure it's no longer a threat. Only once they've forced Wakanda under US control will they consider letting go. Satisfied with the plan, Cain stood up, stretching. "All right, I'm heading back to New York, Mr. Malik. Malik watched him, then suddenly asked, Cain, how exactly did you do it? Cain smiled, eyes gleaming with mischief. The same technology the Red Skull developed over 60 years ago. So far, I'm the only one left who knows how to use it. Honestly, Malik, keeping the Tesseract locked away in SHIELD is a waste. Ever thought about donating it to a museum? Let the public have a look. With that, he turned and casually walked out of the room, still smirking. Seconds later, Malik's assistant entered, shaking his head in silent confirmation. Just like last time, the security system had been hacked. No audio, no video, no record of how Cain had left. Malik could only guess whatever method Cain was using, it had to be connected to the Tesseract, the same technology the Red Skull had once controlled. Fury, I need an explanation for this. Regarding this 084 item, 4 agents have been lost, and now it's just being shelved. SHIELD Agent Victoria Hand, a level 7 agent, confronted Nick Fury. The mission had failed, 4 subordinates were dead, and now she wasn't even allowed to access intelligence on the other party involved. This was unacceptable. A failure like this had no place on her record. The explanation is that I don't know the full truth, Fury replied. What I do know is that there's a third party involved, one neither SHIELD nor Wakanda is aware of. Agent Hand, focus on your own tasks. With that, Fury dismissed her, refusing to reveal anything further. Though Wakanda had provided an explanation, Fury remained skeptical. He suspected a third-party intervention, but he also couldn't rule out the possibility that Wakanda was orchestrating the situation for its own purposes. As a highly advanced yet isolationist nation, Wakanda was nearly impenetrable even for SHIELD. In fact, Fury had only learned of its existence when Wakanda itself chose to make contact with the outside world. Not long after Victoria Hand left, Fury received a message from Alexander Pierce, requesting his presence in his office. Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, now served as the liaison between the World Security Council and the agency. Alongside Malik, one of the council's key figures, he had been involved in overseeing the operation concerning Wakanda. Between the two of them, they wielded enough authority that Fury had little choice but to take them seriously. Upon entering Pierce's office, Fury got straight to the point. What is it, Pierce? Pierce activated a projector, displaying news footage. Haven't you seen the reports? 2 U.S. military fighter jets crashed here during a routine patrol. No known cause. Now, General Blake is pushing for a full investigation. Fury's eyes narrowed as he recognized the crash site. Wakanda. Some of Agent Hand's people had an incident there too. A bad feeling settled in his gut. He turned to Pierce. Pierce, there's a conspiracy here. We need to investigate first. Pierce shook his head. It's out of my hands. I'd support you, but the military has already gone to the council for authorization, and they've approved it unanimously. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I can buy you 2 days to investigate. After that, I'll have to compile a full report on Wakanda including Hand's operation. Pierce. Fury, this is the council's decision. You have 2 days. Fury studied Pierce's expression and knew there was no room for negotiation. General Blake was known for his aggressive stance. Buying 2 days was already a favor to SHIELD, but uncovering the truth in that short time? Almost impossible unless Wakanda was willing to cooperate. But from Wakanda's stance, it was clear that such a decision was impossible for them to make. This nation had yet to join any unions or international communities, not even the United Nations. Nick Fury knew that countries led by the United States would never tolerate an unknown, highly advanced nation suddenly emerging on the world stage. If Wakanda was exposed, war would be inevitable. But now, he couldn't stop it. In 2 days, he wouldn't even have time to convince T'Chaka. The agent's body that had been returned had already decomposed beyond recognition, reduced to little more than a bottle of foul liquid. Meanwhile, the 2 downed U.S. fighter jets had been completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind. SHIELD had no leads, no evidence, nothing to work with. Sorry, honey. I'm exhausted. Betty's face was flushed, a mix of fatigue and lingering pleasure. With her ordinary constitution, lasting through 3 rounds in a single night was already pushing her limits after a long day. Betty, I really think you should consider taking the serum, Cain said as he watched her struggle to keep her eyes open. If you keep going like this, you'll wear yourself out. Between dealing with external threats and keeping up with the physical demands of their relationship, Betty needed to strengthen her body. However, the super soldier serum had to be carefully modified. She was already tall, and he didn't want her turning into a full-fledged warrior. You figure it out. I'm going to sleep. Betty mumbled before drifting off almost instantly. She had been completely exhausted lately. Back in Sokovia, managing charitable donations was easy. She only had to give orders, and her assistants would take care of the rest. But now, after returning to the US, the workload had multiplied. Merging the Biological Research Center with Eugene Biotech, handling Umbrella's military contracts, and overseeing countless other matters had drained her energy. In Cain's world, Laura managed his financial empire, but Betty was responsible for his military assets and connections. Thankfully, things were smoother now. With the help of the Red Queen AI, Betty was under far less pressure than before. Recently, Umbrella had been making major moves. Its business expansion had paused, but a private mercenary force of 300 operatives had been assembled ready for the inevitable war with Wakanda. After a detailed discussion with General Ross, Cain had also begun working with his allies to push for full-scale military action. If necessary, every kind of strike short of nuclear weapons was on the table. Ross needed war credits, and he was preparing a squad of super soldiers while rapidly training troops to master the advanced weapons Cain had supplied. The weapons would be delivered in 3 months, but they needed to be combat-ready far sooner. Cain wasn't going to miss out on the spoils of Wakanda's downfall. If the nation could be toppled, the first to move in would feast, the rest would only get scraps. As the fastest-growing private military company in the United States, Umbrella was more than qualified for a direct military contract with the U.S. government. More importantly, Cain and General Ross had already agreed Umbrella would be placed directly in the chain of command. As long as Umbrella's forces were the first to breach Wakanda's borders, Cain would have the perfect opportunity. The Red Queen could hack into their systems and steal vital data, while his super soldiers would seize as much vibranium as possible before anyone else could react. Although Malik and Ross both promised Cain a share of Wakanda's vibranium mining, what Cain truly wanted was Wakanda's accumulated stockpile over the years, a fortune beyond measure. Soon, the U.S. military received an intelligence assessment on Wakanda from SHIELD, along with a classified friendliness rating. However, the military's top brass completely disregarded Nick Fury's assessment. SHIELD agents had been slaughtered by the enemy, and yet the agency had the audacity to suggest Wakanda posed no immediate threat. To the generals, Fury's report was worthless. In fact, they were already considering recommending that Congress cut funding for the World Security Council Association altogether. 2 proposals: reassessment of Wakanda's military threat and international status, and Wakanda's possession of weapons of mass destruction and terrorist activities, had already landed on the president's desk and were set to be submitted to Congress. If both the president and Congress approved the reassessment, the U.S. would have the green light to begin assessment and control operations against Wakanda. Even before a final decision was made, the FBI and CIA had already been tasked with investigating Wakanda. The president wasn't about to rely solely on the military's judgment. He wanted his own intelligence agencies to verify the situation. If war broke out, the U.S. would likely rally other nations to join the effort. Unlike Afghanistan or Syria, Wakanda wasn't a war-torn, underdeveloped country, it was a technological superpower. In terms of military equipment and infrastructure, Wakanda far surpassed the United States. However, its greatest weakness was its small population. While Wakanda could leverage its advanced technology against the US, it wouldn't stand a chance against a coordinated assault by multiple developed nations. Still, launching a full-scale war against Wakanda would require at least a year of preparation. But the prelude to war had already begun. The Red Queen had been hard at work manipulating online narratives, and public discourse was heating up. The threat of Wakanda and its alleged ties to terrorism were now being widely discussed. Africa was already home to numerous militant organizations, many of which engaged in terrorism. With the right nudges, it wouldn't be difficult to link some of them to Wakanda. Most people couldn't tell the difference between African factions anyway. After all, to them, they all looked the same. Meanwhile, the Biological Research Center had undergone significant expansion. A massive underground facility was under construction, spanning 5 additional floors and protected by 85 security personnel. The Red Queen AI controlled the security system directly. If an intrusion occurred, all entrances and exits would immediately go into lockdown. Even the ventilation ducts would be sealed. Any unauthorized intruder attempting to sneak in would meet a gruesome fate, reduced to nothing more than shredded flesh and bone. After Pietro and Wanda accepted Cain's invitation, they were relocated near his Brook Forest estate. Now, they only needed to report to the Biological Research Center daily for blood tests, allowing Cain's team to thoroughly study their unique abilities. Cain knew that Wanda's abilities stemmed from chaos magic, but Pietro's powers were a different matter. Understanding their origins could lead to new discoveries, and if his speed could be replicated, it would be a valuable asset. Besides, Pietro wasn't necessarily the fastest person on Earth. While Cain was checking on the research progress, Wanda and Pietro had just finished a round of blood tests. As soon as they spotted him, they hurried forward and asked, "Mr. Pent, when can we take revenge?" "Anytime." Cain glanced at the projection screen in the lab, where an interview with Tony Stark was playing. He could guess that the Maximoff twins were growing impatient. "I've arranged everything for you: an entire legal team, operational planners, and even secured influence over every prison in New York State. There's even a general willing to provide security for you. The only conditions? You can't get caught, and Tony Stark must survive. That means whether you succeed or fail, you don't have to worry about facing legal consequences unless Stark's bodyguards manage to take you down. On the other hand, if you decide to wait until your powers develop further before taking revenge, I'll provide anything you need: villas, yachts, even an education if that's what you want. You'll have complete freedom, as long as you cooperate with the research." Cain's words left Wanda and Pietro momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected this. He wasn't offering to take revenge on Stark for them, he was giving them the means to do it themselves. But that was fine. From the beginning, they had sworn to take revenge with their own hands. They had lived for 10 days under the shadow of a missile that could explode at any moment. No one could understand the sheer terror of that experience. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Pent." "Think nothing of it." Cain smiled. "Laura's assistant has been keeping an eye on you. If you need anything that the Pent Group can provide, talk to him." With that, Cain left to check on the research progress. An enemy of the country, Nefeltari Vivi, only 14 years old, was already a responsible princess. She had loved and valued her country since childhood, but recently, she noticed that people like Igaram and her father no longer had their usual cheerful expressions. Concerned, she decided to chat with Igaram and soon uncovered some troubling news. Vivi's deep blue eyes widened as she looked at Igaram. Who are they? I don't know. I can't find out anything about them at all. All I know is that they are a group of criminals, Igaram said, shaking his head, his face clouded with frustration. As the captain of the Kingdom Guard, it was embarrassing for him not to even uncover the identities of common criminals. It's impossible to gather intelligence from outside sources, and if we continue investigating, it could threaten the country's security. Those guys are fearless, and right now, they're just collecting funds. Princess Vivi, what do you intend to do? Vivi smirked and asked, Igaram, do you know what I'm thinking? I have no idea. I'm going back to work. Wait, who are you? How dare you trespass into the palace? Suddenly, Igaram's eyes darted toward the window, his voice filled with panic. But Vivi didn't move. She kept her gaze fixed on Igaram. If she were still 7 years old, she might have fallen for his distraction. But she was 14 now. Igaram, that trick doesn't work on me anymore. You haven't been able to fool me since I turned 8. Before she could finish her triumphant remark, Igaram suddenly pulled her behind him, his expression turning serious. He shifted into combat mode, and several gun barrels extended from his unusually curly hair, pointing straight at the window where a man had appeared. Calm down. I'm not an enemy. I just happened to be passing by, the man said. Don't try to talk your way out of this. Igaram snapped. You showed up right after we mentioned the crime syndicate. You're after Princess Vivi, aren't you? Look at me. Boom. A stun spell hit the back of Igaram's head, and his large body collapsed with a heavy thud. It was just a misunderstanding, the intruder said casually. But your guard values you a lot. He saw me as a threat, so I had to let him sleep for a bit. He'll wake up soon. With the tense situation defused, Cain turned to Nefeltari Vivi with a charming smile. I just happened to overhear your conversation while passing by, and I must say, I find it quite interesting. Would you mind telling me more about it? As he spoke, Cain snapped his fingers, and Igaram's unconscious form floated off the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the guard was gently placed onto a nearby couch, a blanket draped over him though the temperature hardly warranted one. Throughout the exchange, Cain exuded an aura of elegance, his every movement refined. Whether it was his gestures or the warmth of his smile, everything about him seemed to ease Vivi's suspicions. Despite the sudden intrusion, his demeanor carried no malice toward Igaram. His words, actions, and etiquette radiated the noble grace of a true aristocrat. Who are you? Although Princess Vivi didn't feel that Cain was a bad person, she didn't let her guard down. A businessman who knows a little bit of magic, Cain replied with a smile. I got lost in the air just now, so I came down to ask for directions. What about you? Nefertari Vivi, Princess of Alabasta. And that is the captain of the palace guard, Igaram. As Princess Vivi spoke, she was also trying to understand what Cain meant by magic. She was familiar with devil fruits, those who ate them gained incredible abilities, so she wondered if the man before her had consumed one. This is the royal palace of Alabasta, she added. Cain chuckled and said apologetically, I see. I'm sorry, this place looks much larger from the outside, but it's very different from what I expected a palace to be. Please accept this as an apology for my uninvited intrusion. Magic chocolate. Vivi's face reddened slightly at his words. The palace of Alabasta was rather plain. From the outside, it was little more than a large circular structure, and some marine bases were arguably more impressive. Immediately, she retorted, Father spent all of the royal family's living expenses to improve the lives of Alabasta's citizens. A truly good king, Cain remarked. So, you were discussing the criminals threatening to destroy the country. Princess Vivi, you seem rather young to be dealing with such matters. Just call me Vivi. That's what everyone calls me. By now, Vivi had become much less wary of Cain. Feeling more at ease, she began explaining the situation in Alabasta. A relentless drought, lasting over a year, had pushed the kingdom into turmoil. With each passing day, the growing crime wave further destabilized the nation. The once peaceful Alabasta had changed dramatically, and tensions among the citizens were at an all-time high. On top of that, the criminals Igaram had uncovered only added to her concerns. Vivi had always loved her country, but now it was becoming more and more unfamiliar. So, for some time, she had been secretly investigating these disturbances on her own. I see, Cain said thoughtfully. Princess Vivi, I can offer you a deal, one that includes, but is not limited to, the sale of supplies, rainfall, and hunting down criminals. And the price you'd need to pay would be very little. Cain's words carried an almost hypnotic quality, making Vivi instinctively trust him. As their conversation continued, her initial wariness faded entirely. Not long after returning from the Naruto world to the Marvel Universe, Cain found himself transported to yet another new world. He had spent 2 months in the Marvel world, but now, curious about what he could gain from this new venture, he decided to explore it. The war against Wakanda was still months away. Once it began, it wouldn't end easily unless Wakanda surrendered before the first battle. A full-scale war of that magnitude would take time. All Cain had to do was manage his schedule carefully and return before it started. Though he hadn't gathered much from the clips shown by the trading system, arriving here had made everything clear. His fourth trading world was One Piece. After realizing that he had arrived in the One Piece world, Cain felt a greater sense of excitement than most would. With his abilities, he was more than capable of protecting himself here. Based on the power levels of the Marines and pirates in the original story, he knew he wasn't yet a match for the Logia-class admirals or the strongest Shishibukai. However, when it came to Marine Vice Admirals, very few could pose a threat to him except, perhaps, for that senbei-loving one. Cain's strength lay in the sheer versatility of his magic. With flight and apparition, he was effectively immune to most physical attacks. He could unleash fiend fire across vast areas, reducing entire towns to ashes. His arsenal also included powerful spells like the Blasting Curse and the Killing Curse, both of which would be terrifyingly effective in the One Piece world. However, while his magic was excellent for handling opponents below the Vice Admiral level, things became trickier against those with strong haki. Anyone who had mastered armament haki or possessed immense willpower could potentially resist his explosive or killing curses, at least if they were significantly stronger than him. Since Cain had never personally experienced haki before, he wasn't entirely sure how it would affect him. However, he suspected that Conqueror's haki functioned as a form of spiritual intimidation. If that was the case, then occlumency and other mental defense spells should provide some level of resistance. For Cain, the greatest treasure in the One Piece world wasn't haki, it was devil fruits. Physical training had never been his strong suit, and he had no desire to start now. The longest he'd ever endured any sort of training was his time spent exercising with Kushina, and even that was more of a personal record than a habit. After binding his transaction coordinates with Princess Vivi, Cain awakened Igaram with a spell. "Ah, Princess Vivi, why are you with this dangerous man?" The moment Igaram regained consciousness, he saw Cain standing beside Vivi. Without hesitation, he jumped up, ready to fight again. But before he could act, Vivi quickly stepped in front of Cain, spreading her arms wide to block him. "Wait a minute, Igaram? Mr. Pent isn't a bad guy, he's my friend now." Igaram's eyes widened in shock. "Friend? But, Princess Vivi, he broke into the palace and attacked me." Cain chuckled and raised his hands in a disarming gesture. "I apologize, Captain Igaram. I was a bit too impulsive earlier. But now, Princess Vivi and I have reached an agreement, you could even call it an alliance." An alliance? Igaram wasn't sure how long he had been unconscious, but it felt like a lot had happened in that time. Vivi placed her hands on her hips and nodded firmly. "That's right. Mr. Pent is Alabasta's friend now, Igaram. I'm taking him to meet my father. But, Princess Vivi, isn't that?" "It's fine, Igaram. Trust me." And so, under Vivi's guidance, Cain was soon led to an audience with King Cobra of Alabasta. The king, with his deep affection for Vivi, quickly agreed to her request. However, Cobra wasn't the only one present in the Alabasta palace. Other royal officials and guards, much like Igaram, remained wary of Cain. To them, he was still an unknown variable, an outsider whose presence could be either a blessing or a threat. Bel and Chaka, the other lieutenants of the Kingdom Guard, were also present. Both were Zoan-type devil fruit users, making them somewhat similar to Cain's animagus in terms of abilities. Upon arriving at the main hall, Princess Vivi ran directly to King Cobra and whispered something in his ear. Bel and Chaka, who had been standing on alert, subtly relaxed when they saw her step away from Cain. After all, keeping the princess near a stranger for too long was inherently risky. After listening to Vivi's words, King Cobra looked surprised. However, trusting his daughter's judgment, he still turned to Cain and asked, "Mr. Pent, Vivi tells me that you're a businessman who can solve Alabasta's problems." "That's correct, King Cobra," Cain replied confidently. "Whether it's uncovering who is behind Alabasta's troubles or bringing rain to the kingdom, I can handle it. But as a businessman, I will, of course, require compensation for my services." Cain knew that the mastermind behind Alabasta's turmoil was none other than Crocodile. Whether he wanted to establish a foothold in the One Piece world or acquire a devil fruit for himself, taking the first step was crucial. For now, that meant acting as a bounty hunter and negotiating business with King Cobra. Thanks to Pietro and Wanda's assistance, Cain had made significant breakthroughs in human ability enhancement research back in the Marvel world. If possible, he wanted to apply his findings to devil fruit users, particularly experimenting on how to extract and transfer their abilities. And Crocodile, a notorious pirate with a dangerous yet intriguing power, was the perfect candidate for such an experiment. A banquet was held for Cain in the Arubina Palace, but only 3 people attended: Cain, Cobra, and Vivi. Given Cobra's character, after Vivi declared that Cain was her friend, even if Cain failed to uncover the mastermind behind Alabasta's crisis, Cobra would still treat him well as a guest. The meat in the One Piece world was indeed more delicious. Its texture and unique preparation gave Cain a different taste experience. Perhaps he could bring some local delicacies back for Betty or Kushina to try. At the banquet, Cobra tentatively asked, "Mr. Pent, the method of rainfall you just mentioned, are you referring to using dancing powder? If that's the case, then I must refuse. In Alabasta, the use of dancing powder is strictly prohibited." Recently, Cobra had tried many methods to bring rain, but most had proven to be scams. Dancing powder was the only known way to make it rain, but its use caused droughts in neighboring countries, leading to war, an outcome far worse than enduring Alabasta's drought. Because of this, Cobra absolutely forbade its use. "That kind of thing is pure trickery. The rain I'm talking about doesn't rely on anything like that. But words alone won't convince you. Let me show you, Your Majesty." After speaking, Cain put down his knife and fork and created a shadow clone. The sight of this ability caught the attention of everyone in the palace. It seemed they had never seen a devil fruit power like this before. The shadow clone transformed into a puff of smoke and flew out of the palace gates. Cain smiled as he took out a parchment and said to Cobra, "King Cobra, it will rain soon. Once you believe it, take a look at my pricing, it's quite reasonable." At first, the parchment was blank, but as Cobra took it, a list of services and fees appeared. 1 rainfall, 20 million berries, 1 ton of rice, 600,000 berries. Other staple foods were priced similarly to rice, with fluctuations per ton not exceeding 100,000 berries. Alabasta's biggest shortages were water, staple foods, and vegetables. When merchants transported these goods, prices were about 10% higher than Cain's offer. The list also included a fee for dealing with pirates. Alabasta only needed to pay half of the bounty amount. Reporting them to the Marines was still an option, but Marines often didn't arrive in time. Additionally, Cain offered recovery potions, which he claimed were top tier even in the world of pirates. However, he had yet to test their effectiveness. He planned to experiment on a few pirates later. If the potions weren't as potent as in the Marvel world, he would simply tell Cobra they were out of stock. As for the super soldier serum, Cain chose not to offer it. The people of the pirate world were built differently. Practically everyone had a base HP of 1 with a defense of 100,000. Flintlock guns could break through their defenses, but they'd still bleed for hours and keep fighting. Cain took out a large number of firearms. When he arrived in Alabasta, he had found a few flintlock guns and tested them out. Their power was that of a real flintlock gun. However, these weapons had both an upper and lower limit. The most powerful flintlock in the pirate world was likely the Don't Move model, a one-of-a-kind gun owned by Ben Beckman. With it, he had once forced a Logia-class admiral to raise his hands in surrender. Aside from special models like that, the standard reference for firearms in this world was the typical flintlock guns used by the major kingdoms and the Marines. And frankly, they were weak. A Gatling gun would be far better after all. Even common soldiers in the pirate world had the physical constitution to handle it after just a little training. However, modern firearms were more expensive. AK-47, 10,000 berries Gatling gun, 50,000 berries rocket launchers and other ammunition. Prices varied. Cobra was stunned as he read through the list. Many of these weapons were unfamiliar to him, but the descriptions helped him understand their effects. However, the prices, just thinking about them made his heart ache. Then, he reached the final commission. Solve the true crisis in Alabasta. Note, this involves the secret that the Nefertari family has guarded for over 800 years. Price, 300 million berries. Vivi, who had been curiously peeking at the list, gasped when she saw the number. Her black pupils widened in shock, and the next moment, she jumped up from her chair, slamming the table. "Mr. Pent, this is way too expensive. Aren't we friends?" Cain simply shrugged. "Princess Vivi, this price is already discounted because we're friends. You can ask King Cobra. Aren't my rice prices lower than Alabasta's? As for everything else, I can guarantee your safety." Just as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered over Alabasta, the capital of Alabasta. Moments later, a torrential downpour began. The rain poured down violently, as if a river in the sky had overturned, threatening to flood the entire city. However, once puddles began to form on the ground, the storm gradually weakened. Within 10 minutes, the sky had returned to clear blue with white clouds. Cain smiled. "This one's free, King Cobra." Cobra was momentarily speechless. Then, he turned to Bell, the royal guard beside him. Bell shook his head. If dancing powder had been used, the sky would have turned green before the rain began. But just now, there had been no sign of dancing powder at all. Cobra took a deep breath, then looked back at Cain. "Mr. Pent, I now fully believe in your abilities. Some of the items on this list are indeed cheaper than what Alabasta can obtain. But there are things I still don't understand, such as these firearms, the recovery potions, and the real crisis mentioned at the end." Cobra wiped away non-existent sweat from his face. Deep down, he had a suspicion about the secret that had been guarded for over 800 years, but even Vivi didn't know about it. He couldn't be sure that what Cain was referring to was the same thing he had in mind. "That's it, King Cobra, someone is after Pluton." Cain glanced around the palace. There were only 6 people present: Cobra, Vivi, and 3 of the kingdom's most loyal chief guards and adjutants. Since they were all trustworthy, Cain spoke without hesitation. He himself had no interest in ancient weapons like Pluton, Uranus, or Poseidon. After all, he could create weapons that could wipe out an island with ease. The most powerful railgun mounted on an aircraft carrier, combined with a few energy ships, could obliterate a small satellite hundreds of kilometers away. With enough firepower, he could even destroy a living planet. In comparison, Pluton was nothing special. If he had to plan something, he'd rather aim for the 10 tails. Cobra's face paled. "So it's that. I understand. I understand." He wiped his brow again, this time from genuine anxiety. If news about Pluton got out, not just he and Vivi, but all of Alabasta could be wiped out. A superweapon capable of destroying an island was the ultimate prize for the world's most dangerous pirates. This secret must never be leaked. Vivi, however, tilted her head in curiosity. "What's Pluton?" Cobra immediately turned to her, his expression more serious than she had ever seen before. "Vivi, you must never speak of Pluton. If you do, Alabasta will be destroyed." Startled by her father's grave tone, Vivi quickly nodded in agreement. Cain chuckled. Don't worry, King Cobra. Pluton may be powerful, but I have no interest in it. However, someone knows that your Nefertari family holds the key to Pluton's whereabouts. The recent chaos in Alabasta? It's all his doing. If you don't hire me. Before Cain could finish, Cobra cut him off, visibly anxious. We need you. 300 million berries. Alabasta will find a way to pay. Spending 300 million berries to save the kingdom? It was a small price to pay. However, Igaram, who had been listening silently, hesitated before speaking. Your Majesty, the royal treasury might not have that much money available. Cobra's brows furrowed, but before he could respond, Cain waved a hand dismissively. That's fine. You can offer other forms of collateral manpower for my construction projects, or valuable treasures in place of berries. Cain then smirked. Actually, those guns I mentioned earlier could also be an option. They'd greatly improve your palace guard's strength far better than the flintlock guns and swords you're using now. Cobra let out a tired sigh. We'll discuss that later. Alabasta will give it serious consideration. It wasn't that he was unwilling to pay, but the kingdom's financial situation was dire. For over a year, no rain had fallen, leading to widespread famine and rising crime. Cobra had been spending the treasury's reserves to help his people, but even that had its limits. Cobra needed to find a way to make up for the 300 million berries he had promised to Cain. In this world, berries were still very useful. They could be used to purchase information or even devil fruits. While the most important or well-documented devil fruits were nearly impossible to obtain, lesser-known or unrecorded ones occasionally appeared at auctions. But if all Cobra could offer were common goods, Cain wouldn't bother accepting berries, which might as well be worthless paper to him. Cain nodded. All right then, let's take care of this first. He stretched slightly before continuing. Once the mastermind is eliminated, Alabasta's climate should naturally recover. You'll likely see rain a few times a year again. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Cobra. By the way, King Cobra, I'll need you to prepare a pair of sea-stone handcuffs for me. Otherwise, capturing him will be difficult. Cobra blinked in surprise. Sea-stone handcuffs? They're rare, but we do have them in Alabasta. Then, his eyes widened as he processed Cain's words. Wait, Mr. Pent, are you asking for sea-stone handcuffs to deal with the person behind Alabasta's drought and recent crimes? At that moment, Belle and Gaka, who had been listening silently, exchanged glances. They, too, realized the significance of sea-stone handcuffs. Such restraints were specially designed to neutralize devil fruit users. And in all of Alabasta, besides themselves, there was only one person known to possess devil fruit powers. Alabasta's supposed protector, the sand crocodile, Crocodile. Cobra's breath hitched as he asked in disbelief, Mr. Pent, are you saying that one of the 7 warlords of the sea is behind this? Cain smirked. Of course. But I don't blame you for not realizing it sooner. When a strong person wants to deceive you, they always have a convincing reason for you to believe them. But don't worry, once I take care of him, you'll understand everything. He spoke with complete confidence. The sand fruit? A Logia devil fruit user who didn't even know Haki? Cain had more than enough ways to deal with Crocodile. Once he captured the warlord alive, he planned to conduct some personal research on the nature of devil fruit abilities, starting with Crocodile himself. Hey, why did His Majesty call me here? Where is he? After Crocodile arrived but didn't see Cobra, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Although Cobra was absent, Alabasta's guard adjutant and another person Crocodile didn't recognize were present. Upon hearing Crocodile's question, the palace guard adjutant didn't respond directly but instead spoke respectfully to the unknown figure. Mr. Pent, I'll be on my way. With that, Belle immediately transformed into a falcon and flew into the sky. Hey, what's going on here? Who are you, and why did you come to me through Cobra? Crocodile asked, his tone growing irritated. He touched the golden hook on his left hand, fighting the urge to kill. If it weren't for Pluton, the ancient superweapon, how could he, a free-spirited pirate, be stuck in a place like this, playing the role of a kingdom's patron saint? Cain smiled. I'm a businessman. You don't need to know my name, though you will soon learn it when you become a prisoner. I've been entrusted by King Cobra to address the spying on Pluton and the Baroque works, which has been pulling strings behind the scenes. Oh, so I've been exposed. When? Never mind, it doesn't matter, Crocodile muttered, his expression shifting several times. Finally, he squinted his eyes and laughed manically. Cobra's an idiot. Wouldn't it be better to die in ignorance? Just find someone and hold on to them like a lifeline. It's a joke. Desert Sword. As Crocodile laughed wildly, his arm suddenly transformed into sand, and he hurled a sand blade with such speed that it sliced Cain in half. The blow even carved a long ravine in the desert. With this kind of strength, you dare to attack me? Crocodile sneered, seeing Cain split in two, a terrified look on his face. Losing interest immediately, he thought Cain was no more than a small-time pirate, someone with a bounty of a few million who'd probably been tricked into this. But before Crocodile could turn and head toward the gate, he saw the Cain he just sliced in half suddenly turn to smoke. On the other side, an identical Cain slowly emerged from the transparent body, smiling as he addressed Crocodile. That's just a clone. I wanted to see if you had observation haki. Now it's clear you're not much of a threat. How much did you pay the world government to become a Shishibukai? Damn bastard. Crocodile hissed, his anger rising. That had just been a warm-up, and yet this fool dared to underestimate him. He slammed his hands to the ground and shouted, "Desert Sunflower." Suddenly, the desert beneath Cain began to sink, creating a massive, swirling pit. The surrounding sand softened rapidly, pulling everything in, and within moments, it could swallow a person whole. Be obedient and be swallowed by the sand? Haha. Crocodile laughed. But to his disbelief, he saw Cain floating in the air. The sand trap was no threat to him, and worst of all, the bastard was smiling, which only fueled Crocodile's rage. Damn bastard, desert sword. An extremely sharp sand blade struck Cain once more, but after cutting through dozens of meters of desert, Cain waved his hand and used a transformation technique to control the nearby sand, seizing control of the desert sword Crocodile had used. "My desert knife!" Crocodile exclaimed with shocked eyes. He had trained long and hard to perfect this move, and it was the first time he had seen an enemy either cut in half by the desert sword or dodging in humiliation. But Cain had simply dissolved the attack into sand. Sure enough, as long as the strength is great enough, magic can seize control of natural elements from a Logia user, Cain mused. That means you're too weak, Crocodile. Cain confirmed his theory and, seeing the sandstorm created by Crocodile, used a significant amount of magic to reverse the flow of the surrounding sand, halting the storm's progress. As Cain's magic gradually took control over the sand, Crocodile realized he was losing his grip on it. My sand? Impossible? I'm a Logia sand fruit user? How can you control my sand in the desert? Crocodile gritted his teeth and shouted in anger before rushing toward Cain. Having found his previous sand attacks ineffective, he now intended to fight up close. Die! Crocodile shouted, launching an attack. Boom! Cain cast an explosion spell, shattering Crocodile's legs as he charged. However, instead of blood and flesh splattering, Crocodile's legs turned to loose sand and collapsed into the desert. Damn! I'm Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, a Shishibukai, a great pirate destined to conquer the world. Crocodile fumed, still furious about his defeat. His legs were already recovering rapidly. Cain shook his head and remarked, "You don't even know Haki. How do you expect to conquer the world? Cruciatus." Crocodile screamed as an unbearable pain coursed through his body. His whole form trembled, unable to stop shouting in agony. "I can't take it anymore with only half of my magic power used. Why would the world government make Crocodile a Shishibukai?" Cain wondered aloud. The Sand Crocodile's abilities didn't pose any real threat to him, he hadn't even used his full strength. Spells like Fiend Fire and the Killing Curse were completely ineffective. Even his vast magical reserves were suppressed by half. The only threats to him in the One Piece world, Cain realized, were extremely fast fighters or powerful conquerors Haki users. His apparition had a half-second transfer time, which could create great danger if faced with speedsters. But there was also Conqueror's Haki, something Cain intended to experience firsthand in the future. "The soul is out of the body," Cain muttered. After stopping the Cruciatus curse, Cain cast the Imperious curse, taking control of Crocodile's mind. The sandstorm that had filled the sky gradually calmed, and before long, the desert returned to its former tranquility. The Imperious curse cannot permanently control a person. If it were someone like Shino, Cain's Imperious curse might last for a year or two. But for someone like Crocodile, Cain felt the Imperious curse would only last about a month before it failed. Therefore, the Seastone handcuffs were still in place. After Cain took control of the Baroque works, he planned to experiment with extracting Devil Fruit abilities. Blackbeard had used the Dark Fruit to steal the Shock Fruit ability from Whitebeard, so it was possible to extract Devil Fruit abilities. But first, let's take control of the Baroque works and use it as the base for the Cain Chamber of Commerce in the One Piece world, Cain decided. He then placed his hand on Crocodile's shoulder and used a flying spell to take him to city. "It's amazing. I didn't expect that Crocodile could be defeated," Nico Robin said, looking at Cain, who was sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. Standing next to him was his former boss, the 7 warlords of the sea, powerful pirates recognized by the government. Nico Robin had initially sided with Crocodile because, on one hand, he could help her find the history texts, and on the other, because his strength was enough to prevent the world government from targeting anyone close to the 7 warlords of the sea. But now, Crocodile was standing obediently beside Cain like a pet. In Nico Robin's memory, that man would never admit defeat, even when he failed. Yet now, this had nothing to do with the Seastone handcuffs. "Don't worry about that. Hurry up and call the rest of the Baroque works. This place is big enough. Have all the executives and alternates come here," Cain chuckled, speaking to Nico Robin. The Devil's Child had considered attacking him earlier, but she'd abandoned the idea after a quick assessment. However, Nico Robin's thoughts hadn't escaped his notice. "I know, but many people are on missions outside, so it might be difficult to have everyone come back," Nico Robin replied. Cain interrupted her, saying, "If they don't come back, tell them they don't need to. Let them run if they want to." "I understand," Nico Robin nodded, then turned to leave the room. She felt an immense pressure from Cain. Though he was always smiling, it felt as though she was facing a government CP agency. "Am I going to run away? But the ancient texts aren't fully known yet. Stay by this person's side." Nico Robin was conflicted. She couldn't decide between her life and her dreams. The pursuit of the ancient texts had been her lifelong goal, but staying with Cain, would it be dangerous to cooperate with him? Or more importantly, would he be willing to cooperate with her? Stronger than the sand crocodile, if she becomes the new 7 warlords of the sea, she must be qualified to protect herself. But Nico Robin couldn't figure Cain out at all, so she couldn't make a decision. For now, she followed Cain's instructions and notified all the members of the Baroque Works, from the chief conductor to the executive conductor. After the notification, Nico Robin took the initiative to sort through the information about these people and went to see Cain, ready to test the waters and communicate. King Cobra, I've dealt with Crocodile, and I'm handling the Baroque Works in City. I'll be back in a few days, or you can come here for a visit, Cain informed Cobra through the phone bug. If all goes well, Rainbase City would belong to him in the future. Not only would it serve as the headquarters for the Cain Chamber of Commerce, but it would also house his research laboratory. Your Majesty Cobra, why did you bring Princess Vivi here? Cain sighed, then said to Cobra emphatically, this is the Baroque Works, a crime agency, and many people may die soon. It's okay, I'll let Vivi go out in a while. Is this the underground base of Baroque Works criminal organization? I think there are undiscovered criminal secrets on the upper floor. Ikaram, let's search it. Cobra smiled and waved his hands indifferently, then prepared to take Ikaram to visit the Rainbase Casino. He had heard of this place for a long time, but due to his status as king, he had never had the chance to visit. Today, he had the opportunity. Your Majesty, we should be here to interrogate, not to gamble. Ikaram grabbed Cobra by the collar, dragged him back, and walked to another room where Crocodile was imprisoned. They needed to find out how much this sand crocodile knew about Alabasta's secrets and how many people he had told. After Cobra was dragged away by Ikaram, Nico Robin approached Cain and said quietly, I didn't expect someone with your strength to cooperate with this kind of person. I haven't found any advantages in him. Hey, you, what's wrong with my father? He's the best king ever. Vivi heard Nico Robin's words and responded indignantly. If she didn't know that this woman was an advanced coder of Baroque Works, she would have definitely taught her a lesson with her fists. Vivi is right about that. Cobra is king, and a good one at that. Cain shook his head at Nico Robin and said, you've been running away for so many years. Haven't you realized the role a good identity can play? If you were a member of the Nefertari royal family, would the Marines have chased you for so long? After hearing what Cain said, Nico Robin was shocked. She hadn't revealed her identity to him. Could it be that he had already guessed? Or had he learned it from Crocodile? However, Robin agreed with Cain's words in her heart. She had been fleeing since she was 8, constantly changing identities in order to survive. Nico Robin felt that Cain seemed to know her identity, but since he didn't reject her, she considered cooperating with him. However, now wasn't the time to discuss it. She felt that it might be a good opportunity for this person to take over the Baroque Works. Soon, the chief conductor of Baroque Works arrived in the underground conference room. There were 4 groups of 9 people, from Mr. 1 to Mr. 5. Mr. 2 was in a group by himself. Nico Robin asked, they are already waiting for you, boss. Do you want to meet the advanced coders first? That is, the 9 chief conductors. Cain waved his hand and refused. Let them wait. I don't like to say things twice. By the way, Robin, help me clear out an empty room. It needs to be bigger. If you don't have one, go build it now, please. I see. Nico Robin smiled, then glanced at Vivi before walking out slowly. As soon as Nico Robin left, Vivi immediately asked angrily, Mr. Pent, I think that woman is also a bad person. Princess Vivi, some things can't just be judged by appearances. You'll gradually understand Nico Robin in the future. By the way, I have a set of Iron Man suits here. It only costs 100 million berries, and you can become a hero after wearing it. Do you want to think about it? While promoting the Iron Man suit to Vivi, Cain also took out a magic chocolate frog. Vivi's eyes lit up when she saw the chocolate, but her face fell again when she heard the price of the Iron Man suit. Yesterday, she had eavesdropped on a conversation between her father, Ikaram, and others, and knew that Cain must have some valuable things, but the price was too high, so high that Alabasta's national finances couldn't support it. Her father had already planned to send people to help Cain with his work to repay the debt. Can I see the Iron Man armor first? Vivi whispered with low confidence. If she really set her heart on it, she could save 100 million Baileys by herself. It should be easy to save. Cain smiled and touched Vivi's head, saying, when this is over, trust me, you will definitely like my Iron Man suit. Another potential customer, he thought. The subsequent upgrades and energy replenishment for the Iron Man suit would bring in a nice profit. One day later, almost all the chief agents and executive agents had arrived. Some who couldn't make it in time were also designated as traitors by Nico Robin. The conference hall was full of people. The Baroque Works hadn't yet developed to the size it would be in 3 years, but there were already 70 or 80 executive directors. Any more, and this underground conference hall wouldn't be able to hold them. Everyone, please be quiet. Nico Robin smiled and walked in from the entrance door. Her voice was loud enough for everyone to take notice, then she continued, our new boss may have a bad temper. If anyone provokes him, please don't implicate others. New boss. Das Bonas, codenamed Mr. 1, picked up on the key point in Nico Robin's words. He was the one who had eaten the Paramecia dice fruit, and his strength was among the top in the Barlock studio. So, miss, all Sunday, do we still have an old boss? That's right, Mr. 1. But the old boss has been killed. Now I can reveal his identity to you, the Sand Crocodile, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. After Nico Robin finished speaking, everyone in the conference room looked shocked. Many of them hadn't expected their original boss to be so powerful, and what shocked them even more was that one of the 7 warlords of the sea had actually been killed. Nico Robin ignored their shock and continued speaking. As for the current boss, before finishing, she looked in the direction of the head of the conference table. Is everyone here, Robin? A voice attracted the attention of the room, and then they saw a young man, who looked like an aristocrat, sitting at the head of the conference table. This is the new boss. After meeting Cain, everyone guessed. Compared to them, Cain seemed too thin in both figure and appearance, and he wasn't even as tall as Nico Robin. Appearance is the first deterrent, and Cain, being from the magic system, obviously didn't look fierce. His demeanor, shaped by the unicorn gene, made him almost invisible to others, and only women could feel it. Men didn't sense it. What is this? The new boss is this brat. He defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Miss, all Sunday is lying to us. I'm really upset. Is this kid the young master of some noble family? There were many discussions in the conference room, making it extremely noisy in the otherwise quiet space. Some of the executive conductors who had recently joined almost showed their dissatisfaction with Cain, while the chief agents sitting at the conference table didn't express much. Boom! Cain snapped his fingers lightly, and in an instant, he used 31 silent shattering spells, pulverizing the 31 people who had spoken just now. The conference room fell silent instantly. Aside from a little blood on the floor, there was nothing to prove those people had been there. It was as if they had never existed, just an illusion. The people didn't even know how they had died. They had never heard of a devil fruit with such an ability. Even Nico Robin swallowed her saliva. She had warned them about the new boss's bad temper, but Cain's temper was truly something else. For the first and last time, I'll make you understand that death is the happiest thing in the world. Cain's words were laced with warnings, but no one dared take him lightly. Those with weaker resolve nodded silently, covered in cold sweat. The people recruited by Baroque works were criminals, and Cain didn't feel burdened by eliminating them. If it wasn't for the lack of manpower when he first arrived in this world, he wouldn't have used these unstable individuals. The chief agnates might have stepped in, but it would have been more effective that way. Robin should have told you just now that your original boss, Crocodile, was defeated by me. From now on, Baroque Works will be renamed the Cain Chamber of Commerce. I called you here today for a meeting, so you can also cherish the memory of your original boss. Cain spoke slowly. After the large reduction in staff earlier, even the chief conductor, Mr. 1, dared not ignore Cain's words and listened attentively. As for your arrangements, I will inform Ms. Robin, the vice president of the Cain Chamber of Commerce, in Rainbase City. After hearing this, Nico Robin took a deep breath and smiled. It's an honor, boss. Vice President Robin will tell you what to do in the future. Follow orders and don't cause trouble, unless you can find another force to protect you. After speaking, Cain announced the disbandment of the meeting, leaving Robin alone. Robin, I know your identity and your purpose, but if you can help me with things in the future, you won't need to worry about the world government. Cain got straight to the point. Nico Robin's management skills were valuable, and the collection of devil fruits and other resources from the pirate world didn't conflict with the main course of history. It's better to rely on influence than just her own collection. She should know how to choose. Nico Robin thought for a while and asked hesitantly, Boss, the world government has never stopped hunting me. It's Nico Robin thereafter. They won't be after all the other women in the world. This is a polyjuice potion. Throw in a strand of someone else's hair and drink it, and you can take on their appearance in half an hour. Cain placed the polyjuice potion and the electrostatic camouflage veil on the table and continued, This is an electrostatic camouflage veil. It can only change your face, but it lasts longer. It's a bit weaker than Mr. 2's clone fruit, but you can try it. With these 2 items, she could even take a camera to Marineford and pose as a reporter. At this time, the wanted posters were all based on facial photos, which was extremely outdated. 2 years after the Summit War, there were even pirates pretending to be part of the Straw Hat crew. Nico Robin was deeply moved when she heard this. She had always envied Mr. 2's clone fruit ability. Now, after hearing Cain's offer, she couldn't help but reach out for the polyjuice potion. Alabasta, which had been dry for a year, finally saw rain. Although the kingdom no longer faced the problem of drought and sandstorms after the defeat of Crocodile, King Cobra, determined to quickly stabilize the people's morale, gritted his teeth and asked Cain to bring rain to Alabasta a few more times. Vivi overheard her father's plan to request additional rain from Cain, so she approached Cain in advance, sincerely hoping he would offer a more affordable price. Cain agreed immediately and signed a work contract with Vivi, hiring her as a princess supervisor for the project. He planned a major renovation of Rainbase City. In addition to the people sent by Cobra, Cain might also hire a group of civilians, making Princess Vivi the ideal supervisor. After signing the contract, Cain waited for Cobra to approach him and reluctantly gave the king a discount of 3 million berries. The lack of water had long plagued the people of Alabasta. One cannot deny that Cobra is a good king who truly cares for his people. Crocodile was foolish. Threatening Cobra would have made obtaining Pluton more likely than successfully overthrowing the kingdom and ruling Alabasta himself. Your Majesty, this light rain may last for another day. As long as we follow Mr. Pent's suggestions, Alabasta will no longer face the risk of drought in the future. Are you still reviewing those transaction lists, Your Majesty? Igaram noticed Cobra lost in thought while holding a sheepskin scroll, so he stepped forward and shook him gently, snapping Cobra out of his daze. Ah, Igaram, you're here. Igaram, frustrated, shouted, I've already finished my report. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just thinking about these plans. If all these firearms are allocated to the Kingdom Guard, the people of Alabasta will never have to fear pirate harassment again, Cobra said. Hearing this, Igaram poured cold water on Cobra's enthusiasm, saying, Don't even think about it, Your Majesty. Alabasta can't afford that. No matter how much you reduce palace expenses, it's simply impossible. Cobra playfully gave Igaram a chop on the head and said, Don't go crushing people's dreams, you idiot. Despite his words, Igaram agreed with Cobra's sentiment. With such powerful firearms, even 3 guards proficient in using assault rifles could pose a threat to Pal and Chaka. Alabasta had a standing army of 600,000, and protecting the people had always been Cobra's top priority. After witnessing the power of Kain's weapons, Cobra was undeniably tempted. 100 soldiers armed with guns could unleash a hail of bullets, and 100 rockets could sink 7 10-meter pirate ships. There's no point in worrying about anything else now, Your Majesty. With Baroque works no longer a threat, we just need to focus on steady development moving forward, Igaram reassured him. Igaram tried to persuade Cobra, but asked with some concern, But Your Majesty, what about Mr. Pent? Are you wondering if he's the next crocodile, Igaram? Cobra interrupted, already knowing what Igaram wanted to ask. Don't worry. Aside from his greed for money, he doesn't seem to have any other flaws. He doesn't even care about Alabasta's most precious secret. What else could possibly attract Mr. Pent to Alabasta? That's true, but Your Majesty, Alabasta is so poor. How can you sleep at night? You curly-headed bastard, are you complaining about your king? You're the one saying Alabasta is poor, yet you don't work hard to make the country rich. Igaram and Cobra bickered playfully in the palace. The guards nearby were unfazed, as they were used to this sort of exchange. Sometimes, Cobra even got into scuffles with hooligans on the streets. Meanwhile, Nico Robin reported to Cain about the newly formed Chamber of Commerce. Boss, everyone has been assigned tasks. Some might not be used to it yet. After all, they've committed countless crimes before, and now they have to do legitimate business. Most of the former Baroque Works agents were violent criminals who knew nothing but crime, so Robin had reorganized them into an intelligence division and a revenue-generating department, both aimed specifically at pirates. Cain wasn't a good person, but he was selective about his targets for profit. In the world of pirates, civilians were at the bottom of the social ladder. Exploiting civilians wasn't worth it, the effort put into using violence against them rarely equaled the profits gained. Pirates and nobles, however, were ideal targets. One used brute force, and the other exploited people through legal means. As for the civilians, most of them had little to no money. Whatever they managed to save after being taxed repeatedly by nobles and kings often ended up stolen by pirates. It doesn't matter, Cain said while adjusting his experimental equipment. If there were better options, I wouldn't use this bunch of trash. If anyone plans to defect, let me know. I happen to need more test subjects. Cain had 2 ongoing research projects. First, testing whether the recovery potion and super soldier serum would work on people from the pirate world, and second, attempting to extract Crocodile's devil fruit ability. If successful, he planned to send Crocodile's head to claim the bounty. Both forming an intelligence network and purchasing devil fruits and other materials required a significant amount of berries, and Cain needed Nico Robin to manage the finances. Offering her some benefits in return was only fair. Robin, consider adopting a fixed appearance, then approach King Cobra for a formal identity, perhaps as a distant relative of the Nefertari family or even a commoner. As long as Cobra provides official proof of your identity, you can travel to naval headquarters openly and legitimately. Most importantly, you can discuss the poneglyphs with King Cobra in private. If you reveal your true identity and purpose, and assure him you're not after Pluton, he'll likely agree to your request. If not, well, you could always offer him a viewing fee. Cain took out a parchment and handed it to Nico Robin, then continued, I'll give you a budget of 70 to 100 million berries. King Cobra should agree to your request. Is it really that simple? Nico Robin asked in disbelief. She had paid so much for the poneglyphs in the past, yet Cain made it sound effortless. What's the problem? You're not after ancient weapons, nor do you pose a threat to Alabasta. Cobra just needs a reason and you can give him that reason. With that, Cain prepared to begin his first experiment and waved Robin away. But just before she left, he added something that piqued her interest. If you perform well, I might even tell you the whereabouts of a few more poneglyphs. Performance is the key. During the previous month, the Imperious Curse ensured Crocodile's full cooperation. He obediently lay on the experimental bed, following every instruction, even drawing his own blood and cutting his flesh for Cain's research. However, a month later, when Cain reapplied the Imperious Curse, he noticed that Crocodile's resistance was gradually growing stronger. Progress in the pirate world often defied logic. Rayleigh trained Luffy for a year and a half, yet Luffy still couldn't surpass Kaido. Cain worried that overusing the Imperious Curse on Crocodile might inadvertently help him awaken Observation Haki. Still, with his devil fruit powers suppressed, even if Crocodile awakened Observation Haki, it would be useless. After more than 4 months of research, Cain had made significant progress in understanding devil fruit abilities. His background in biology, along with hands-on experience in numerous research projects, helped immensely. He also had the Red Queen record all research data meticulously. Whenever Cain traveled to a new world, he ensured that the Red Queen's supercomputer core and all corresponding research and testing equipment came with him. The Red Queen had collected data from 3 different worlds, making its computational power formidable. It was precisely this accumulated data that allowed Cain to achieve such rapid progress in just 2 months. The altered gene chain here can also be referred to as a lineage factor. Devil fruits essentially mutate a person's genes, though not entirely. It's more like granting them an additional genetic trait in this case, the gene needed to wield the fruit's abilities, Cain observed as he reviewed the analysis results from the Red Queen. He hadn't expected devil fruits to function like this, almost like an unconscious symbiosis. After the death of a fruit user, the devil fruit's ability would slowly seep out of the corpse and eventually reconstitute itself elsewhere. It was almost like a symbiote. In addition to granting powers, the devil fruit's lineage factor also contained a shell that made users vulnerable to seawater. Exposure to seastone, which contains certain key elements, caused the devil fruit's lineage factor to disperse, making it impossible for the user to access their abilities until it stabilized again. In this way, the ability of a devil fruit cannot be used, and those with poor health may be adversely affected by the devil fruit's lineage factor. Fortunately, the negative aspects of the lineage factor can potentially be separated, which means the devil fruit's weakness to seawater and seastone can be eliminated. The only downside is that extracting even a single vial of sand fruit serum requires draining all the blood of a devil fruit user, Cain remarked after reviewing the plan and analysis report provided by the Red Queen. Turning to Crocodile, Cain said with feigned sympathy, "You understand me, don't you, Crocodile? After all, you believe in the survival of the fittest, the strong thrive, and the weak perish. It's tough for you, but hey, at least you kept up the act for 3 whole days." Hearing this, Crocodile realized Cain had seen through him from the beginning. Enraged, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You BD? You ruined my..." Boom! Before Crocodile could finish, Cain hit him with a stunning spell, rendering him unconscious. Without hesitation, Cain moved him to the test bench and began drawing his blood. The Red Queen calculated only a 68% success rate for this experiment. If the extraction of the sand fruit serum failed, Cain would have no choice but to wait for the devil fruit to respawn elsewhere in a few years and find another user to continue his experiments. Boom! Sit size. The sound of the machine starting up grew louder as the laboratory lights brightened. Cain watched intently as the machine began separating the devil fruit's lineage factor. Finally, the progress bar reached 100%, and a burst of cold air filled the laboratory as the machine cooled down. Success! Cain, filled with excitement, hurried to the separation chamber and carefully retrieved the vial of sand fruit serum, the shimmering azure liquid glowing faintly in his hand. Once injected, this serum would grant the powers of the sand fruit without the usual weaknesses to seawater and seastone. This success was largely due to the Red Queen's invaluable contributions, though Crocodile, now little more than a withered husk, had also played an essential role. What a troublesome task. It's just one dead pirate. Why do we need to confirm such trivial things? The Shishibukai and these pirates should all just be captured, Smoker grumbled. Please don't say that, Colonel Smoker. This is an assignment from headquarters, Tashiji quickly interjected, flustered. Although they were alone, with no third party to overhear, she still felt uneasy about Smoker's blunt words. When Crocodile's body was sent to the Marine branch near Alabasta, it caused a massive stir, even alarming Marine headquarters. The 7 warlords of the sea are notorious pirates sanctioned by the world government, and each one is an immensely powerful figure. The death of one of them demanded a thorough investigation by both Marine headquarters and the world government. King Cobra sent Igaram as a royal envoy to the Marine branch, detailing all of Crocodile's crimes in Alabasta. Additionally, Nico Robin appeared at the branch as both a distant relative of the Nefertari royal family and the vice president of the Cain Chamber of Commerce. She provided Smoker with intelligence on criminals formerly associated with Crocodile's Baroque works. With the royal family vouching for Cain and irrefutable evidence of Crocodile's crimes, including the attempted subversion of Alabasta, one of the world government's 20 founding kingdoms, Crocodile's actions were deemed unforgivable. As a result, the world government and Marine headquarters tasked Smoker with meeting the person responsible for Crocodile's death. If that person wished to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Smoker was instructed to extend an invitation. Sending Smoker also served another purpose, assessing the strength of this potential new warlord. The 7 warlords of the sea system was established by the world government to counter pirates with pirates, avoiding the need for a significant expansion of marine forces while still combating piracy. While somewhat effective, the system had significant drawbacks. Many nations allied with the Marines and the world government resented the existence of the 7 warlords. Pirates, after all, were inherently destructive, and legally sanctioned pirates could cause unimaginable harm to ordinary civilians. When Smoker and his party arrived in Rainbase, the scene was vastly different from what it had been previously. Due to extensive construction, many businesses were temporarily closed. However, the streets were bustling with Alabasta citizens working on various projects. In the midst of the activity, a girl with a loudspeaker was giving directions. She frequently consulted with a nearby construction supervisor before relaying instructions to the workers. Tashiji, surprised, observed the girl closely and said, "Is that Princess Vivi of Alabasta? Why is she doing something like this? With her here, the citizens won't slack off. They can work with a smile, which is already much better than under that sand crocodile," Smoker remarked as he puffed on his cigar. Turning his head, he shouted to Tashiji, who lagged behind, "Let's go, Tashiji. Let's get down to business." The state of a country's citizens often reflects its leadership. Smoker felt that the new owner of Rainbase was at least a slight improvement over Crocodile. When Smoker, Tashiji, and their team finally met Cain in the underground conference hall of the Rain Dinners Casino, their expressions mirrored those of the executives who had first encountered him. Cain didn't resemble a typical powerhouse at all. In the world of pirates, height and build often signified strength. Even those with special devil fruit abilities usually bore scars from countless battles. Yet, Cain showed no such signs. He looked more like an elegant aristocrat than a battle-hardened pirate. "Welcome, both of you. Please, have a seat," Cain greeted them warmly, smiling as attendants stepped forward to guide Smoker and Tashiji to their seats and serve them tea. The precision of Cain's intelligence and the unexpected display of etiquette made Tashiji feel slightly uneasy. Even Smoker felt the weight of the atmosphere, though he refused to be subdued by it. He downed the warm tea in one gulp and got straight to the point. "I'm Colonel Smoker from the Marine Branch. I'm here to handle the aftermath of Crocodile's death. Regarding his bounty, the branch currently doesn't have the full amount. Once the body is transported to headquarters, someone will deliver your bounty." The bounties of the 7 warlords of the sea were typically frozen, but Crocodile's had been reinstated after his expulsion from the Shishibukai due to his crimes. Cain nodded with a smile. "No problem. Waiting a few more days is a small matter. Colonel Smoker, is there anything else?" Smoker, unreserved as ever, replied, "Yes. Crocodile's status complicates things. To be honest, I hate the Shishibukai big-name pirates with legal protection. But that's the world government's idiotic decision, not mine. I just have to put up with it. Colonel Smoker, please don't say such things in public," Tashiji pleaded, panicked by his bluntness. Smoker shrugged indifferently. "Forget it. Let's move on. The world government and marine headquarters want to invite you to take Crocodile's place as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you want the position? Personally, I think you'd be a much better choice than that sand crocodile." "I refuse," Cain replied smoothly. "I'm a businessman. Why would I want to become a legal pirate?" Cain refused without a second thought. The status of a Shishibukai might be good for pirates, granting them the ability to plunder legally, but for him, it would only diminish his standing. Becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea would reduce him from a legitimate businessman to a glorified pirate. Legal plundering held no appeal for him, especially when it came with the burden of following orders from the world government. It was all drawbacks with no real benefits. "Is that so? Then I'll return to headquarters. The bounty for Crocodile will be sent to you," Smoker replied. Hearing this, Tashiji asked in surprise, "Colonel, is that it? Aren't you going to persuade him further?" Smoker, clearly impatient, retorted, "He doesn't even want it. Why bother persuading him?" As he stood up to leave, Cain raised a hand to stop him. "Colonel Smoker, please wait a moment. We can set aside the matter of the Shishibukai for now. I have a batch of munitions for sale. Would the Marines be interested?" Cain smiled, suggesting the deal. Alabasta's finances couldn't support large-scale arms replacements, but the Marines certainly had the means. In the world of pirates, war and conflict were constant themes, making the arms trade highly profitable. The weapons production line Cain brought was far superior to the Marines' standard flintlock and smoothbore guns. Even the most basic AK assault rifle outperformed them. Nico Robin had already established a military factory near Rainbase, and Cain planned to purchase Alabasta's stockpile of gunpowder, paying half in cash and half in weapons. As Smoker and Tashiji left Rainbase, they both felt an odd sense of irony. They had come to invite Cain to become a Shishibukai, but somehow, Smoker ended up negotiating an arms deal instead. Tashiji, still feeling uncertain, asked softly, "Colonel, I still think it would be better to invite Mr. Pent to become a Shishibukai. At least he wouldn't plunder civilians." "Forget it, Tashiji. If I asked you to become a pirate, would you agree?" Smoker interrupted, then added, "But those weapons he offered are really good. Submit an application to headquarters as soon as we get back. If that doesn't work out, the branch will buy a batch first." Tashiji quickly interjected, "Colonel, without headquarters approval, it's best not to change equipment on our own. It could lead to punishment." "Then convince headquarters," Smoker replied firmly. "If we don't buy them, pirates will. That guy might not be a pirate who attacks civilians, but he's still a businessman through and through." Lighting another cigar, Smoker felt one wasn't enough to calm his nerves. After they left, Nico Robin approached Cain. "Boss, do you really plan to sell weapons to the Marines?" she asked. Cain sighed and waved his hand helplessly. "There's no choice. The intelligence department, devil fruits, and rare materials all need a lot of berries. Robbing pirates alone won't cover the costs." Then, noticing Robin's expression, he added, "What's with that look? Didn't find what you were looking for in the poneglyph." "As you said, boss, it was just another boring weapon," Robin replied. After a pause, she hesitated before asking, "Boss, is what you said last time true?" Robin had thought about it for a long time and had finally made up her mind. Cain had already figured out her identity. If he wanted to claim the bounty on her, he had countless opportunities over the past few months. But if that wasn't his intention, she planned to settle down here for good. I'll help you manage the Chamber of Commerce and the Intelligence Network, boss. In return, please give me a place to call home, and allow me to use the Intelligence Department to search for the poneglyphs, Robin requested earnestly. Cain smiled and said, of course. I'm also very interested in the poneglyphs. Besides the one in Alabasta, there's another on Skypiea. I'll take you there soon. Nico Robin was surprised. Skypiea? But isn't that just a legendary island? Skypiea isn't a legend. There are also devil fruits and some resources I need there, but we'll go in due time. By the way, Robin, while gathering information on devil fruits, also look into any details about their powers. Cain's words reassured Robin. Although the poneglyph in Alabasta didn't reveal what she sought, learning about another one so quickly, along with Cain's unwavering support, made her feel a sense of relief and even gratitude. Maybe, working under Boss Kain is much better than under Crocodile, Robin thought to herself, smiling sincerely for the first time in a while. Understood, boss. I'll establish the Intelligence Department and help develop the Chamber of Commerce. Then I'll leave it to you. Here, take this, a magic item with protective abilities. Cain handed Nico Robin a magical bracelet, allowing her to leave. The bracelet, an alchemical item, offered protection and healing functions, but more importantly, it let Cain pinpoint her location and instantly apparate to her side if needed. As for the plan to head to Skypiea, Cain had already considered it after successfully extracting the Sand Fruit Serum. While the Sand Fruit, a Logia-type ability, was powerful, it had notable weaknesses: water and extreme heat. Compared to that, the Rumble Fruit, Goro no Mi, was far superior. At this stage, there weren't many powerful devil fruits easily obtainable, but the Rumble Fruit stood out as one of the most valuable. If developed properly, it could undoubtedly become a godlike ability. Cain temporarily released the Sand Fruit Serum. His ultimate goal for a Logia-type devil fruit was the Thunder Fruit, but he needed to determine whether the bloodline factor of Logia devil fruits was unique within the genetic chain. If it couldn't be overridden, he would have no choice but to settle for another devil fruit. Regarding the belief that one cannot consume two devil fruits simultaneously, Cain suspected that doing so would cause a catastrophic collapse due to genetic chain conflict. Until this problem was solved, Cain had no intention of consuming a second devil fruit. He still lacked sufficient knowledge about devil fruits and required more experimental subjects and data. However, even with just the Thunder Fruit's power, if fully developed, it could essentially grant him the abilities of a true god. Fortunately, Enel was a weakling. If Enel had explored or developed the Thunder Fruit's potential even slightly, the challenge would have been far greater. If it was only the level Enel displayed at the beginning of the plot, then he would be easy to handle. With Enel's arrogance, along with the composite insulating clothing and magic Cain had prepared in advance, Cain was confident in defeating him. Magic could influence electromagnetism, something Cain had learned during his time at Hogwarts. When magic is strong enough, it can prevent the spread of electrical currents, creating an insulating force field. This was precisely the kind of magical field Cain had cultivated. Cain had already sent Nico Robin to gather information on Sky Island. Once the exact location of the knock-up stream was confirmed, he was ready to depart. When Nico Robin learned of Cain's interest in Sky Island and the updraft, she immediately guessed that her boss intended to head there. She dispatched numerous operatives, taking the task even more seriously than Cain himself. O'Hara had been destroyed because of the poneglyphs, and uncovering the Void Centuries history was not just Nico Robin's passion, it was her responsibility as the last survivor of O'Hara. Yet, while investigating Sky Island and the knock-up stream, Nico Robin had other matters to attend to, such as dealing with Smoker from the Marine Branch, who had returned to Alabasta. This time, besides delivering Crocodile's bounty, Smoker aimed to invite Cain to become a Shishibukai once again. I'm sorry, Colonel Smoker. The boss isn't fond of being a pirate, so I'm afraid he'll refuse you once more, Nico Robin said after accepting the bounty from the Marines. She didn't bother consulting Cain. A qualified assistant knew to handle such matters according to the boss's wishes, and Cain had no interest in becoming a warlord of the sea. Please inform your boss again, Smoker replied, irritation evident on his face. Naval Headquarters knows he doesn't want to be a pirate, so they've changed the conditions. Smoker was visibly frustrated. He wasn't good at lobbying or persuasion, yet Marine Headquarters insisted on sending him for such tasks. What a hassle? Nico Robin asked with a constant smile on her face. What conditions has Naval Headquarters offered? If they're truly sincere, I believe the boss would still be willing to listen. After all, he's a bit busy right now and doesn't have the time for unnecessary matters. I dare not disturb him easily. I said you. Smoker's displeasure was evident on his face, and he felt like slamming the table in frustration. However, realizing he was in enemy territory and had important matters to represent Marine and the world government, he suppressed his irritation and addressed Nico Robin. Naval Headquarters knows that your boss doesn't want to be a pirate, so they're willing to announce to the world that your boss will become a warlord of the sea, a hero fighting against pirates. There's also an order to buy guns from Marine, though someone from the headquarters will come to discuss this in detail. If all goes well, Naval Headquarters will be buying guns from your boss in the future. And finally, there's the pass. Pass? Nico Robin asked, confused. Smoker, clearly impatient, explained, any marine-occupied area will be passed through unconditionally. But I suppose the most useful route for you would be through the Red Line. That would be quite valuable for businessmen. After all, aside from that route, there's only Fishman Island. And you're probably aware of the ship loss rates there. Nico Robin asked in surprise, Holy Maria Joe from the Red Line? Can goods pass through there? There's a special channel, Smoker responded. Otherwise, how would the Celestial Dragons get their things back? Anyway, after all this talk, are you going to inform your boss? Smoker's patience was wearing thin. If this assistant started arguing with him again, he was ready to turn around and let someone else from the headquarters handle it. But just after Smoker finished speaking, the space in front of him distorted. In the next second, Cain's figure appeared from the shifting space. The whole event happened so quickly that Nico Robin didn't even see it clearly, though Smoker noticed the strange occurrence. Unknown ability can suddenly appear in a specific location. Smoker mentally noted the information. As for why Cain had appeared so suddenly, Smoker glanced at Nico Robin, who had her hand out from under the table, and guessed she had been using a Den Mushy to contact Cain. Cain walked into the conference room and smiled at Smoker. Colonel Smoker, I'm really sorry for troubling you over such a small matter. Smoker, accepting the apology, saw Cain greet him again with a smile. He couldn't say anything further, so he pretended not to notice and repeated what he had just said. It's nothing. I'm here on behalf of the world government and with the latest news from headquarters. Before Smoker could finish speaking, Cain interrupted. I agree to the invitation from the world government. If I'm not going to become a pirate, then the 7 warlords of the sea status works for me. As for the purchase of guns by the Marine, I have some doubts. With the research capabilities of the world government, this kind of firearm should be easy to fully develop. It would be redundant for him to buy them again. The pacifista that Naval Headquarters is developing is even equipped with laser cannons. This type of firearm shouldn't be difficult for them to produce. Who knows? Maybe it's laziness, or perhaps they're afraid you'll sell them to pirates. Instead of letting pirates upgrade their equipment and grow stronger, it's better to buy from the Marines, Smoker said, swapping cigars before continuing. I'm not responsible for these things. The headquarters will send others to deal with you later, but they'll likely add a condition. You won't be allowed to sell guns or ammunition to pirates. Can you accept that? Cain smiled and responded, of course, Colonel Smoker. Don't forget, I'm a businessman. I have no affection for most of the pirates who rob me. It's impossible for them to buy a bullet from me. Pirates were only worthy of being plundered by Cain's men. They were not prey buying guns from hunters. Except for a few pirates in the world, the rest were just criminals. Even Luffy had caused a stir in Impel Down and freed a group of pirates. Since that's settled, I have nothing more to discuss here. Someone from headquarters will come to finalize things in a few days. At that time, the world government will declare to the world that you're the new 7 warlords of the sea. Your main responsibility will be to use your strength to deter or capture other pirates. When Smoker said the last sentence, there was a certain undertone to it. While speaking, he absent-mindedly touched the weapon set aside. Seeing this, Cain smiled, then nodded and said, I understand. At least I'll show Colonel Smoker's strength. Of course, that's no problem. Right here, are you ready, Colonel Smoker? Smoker stood up, his fierce face growing more solemn. I'm ready anytime. When Cain spoke, Nico Robin had already retreated to the door, not wanting to be caught in the middle of this. Then I'll begin, Cain said, then opened his mouth slightly. A surging sea of fierce fire erupted from his mouth. Flame? Devil fruit power. Smoker's eyes widened in shock. He felt like he'd been enveloped by smoke instantly. Even after the naturalization, the flames in the room still emitted an overwhelming sense of threat, as though they could burn even the smoke itself. Is this the Maramara fruit from the natural devil fruits? Smoker quickly tried to escape the sea of flames, but the fire Cain had unleashed was like a roaring waterfall. In just 2 seconds, the large conference hall was engulfed in flames. Even the ceiling was alight, and the flames gathered around him from all directions, forming a cage of fire in no time. 4 fiend fire beasts stood guard around the cage, motionless. This flame, definitely not the Logia Maramara fruit, not even similar Akainu Admiral's magma. The sense of threat was so intense that Smoker didn't dare test whether he could escape the flame cage using smoke. He tried a sea stone weapon, but it was instantly burned by the fire, the tip blackening within moments. Sure, it's not a devil fruit. This is magic, Colonel Smoker. Although I'm a businessman myself, I learned a little magic by chance. Cain said with a smile, then waved, dispersing all the fiend fire. As the flame cage around Smoker disappeared, there was little damage, just some scorched marks on the ground and ceiling. However, Cain snapped his fingers and used magic to restore the areas damaged by the fiend fire. He thought with satisfaction that his control over fiend fire seemed to have grown stronger. Magic. Mr. Pent's strength is indeed enough to serve as a warlord of the sea. I won't bother you any longer, Smoker said, before taking his leave. He had originally received orders from headquarters to test Cain's strength, but he was captured with barely any resistance. Why had headquarters never reported this? Were the intelligence agencies of the world government that incompetent? Nico Robin laughed and said, Boss, Colonel Smoker seems to have been hit pretty hard. Cain shook his head. How could someone like him be shaken? He's probably just sulking, mad at himself for being too weak. Have you finished gathering information on Sky Island? Nico Robin felt a spark of excitement at the question, but she controlled her emotions and smiled. I've had it prepared for a while, after all, it's your order. I can tell you're looking forward to it too. It is a poneglyph, after all. We'll start after accepting the Shishibukai status. If all goes well, we can return in a few days. Cain said decisively, then vanished in an apparition. Left alone in the conference room, Nico Robin curiously touched the floor that had been burned earlier and muttered to herself, confused, what is magic? I remember this place being destroyed just now, but now I can't even feel any heat. It's confirmed. He's incredibly powerful. One of his abilities is spatial manipulation, similar to the Door fruit. He can appear suddenly inside a sealed conference hall with locked doors and windows. He also has control over flames. His fire can burn my sea stone weapon and even threaten the very naturalization of a Logia user. If he attacks me, I'm dead. Smoker reported to Naval Headquarters through a den mushy, relaying everything he had learned. It's not a devil fruit, are you all idiots? I just said the flames burned through my sea stone weapon. According to him, it's magic. Instead of wasting time asking me, you should have the world government's intelligence agency investigate. And stop sending me to deal with this. I'm a Marine colonel, not a negotiator. With that, Smoker angrily hung up. The incompetence at HQ kept dumping everything on him, a branch colonel. Good thing Tashiji wasn't around today, otherwise, it would have been even more humiliating. The opponent had beaten him without even moving, sitting leisurely on a bench, no less. If word got out about this, what Marine star? It was all just empty talk. Colonel Smoker. Tashiji's hesitant voice pulled him from his thoughts. She had been watching him the whole time, sensing his unusual frustration. Normally, he could have a rational discussion with HQ, but lately, he'd been snapping at them the moment they disagreed. Smoker turned, his voice sharp. Tashiji. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Notify all soldiers training exercises are doubled from now on. If they stay this week, how the hell are they supposed to protect civilians from pirates? Tashiji's eyes widened in shock. Double? Colonel, isn't that a bit? Triple it. Yes, sir. Understood. She knew from the look on his face that arguing was pointless. With a sharp salute, she hurried off to inform the rest of the branch. Meanwhile, the calm seas rippled once more following a new statement from the world government. Crocodile, the sand fruit user, had been executed for treason and other crimes. And the man who had defeated Crocodile had now become one of the new 7 warlords of the sea. Mage Kain Pent. Magic existed in the One Piece world, seen in various performances and even in pirate names, but true magic was still an unfamiliar concept. Kain Pent was likely the first person to gain fame purely for using magic. Even the world government had no records of magic, meaning the rest of the pirate world had even less knowledge of it. However, in their official announcement, the world government went out of their way to exaggerate Kain's image, claiming he was a businessman with an intense hatred for pirates. According to them, if given the chance, he would round up every last pirate, refusing to sell them even a single gun or bullet. Mage Kain Pent, influenced by marine justice. Nico Robin read aloud from the newspaper, a teasing smile on her lips. As a child, Mr. Pent even swore to one day eliminate the last pirate and bring peace to the seas. Boss, was this really your childhood dream? She turned to Cain, amusement dancing in her eyes. After setting sail earlier, she had bought the newspaper from a passing newsbird, only to stumble upon this hilariously absurd claim. My childhood dream was to marry 7 wives. I never had any intention of driving away pirates. Robin, did I ever give them permission to print this nonsense in the newspaper? Cain carefully read through the article. It was obvious that the world government was trying to stir up hostility between him and the pirates. While the newspaper didn't explicitly state it, the implication was clear. It painted him as being far too close to the Marines. Nico Robin smiled knowingly. You probably let them handle it however they wanted when you got impatient. But with your current strength, the 7 wives dream should be achievable. Dreams naturally change with power. Cain waved his hand dismissively. But let's not dwell on that. There'll probably be plenty of pirates coming after us now. Robin, when we return, I'll lend you the fire dragon. Let it hunt sea beasts on its own. Any enemies it can't handle, leave them to me. The fire dragon Cain was referring to was currently hitched outside, pulling their chariot. It had grown over 60 meters long and required a massive amount of meat daily. Every so often, Cain would stock his pet bag with cattle, sheep, basilisks, and green snakes. He had even signed a contract with a large ranch to ensure a steady supply. But in the world of pirates, food wasn't an issue. The fire dragon could even dive for short periods, and as long as it avoided large sea kings, it had little to fear. Its sheer power and flames made it a formidable force capable of unleashing 100-meter-long fire pillars while flying. In the first half of the Grand Line, there were few pirates who could even put up a fight against it. Robin's eyes lit up with excitement when she heard Cain was lending her the fire dragon. With the chariot too, she asked hopefully. Their dragon chariot was what Cain and Robin were currently traveling in. It had 10 large rooms, 5 living rooms, various storage areas, a kitchen, entertainment rooms, and more, basically a moving fortress of luxury. Though Cain had designed it for convenience, he was so used to operating that he rarely had a reason to use it. After a moment of thought, he sighed. Fine. You can use everything except my room. Consider it a vice president's perk. Just don't slack off when it comes to handling the devil fruits. Robin beamed with joy. Of course, boss. I won't let you down. Not only did she have a new identity, but now she had access to such an incredible vehicle. She had truly made the right choice. Crocodile? Who's that? Her boss was Kain Pent now and she had no regrets. Before long, the two arrived near Gaia Island. Rumors had spread that a knock-up stream had erupted there recently, and Robin had sent people to investigate. Kain casually cast a waterproof and moisture-proof spell on the fire dragon before commanding it to fly straight into the sky. At over 10,000 meters, even Kain's fire dragon struggled a little, but it persevered, soaring higher and higher. At 6,000 meters, it pierced through the clouds and beyond them lay a vast sea of clouds. The chariot's protective spells ensured they were completely safe, and the fire dragon, reinforced by magic, had nothing to fear from the white sea above the sky. Sky Island really exists. This must be the White Sea mentioned in the records. Through the window, Nico Robin observed the ever-changing White Sea outside. She even caught sight of a strange fish swimming in the empty sky. Soon, the fire dragon soared across the White Sea and arrived at a lush jungle one formed from the Sky Island's unique white clouds and the surrounding White Sea. Kain stepped out of the chariot and instructed Robin, "Get down. We'll have to find another way in. That thunder fruit user has observation haki strong enough to cover the entire Sky Island. I don't know if magic can completely conceal our presence." Robin was surprised by his words. "Such knowledge, boss. Looks like I'll be waiting for you outside." She understood observation haki, but being able to sense an entire island was a feat achieved only by the truly powerful. If they engaged in battle, it would surely cause a massive commotion. Kain continued, "I'll drop you off near Angel Island first. Stay there for now, and I'll find you after I deal with the thunder fruit user." With that, Kain activated his magic, transforming into a silver-white phoenix using animagus magic. As a bird, even if Enel sensed him, he likely wouldn't pay too much attention. After all, the thunder fruit's escape abilities were absurdly overpowered. Even though it wasn't in Enel's nature to run from a fight, Kain wasn't willing to take any chances. If something went wrong, the consequences would be costly. A mythical beast. Robin gasped as a massive silver-white phoenix appeared before her. She instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. Based on her knowledge, she couldn't identify exactly what kind of bird it was, but it felt like a phoenix. Kain glanced at her. "This is magic. Get ready." Without another word, he flapped his enormous silver wings, taking off into the sky. As he ascended, he extended his phoenix claws, grabbing Nico Robin and soaring toward the higher Sky Island, ignoring her startled exclamation. Kain had prepared extensively to capture Enel, so he couldn't afford any mistakes. The phoenix's flight speed rivaled that of his fire dragon, but something unexpected happened after transforming with animagus magic. Instincts unique to the phoenix began to emerge in his mind. Now, he understood why wizards warned against transforming into magical creatures. Their entire magic system was different from that of wizards. Some who attempted it could never change back. But Kain was different. With Phoenix DNA and the Extremis virus in his body, he had already become a magical being. Vulcan's Descent. That was the name he gave to his Phoenix ability, a power that allowed him to teleport himself and others by spontaneously combusting in Phoenix flames. In this form, his perception had also drastically improved. From 6 or 7 kilometers away, he could clearly sense numerous life forms on Angel Island. This wasn't just due to his Phoenix instincts, but also the influence of natural energy. Boom! A burst of Phoenix fire flashed. Before Robin could process what was happening, she felt herself plummeting from the sky. What's going on? From her perspective, the massive silver-white bird vanished in an instant, and now she was falling rapidly. Hana no Mi. She instinctively activated her devil fruit powers, but it was useless. There was nothing in the air to grab onto. Just as panic began to set in, she suddenly felt her descent slowing until, a moment later, she came to a complete stop. Saved. Nico Robin opened her eyes and found herself suspended less than 2 meters above the ground. She quickly turned and landed lightly on her feet. Glancing at her wrist, she saw that her shimmering bracelet had returned to its normal state. Only then did she let out a small sigh of relief. This looks like a coastline. That shameless boss must have dropped me off on the beach of Angel Island. I might as well start gathering information. It was Robin's first time on Sky Island, and despite the situation, she felt a strong urge to explore. She soon found a man-made path leading up the mountain and followed the stone steps. If she continued along these roads, she was bound to run into some locals. The residents of the gods. Ever since the previous god, Gan Fall, was overthrown, the sanctuary had been occupied by the new ruler Enel. However, this land had not always belonged to the Skypians. It was originally part of Gaia Island in the Blue Sea but was launched into the sky centuries ago. The Shandia people, the island's original inhabitants, had never stopped fighting to reclaim it. Far above, within the sanctuary, Enel sat idly, his senses stretched across Sky Island. How strange. A bird just dropped a monkey on Angel Island, and now that monkey is heading toward a crowded area. Though he had sensed Kain and Nico Robin, his perception was partially distorted by magic, making their presence unclear. Because of this, he didn't see them as intruders. One of his 4 priests, overheard Enel muttering to himself and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "God, what troubles you? Your priest is ready to serve you." Enel threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha ha, no need, no need. If I actually needed a priest to catch a monkey, wouldn't that make the White Sanctuary look useless? Still, the 4 priests had been growing restless. The Shandia warriors hadn't launched an attack in far too long, and the lack of battle was starting to wear on them. A human? Why doesn't she have wings on her back? She doesn't seem to be from Sky Island. Is she from somewhere else? As Nico Robin walked through the bustling market of Angel Island, having arrived via the latter, many Sky Island locals stared at her curiously. It had been a long time since foreign people last visited Sky Island, and whenever they did, they would trade rare and intriguing goods. Seeing Robin, many Sky Islanders looked at her with hopeful expressions, eager to trade with her. However, Nico Robin couldn't read minds. She only noticed that people were staring at her with strange looks, ones that didn't seem hostile, but were still difficult to interpret. The boss should have told me more about Sky Island beforehand. She sighed inwardly. If she was going to attract attention everywhere she went, how was she supposed to investigate the poneglyphs? Just as she was about to start asking around about Angel Island, a squad of white berets suddenly appeared nearby. These guards were responsible for maintaining order on Sky Island. Everyone, the captain of the White Beret unit announced loudly. We have received reports of an illegally intruding monkey on Angel Island. If anyone has any information, please report it to us immediately. A monkey? I don't think I've seen anything like that. That's right, the only outsider here is a foreign woman, but she doesn't seem to be looking to trade with us. The White Beret captain frowned. A foreign person? Have we received any reports of illegal entry from down recently? One of his subordinates quickly flipped through their records before responding. No, Captain. They must have entered legally. Then it's not our concern. If this person causes any trouble, report it to us. But if you spot the illegally intruding monkey, notify us immediately. This is God's will. With that, the White Beret captain led his team away, crawling along the ground as they continued their search. Sky Islanders sure are strange. Robin shook her head as she watched them leave. Pushing the thought aside, she refocused on gathering information. Meanwhile, Cain, in his phoenix form, flew directly toward Upper Yard, also known as Apaido. The island stood out from the rest of Sky Island, not made of clouds, but of solid earth. A colossal vine twisted up into the sky from the island's center, leading to a floating cloud island. That was where Enel's shrine was located. I wonder if Enel is there. If not, I'll just lure him out. Then, I can trap him with fiend fire and a barrier. After Cain made up his mind, he finished off Animagus and then created 15 shadow clones. Even though Enel's shrine on Cloud Island wasn't small, it would take all 15 shadow clones working together to cast a powerful barrier. Otherwise, given the destructive power of the Thunder Fruit, an unprotected barrier would likely be obliterated by Enel in an instant. The moment Cain's shadow clones appeared, Enel's mantra, Observation Haki, sensed something was off. A flicker of doubt crossed his face as he muttered to himself. What kind of ability is this? From a bird to a human, and now, into dozens of identical bodies. This was definitely not a technique native to Sky Island. His mantra had also faltered a moment ago, something that almost never happened. It seemed similar to a devil fruit power, but Enel couldn't determine whether it was Zoan or Paramecia. Transforming from a bird to a human suggested Zoan, yet the ability to create multiple bodies felt more like a Paramecia-type power. But in the end, Enel just laughed. Ha ha ha, no matter what devil fruit ability this is, it's clear this person is either after me or the shrine. His sudden laughter caught the attention of the surrounding priests, chief guards, and soldiers. Though they didn't fully understand the situation, they knew from Enel's words that an enemy was approaching. God, is there an enemy? Please allow me to destroy them. God, let me handle it. Shura and Om, 2 of the 4 divine priests, were the first to step forward, eager for battle. Om reacted a moment later, also volunteering to fight. Gititsu, the fastest to understand the situation, hesitated, biting his lip but remaining silent. Calm down, just wait here, Enel ordered, grabbing a banana and taking a bite. He didn't care who the enemy was or what abilities they possessed. With a smug expression, he said, the enemy must be from down ocean. Somehow, they've learned about the shrine and have come to challenge me, a god? Ha 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 ha, let them come. Watching their hope turn into despair will be today's most entertaining event. Hearing Enel's words, the divine priests settled down, but they remained on high alert, eagerly anticipating the enemy's arrival. Moments later, a transparent barrier suddenly formed around the shrine. Enel, the divine priests, and the chief guard, all of whom possessed mantra, were stunned. Their mantra had been completely blocked. Even Enel himself, whose mantra was enhanced by the Thunder Fruit and formidable even by Grand Line standards, found his ability confined to the small shrine. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. I don't know what kind of devil fruit power this is, but I am the strongest god. Whoever this fool is, they'll soon realize just how hopeless their situation truly is. Before Enel could finish his arrogant monologue, a thick cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared in the sky. It swirled downward, descending into the center of the shrine before materializing into a human figure. Who's the one despairing? Enel. As soon as Cain finished speaking, a blazing fiend fire net erupted around the periphery of the barrier, completely enveloping it. The flames burned so fiercely that they blocked even the outside light, turning the interior into a sea of dazzling red fire. Under the glow of the fiend fire, Cain's face twisted into a devilish grin. Priest Om instinctively felt a chill of fear crawl up his spine. He subconsciously stepped back and stammered, "Who is this guy?" His reaction didn't go unnoticed by Enel. The self-proclaimed god, always arrogant and prideful, refused to tolerate such cowardice among his subordinates. Without hesitation, he activated his ability. 1,000,000 volts lightning strike. Boom, crackle, a bolt of electricity shot out, striking Ohm with brutal force. One of the 4 divine priests was now gravely injured, his body twitching from the electric shock. The other 3 priests exchanged uneasy glances, a mix of fear and suspicion in their eyes. Enel, wearing a dark expression, declared coldly, "I have no need for subordinates who fear the enemy." From this moment forward, Ohm is stripped of his position as one of the 4 priests. "Aren't you scared too, Enel?" Cain taunted, a smirk still on his face. "Seeing your subordinate like that, does it remind you of yourself?" The roaring flames around them distorted Cain's features, making his smile appear even more sinister. For a fleeting moment, Enel felt fear, but the emotion quickly twisted into rage. "My only concern was that you might try to escape," Cain continued, watching him with amusement. "With the speed of the thunder fruit, you could have run away, which would have been annoying. But luckily for me, your arrogance let me set up this barrier in advance. You dare challenge a god?" Enel's grin turned manic. "Arrogant, ignorant scum." Gripping his staff, he struck one of the 3 drums on his back. 30,000,000 volts Thunderbird. Crackle, a massive thunderclap echoed as lightning surged through the air. In an instant, the electricity shaped itself into a lifelike Thunderbird, crackling with raw power as it let out a piercing screech and shot toward Cain. The Thunderbird moved with blinding speed. But just as it reached Cain, its form began to waver, flickering, unstable. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, Cain dispersed it. The once condensed Thunderbird broke apart into countless streaks of electricity, scattering in all directions before vanishing within seconds. Cain shook his head and looked at Enel with mock disappointment. 30,000,000 volts, huh? That's all. He smirked. Feels more like a few million at best. Tell me, Enel, have you actually measured it? Or did you just throw out a random number? You blasphemous bastard. Grinding his teeth in fury, Enel struck his drum again, this time with even more force. 100,000,000 volts thunder beam. A surge of lightning erupted, condensing into a devastating beam of pure electricity, hurtling toward Cain at lightning speed. However, as the 100,000,000 volt thunder beam approached within 3 meters of Cain's body, it began to destabilize and collapse. Then, with a surge of powerful magic, Cain dispersed the core of the attack, causing it to melt away into countless tiny currents that scattered into the void. This one was probably only a few tens of millions of volts. "Looks like you really are just making up numbers," Cain remarked, glancing at the scorched black insulating material surrounding him. Even with the ancient runes reinforcing it, the material could only withstand so much before breaking under the sheer power of Enel's lightning. "So, you came prepared." Enel's smirk faltered slightly as he started noticing something strange. Invisible objects seemed to be floating around Cain, and both of his previous lightning attacks had started collapsing at exactly 3 meters away from him. Before Enel could analyze further, Cain launched his counterattack. Fiend Fire. Thunderburst Curse. Fiend Fire erupted across the entire shrine, engulfing everything in its path. Several priests perished instantly in the chaotic inferno, while powerful explosions shattered the ground, sending shockwaves through the air. Multiple holes were blasted into Enel's body, but due to his Logia nature, the damage did not incapacitate him. Boom, boom, crackle. The battle inside the barrier turned into an all-out storm of blazing fire, deafening explosions, and crackling thunder. Even though the barrier contained the destruction, the cloud island beneath the shrine had begun to crumble apart under the overwhelming pressure. Yet, amidst the chaos, Enel laughed. "Ha ha ha, other than this weird flame, you can't harm me at all. And now, your little tricks that disrupt my lightning, they're gone." His grin widened as he slowly raised his golden staff. "Once I shatter that eggshell of yours, let's see what else you can do." After testing Cain's abilities, Enel felt relieved. Aside from the strange fire, none of Cain's attacks could actually hurt his elemental body. So that's all he is, just a slightly special mortal, Enel thought smugly. He'll soon learn what happens when you challenge a god. He began gathering an enormous amount of lightning, preparing to unleash an even stronger attack to break through both the barrier and the Fiend Fire net. Even though Fiend Fire could burn his elemental form, lightning could still disperse the flames if it was powerful enough. Just as Enel was about to strike, Avada Kedavra, a green light flashed from behind him. Before Enel could react, an excruciating pain split through his skull. His vision darkened, his mind faded, and the lightning in his hands flickered uncontrollably. Less than a second later, Enel's eyes rolled back, and his body went limp, plummeting from the sky. Cain, acting quickly, caught him midair with a levitation charm before inspecting his condition. "Good, he's not dead." Cain sighed in relief. If this was enough to kill him, reducing the spell's magic power would have been pointless. Without wasting time, he snapped a pair of seastone cuffs onto Enel's wrists and secured him inside a special containment box designed for Logia users. "Sorry for the disturbance." After asking several questions at the shellfish shop, Nico Robin still didn't obtain any useful information. So, she bought a few things and left. Angel Island is so big. How long would it take to visit all of it? Go around all of it? A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside Nico Robin. Though startled, she didn't let it show on her face. The residents of Sky Island seemed to have never heard of the historical text. "Boss, are you finished?" "That's right. The Thunder Fruit user is really difficult to deal with. If he were a little more cautious, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. He has an incredibly strong observation haki, unparalleled speed, and terrifying destructive power. It's just a pity that he's an idiot. Hearing Nico Robin's question, Cain smiled and said, Enel, if he had spent some time in the second half of the Grand Line, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. But why are you asking them about the historical text? I sent you here to gather information valuable to the Cain Chamber of Commerce. That's the duty of a vice president. Once you've finished, I'll take you to find the historical text myself. Nico Robin's expression shifted as she immediately asked anxiously, Boss, do you know where the historical text is? Before she could finish, Cain vanished before her eyes, operating away. If that was the case, you should have made it clearer from the start. This boss really does whatever he wants. Nico Robin sighed. Although she hadn't learned the exact location of the historical text, at least she now knew it was somewhere on Sky Island. Her next step was simply to gather information, and with that, she should be able to make progress. Speaking of which, the most valuable resource on Sky Island is probably the various magical shells. If the Cain Chamber of Commerce could monopolize their trade, they could become a major source of profit. After Enel was defeated by Cain, several of his priests had survived. These individuals were skilled fighters, proficient in observation haki, and well-versed in Sky Island's unique shell-based combat style. With proper training, they could become effective guards. The environment of Sky Island is vastly different from others, so these priests might struggle when leaving their home. However, with proper conditioning and an injection of super soldier serum, they should be able to adapt quickly. Back in Alabasta, Cain had already conducted human experiments using captured pirates and death row prisoners. While the serum didn't have a significant effect on the strongest test subjects, it still provided some benefits. Since the people of Sky Island have lived in thin air for so long, the super soldier serum should be even more effective on them. Cain's trip to Sky Island had been highly rewarding. The most valuable acquisition was the Thunder Fruit. Once he returned, he could extract the Thunder Fruit serum. But before that, he planned to study Enel and determine whether a Logia Devil Fruit could coexist with another. If not, he would look into the possibility of coexisting Paramecia and Zoan fruits instead. Aside from the Thunder Fruit serum, Enel's men, and his Arc Maxim, that ship is far too ugly to serve as a cargo vessel for the Cain Chamber of Commerce. Doesn't this guy have any sense of aesthetics? Cain felt a bit annoyed whenever he thought of Arc Maxim. Its power system and levitation technology had been completed early on, yet Enel had wasted an excessive amount of time decorating it with a massive golden idol. That golden god's face definitely needed to go. The power system can be improved. Forget about the attack turrets on Arc Maxim. I'll take it back and give it a complete overhaul. Initially, he had considered enlisting Ganfall's guards for labor, but they were warriors, not shipbuilders. However, the ship's power system was still quite useful. With an arc reactor installed for energy conversion, Arc Maxim could achieve sustained flight. Once he returned, he could visit Water 7 and recruit skilled shipbuilders to come to Alabasta to remodel the hull structure. Afterward, Cain divided the God's Guard into two groups. One group was sent to Cloud Village to inform the Shandia, while the other went to summon the former god and the White Beret troops from Angel Island. Sky Island was too far from Alabasta, and Cain had no interest in ruling any nation. His goals in the One Piece world were clear: collect devil fruits and local resources to expand his power. Ruling a country might be viable in a modern setting with advanced networks. If the Red Queen could assist in governance, it would save him considerable effort. However, the pirate world was far too inconvenient. Even a slight shift in the magnetic field could disrupt internet development, making large-scale administration more trouble than it was worth. Cloud Village. Cloud Village was a remote settlement on Sky Island. After the Shandia were driven from their homeland on Gaia Island, the remaining tribesmen had settled in this distant Cloud Village. Yet, they had never given up hope of reclaiming their homeland. Chief, there are guards outside requesting an audience. But Wappa wants to kill them outright, Laki reported as she ran into the chief's tent. She found it strange these guards didn't seem to be here to attack them. Even when Wappa and the others captured them, they didn't resist. Instead, they kept shouting that they had an important message for the chief. The God's Guard? Enel's personal enforcers? What could they be planning? The old chief furrowed his brows in confusion. If Enel knew their location, why hadn't he simply sent his forces to wipe them out? Go and see, Laki. Sensing that something was off, the chief decided to hear out the God's Guard. As much as he hated to admit it, the Shandians were no match for the Sky Islanders neither centuries ago nor now. It wasn't just the Shandians who had been found, even the reclusive Ganfall had been contacted. Some residents of Angel Island still had his whistle, making it easy for the guards to reach him. God Enel has been killed. The one calling you now is the new god. The news sent shockwaves through both Chief Shandia and Ganfall. Ganfall, who knew Enel's power all too well, was especially stunned. However, when he heard Cain's message relayed by the guards, he realized he had no choice but to go to God's domain. Both parties made their decisions almost simultaneously, but the Shandians were the more spirited of the two. Their elite warriors gathered, weapons at the ready. They had been preparing for this moment for a long time. By coincidence, the Shandians and Ganfall's group ran into each other near Gaia Island once again. As soon as he spotted the former enemy, Wappa immediately raised his incendiary cannon. Seeing this, the members of the God's Guard quickly intervened. Wait a minute, everyone. Mr. Kain invited you here to discuss matters. Please don't act rashly. What kind of pent? Wappa, stop. At the very least, listen before deciding what to do, the Shandian chief interjected before Wappa could act. Unlike Wappa, the chief saw a glimmer of hope in the guard's message. Perhaps this was finally their chance to reclaim Gaia Island. Ganfall, for his part, didn't take offense at Wappa's hostility. He had known for years that the Shandian warrior had a fiery temper. Following the River of Clouds, the two groups made their way to the shrine, one after the other. But before they even entered, they saw the 4 former high priests standing at the entrance, their bodies still covered in bandages. This was Kain's doing. The wounds were a result of his lessons. Newly adopted hounds needed to be trained. After Kain's harsh instruction, the 4 priests had finally learned to follow orders properly. Inside the shrine, the traces of battle still remained. However, the first thing that caught the eyes of the Shandians and Ganfall was the young man seated on the high platform. At that moment, Kain was reclining comfortably, enjoying the exotic fruits of Sky Island as a shrine maiden fed him. Meanwhile, Nico Robin stood beside him, using her flower fruit ability to manifest 4 extra hands to give him a massage. Though Robin had exchanged her hard-earned efforts with Kain for the location of the historical text, it was still hidden on the highest cloud of Sky Island. Without Kain's assistance, even with the knowledge of its location, reaching it would still be difficult. Noticing the newcomers, Robin raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Boss, they've arrived." "Thank you, Robin. I'll take you there later," Kain replied before sitting up from his recliner. Then, with a smile, he addressed the newcomers. "Chief of the Shandians, former god of Sky Island, welcome. I am Kain, a merchant from Alabasta in the Blue Sea. I've come to do business with you." Afterward, Kain briefly explained his intentions and actions. Now that most of his goals had been achieved, he hoped that the remaining Shandians and Sky Islanders could coexist peacefully and begin producing special Sky Island goods for him. This would allow the Kain Chamber of Commerce to establish its own unique trade products. He had no desire to become a god or rule Sky Island, and the Shandians were not a group that could be easily subdued. Even in the original timeline, Ganfall was only chosen as their leader after a brutal life-and-death struggle that nearly destroyed Sky Island. However, Ganfall was one of the few Sky Islanders who truly understood the Shandians. While most Sky Islanders believed Gaia Island belonged to them by right, Ganfall was one of the few who reflected on the past and acknowledged the complexities of right and wrong. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, with both the Shandians and Ganfall agreeing to Kain's terms. Kain not only had no intention of occupying Gaia Island, but he also informed the Shandians of the Lamp of Shangri-La, the Golden Bell located on the highest cloud island. Even Wappa, known for his fiery and impulsive nature, was overwhelmed with excitement. Had the Shandian chief not been present, Wappa might have immediately offered Kain the highest form of gratitude their people could give. For the Shandians, who had struggled for over 4 centuries to achieve this dream, Kain's actions were seen as the greatest kindness. With the agreement in place, Ganfall's captured guards were released, and a burden that had long weighed on him was finally lifted. As a result, he had little reason to refuse Kain's requests. For the Sky Islanders, establishing a regular trade route for their unique goods was a beneficial opportunity. When Kain specified the quantities he needed, Ganfall readily agreed. After all, many Sky Islanders were eager to trade with the Blue Sea. He even planned to recruit members of the Beret Force to handle collection and logistics. As for the agreement to cease hostilities, both the Shandian chief and Ganfall accepted without hesitation. At this point, their ongoing conflict was no longer driven by deep-seated hatred but by the question of Gaia Island's rightful ownership. However, for Kain's sake, they were willing to resolve their disputes through peaceful negotiations. If the situation had been different, if Enel or one of the gods from 400 years ago were still in power, the Shandians would have chosen death over surrender. Ultimately, both the Sky Islanders and the Shandians were small in number. Even if they combined forces, their total population would not match Alabasta's standing army. A prolonged conflict would only weaken them further. Given these circumstances, focusing on peaceful trade was the best course of action. The real profits of war still lay in the Grand Line. "Robin, I'll leave Sky Island in your hands from now on." However, the Kain Chamber of Commerce will be setting up a stronghold in the small town of Gaia Island. Also, the Arc Maxim will be entrusted to you. You can read the poneglyphs, right? Still no joy. Hearing Kain's words, Nico Robin glanced at the records brought back from Sky Island and replied, "The poneglyph didn't contain the information I was looking for. But luckily, I found plenty of clues, so I'm quite satisfied." A brief smile flickered across her face, but she quickly returned to her usual calm. "As for why I'm not overjoyed? Well, maybe because I have an unscrupulous boss who keeps squeezing his subordinates for information and even demands massages with devil fruit powers." While enjoying the massage, Kain replied indifferently, "That's the power of intelligence, Robin. I'm teaching you the secret to growing stronger in a short amount of time. Anyway, I'll start by strengthening Enel's 4 subordinates. After that, you'll lead them along with bonus to take control of Gaia Island." Robin raised an eyebrow. "You want us to take over the entire town? It's considered lawless territory, and pirates with bounties in the tens of millions pass through all the time." "Tens of millions? That's nothing. Bonus and the others could take down Crocodile if they had the right intel. Whether or not you can clean up Gaia Island depends on your skills as the Minister of Intelligence. If you need extra firepower, I'll even lend you the Fire Dragon." Cain spoke casually. No matter what world you were in, intelligence was a major factor in any battle provided the power gap wasn't too wide. The former priests from Enel's ranks had plenty of potential, but their devil fruit abilities were underdeveloped. Especially that snot guy. Cain had been training them, ensuring they followed proper development plans. At the very least, they'd be strong enough to handle threats in the first half of the Grand Line. Robin nodded in understanding, then asked, I get it, boss. But I've heard there may be other pirate crews backing them. If you can't handle it, let me know, I'll take care of it. Cain still needed to get his hands on the Thunder Fruit Serum, which would give his strength a huge boost. In the world of pirates, devil fruits were often overshadowed by haki because most users were uneducated brutes. But with the right development path, a devil fruit could easily surpass haki. Robin hesitated for a moment before bringing up one last topic. One last thing, the next Poneglypha's location. Cain smirked. Hey, Robin, do you think I just give out information for free? If you want to know, you'll have to earn it. Now then, how about a massage? Robin didn't even glance back as she walked away. I still have to handle the Cain Chamber of Commerce's affairs and make arrangements for the 4 priests. Maybe next time, boss. Meanwhile, the transformation of Rainbase had been smoothly completed. Only a few finishing touches remained. With the help of 100,000 people in Alabasta, Rainbase was completely transformed in just a few months. Not only was Rain Dinners, the casino at the city's center, converted into the headquarters of the Cain Chamber of Commerce, but a large military factory and an underground research base were also built behind it. The factory boasts an impressive output capable of producing 100 million rounds of ammunition and 100,000 assault rifles per month, along with additional production lines for Gatling guns and rockets. If Alabasta were to receive the full supply, its standing army could completely replace its current weaponry within 4 months. However, the Cain Chamber of Commerce's most important customer is the Marines. Moving forward, 80% of the factory's monthly arms production will be prioritized for marine supply, with the remaining 20% allocated to Alabasta. Cobra understands this arrangement. With a new warlord of the sea residing in Alabasta and Cain not being a pirate, reckless marauders aren't likely to stir up trouble anytime soon. A slight delay in weapon deliveries isn't a major issue. The military factory alone generates hundreds of millions of berries in revenue each month and has provided numerous job opportunities for the people of Alabasta. After the city's replanning, Rainbase has expanded significantly, and the Cain Chamber of Commerce has even begun advertising in World Economic News. It is now the only chamber of commerce in the world that sells Sky Island specialties. This fact alone has drawn countless travelers and merchants to Rainbase. For most people in the first half of the Grand Line, Sky Island is nothing more than a distant dream, one that many pirates dismiss as a myth, having failed to find it themselves. But now, with exclusive Sky Island goods being sold through the Cain Chamber of Commerce, the island's existence is undeniably real. Will other pirates attempt to find Sky Island and compete with the Cain Chamber of Commerce? For now, that's unlikely. Ganfall and the Shandians have agreed to sell Sky Island specialties only to the Cain Chamber of Commerce. Others may purchase small quantities as souvenirs, but large-scale trade, especially of Sky Island shellfish and seafood, is strictly off-limits. Meanwhile, Enel's 4 priests, after receiving Super Soldier Serum from Cain to enhance their internal organs, were swiftly put to work under Nico Robin's command. However, in the world of One Piece, the Super Soldier Serum is a bit underwhelming. People here are already incredibly strong, even those of average size. Cain suspects that individuals born with naturally powerful physiques may have some connection to the life magnetic field. To explore this theory further, he has tasked Nico Robin with purchasing slaves of different races. His goal? To extract samples of flesh and blood, using them to develop a new human enhancement serum. Alternatively, he's considering an experimental serum derived from sea king tissue. For now, he's leaving the research to the Red Queen, but if progress stalls, he'll hand it over to the Biological Research Division, where human experimentation won't be off the table. Alternatively, Cain could use the T-virus along with the flesh and blood cells of sea kings to develop an evolutionary T-virus serum. However, his current focus remains on devil fruits, specifically, Enel's Thunder Fruit. Ever since Cain struck Enel with the killing curse, it seemed as though his soul had been split in half. Now, even without Seastone handcuffs, Enel was completely powerless and incapable of resisting. Yet, during his research into Enel's cellular genes alongside those of other Paramecia and Logia users, Cain made a groundbreaking discovery. The bloodline factors of Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan each alter different genetic structures in the human body. While Logia abilities are difficult to combine, a Logia, a Paramecia, and another Logia can potentially coexist within the same genome so long as the body can withstand the side effects of multiple devil fruits. Upon reaching this conclusion, Cain's face lit up with excitement. If he could eliminate the side effects of devil fruits, he could inject himself with multiple devil fruit serums. As for Zoan fruits, he wasn't too concerned. They were useful for close combat, but Cain never engaged in intense physical training. Plus, the transformed forms of Zoan users were typically ugly. Unless, of course, there was a Zoan devil fruit that significantly enhanced bedroom performance, then Cain might reconsider. Artificial Zoan fruits could be useful for my subordinates, but Vegapunk's technology still has major flaws. Even Caesar's method is far from perfect. Cain had extensive experience with human experimentation, drawing from research across multiple worlds. Without that, he wouldn't have been able to uncover the bloodline factors and defects of devil fruits so quickly with the Red Queen's assistance. Now, all he needed to do was collect samples and test data, then hand them over to researchers from the Marvel Universe and the Resident Evil world for further development. Let's start by creating a thunder fruit serum. Cain turned his gaze toward Enel, who was now nothing more than a vegetable. After what happened with Crocodile, Cain had already devised a method to keep a person alive even after extracting their devil fruit ability. However, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to expose this technique. If word got out, it would undoubtedly bring trouble. Red Queen, this time reduce the data transfer by half again, and extend the transmission period to 10 times the previous length. Understood, Master. Following Cain's order, the Red Queen initiated data transmission. But even with the reduced volume, the sheer amount of incoming information caused crackling energy to surge through Cain's head, nearly transforming him into a living ball of lightning. Then, the Red Queen's voice echoed through the room. Master, the transmission was interrupted at approximately 53%. It seems this is the current limit. Cain took a deep breath, calming his overstimulated mind. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, it seems that's the case. Once I become more proficient, I should be able to absorb more information. But for now, this is enough. No need to rush. After extracting the Thunder Fruit ability serum from Enel, Cain injected it into his body without hesitation, gaining the power to transform into and control lightning. Before doing so, he had the Red Queen compile an extensive database on Devil Fruit ability development. Once he successfully transformed into lightning, he had the Red Queen convert that knowledge into electromagnetic waves and transmit it directly into his mind. However, this was the first time he had attempted to absorb such an overwhelming amount of information at once. Even after multiple reductions in data volume, the sheer influx of knowledge was nearly unbearable. If he didn't consciously control his elementalization, the sudden rush of information could turn him into a mindless husk. Master, according to the original plan, you have only received 0.5% of the total data so far. Put the plan on hold for now. I'll need a long period of training before I can gradually absorb the rest. Cain sighed, rubbing his temples again. He had underestimated the process. Every devil fruit ability required extensive training even after obtaining the power itself. For example, although he had learned through the Red Queen how to generate strong electromagnetic interference to create an EMP effect, knowing the theory wasn't enough. His mind understood it, but his body couldn't execute it yet. Similarly, he grasped the principles behind forming an electromagnetic shield, adjusting the air's density and viscosity coefficient around his body, but putting it into practice would take at least 100 attempts before he could even begin using it properly. For now, patience was key. The name of the Rainbase City had completely resounded throughout the first half of the Grand Line, and Alabasta was reaping significant benefits as a result. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mage Kain Pent, had established his domain there, alongside a Sky Island specialty production site. Together, they had nearly rivaled the reputation of the Sabayati archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line. The advantages brought by such widespread renown were plentiful. Hotels, restaurants, and other industries were booming. Moreover, the Sandora River remained closed to pirate ships. Any pirates daring to enter Alabasta without causing trouble had no choice but to disguise themselves and conceal their flags. Generally, no pirate was foolish enough to stir up chaos. Even if a few reckless ones tried, Alabasta's newly equipped standing army was more than capable of handling them. Each 100-man squad was armed with 10 Gatling guns, 10 RPGs, and the rest equipped with AK assault rifles. Thanks to Cain's training, the soldiers had mastered the technique of emptying magazines and expending ammunition in mere seconds. This not only ensured effective pirate suppression but also boosted Alabasta's demand for ammunition. According to Cain, all of this was done in the interest of the soldiers' safety. It was far better to expend more bullets than to allow soldiers to suffer injuries while dealing with pirates. Cobra, upon hearing this reasoning, wholeheartedly agreed. Cain, the newly promoted 7 warlords of the sea, had earned a reputation for his hatred of pirates. His notoriety had spread across the first half of the Grand Line, bolstered by the world government's propaganda in newspapers and the constant eradication of pirates by Cain's subordinates, many of whom possessed devil fruit powers. Among the pirate crews, a new reality had taken hold. Anyone seeking to sail past the first half of the Grand Line now had to survive 2 deadly checkpoints, the Marines and Kain Pent, the 7 warlords stationed in Alabasta. Today, 3 individuals of notable status arrived in Rainbase: Diamante, Gladius, and Baby 5, high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family. Each possessed devil fruit abilities, and their visit to Alabasta had a clear purpose: to negotiate a business deal with Cain, the newly appointed warlord. However, upon arriving in Rainbase, Gladius immediately sensed something was off. Isn't Rainbase supposed to be Alabasta's top tourist destination? Why is the sky so dark, with thunder rumbling every now and then? The weather here feels like the chaotic climate of the Grand Line. Just as he finished speaking, another thunderclap echoed across the sky not far from Rainbase, sending a chill down his spine. A passing Alabasta local noticed their reaction and chuckled, offering a casual warning. Don't be too surprised. We've had thunderstorms on and off for the past month. In fact, about 50 miles southwest of Rainbase has even been declared a restricted area. I heard that Master Mage is practicing. It's time to decide. Practicing? Are you saying this is the result of that new Shishibukai's training? The cigarette on Baby Five's surprised red lips almost dropped. If the sound was this loud from such a distance, what kind of scene would it be if they got closer? An Alabasta civilian responded with pride, "That's right. That's our Lord. Alabasta's patron saint is incredibly strong." The civilian was eager to share more of their lord's glorious deeds, but Diamante had more pressing matters to attend to. Without hesitation, he urged his companions to leave quickly. The Marine's new equipment upgrade could not be kept a secret for long. Before long, several arms dealers in the underground world caught wind of it. This new generation of weaponry had piqued the interest of many, with some even managing to acquire a few guns for testing. Compared to the typical flintlock pistols and muskets used by pirates, these firearms were undeniably superior. Though they hadn't yet obtained any of the new cannons, rumors suggested they were vastly more powerful than existing artillery. According to reliable sources, once the Marines had fully transitioned to this advanced weaponry, they would begin upgrading all warship artillery as well. The result? Longer-range shells with greater firepower. If the Marines fully adopted these new weapons, the balance of power at sea would shift dramatically. Low-level pirate crews would become obsolete. Only elite fighters would stand a chance against the Marines. A high volume of these weapons could even threaten pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. This would be a devastating blow to both pirates and the underground arms trade. As news spread, the number of new pirates setting sail was predicted to drop sharply, forcing the black market to shrink as well. Many underground forces couldn't sit still. They all wanted to acquire these new firearms not to arm themselves, but to sell them to pirates and criminals. However, there was a major problem. These were not mass-producible like traditional flintlocks and muskets. Even if they reverse-engineered the design, the craftsmanship required to manufacture them was too advanced. Simply put, small-scale production wouldn't be enough to shift the balance of power. Doflamingo was the first to act. Though he controlled many underground enterprises, he was also a recognized king and a Shishibukai himself. This gave him a unique advantage. He could approach this new Shishibukai under the guise of a legitimate business partnership. Thus, he sent 3 of his top executives, Diamante, Gladius, and Baby Five, to Alabasta to initiate negotiations. Along the way, the trio encountered many incredible things, but one, in particular, stood out: the Arc Maxim. When Gladius saw the floating battleship in the sky, jealousy flared in his heart. He instinctively wanted to steal it and present it as a gift to Doflamingo, but reason quickly took over. Trying to seize something like that here would be a death sentence. However, the Arc Maxim was too valuable to ignore. Diamante discreetly recorded the information, intending to report it to Doflamingo upon their return. A ship that could fly was a game-changer for any major force. Flying in the sky meant being completely isolated from the dangers of the sea. As long as celestial disasters were avoided, the potential profits were enormous. As a loyal supporter of Doflamingo, Diamante quickly realized how valuable the Arc Maxim could be for the Don Quixote family. Diamante and his 2 companions arrived at the Cain Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Upon seeing the reception staff, Diamante spoke directly. "We are members of the Don Quixote family from Dressrosa. We wish to discuss a business deal with Mr. Mage Pent." The receptionist was visibly surprised upon hearing their identities. Covering their mouth in shock, they quickly responded. "Dressrosa is under the protection of Lord Shishibukai. Please wait a moment, I will inform Lady Robin." The receptionist hurried off to inform Nico Robin, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. Robin had since fully embraced her new identity and dropped her surname, as Cain often simply called her Robin. Shortly after, Nico Robin entered the reception room, greeting the trio with a smile. "Mr. Diamante, what kind of business does the Don Quixote family wish to discuss with the Cain Chamber of Commerce?" However, Diamante's expression darkened upon realizing that Cain was not present. He crossed his arms and said, displeased, "I want to speak directly to that mage. Some matters can only be discussed with him personally. Don't you understand the weight of the Don Quixote family?" Robin remained unfazed and replied with a slight chuckle. "It's not that I don't understand. It's just that, for certain reasons, your request is unlikely to succeed. So there's no need." Just as she was about to dismiss them, Robin's eyes landed on Baby Five. Recognizing her immediately, Robin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Wait a moment, is this Baby Five from the Don Quixote family? A Paramecia-type devil fruit user with the weapon fruit?" Robin hadn't expected this encounter. She had been looking for Baby Five, yet here she was, walking straight into the Chamber of Commerce on her own. "Well, that works out nicely," Robin thought to herself. "Another success for me, in a way." Baby Five blinked in confusion before responding, her tone blunt. "Yeah, that's me. What do you want with me?" Robin smiled at her. "My boss needs you." Baby Five immediately blushed, becoming flustered. "And needs me? Is your boss planning to propose to me?" Robin smirked. Watching Baby Five's reaction only confirmed that she was indeed the one Cain had asked her to keep an eye out for. However, Gladius slammed his hand on the table, his face darkening. "Hey, are you trying to recruit a Don Quixote family executive? And hurry up and call your boss out already? You're only here because you managed to defeat a sand crocodile with an 87 million berry bounty." Robin simply chuckled. "Hee, no need to get so worked up. I'll inform the boss right away." She then gestured for them to follow. "Come with me to the basement meeting room, it's more spacious there." Once in the underground conference room, Robin took out a den mushy and immediately called Cain. Boss, Don Quixote Doflamingo has sent his men to meet with you. Looks like they want to discuss a business deal. Also, the person you asked me to keep an eye on regarding the arms business has arrived as well. How does she know our purpose? After Nico Robin ended the Den mushy call, Gladius asked curiously. It seemed they hadn't even stated their intentions yet. Shut up, you idiot. Diamante snapped, clearly irritated. The very next second, lightning flashed in the conference room. A figure suddenly appeared, followed by several crackling bolts of electricity. Diamante's eyes widened as he clearly saw the lightning surge directly into the man's body. If this isn't some unknown paramecia electricity-based ability, then that means this mage. He has the Logia-type Thunder Fruit. The realization hit Diamante instantly. His estimation of Cain skyrocketed. If this was true, then Crocodile hadn't just lost to a random upstart, he had been annihilated by the power of the strongest Logia ability. Before Diamante could even process his next move, Baby 5 suddenly covered her face with her hands and asked excitedly, "It's you? Do you need me?" Cain chuckled and extended his hand toward her in an elegant gesture. "Of course, Baby 5. I need you very much. Come to my side." His charming demeanor, calm confidence, and commanding presence made Baby 5, who desperately craved being needed, completely swoon. Her eyes practically turned into hearts, and she nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. "Okay, I accept your marriage proposal." "Hey, shut up, you idiot." Diamante exploded in rage. "We're here for a deal, not a marriage proposal. Baby 5, are you betraying the young master?" He quickly turned to Cain, his tone now serious. "Your Grace, we are here on behalf of the Don Quixote family to discuss business, not to hand over one of our officers. Baby 5 is a cotter of our family. She cannot leave." Cain waved his hand dismissively and magically pulled Baby 5 to his side. He chuckled and said, "Don't be so dramatic. But honestly, this whole negotiation is pointless." His expression darkened slightly. "I already know why you're here, either for military weapons or Sky Island specialty goods." Then, with a mocking smirk, he added, "But I hate the Don Quixote family, so I'm not interested in making a deal. However, I am taking Baby 5. You can go back now." Hearing Cain's blatant insult and utter disregard for their family, Diamante clenched his teeth in fury. "What the hell did you just say?" Boom! Before he could even finish his sentence, Diamante collapsed to the floor, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing, and foam forming at his mouth. Cain looked down at him, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I overdid it a little." Then, he shrugged and turned to the others. "Take him and get lost. Unless you'd rather stay and plant trees." Diamante's strength is not weak. In fact, he can be considered one of the strongest in the first half of the Grand Line. He also possesses 2 types of haki. However, the power of the Thunder Fruit is simply too overwhelming. Cain merely manipulated the bioelectricity in Diamante's body, delivering a powerful shock to his internal organs, brain, and blood vessels, causing him to faint instantly. And this was only the most basic application. Cain had trained extensively to reach this level. Once he mastered more precise control over bioelectricity, he would be able to alter Diamante's 5 senses, consciousness, and memories, turning him into nothing more than a puppet. Diamante's sudden collapse shocked Gladius. They had come here representing Doflamingo, yet one of them had been detained while the other was knocked unconscious. You have some nerve. We are the Don Quixote family. Shut up unless you want to stay too." Crackling? Before Gladius could finish his threat, Cain calmly interrupted him. 4 solid bolts of lightning flickered around his body, making Gladius' heart skip a beat. Thinking fast, Gladius grabbed the unconscious Diamante, who was still foaming at the mouth, and bolted for the exit. As he ran, he shouted, "I'll report this to the young master. The Don Quixote family won't let you off so easily. How dare he threaten the boss before leaving? Want me to take care of him?" Nico Robin stepped forward and asked, lowering her gaze to Cain. However, she quickly noticed that he had reached out to hold Baby 5's hand. The cigarette-wielding woman blushed furiously, too flustered to even care about her fallen comrade. "A strange woman has met a perverted boss," Robin mused. Perhaps Cain hadn't recruited Baby 5 for her devil fruit ability after all, but simply because he wanted her. "Leave them be. Let me know when Doflamingo shows up," Cain said, waving his hand dismissively. Letting Gladius escape was beneficial. Someone needed to deliver the message. He was actually looking forward to Doflamingo coming for him. Over the past month, Cain had practiced various applications of lightning and magnetic fields. His most useful developments so far were physical immunity and the electromagnetic barrier for resisting mental attacks. Now, he just needed a Conqueror's Haki user to test the barrier's effectiveness. As for offensive capabilities, he had only developed electromagnetic projectiles and direct lightning strikes so far. Recently, he had focused more on refining his control over magnetic fields. The Thunder Fruit had countless possible applications, but he could only improve one step at a time. "Young master will come after you. All my previous fiancés were killed by him. You need to be careful," Baby 5 said softly. Still holding Cain's hand, she squeezed it tightly, worry evident in her gaze even as her eyes shimmered with heart-shaped pupils. After all, this was the first time such a handsome man had ever needed her. Compared to Cain, her previous fiancés might as well have been sea kings. Cain said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. I'll deal with him. By the way, would you like to see the room I prepared for you?" If you want, I can also have Robin send you some of the most fashionable clothes. After speaking, he stood up and casually draped an arm around Baby Five's shoulders. She was shorter than Nico Robin and about the same height as Cain, making the gesture feel quite natural. Cain was also curious to see if Baby Five would resist. Yet, as he walked out with her in his arms, she showed no intention of pulling away. Instead, she gazed at him with a mix of shyness and concern. She's really naive, almost too much so. Cain had a feeling that, with just a little coaxing, she wouldn't refuse him at all, not even in bed. Of course, he told himself, I'm only interested in Baby Five's weapon fruit ability. Definitely not her slender white thighs, round, snow-white curves, or those sexy red lips. Robin, help Baby Five pick out a wardrobe of clothes that fit her. No, never mind. I'll take her shopping myself later. I see, boss. Nico Robin sighed helplessly upon hearing Cain's words. She suddenly had the urge to go ahead and buy all the fashionable clothes available in Rainbase first. Dover, we failed. Sorry. As soon as he woke up, Diamante grabbed the transponder snail and reported to Doflamingo about their humiliating defeat in Alabasta. However, only moments later, his speech began to slur, and he started drooling uncontrollably. But, it might be a side effect. Thank you, for a moment, Dover. He might be. Thunderfruit. Gladius continued the report, stepping in when Diamante succumbed to the lingering effects of the bioelectrical disturbance Cain had inflicted on him. After listening to them, the transponder snail's face shifted to reflect Doflamingo's signature grin. Fufu. So, you're telling me that this new Shishibukai not only rejected my trade proposal but also took Baby Five and left you both beaten and humiliated, Diamante. Yes, Dover, Diamante gritted out. It seems like he had his eyes on Baby Five for a while. At first, they didn't even want to see us. But after he saw Baby Five, he immediately sent word to Mage, and then, after a short rest, Diamante finally regained some clarity. The bioelectrical disturbance had left him feeling like his body no longer belonged to him. His entire nervous system had been thrown into disarray. The next time we face him, we must shield ourselves with armament haki from the start. Dover, let's go to war. Gladius declared. This man has completely disrespected the Don Quixote family. He doesn't take you seriously at all. I've recovered now, and I'll personally teach this so-called Shishibukai a lesson. Doflamingo's smile widened as his voice came through the transponder snail. Diamante, do you really think we should go to war? Of course. Diamante gritted his teeth. Not only did he humiliate us, but he also stole from the Don Quixote family. Even the Marines won't interfere. And besides, we might even uncover the secrets of his weapons factory. Then let's go to war. Doflamingo chuckled darkly. I can't argue with your reasoning. And more than that, I'd love to see the expressions on the faces of the world government when they lose 2 Shishibukai in such a short time. He. Diamante, I'll be in Alabasta as soon as possible. After speaking, Doflamingo ended the transponder snail call. Diamante's expression lit up with excitement as he turned to Gladius. Let's investigate this guy's munitions factory, as well as Sky Island and Arc Maxim. These are all things that could greatly strengthen the Don Quixote family. Once the so-called demon mage is dead, all of it will belong to us. No problem. Leave it to me, Diamante. Both men grinned cruelly. Since this new Shishibukai was so uncooperative, they would make sure the so-called Cain Chamber of Commerce vanished completely. The Don Quixote family had a long-standing tradition. Revenge was never delayed. It was that very principle that had allowed them to rise as one of the underground kings of the New World, with hands in everything from arms dealing to the slave trade. Baby Five knew all too well how terrifying the Don Quixote family could be. None of her previous fiancés had survived past the next day, but this time, she didn't want to see Cain, who seemed like the perfect marriage candidate, die at Doflamingo's hands. So, she kept warning him. Mr. Pent, Doflamingo is very powerful. When the time comes, I'll protect you. Before she could finish, her rhythm was completely thrown off by a wandering hand creeping up her waist. Flustered, she quickly changed the subject. Mr. Pent, we're not married yet. But I need you, Baby Five, Cain said smoothly. Stay with me. Leave the Don Quixote family and come to me. Baby Five's eyes immediately turned into red hearts. Cain's need for her made her dizzy with happiness, almost to the point of fainting. Yes, but, the young master. Cain interrupted her, leaning in to whisper softly against her ear. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Baby Five was too easy to persuade. A simple marriage proposal was usually enough to win her over. And with Cain's appearance and charisma, he had an even greater effect on women. Facing his request, there was simply no way she could refuse. Boss. A new voice suddenly interrupted them. Cain glanced up and saw Nico Robin standing in the doorway. Robin, when did you get here? What's the matter? Cain casually lifted Baby Five off his lap and stood up, acting as if nothing had happened. Robin gave him a quick glance before speaking. There's news that the Don Quixote family is returning from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. They're expected to arrive at Alabasta's port in about half a day. She paused before adding, they've sent at least 5 high-ranking officers, along with hundreds of combat personnel. Cain chuckled. He's fast. Let me know when they arrive at the port. Alabasta is developing well. I'd rather not start a war in its territory. Robin frowned slightly. Boss, you do realize that the world government can intervene in battles between Shishibukai, right? Cain grinned. Robin, can't you tell? This is exactly what I want. The next second, lightning flashed through the room. In an instant, Cain appeared behind Robin, placing a hand lightly on her shoulder. She was a little taller than him, but he didn't seem to mind. Don't worry. I won't lose, he assured her. You can stay here with baby 5. Robin was briefly relieved until she heard that last part. Her expression darkened. Now she really wanted to see her boss suffer. Boss, why don't you tell me Doflamingo's whereabouts before the fight? She asked innocently. Absolutely not, Robin. Cain immediately refused, smiling. But, if I return victorious, and I get to enjoy a nice, long massage, maybe I'll remember the location of the third poneglyph. Robin's eye twitched. Oh, and if the Marines come looking for me later, help me stall them, will you? Cain added casually. The world government had established the 7 warlords of the sea to maintain balance by hunting pirates in the Grand Line. As Doflamingo had pointed out earlier, if 2 Shishibukai were eliminated in a short span of time, it would throw everything into chaos even for the world government. So, once they got word of Doflamingo's movements, the Marines would try to intervene. However, because of Doflamingo's special status, they wouldn't be able to stop him outright. Instead, they would likely seek out Cain first. Hey, what's going on? Why is Doflamingo taking so many people to the first half of the Grand Line? When Sengoku received the news, Doflamingo had already crossed the holy land of Marijois with his top cotters and combat crew. Most Shishibukai wouldn't move so quickly, but Doflamingo was an exception. He held the most privileged pass from the world government one even the Marines couldn't obtain. Now, Sengoku just wanted to know Doflamingo's purpose. The Donquixote family typically operated in the New World, so why was he bringing so many people to the first half of the Grand Line? Tsuru, do you know? Sengoku raised his head and asked Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was sitting on the sofa. As his longtime comrade and the one who had clashed with Doflamingo the most, she should be able to make an educated guess. After calmly thinking it over, Tsuru said, with that many people, who does he plan to fight? In the first half of the Grand Line, besides the Marines, there's only... Sengoku caught on immediately, his expression shifting as he pieced it together. However, he still asked, somewhat puzzled, the Mage of Alabasta? He's only been a Shishibukai for less than a year. How could he have already come into conflict with Doflamingo? Tsuru took a sip of tea and replied calmly, that's beyond what I can guess. It's either profit or personal enmity. You should ask the CP agency of the world government. But the most important thing right now is preventing 2 Shishibukai from going to war. It wouldn't be good for the world government's reputation if word got out about internal conflicts among them. Sengoku sighed. Doflamingo won't be dissuaded easily. Tsuru, you should go. Tsuru immediately refused. No, my warship is still being repaired unless you give me Garp's warship to replace the one he wrecked. Tsuru, my warship is also being repaired. That's why I've been hitching a ride on yours. Ahahaha. Sengoku's expression darkened. Furious, he grabbed the teacup in his hand and hurled it at Garp, who had been quietly stealing his senbei. So it was you, Garp. Even if you have to swim, you better get to Alabasta and stop those 2 from fighting. Come on, Sengoku, that's too much. That's impossible. Just send Kizaru. Kizaru, Kyuzen, none of them are at headquarters, you bastard. After venting his frustration, Sengoku realized there weren't many options left. Only vice admirals remained at headquarters, and the closest marine branch to Alabasta had Smoker, who constantly defied orders, not the best candidate for diplomacy. Send Momuzagi. Tsuru set down her teacup and nodded. She's the only one in the department who can stop Doflamingo. Unless, of course, you want to convince Garp to go, but if that idiot shows up, it'll turn into the Marines beating a Shishibukai to a pulp. Then it's decided Momuzagi it is. Tsuru, go inform her. I'll have the branch coordinate with Smoker. Sengoku made his decision without hesitation. Between Garp and Momuzagi, the former was undoubtedly stronger but also far more troublesome. Doflamingo had only been spotted by the Marines when he passed by an ice lobby. His massive pirate ship, flying the iconic clown emblazoned flag, stood out even though he didn't linger. It didn't take long for people to notice. Some opportunistic pirates caught wind of the news and sold it to the World Economic News. Shishibukai Donquixote Doflamingo returns to the Paradise route. The headline spread like wildfire, circulating far and wide through the World Economic newspaper. Hey, that heavenly Yaksha is back in the first half? What's he up to? Don Krieg, the so-called Admiral of the East Blue, couldn't help but grin cruelly as he read the news. He had already been planning to enter the Grand Line if he could get some valuable information from Doflamingo, even better. Krieg never considered himself inferior to anyone. His low bounty wasn't a reflection of his strength, just a consequence of being stuck in the East Blue, where there were few opportunities to make a name for himself. Pearl, set sail immediately. We're heading to Jaya Island to meet Heavenly Yaksha. With an armada of over 50 pirate ships and more than 5,000 men, combined with his own terrifying strength and nearly indestructible armor, Krieg believed he could stand on equal footing with Doflamingo. And he wasn't the only one paying attention. All across the Grand Line, people took an interest in Doflamingo's movements. The first half of the Grand Line Paradise had been quiet for too long, and his sudden reappearance promised chaos. Meanwhile, in Alabasta's port city of Nanohana, an area had been cleared in preparation. King Cobra had offered to send his newly equipped standing army for support, but Cain refused. New weapons are fine for dealing with cannon fodder and low-level pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, Cain had said. But they're useless against someone like Doflamingo, who has Conqueror's Haki. When Alabasta had enough long-range laser weaponry, perhaps then they could take on Doflamingo. Once firepower reached a certain level, even Logia users wouldn't stand a chance. At the Cain Chamber of Commerce headquarters, however, Baby 5 was deeply worried about Cain's safety. But Nico Robin had received strict orders. Under no circumstances was she to let Baby 5 leave. Watching as Baby 5 absent-mindedly transformed her body parts into weapons, Robin sighed. Instead of worrying about the boss, shouldn't you be worried about Doflamingo? She asked. Aren't you afraid the boss will kill your young master? Baby 5 blinked in shock. What are you talking about? The young master can't lose. What if he does? There's no if. The young master will definitely win, Baby 5 insisted. It's always been this way. No matter how many fiancés I've found, the young master always killed them in secret. Hearing this, Baby 5 immediately fell silent, but in the next second, she clenched her fists and declared, but this time, I will never allow the young master to attack Mr. Pent. Nico Robin raised an eyebrow. How long have you two even known each other? And you're already acting like a couple bound for life. Have you done it? What? Baby 5 asked, confused by Robin's words. You know, Robin said casually, the kind of thing couples do after marriage. Or don't you want to marry the boss? She then subtly gestured with her fingers in a piston motion. The moment Baby 5 realized what she meant, her face turned bright red. She waved her hands frantically. What? How could that be possible? Why, you just said it's something that happens after marriage. Robin sighed, suddenly losing interest. So you haven't done it. Boring. Anyway, if you're going to worry about Doflamingo instead. He might die this time. Baby 5's cigarette slipped from her lips in shock. No way. Then, as if steeling herself, she clenched her fists again. If that's the case, then I have even more reason to stop them. Robin shook her head. No, you're staying here. I need you. Baby 5 hesitated for only a second before instantly giving in. You need me? Then, okay. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's pirate ship was fast approaching the port of Alabasta. Among pirate vessels, the Don Quixote family's ship had one of the most advanced power systems. With a clear destination in mind, they reached Alabasta's waters in no time. Cain had been waiting for this moment. Even from a great distance, he and Doflamingo spotted each other, locking eyes across the sea. Beyond the approaching Joker ship, several other pirate ships lurked in the distance, choosing to observe rather than get involved. They seemed to be waiting, perhaps holding off until Doflamingo docked before making their move. As the Joker ship neared the port, two figures suddenly leaped from the rapeseed flower fields and shouted toward the pirate ship. Dover? He's the only one here. That's right, young master. We've even confirmed the location of the Arc Maxim and the munitions factory. The two who had appeared were Diamante and Gladius. The moment they saw Doflamingo, their confidence surged. Diamante, in particular, reassured himself that as long as he coated his body with armament haki in advance, he wouldn't go down so easily. Doflamingo stretched out his hands, shooting several nearly invisible strings that latched onto the ground at the port. With a quick pull, he launched himself forward, flying through the air before landing a short distance from Cain. Haha, so you're the one who heard a new member of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo's grin widened, but his voice carried a sharp edge. To be honest, that pisses me off more than you rejecting my deal. Shishibukai magician. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth curled into a dangerous smile. His words stirred the other Don Quixote family executives, who cried out in tears, shouting, Dover, and young master. Where's Baby 5? Hand over my family. Before Doflamingo could say anything more, Cain interrupted with a smirk. Don't even think about it. She's mine now. And soon, you'll personally expel her from the Don Quixote family. After that, whatever kindness you once had for her will be completely erased. Doflamingo let out his signature laugh. Foo. You think I'll expel my own family? He grinned cruelly, as if Cain had just told the most ridiculous joke. It seems you don't understand the meaning of family at all. Oh, I understand it perfectly, Cain replied, still smiling. But I'm curious. If it came down to a choice between your own life and your so-called family, which one would you pick? Though Cain's demeanor was calm and relaxed, his words carried an unmistakable weight. He was not a physically imposing man, especially compared to Doflamingo, yet the information Diamante had given made the heavenly Yiksha hesitate. Even as a new Shishibukai, Cain wasn't someone to be underestimated. If I beat you half to death, Cain continued, his voice almost gentle, and then asked you to choose save yourself, or expel Baby 5 from your family, which would it be? Boom! A powerful, overwhelming aura exploded from Doflamingo's body, sweeping outward like a violent storm. His conqueror's haki filled the air, pressing down on everything around him. Purple lightning crackled through the void as his sheer willpower distorted the atmosphere. It's here, the young master's conqueror's haki. The Don Quixote executives trembled in awe, their eyes welling with tears as they felt the raw, crushing force of their leader's power. Only one person in millions possessed this natural kingly presence. But then they noticed something strange. Cain, standing directly across from Doflamingo, remained completely unaffected. Not only was he unfazed, but his smile had grown even wider, brighter, as if he were enjoying this. Doflamingo displayed the spirit of a king from a very young age, which is why the Diamanti placed heavy bets on him and presented him with the string fruit. This kind of overwhelming presence is disastrous for ordinary people. They would pass out just by getting too close. Even seasoned warriors, trained for years, would be affected by the sheer coercion of his conqueror's haki. Doflamingo's haki was so powerful that it could even influence an entire small island. Yet, in the face of this conqueror's haki strong enough to suppress nearly all pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, Cain simply smiled and said, "Is conqueror's haki really that strong? I can feel the pressure from the electromagnetic barrier, Doflamingo. If your haki were any stronger, I might actually faint." That was a blatant lie. Hearing Cain's words from a distance, the Don Quixote family's cotters all had the same thought. Even the 4 top officers could be knocked unconscious if they weren't careful when facing Doflamingo's haki. And yet, Cain, who was taking it head-on, remained completely unfazed, as if it had no effect on him at all. "It's about time to begin, otherwise, some troublesome people might interfere with my electromagnetic control. My turn." With those words, Cain snapped his fingers. In the next second, Doflamingo felt as if the very ground beneath him had been shaken by an earthquake lasting a century. Countless rocks surged upward, rapidly encasing his entire body layer by layer. Smaller stone particles filled the gaps between the larger rocks, sealing him in completely. "Dover, young master." Seeing this, the Don Quixote family cotters aboard the clown pirate ship cried out in alarm. But while they shouted, Cain had already generated a 30 million volt lightning strike, which instantly descended upon the rockbound Doflamingo. Rumble? Like a god commanding thunder, Cain casually summoned divine punishment to smite Doflamingo. The sky filled with roaring lightning, its dazzling brilliance forcing many to avert their eyes. "This is bad. Dover is under attack. We need to help him. He's a devil fruit user. Use armament haki." Gritting his teeth, Diamanti shouted in fury before leading the charge. The Don Quixote family officers launched their counterattack. Sticky fire cannon, half-moon burial, explosive hair, blizzard. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with a combination of devil fruit abilities, sword slashes, snowstorms, and toxic hair attacks all aimed at Cain. Even a warlord of the sea, Shishibukai, couldn't afford to ignore such a powerful coordinated assault. Surely, this would force him back, giving them a chance to save Doflamingo. That thought flashed through their minds. But before they could act, Cain waved his hand. Suddenly, the very space around them seemed to shift. The surrounding magnetic field warped, and to their horror, their attacks veered off course mid-air, redirected by Cain's unseen force. "What's happening? Why did my sword energy turn around? Dover, get out of there. Young master, watch out for my hair, it's poisonous." "Ah, my blizzard, young master, I didn't mean to." Diamanti, Monet, and the others watched in shock as their own attacks suddenly changed trajectory, heading straight for Doflamingo instead. Their eyes nearly popped out of their skulls as they shouted frantic warnings. "Don't underestimate me. I am Doflademit, stop attacking." Just as Doflamingo broke free from the magnetic entrapment, he was met with a barrage of his subordinates' redirected attacks. He barely managed to coat his arms with armament haki to block the onslaught. But even with his mastery over haki and the string fruit, the sheer force of his own crew's combined attack sent him flying. Doflamingo emerged from the impact slightly disheveled but otherwise unharmed. However, after being blasted away by his own subordinates, his heart burned with fury. "I said, you bastard, that's enough. Super whip strike." Doflamingo lashed out, but the wrist-thick thread had no effect at all. As it neared Cain, an invisible force suddenly dispersed it, reducing it back to thin strands that scattered through the air. "I see. There's an invisible barrier around you, isn't there? Just like when my conqueror's haki hit you earlier. Fine, then try this next move." Barren white thread. With a shout, Doflamingo activated his string fruit's awakened abilities. Under his control, tens of thousands of transparent white silk threads erupted from the ground. This was the true power of the string fruit after awakening. Now, each thread was sharper, stronger, and deadlier. Together, they surged like an unstoppable tidal wave, capable of leveling an entire small town in an instant. But Cain remained unimpressed. "It doesn't matter what move you use, Doffy, you should still be called a clown. At the end of the day, devil fruit abilities are just genetic modifications through bloodline factors, granting superhuman powers. But almost every ability still relies on the magnetic field in some way. And as luck would have it, the magnetic field happens to be my domain." Cain smiled at Doflamingo. This was the suppression of abilities at a fundamental level, a difference in the rules of power. Only pure physical monsters could challenge him, and even they had limits. After all, even the strongest beings in the One Piece world, no matter how much they trained, could they truly manipulate the entire planet's or even the universe's magnetic field? Like this? Cain casually reversed the surrounding magnetic field. In an instant, the connection between Doflamingo and his barren white threads was severed. The tens of thousands of razor-sharp silk threads immediately lost control, collapsing into a harmless heap on the ground. "Now, let's try something else. Experience the power of the thunder fruit, brother clown." Rumble. The sky darkened as thick storm clouds rolled in overhead. Flashes of lightning illuminated the heavens, crackling ominously. Within seconds, the thunder above began to boom rhythmically like a god playing an ominous melody. Not good. Doflamingo had just formed the thought when, crack boom, a lightning bolt, 2 to 3 meters thick, crashed down from the sky. It struck Doflamingo in an instant, engulfing him in a blinding, electric blaze. Cain observed from above, studying the effect. He noticed that Doflamingo had managed to react in time, covering his entire body with armament haki at the last moment, reducing the damage from the lightning strike. Not bad. Your reaction time is decent. Let's see how long your armament haki can hold out. The moment Cain spoke, the storm above raged even fiercer. The dark clouds crackled with energy, and the booming thunder became relentless and unending, divine wrath from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts rained down in rapid succession, each carrying tens of millions of volts. Their speed was unmatched, accelerated further by Cain's manipulation of the magnetic field. Even with observation haki, Doflamingo couldn't dodge them. And once struck by the first bolt, the paralysis effect of the electricity made dodging the next ones impossible. He had no choice but to endure. He fought back with sheer physical strength, relying on his haki to withstand the bombardment. But aside from those with the rubber fruit, no one could outright ignore this level of electricity. And when it came to endurance, Doflamingo was at a clear disadvantage. He could never outlast Cain, whose seemingly bottomless reserves of energy made him an insurmountable force. Dover, young master, we're coming to help. Seeing Doflamingo continuously struck by lightning, the Don Quixote family officers lost their composure. Enraged, they abandoned his earlier orders and launched an all-out attack on Cain, desperate to rescue their leader. Cain sighed, annoyed. How noisy. If you won't sit still and watch, then go take a swim. He stretched out his finger. In an instant, 7 or 8 massive lightning bolts each 3 to 4 meters thick descended from the storm clouds. Boom! Every single clown pirate ship was obliterated, sinking beneath the waves. The Don Quixote officers who had been charging toward Cain were blasted into the sea. Some were struck directly, reduced to charred husks in an instant. More than half of the crew, electrocuted midair, crashed into the ocean completely numb, unable to move. The battle was as good as over. After dealing with the remaining members of the clown pirate crew, Cain took out a titanium alloy metal ball and smirked. This is my final attack, brother clown. Ultra railgun? Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot toward Doflamingo in an instant. Though he instinctively raised his arm to block, the sheer force of the titanium alloy ball accelerated through electromagnetic propulsion shattered his armament haki-covered defense. I've been wanting to test this move for a while. Seeing Doflamingo so injured that he could barely stand, Cain put away the remaining titanium alloy metal balls. His railgun had just reached speeds 5 times the speed of sound, and with the ball's high-density material, its lethal range extended up to 3,000 meters. Doflamingo, already gravely wounded, stood no chance against Cain's full-power electromagnetic shot. Floating spell? Using his abilities, Cain effortlessly lifted Doflamingo's battered body from the rubble. He was just about to attempt controlling the bioelectricity in Doflamingo's body when, swish, a sharp wave of sword energy sliced through the air between them. Cain turned his head, mildly surprised. He had yet to fully master the abilities of the Thunder fruit. In combat, maintaining an electromagnetic barrier was already his limit, and it would take time before he could simultaneously manage both the barrier and electromagnetic wave monitoring. From the distant sea, a figure rapidly approached, stepping through the air with precise footwork. A tall woman at least 2.5 meters held a long blade in her hand as she closed the distance at high speed. Mr. Pent, please stop. Do not continue this battle. Using moonwalk, Jun landed near the battlefield and addressed Cain. But as her gaze shifted to Doflamingo still floating, completely restrained, she couldn't help but wonder. What kind of ability is this? Even my sword aura couldn't break through. Cain descended to the ground with Doflamingo in tow, then turned toward Jun. And you are? Vice Admiral Jun, Marine Headquarters. We received intelligence about your battle with Doflamingo and were sent to prevent it from escalating further. Unfortunately, it seems we arrived too late. Cain chuckled. Not too late at all. I haven't finished him off yet. Jun's expression tightened at his words. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed movement from the other side. Cain also turned toward the approaching figures. From the direction of Alabasta, 2 running ducks raced toward them. Riding on top were none other than Nico Robin and Baby 5. Baby 5's eyes widened in horror as she recognized the charred figure in Cain's grasp. Husband, young master, what happened to you? Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at Cain, visibly distressed. Nico Robin, arriving a moment later, tensed at the sight of Jun's marine justice cloak but quickly composed herself. Turning to Cain, she sighed. Boss, I did my best, but she refused to listen to reason and insisted on coming to help you. Cain waved it off. Forget it. It's already settled. His gaze shifted back to Doflamingo. Neither Marine Headquarters nor Baby 5 seem to want me to kill him outright, and I've already had my fun today. Keeping Doflamingo alive might bring even greater rewards. For now, that would be enough. The 7 Warlords of the Sea is a system created by the world government to combat pirates. Neither the Marines nor the world government want to see the 7 warlords fighting each other. Before Jun could finish speaking, Cain interrupted with a smile. Vice Admiral Jun, this is Alabasta. The Marines and the world government would never expect me to just stand still and let my enemy kill me. If you truly want to prevent a war, you shouldn't be persuading me, you should be persuading him. As he spoke, Cain shook the unconscious Doflamingo in his grasp. At that moment, Doflamingo's entire body was paralyzed by bioelectric control, rendering him unable to speak. Cain was actively manipulating the bioelectricity within Doflamingo, suppressing his movements. I understand this isn't fair to Mr. Pent, but Doflamingo holds a special status. If possible, Marine Headquarters hopes that the fight between the two of you will end here, Jun said, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. She knew the timing was terrible. She hadn't intervened before the battle began, and now that one side had already won, the Marines were stepping in to broker peace. It felt hypocritical. Moreover, unlike the warlords who were simply businessmen, Cain's Shishibukai status had been granted with official recognition, making his presence more acceptable to Marine Headquarters. Husband, the young master. Tears welled up in Baby Five's eyes as she approached Cain. Though she had once wanted to kill Doflamingo, that anger stemmed from the loss of her fiancé. Now, seeing Doflamingo's life hanging by a thread, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. I'm not going to kill him, Cain reassured her with a sigh. Then, he shot a glance at Nico Robin, signaling her to take Baby Five away quickly. He had a feeling Doflamingo was up to something, perhaps even letting himself be captured on purpose. Hearing Cain's words, both Jun and Baby Five sighed in relief. But before they could relax, Doflamingo suddenly spoke again, his voice sharp and strained. This time, I was wrong. Baby Five, and Monet. From now on, you two are no longer part of the Don Quixote family. Stay with the Pent Chamber of Commerce. Apologize. Both Baby Five and Monet, who had just been rescued from the sea by members of the clown pirate ship, were stunned. Their eyes nearly popped out in shock. Especially Monet. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. With a face full of disbelief, she shouted, Young master, I don't want to leave the Don Quixote family. I want to. Enough. Just do as I say. Doflamingo barked. His voice, though still sharp, had lost its earlier grating harshness. Dover. Young master. Diamante, Gladius, and the others couldn't believe their ears. Doflamingo had always valued his family above all else. But now, hearing his words so clearly, they had no choice but to accept it. This was his decision. If not for his signature sunglasses, they might have noticed the almost imperceptible flicker in his eyes. Once Doflamingo finished speaking, Cain cut off the bioelectric control, causing him to pass out instantly. With a smirk, Cain tossed him toward the Don Quixote pirates. I appreciate the apology, Cain said. If you come looking for trouble again, you won't be so lucky next time. Diamante and the others caught Doflamingo as he landed on the broken deck floating on the sea. Then, they turned their gazes toward Cain, their family's enemy, gritting their teeth in frustration. Cain didn't care about the looks others gave him. Unless someone had a heaven-defying opportunity like apprenticing under a legendary figure such as Kaido, their future was set, and they posed no threat to him at all. Then, Cain extended his finger, and the seawater near Monet responded to his magic. In an instant, it formed a massive 3 or 4 meter wide hand, which grabbed Monet and brought her to his side. Controlling seawater? That's not an ability of the Thunder Fruit. Jun's face showed clear surprise at the scene. As far as she knew, no devil fruit could directly manipulate seawater. After all, seawater negated the power of devil fruits. Diamante and the others shouted in panic, Monet, why are you so surprised? Aren't you going to follow Doflamingo's orders? Cain asked casually. With that, he pushed Monet toward Nico Robin. Robin took out a den mushy and made a call, ensuring that the people coming over would bring a pair of seastone handcuffs. Seeing this, Diamante and the others could only grit their teeth and endure their frustration. With Doflamingo severely injured, no matter how unwilling they were, they could do nothing. They could only wait until their young master recovered before asking for an explanation. The Don Quixote family quickly gathered their things and prepared to leave. Their first priority would be to head to the nearest town, buy a ship, and then return to Dressrosa once Doflamingo regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Cain turned to Jun with a smile. Now that this matter is settled, Vice Admiral Jun, what do you plan to do with those pirates in the distance? The Marines had only brought 2 warships, but there were at least 7 or 8 different pirate crews lingering nearby. One group, in particular, stood out. They had 50 pirate ships, occupying a vast stretch of the sea. Jun frowned. This is a bit troublesome. Capturing them all is unrealistic, and even if we take down some, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Can I ask for your help, Mr. Pent? She chuckled, her voice carrying a hint of charm. Paired with her stunning appearance and slender figure, it was as if she had eaten the devil fruit of seduction itself. In that case, I won't hold back. The Cain Chamber of Commerce could use some laborers, Cain replied with a grin. Without hesitation, he created multiple shadow clones. The sight left Jun and the others astonished once again. At this point, she realized how little she truly knew about Cain. He wasn't just a suspected thunder fruit user, he also seemed unaffected by seastone, could control fire and even seawater, and now displayed a unique cloning ability. Jun suddenly felt that Marine Headquarters should exercise greater caution when dealing with this new warlord. He had already defeated 2 Shishibukai in a row, and his attitude toward hunting pirates aligned with the Marines' own goals. Robin, King Cobra, I'll leave these pirate slaves in your hands. Any troublemakers will be sent to me, the rest are yours to handle. As Cain spoke, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunderstorms erupted over the sea a few kilometers away. None of the pirates watching from a distance dared to flee. Among them, the one with the highest bounty was only in the tens of millions of berries, hardly worth worrying about. Once their usefulness was exhausted, the Marines' bounty stations would be their final destination. Yes, boss, Nico Robin responded weakly. She had a feeling this was Kain's way of getting back at her for not keeping a close enough eye on Baby 5. Now, he was dumping all these tasks on her. There were thousands of pirates spread across those distant ships, just organizing them all would keep her busy for at least a month. After assigning Robin her task, Kain turned to Jun again. Vice Admiral Jun, would you like to visit Rainbase for a while? Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Pent. I've always been curious about the special products of Sky Island, so I'll gladly take you up on the offer. He, Jun replied, her soft smile carrying a mature and seductive charm. Baby 5, standing nearby, tensed up. Could it be that the fiancé I just found is already being seduced by this big-shot woman? It's an honor for the Kain Chamber of Commerce to have you visit, Vice Admiral Jun, Kain said with a smile. However, I have some matters to attend to, so my deputy will be your guide. She knows everything about Rainbase. With that, he took Baby 5 and Monet and vanished using apparition. Watching Kain disappear so suddenly, Jun immediately recognized it as a space-related ability, similar to what Smoker had once described. This magician is becoming more and more unpredictable, she thought, shaking her head. This will definitely be a headache for Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others. Deciding not to dwell on it, she relaxed and prepared to take a stroll through Rainbase. Then I'll be in your care, Miss Robin, she said. It's no problem, Robin replied with a smile. But in her mind, she cursed Kain multiple times. Making me escort a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. This petty boss is definitely getting back at me. Breaking news, Shishibukai War? The magician claims a landslide victory. Sweeping through paradise? The Shishibukai who hates pirates the most. News of Kain's battle with Doflamingo spread across the Grand Line in an instant, and Doflamingo's defeat shocked countless people. On the front page of the World Economic News, a large photograph captured Kain holding a scorched and unconscious Doflamingo with one hand. A seagull reporter, who had observed the battle from a distance, documented the fight in meticulous detail. Although Doflamingo was still alive, his reputation and influence had taken a significant hit. The underground world of North Blue was bound to experience chaos, but for the Marines, this was excellent news. Marine headquarters welcomed the idea of dark forces clashing with one another. The Donquixote family had long exploited Doflamingo's Shishibukai status to expand their power and support pirates, something that had been a constant headache for the higher UPS. Thanks to his warlord privileges, the Marines had been powerless against him. But now, with someone else delivering him a crushing defeat, it was the perfect outcome. Naval Headquarters. Jun spent 3 days exploring Rainbase, and by the end, she was somewhat reluctant to leave. To hasten the Vice Admiral's departure, Nico Robin gifted her a large number of Sky Island specialties before sending her off. Having her around for even one more day would have driven Robin crazy. After returning to Marine Headquarters, Jun was immediately summoned by Sengoku. Present in the meeting were Vice Admiral Tsuru and Kuzan, while Garp had been kicked out by Sengoku for being useless. After listening to Jun's full report, Sengoku spoke. While there's plenty of evidence that the magician dislikes pirates, the Marines still can't afford to take him lightly. Hearing this, Kuzan couldn't help but interject. La. Marshal Sengoku, do we really need to keep monitoring him? He hasn't done anything illegal. From the side, Tsuru calmly added, Kuzan, this isn't Sengoku's decision. That's right, Sengoku nodded. This is an order from the world government, specifically, the 5 elders. Sengoku himself wasn't entirely pleased with the decision, but orders from the 5 elders were absolute. Marine headquarters had no choice but to comply. That said, he continued, we don't need to go overboard. From our analysis, aside from his interest in rare items and devil fruits, the magician seems primarily focused on hunting pirates. In that sense, his goals align closely with Marine ideology. Let the world government decide what to do with him. Either way, we don't have extra troops to waste on closely monitoring a single Shishibukai. After Sengoku finished, Tsuru shifted the conversation. For now, let's turn our attention to the underworld forces in the New World. The Donquixote family's reputation has taken a major hit, but it also exposed something concerning they seem to be engaged in trade with the Beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors. At this, Sengoku turned to Aokiji. Kuzan, I'm putting you in charge of this matter. I'll assign you a team, but proceed with caution. The Beast's pirates are not to be taken lightly, especially their leader. Kaido was a lunatic obsessed with suicide. The Marines had captured him before, but it was ultimately pointless. Now, it seemed the Beast's pirates were far more complex than they appeared on the surface. Hearing Sengoku's orders, Kuzan immediately regretted not leaving with Garp earlier. Monitoring both the Donquixote family and the Beast's pirates, so much for his brief moment of rest. Alabasta. The sudden influx of thousands of pirates into Alabasta posed no small challenge for the kingdom. However, after some discussion, Cain and Cobra reached a mutually beneficial agreement. More than 2,000 captured pirates were assigned to labor projects planting trees and building roads for Alabasta. In return, the kingdom deployed 30,000 soldiers to oversee them. Everyone was satisfied. Hard labor in the desert was no easy task. Alabasta had long lacked a sufficient workforce, and such grueling work had often fallen upon its own citizens. Now, the pirates would take on that burden instead. Since Cain had captured the pirates for hard labor, most of Alabasta's citizens were liberated from such grueling tasks. They now had easier jobs and no longer had to endure the physically demanding work that once burdened them. Of course, some pirates resisted, but the strongest and most dangerous ones had already been taken away by Cain. As for those who dared to cause trouble, Alabasta's standing army handled them swiftly, machine guns for minor disturbances, and in serious cases, rocket launchers to wipe them out entirely. After 3 rounds of executions, the remaining pirates quickly fell in line. During this period, the one who suffered the most was Nico Robin. Cain had dumped a mountain of responsibilities on her before retreating to the basement of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, completely avoiding any work. Every day was exhausting for Robin. She not only had to establish an intelligence department but also track down rare resources at Cain's request, things like Sea Kings and Treasure Tree Atom. On top of that, she was responsible for managing the Chamber of Commerce's business operations. Even if someone has devil fruit powers, you can't exploit them like this. I need to have a talk with that scumbag boss. Either he gives me the location of a poneglyph, or I'm cutting back on work. Having made up her mind, Robin grabbed a plate of breakfast and leisurely walked toward Cain's room. It wasn't for him, it was her own breakfast. She planned to discuss her grievances while eating. However, as soon as she reached the door, she heard Baby Five's voice from inside, sometimes sharp, sometimes low, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of physical activity. It didn't take much thought to figure out what was happening. Robin stood there with a calm expression, listening for a moment. Judging by the pace, it would go on for a while. Silently, she turned around and left with her breakfast. Husband, let's do it again. I love that strong feeling of being needed. Cain shook his head and said, no. Today, you need to study all the blueprints and operating principles of these weapons, complete your physical training, undergo blood tests, and go through serum body enhancement. You can't always indulge in things like this, Baby Five. Having entered sage mode, Cain decisively rejected her. With his previous impulses completely drained, he had already planned out several tasks before even waking up. While he didn't mind coaxing Baby Five, her sense of need was just too overwhelming. But Baby Five, with a longing expression, had already fallen in love with this feeling being needed while also experiencing a newfound comfort. It was the first time in her life she had felt something like this, and to her, it was simply wonderful. She wanted to bask in this blissful exhaustion, even if she barely had any strength left in her body. Clinging tightly to Cain, she wrapped both arms around his muscular frame, pressing her cheek against him. Then, just one last time this morning. Seeing this, Cain fought against the temptation, then firmly told her, I need you to become stronger, Baby Five. The Cain Chamber of Commerce will need your protection in the future. Hearing this, Baby Five's eyes turned red with emotion. She rested her cheek against his chest and said, you need me? Then I'll start training right away. I'll protect my husband and the Cain Chamber of Commerce. Seeing how quickly she changed her mind, Cain let out a sigh of relief. Finding such an outstanding and obedient woman was a blessing, but it also made it incredibly hard to get out of bed. In the end, Cain and Baby Five made an agreement. For every new weapon she mastered with her devil fruit ability, she would earn a reward. The more difficult the weapon, the greater the reward. The Buki no Mi, weapon fruit, had immense potential, and with Baby Five's obedience and stamina, she could theoretically even become as powerful as an ancient weapon like Pluton so long as she fully understood its design and operating principles. Right now, her strength was severely limited by her knowledge and perception. The most advanced weapon she could transform into was a missile, and even that lacked real destructive power. Most of the time, she resorted to becoming simple melee weapons, assisting Buffalo in battle. What a waste! Many devil fruits had extremely high potential, yet most people in the One Piece world failed to utilize them properly. Few users devoted themselves to fully developing their fruits' abilities, instead focusing on Haki. And it made sense, Logia-type devil fruits were universally recognized as the strongest, and Haki was the only way to counter them. Most top fighters relied on Haki to overpower their enemies, with only a handful of marine admirals using their devil fruits as their main strength. But when it came to the development of Baby Five's fruit, Cain had already formulated a detailed plan. There was no one in this world who knew more about weapons than he did. His knowledge encompassed hundreds of them. Additionally, weapon-based devil fruit users were immune to the weapons they transformed into. If Baby Five trained hard enough, she could theoretically transform into a nuclear bomb, creating the ultimate self-destruction technique. If she pushed her abilities to their limits, her combat strength could easily rival pirates with bounties between 800 to 900 million berries. Of course, Cain would also help her compensate for her weaknesses, such as mobility and stamina regeneration. Honestly, if he hadn't already obtained the Thunder Fruit, Cain would have seriously considered getting the weapon fruit for himself. A user's strength was entirely dependent on the weapons they could create, making it an insanely convenient ability. Right now, Cain was particularly interested in the Munch fruit. At this point, he didn't lack combat abilities, what he needed was more auxiliary support. The Munch fruit was his top choice and the best available option. A significant limitation in his future scientific advancements stemmed from inadequate materials, restricting the realization of nearly 50% of his potential technological breakthroughs. This was one of the reasons why Cain had his eyes on Wakanda. If he could acquire a substantial amount of vibranium, he might be able to overcome material constraints and produce a wide array of advanced technological products. However, in the meantime, the Munch fruit was a solid alternative. Even Wapol, after being expelled from Drum Kingdom, had managed to establish the Wapol Corporation using this ability to create a new type of alloy. Robin, any updates on Walpole? Kain strolled into Robin's office, leisurely sipping black tea. Most of his experiments were being recorded by Queen Red, allowing him to finally relax. I've already found his whereabouts, Robin replied. But boss, I think you should reconsider taking action against a reigning king. As she spoke, several hands sprouted from the desk, clearing away stacks of documents. Nico Robin, previously hidden behind the Chamber of Commerce's paperwork, was revealed. She was dressed in a well-fitted, elegant business suit, exuding an air of refinement. Don't worry, Kain waved dismissively. No one will trace it back to me, and I don't intend to take his life. I'll just let the world government deal with the headache afterward. With his ninjutsu and magic, there were few in the One Piece world who could uncover his identity. Robin sighed, pressing her fingers to her forehead. All right. Walpole is still in Drum Kingdom, and I've prepared a permanent pointer for you, boss. But in return, will you share any information with me? I don't have much more to give. You drained me dry too quickly, Kain smirked. But I can tell you this, there's a poneglyph in the forest of Fishman Island. Even if you find the others, retrieving them won't be easy. For now, it's better to focus on strengthening the Chamber of Commerce first. Fishman Island? I see, but thank you, boss. A smile spread across Robin's face upon receiving this information. Using her Hanahana no Mi, she sprouted two hands on Kain's shoulders, straightening his collar and lightly patting his back. I'll have the permanent pointer delivered to you later. As for the other items you requested, there's been some news from Sabayati Archipelago. I'll have someone acquire them as soon as possible. Robin was referring to rare resources unique to the One Piece world, exotic materials, rare races of slaves, sea king's meat and delicacies, treasure tree atom wood, and more. Since he had arrived in this world, Kain intended to make full use of its unique resources. Among other things, he had already stockpiled a large quantity of Sky Island shells, including impact dials. If combined with vibranium to craft armor, these shells could be used to absorb and store impact energy before releasing it in one concentrated burst. The impact force of an impact dial was enough to level a building, something even the Green Titan would struggle to withstand. In the future, these shells would become the standard equipment for Umbrella's elite warriors. Beyond Robin's efforts, the underground research labs within the Chamber of Commerce headquarters were also making significant progress. Kain had no qualms about using captured pirates as test subjects. In addition to gathering human body data, he had begun transforming the strongest ones into G-Virus and Z-Virus warriors. Unlike the Super Soldier Serum and T-Virus, these two virus strains didn't enhance human evolution. Instead, they were specifically designed to create biomechanical warriors, forcing continuous mutations and enhancements upon their hosts. A common person could turn into a tyrant with strength exceeding 10 tons after injection. These powerful pirates. Unfortunately, the world of One Piece lacked the technology to create memory nanoalloys, otherwise, the enhancements would have been even more terrifying. Among the captured pirates, 53 had bounties exceeding 5 million berries. These were the most violent and disobedient ones. Kain transformed all of them into Z-Virus and G-Virus warriors. Their bodies were reinforced with metallic bone armor, implanted with a Red Queen command chip, and equipped with advanced weaponry, including beam cannons and laser systems. Each was also fitted with a self-detonation device. These 53 biomechanical warriors became the trump card of the Kain Chamber of Commerce in the One Piece world. Just 20 of them were capable of destroying an entire country. If all 53 were deployed, they could challenge anyone in the Don Quixote family except for Doflamingo himself. After all, Kain couldn't stay in the One Piece world indefinitely, and the Chamber of Commerce was still in its early stages. However, with the backing of 2 Shishibukai and his 53 biomechanical warriors, the organization's security was well assured. Next on the agenda was the Dordor fruit. Once Kain obtained the record pointer and intelligence on Walpole, he immediately used a flight spell to rush toward Drum Kingdom. Finally found it? I knew that move looked familiar. Sister Tsuru, take a look at this. Jun smiled as she held a report left by the Marines, handing it to Vice Admiral Tsuru. That so-called Shishibukai demon mage. I think that technique is actually a form of ninjutsu. We've encountered similar techniques in Wano, and we've gathered some intelligence on it. As Tsuru skimmed through the report, a memory surfaced. She recalled the officer who had originally recorded this information back then. He was her contemporary, but he had later served as a vice admiral in a New World branch before being killed by the beast pirates. Ninjutsu, that does make sense. But aside from that, Mage doesn't display any other traits of a ninja. Could he have learned Wano's training methods? Tsuru mused. Aside from the ninjutsu-like abilities, Mage's fighting style aligned almost perfectly with the powers of the Thunder fruit. Sengoku had already decided to do everything in his power to recruit him. I'm not sure, Jun admitted. But Sister Tsuru, do you know why the world government's attitude toward Mage suddenly changed? They were trying to win him over before, but now they seem more interested in spying on him. Tsuru calmly sipped her tea before answering. Because of Doflamingo. His background is a bit complicated. But honestly, this is just another foolish decision by the world government. Sengoku isn't in favor of it. Jun, if you have time, you should go to Alabasta and subtly warn Mage. Let him know where the Marines stand on this. You want me to go? Yes. There's no better choice. Smoker would be a terrible fit for this kind of mission. He'd just end up cursing out the world government. Tsuru chuckled. She meant that Jun's approach should be discreet, just a hint, not an outright warning. It was rare to have a Shishibukai who wasn't an outright pirate. If the world government pushed him too hard and forced him to turn against them, it would be a massive problem for the Marines. Especially since he had eaten the strongest Logia, the Thunder fruit.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.